Chapter 50. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants, birth, character, and doctrine of Muhammad. He preaches at Mecca, flies to Medina, propagates his religion by the sword, voluntary or reluctant submission of the Arabs, his death and successors, the claims and fortunes of Ali and his descendants. After pursuing above 600 years the fleeting Caesars of Constantinople and Germany, I now descend, in the reign of Heraclius, on the eastern borders of the Greek monarchy. While the state was exhausted by the Persian War, and the church was distracted by the Nestorian and Monophysite sects, Muhammad, with the sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, erected his throne on the ruins of Christianity and of Rome. The genius of the Arabian prophet, the manners of his nation, and the spirit of his religion involve the causes of the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire. And our eyes are curiously intent on one of the most memorable revolutions which have impressed a new and lasting character on the nations of the globe. 6184. In the vacant space between Persia, Syria, Egypt, and Ethiopia, the Arabian Peninsula 6185 may be conceived as a triangle of spacious but irregular dimensions. From the northern point of Bele 6186 on the Euphrates, a line of 1,500 miles is terminated by the Straits of Bab-el-Mandeb and the land of frankincense. About half this length may be allowed for the middle breadth from east to west, from Basora to Suez, from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. 6187. The sides of the triangle are gradually enlarged, and the southern basis presents a front of 1,000 miles to the Indian Ocean. The entire surface of the peninsula exceeds in a fourfold proportion that of Germany or France, but the far greater part has been justly stigmatized with the epithets of the stony and the sandy. Even the wilds of Tartary are decked by the hand of nature with lofty trees and luxuriant herbage. And the lonesome traveler derives a sort of comfort and society from the presence of vegetable life. But in the dreary waste of Arabia, a boundless level of sand is intersected by sharp and naked mountains, and the face of the desert, without shade or shelter, is scorched by the direct and intense rays of a tropical sun. Instead of refreshing breezes, the winds, particularly from the southwest, diffuse a noxious and even deadly vapor. The hillocks of sand which they alternately raise and scatter are compared to the billows of the ocean, and whole caravans, whole armies, have been lost and buried in the whirlwind. The common benefits of water are an object of desire and contest, and such is the scarcity of wood that some art is requisite to preserve and propagate the element of fire. Arabia is destitute of navigable rivers, which fertilize the soil and convey its produce to the adjacent regions. The torrents that fall from the hills are imbibed by the thirsty earth. The rare and hardy plants, the tamarind or the acacia, that strike their roots into the clefts of the rocks, are nourished by the dews of the night. A scanty supply of rain is collected in cisterns and aqueducts. The wells and springs are the secret treasure of the desert. And the pilgrim of Mecca 6188, after many a dry and sultry march, is disgusted by the taste of the waters which have rolled over a bed of sulfur or salt. Such is the general and genuine picture of the climate of Arabia. The experience of evil enhances the value of any local or partial enjoyments. A shady grove, a green pasture, a stream of fresh water, are sufficient to attract a colony of sedentary Arabs to the fortunate spots which can afford food and refreshment to themselves and their cattle, and which encourage their industry in the cultivation of the palm tree and the vine. The high lands that border on the Indian Ocean are distinguished by their superior plenty of wood and water. The air is more temperate, the fruits are more delicious, the animals and the human race more numerous, the fertility of the soil invites and rewards the toil of the husbandman. And the peculiar gifts of frankincense 6189 and coffee have attracted in different ages the merchants of the world. If it be compared with the rest of the peninsula, this sequestered region may truly deserve the appellation of the happy. And the splendid coloring of fancy and fiction has been suggested by contrast and countenanced by distance. It was for this earthly paradise that nature had reserved her choicest favors and her most curious workmanship. The incompatible blessings of luxury and innocence were ascribed to the natives. The soil was impregnated with gold 6190 and gems, and both the land and sea were taught to exhale the odors of aromatic sweets. This division of the sandy, the stony, and the happy, so familiar to the Greeks and Latins, is unknown to the Arabians themselves. And it is singular enough that a country, whose language and inhabitants have ever been the same, should scarcely retain a vestige of its ancient geography. The maritime districts of Bahrain and Oman are opposite to the realm of Persia. The kingdom of Yemen displays the limits, or at least the situation, of Arabia Felix. The name of Negd is extended over the inland space, and the birth of Muhammad has illustrated the province of Hijaz 6191 along the coast of the Red Sea. 6192. The measure of population is regulated by the means of subsistence, and the inhabitants of this vast peninsula might be outnumbered by the subjects of a fertile and industrious province. Along the shores of the Persian Gulf, of the ocean, and even of the Red Sea, the ichthyophagi, 6193 or fish-eaters, continued to wander in quest of their precarious food. In this primitive and abject state, which ill deserves the name of society, the human brute, without arts or laws, almost without sense or language, is poorly distinguished from the rest of the animal creation. Generations and ages might roll away in silent oblivion, and the helpless savage was restrained from multiplying his race by the wants and pursuits which confined his existence to the narrow margin of the seacoast. But in an early period of antiquity the great body of the Arabs had emerged from this scene of misery. And as the naked wilderness could not maintain a people of hunters, they rose at once to the more secure and plentiful condition of the pastoral life. The same life is uniformly pursued by the roving tribes of the desert. And in the portrait of the modern Bedouins we may trace the features of their ancestors 6194 who, in the age of Moses or Muhammad, dwelt under similar tents, and conducted their horses and camels and sheep to the same springs and the same pastures. Our toil is lessened, and our wealth is increased, by our dominion over the useful animals, and the Arabian shepherd had acquired the absolute possession of a faithful friend and a laborious slave. 6195 Arabia, in the opinion of the naturalist, is the genuine and original country of the horse. The climate most propitious, not indeed to the size, but to the spirit and swiftness, of that generous animal. The merit of the Barb, the Spanish, and the English breed is derived from a mixture of Arabian blood. 6196 The Bedouins preserve, with superstitious care, the honors and the memory of the purest race. The males are sold at a high price, but the females are seldom alienated, and the birth of a noble foal was esteemed among the tribes as a subject of joy and mutual congratulation. These horses are educated in the tents, among the children of the Arabs, with a tender familiarity, which trains them in the habits of gentleness and attachment. They are accustomed only to walk and to gallop, their sensations are not blunted by the incessant abuse of the spur and the whip, their powers are reserved for the moments of flight and pursuit. But no sooner do they feel the touch of the hand or the stirrup than they dart away with the swiftness of the wind. And if their friend be dismounted in the rapid career, they instantly stop till he has recovered his seat. In the sands of Africa and Arabia the camel is a sacred and precious gift. That strong and patient beast of burden can perform, without eating or drinking, a journey of several days. And a reservoir of fresh water is preserved in a large bag, a fifth stomach of the animal, whose body is imprinted with the marks of servitude. He larger breed is capable of transporting a weight of 1,000 pounds, and the dromedary, of a lighter and more active frame, outstrips the fleetest courser in the race. Alive or dead, almost every part of the camel is serviceable to man, her milk is plentiful and nutritious, the young and tender flesh has the taste of veal. 6197 A valuable salt is extracted from the urine, the dung supplies the deficiency of fuel. And the long hair, which falls each year and is renewed, is coarsely manufactured into the garments, the furniture, and the tents of the Bedouins. In the rainy seasons they consume the rare and insufficient herbage of the desert. During the heats of summer and the scarcity of winter, they remove their encampments to the seacoast, the hills of Yemen, or the neighborhood of the Euphrates. and have often extorted the dangerous license of visiting the banks of the Nile and the villages of Syria and Palestine. The life of a wandering Arab is a life of danger and distress. And though sometimes, by rapine or exchange, he may appropriate the fruits of industry, a private citizen in Europe is in the possession of more solid and pleasing luxury than the proudest emir who marches in the field at the head of 10,000 horse. Yet an essential difference may be found between the hordes of Scythia and the Arabian tribes, since many of the latter were collected into towns and employed in the labors of trade and agriculture. A part of their time and industry was still devoted to the management of their cattle. They mingled, in peace and war, with their brethren of the desert. And the Bedouins derived from their useful intercourse some supply of their wants and some rudiments of art and knowledge. Among the 42 cities of Arabia 6198 enumerated by Abulfeda, the most ancient and populous were situate in the happy Yemen. The towers of Sana 6199 and the marvelous reservoir of Merab 6200 were constructed by the kings of the Homerites. But their profane luster was eclipsed by the prophetic glories of Medina 6201 and Mecca 6202 near the Red Sea, and at the distance from each other of 270 miles. The last of these holy places was known to the Greeks under the name of Makaraba. And the termination of the word is expressive of its greatness, which has not indeed, in the most flourishing period, exceeded the size and populousness of Marseilles. Some latent motive, perhaps of superstition, must have impelled the founders, in the choice of a most unpromising situation. They erected their habitations of mud or stone in a plain about 2 miles long and 1 mile broad, at the foot of 3 barren mountains. The soil is a rock. The water even of the holy well of Zemzem is bitter or brackish, the pastures are remote from the city, and grapes are transported above 70 miles from the gardens of Taif. The fame and spirit of the Koreshites, who reigned in Mecca, were conspicuous among the Arabian tribes. But their ungrateful soil refused the labors of agriculture, and their position was favorable to the enterprises of trade. By the seaport of Gedda, at the distance only of 40 miles, they maintained an easy correspondence with Abyssinia, and that Christian kingdom afforded the first refuge to the disciples of Muhammad. The treasures of Africa were conveyed over the peninsula to Gera or Qatif, in the province of Bahrain, a city built, as it is said, of rock salt, by the Chaldean exiles. 6203 and from thence, with the native pearls of the Persian Gulf, they were floated on rafts to the mouth of the Euphrates. Mecca is placed almost at an equal distance, a month's journey, between Yemen on the right and Syria on the left hand. The former was the winter, the latter the summer, station of her caravans. And their seasonable arrival relieved the ships of India from the tedious and troublesome navigation of the Red Sea. In the markets of Sana and Merab, in the harbors of Oman and Aden, the camels of the Koreshites were laden with a precious cargo of aromatics. A supply of corn and manufactures was purchased in the fairs of Bostra and Damascus. The lucrative exchange diffused plenty and riches in the streets of Mecca. And the noblest of her sons united the love of arms with the profession of merchandise. 6204. The perpetual independence of the Arabs has been the theme of praise among strangers and natives. And the arts of controversy transform this singular event into a prophecy and a miracle, in favor of the posterity of Ishmael. 6205. Some exceptions, that can neither be dismissed nor eluded, render this mode of reasoning as indiscreet as it is superfluous. The kingdom of Yemen has been successively subdued by the Abyssinians, the Persians, the sultans of Egypt 6206 and the Turks. 6207. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina have repeatedly bowed under a Scythian tyrant. And the Roman province of Arabia 6208 embraced the peculiar wilderness in which Ishmael and his sons must have pitched their tents in the face of their brethren. Yet these exceptions are temporary or local. The body of the nation has escaped the yoke of the most powerful monarchies. The arms of Sesostris and Cyrus, of Pompey and Trajan, could never achieve the conquest of Arabia. The present sovereign of the Turks 6209 may exercise a shadow of jurisdiction, but his pride is reduced to solicit the friendship of a people whom it is dangerous to provoke and fruitless to attack. The obvious causes of their freedom are inscribed on the character and country of the Arabs. Many ages before Muhammad 6210 their intrepid valor had been severely felt by their neighbors in offensive and defensive war. The patient and active virtues of a soldier are insensibly nursed in the habits and discipline of a pastoral life. The care of the sheep and camels is abandoned to the women of the tribe. But the martial youth under the banner of the emir is ever on horseback and in the field, to practice the exercise of the bow, the javelin, and the scimitar. The long memory of their independence is the firmest pledge of its perpetuity, and succeeding generations are animated to prove their descent, and to maintain their inheritance. Their domestic feuds are suspended on the approach of a common enemy. And in their last hostilities against the Turks the caravan of Mecca was attacked and pillaged by 4,000 of the Confederates. When they advance to battle, the hope of victory is in the front, in the rear, the assurance of a retreat. Their horses and camels, who in 8 or 10 days can perform a march of 400 or 500 miles, disappear before the conqueror, the secret waters of the desert elude his search. And his victorious troops are consumed with thirst, hunger, and fatigue in the pursuit of an invisible foe, who scorns his efforts, and safely reposes in the heart of the burning solitude. The arms and deserts of the Bedouins are not only the safeguards of their own freedom, but the barriers also of the happy Arabia, whose inhabitants, remote from war, are enervated by the luxury of the soil and climate. The legions of Augustus melted away in disease and lassitude, 6211, and it is only by a naval power that the reduction of Yemen has been successfully attempted. When Muhammad erected his holy standard, 6212, that kingdom was a province of the Persian Empire, yet 7 princes of the Homerites still reigned in the mountains. And the vicegerent of Khosrow was tempted to forget his distant country and his unfortunate master. The historians of the age of Justinian represent the state of the independent Arabs, who were divided by interest or affection in the long quarrel of the East. The tribe of Ghassan was allowed to encamp on the Syrian territory. The princes of Hira were permitted to form a city about 40 miles to the southward of the ruins of Babylon. Their service in the field was speedy and vigorous. But their friendship was venal, their faith inconstant, their enmity capricious. It was an easier task to excite than to disarm these roving barbarians. And, in the familiar intercourse of war, they learned to see and to despise the splendid weakness both of Rome and of Persia. From Mecca to the Euphrates, the Arabian tribes 6213 were confounded by the Greeks and Latins under the general appellation of Saracens. 6214, a name which every Christian mouth has been taught to pronounce with terror and abhorrence. The slaves of domestic tyranny may vainly exult in their national independence, but the Arab is personally free. And he enjoys, in some degree, the benefits of society, without forfeiting the prerogatives of nature. In every tribe, superstition, or gratitude, or fortune has exalted a particular family above the heads of their equals. The dignities of sheikh and emir invariably descend in this chosen race. But the order of succession is loose and precarious. And the most worthy or aged of the noble kinsmen are preferred to the simple, though important, office of composing disputes by their advice and guiding valor by their example. Even a female of sense and spirit has been permitted to command the countrymen of Zenobia. 6215 The momentary junction of several tribes produces an army. Their more lasting union constitutes a nation, and the supreme chief, the emir of emirs, whose banner is displayed at their head, may deserve, in the eyes of strangers, the honors of the kingly name. If the Arabian princes abuse their power, they are quickly punished by the desertion of their subjects, who had been accustomed to a mild and parental jurisdiction. Their spirit is free, their steps are unconfined, the desert is open, and the tribes and families are held together by a mutual and voluntary compact. The softer natives of Yemen supported the pomp and majesty of a monarch. But if he could not leave his palace without endangering his life, 6216 the active powers of government must have been devolved on his nobles and magistrates. The cities of Mecca and Medina present, in the heart of Asia, the form, or rather the substance, of a commonwealth. The grandfather of Muhammad and his lineal ancestors appear in foreign and domestic transactions as the princes of their country. But they reigned, like Pericles at Athens, or the Medici at Florence, by the opinion of their wisdom and integrity. Their influence was divided with their patrimony. And the scepter was transferred from the uncles of the prophet to a younger branch of the tribe of Quraysh. On solemn occasions they convened the assembly of the people. And, since mankind must be either compelled or persuaded to obey, the use and reputation of oratory among the ancient Arabs is the clearest evidence of public freedom. 62:17 But their simple freedom was of a very different cast from the nice and artificial machinery of the Greek and Roman republics, in which each member possessed an undivided share of the civil and political rights of the community. In the more simple state of the Arabs the nation is free, because each of her sons disdains a base submission to the will of a master. His breast is fortified by the austere virtues of courage, patience, and sobriety. The love of independence prompts him to exercise the habits of self-command. And the fear of dishonor guards him from the meaner apprehension of pain, of danger, and of death. The gravity and firmness of the mind is conspicuous in his outward demeanor. His speech is low, weighty, and concise. He is seldom provoked to laughter. His only gesture is that of stroking his beard, the venerable symbol of manhood. And the sense of his own importance teaches him to accost his equals without levity and his superiors without awe. 62:18 The liberty of the Saracens survived their conquests. The first caliphs indulged the bold and familiar language of their subjects. They ascended the pulpit to persuade and edify the congregation. Nor was it before the seat of empire was removed to the Tigris that the Abbasids adopted the proud and pompous ceremonial of the Persian and Byzantine courts. In the study of nations and men, we may observe the causes that render them hostile or friendly to each other, that tend to narrow or enlarge, to mollify or exasperate, the social character. The separation of the Arabs from the rest of mankind has accustomed them to confound the ideas of stranger and enemy. And the poverty of the land has introduced a maxim of jurisprudence which they believe and practice to the present hour. They pretend that, in the division of the earth, the rich and fertile climates were assigned to the other branches of the human family, and that the posterity of the outlaw Ishmael might recover, by fraud or force, the portion of inheritance of which he had been unjustly deprived. According to the remark of Pliny, the Arabian tribes are equally addicted to theft and merchandise. The caravans that traverse the desert are ransomed or pillaged. And their neighbors, since the remote times of Job and Sesostris 62:19 have been the victims of their rapacious spirit. If a Bedouin discovers from afar a solitary traveler, he rides furiously against him, crying, with a loud voice, "Undress thyself, thy aunt, my wife, is without a garment." A ready submission entitles him to mercy, resistance will provoke the aggressor, and his own blood must expiate the blood which he presumes to shed in legitimate defense. A single robber or a few associates are branded with their genuine name, but the exploits of a numerous band assume the character of lawful and honorable war. The temper of a people thus armed against mankind was doubly inflamed by the domestic license of rapine, murder, and revenge. In the constitution of Europe, the right of peace and war is now confined to a small, and the actual exercise to a much smaller, list of respectable potentates. But each Arab, with impunity and renown, might point his javelin against the life of his countrymen. The union of the nation consisted only in a vague resemblance of language and manners. And in each community the jurisdiction of the magistrate was mute and impotent. Of the time of ignorance which preceded Muhammad, 1700 battles 62:20 are recorded by tradition. Hostility was embittered with the rancor of civil faction. And the recital, in prose or verse, of an obsolete feud was sufficient to rekindle the same passions among the descendants of the hostile tribes. In private life every man, at least every family, was the judge and avenger of his own cause. The nice sensibility of honor, which weighs the insult rather than the injury, sheds its deadly venom on the quarrels of the Arabs. The honor of their women, and of their beards, is most easily wounded. An indecent action, a contemptuous word, can be expiated only by the blood of the offender. And such is their patient inveteracy that they expect whole months and years the opportunity of revenge. A fine or compensation for murder is familiar to the barbarians of every age. But in Arabia the kinsmen of the dead are at liberty to accept the atonement, or to exercise with their own hands the law of retaliation. The refined malice of the Arabs refuses even the head of the murderer, substitutes an innocent for the guilty person, and transfers the penalty to the best and most considerable of the race by whom they have been injured. If he falls by their hands, they are exposed, in their turn, to the danger of reprisals. The interest and principal of the bloody debt are accumulated. The individuals of either family lead a life of malice and suspicion, and 50 years may sometimes elapse before the account of vengeance be finally settled. 6221 This sanguinary spirit, ignorant of pity or forgiveness, has been moderated, however, by the maxims of honor, which require in every private encounter some decent equality of age and strength, of numbers and weapons. An annual festival of 2, perhaps of 4, months, was observed by the Arabs before the time of Muhammad, during which their swords were religiously sheathed both in foreign and domestic hostility. And this partial truce is more strongly expressive of the habits of anarchy and warfare. 6222. But the spirit of rapine and revenge was attempered by the milder influence of trade and literature. The solitary peninsula is encompassed by the most civilized nations of the ancient world. The merchant is the friend of mankind. And the annual caravans imported the first seeds of knowledge and politeness into the cities and even the camps of the desert. Whatever may be the pedigree of the Arabs, their language is derived from the same original stock with the Hebrew, the Syriac, and the Chaldean tongues. The independence of the tribes was marked by their peculiar dialects. 6223 But each, after their own, allowed a just preference to the pure and perspicuous idiom of Mecca. In Arabia as well as in Greece, the perfection of language outstripped the refinement of manners. And her speech could diversify the 80 names of honey, the 200 of a serpent, the 500 of a lion, the 1000 of a sword. At a time when this copious dictionary was entrusted to the memory of an illiterate people. The monuments of the home rites were inscribed with an obsolete and mysterious character, but the Kufic letters, the groundwork of the present alphabet, were invented on the banks of the Euphrates. And the recent invention was taught at Mecca by a stranger who settled in that city after the birth of Muhammad. The arts of grammar, of meter, and of rhetoric were unknown to the freeborn eloquence of the Arabians. But their penetration was sharp, their fancy luxuriant, their wit strong and sententious. 6224 And their more elaborate compositions were addressed with energy and effect to the minds of their hearers. The genius and merit of a rising poet was celebrated by the applause of his own and the kindred tribes. A solemn banquet was prepared, and a chorus of women, striking their timbrels, and displaying the pomp of their nuptials, sung in the presence of their sons and husbands the felicity of their native tribe. That a champion had now appeared to vindicate their rights, that a herald had raised his voice to immortalize their renown. The distant or hostile tribes resorted to an annual fair, which was abolished by the fanaticism of the first Muslims, a national assembly that must have contributed to refine and harmonize the barbarians. 30 days were employed in the exchange, not only of corn and wine, but of eloquence and poetry. The prize was disputed by the generous emulation of the bards. The victorious performance was deposited in the archives of princes and emirs. And we may read in our own language the 7 original poems which were inscribed in letters of gold and suspended in the Temple of Mecca. 6225 The Arabian poets were the historians and moralists of the age, and if they sympathized with the prejudices, they inspired and crowned the virtues, of their countrymen. The indissoluble union of generosity and valor was the darling theme of their song. And when they pointed their keenest satire against a despicable race, they affirmed, in the bitterness of reproach, that the men knew not how to give nor the women to deny. 6226 The same hospitality which was practiced by Abraham and celebrated by Homer is still renewed in the camps of the Arabs. The ferocious Bedouins, the terror of the desert, embrace, without inquiry or hesitation, the stranger who dares to confide in their honor and to enter their tent. His treatment is kind and respectful, he shares the wealth or the poverty of his host, and, after a needful repose, he is dismissed on his way, with thanks, with blessings, and perhaps with gifts. The heart and hand are more largely expanded by the wants of a brother or a friend. But the heroic acts that could deserve the public applause must have surpassed the narrow measure of discretion and experience. A dispute had arisen, who, among the citizens of Mecca, was entitled to the prize of generosity, and a successive application was made to the three who were deemed most worthy of the trial. Abdullah, the son of Abbas, had undertaken a distant journey, and his foot was in the stirrup when he heard the voice of a suppliant, "O son of the uncle of the Apostle of God, I am a traveler, and in distress." He instantly dismounted to present the pilgrim with his camel, her rich caparison, and a purse of 4,000 pieces of gold, excepting only the sword, either for its intrinsic value or as the gift of an honored kinsman. The servant of Qais informed the second suppliant that his master was asleep. But he immediately added, "Here is a purse of 7,000 pieces of gold, it is all we have in the house, and here is an order that will entitle you to a camel and a slave." The master, as soon as he awoke, praised and enfranchised his faithful steward, with a gentle reproof that by respecting his slumbers he had stinted his bounty. The third of these heroes, the blind Araba, at the hour of prayer, was supporting his steps on the shoulders of two slaves. "Alas," he replied, "my coffers are empty. But these you may sell. If you refuse, I renounce them." At these words, pushing away the youths, he groped along the wall with his staff. The character of Haytham is the perfect model of Arabian virtue. 62-27 He was brave and liberal, an eloquent poet, and a successful robber. 40 camels were roasted at his hospitable feast. And at the prayer of a suppliant enemy he restored both the captives and the spoil. The freedom of his countrymen disdained the laws of justice. They proudly indulged the spontaneous impulse of pity and benevolence. The religion of the Arabs 62-28 as well as of the Indians, consisted in the worship of the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars. A primitive and specious mode of superstition. The bright luminaries of the sky display the visible image of a deity, their number and distance convey to a philosophic, or even a vulgar eye the idea of boundless space. The character of eternity is marked on these solid globes, that seem incapable of corruption or decay. The regularity of their motions may be ascribed to a principle of reason or instinct. And their real or imaginary influence encourages the vain belief that the earth and its inhabitants are the object of their peculiar care. The science of astronomy was cultivated at Babylon. But the school of the Arabs was a clear firmament and a naked plain. In their nocturnal marches, they steered by the guidance of the stars. Their names, and order, and daily station were familiar to the curiosity and devotion of the Bedouin. And he was taught by experience to divide in 28 parts the zodiac of the moon, and to bless the constellations who refreshed with salutary rains the thirst of the desert. The reign of the heavenly orbs could not be extended beyond the visible sphere, and some metaphysical powers were necessary to sustain the transmigration of souls and the resurrection of bodies. A camel was left to perish on the grave, that he might serve his master in another life, and the invocation of departed spirits implies that they were still endowed with consciousness and power. I am ignorant, and I am careless, of the blind mythology of the barbarians, of the local deities, of the stars, the air, and the earth, of their sex or titles, their attributes or subordination. Each tribe, each family, each independent warrior, created and changed the rites and the object of his fantastic worship. But the nation, in every age, has bowed to the religion, as well as to the language, of Mecca. The genuine antiquity of the Kaaba ascends beyond the Christian era. In describing the coast of the Red Sea, the Greek historian Diodorus 62-29 has remarked, between the Thamudites and the Sabaeans. A famous temple, whose superior sanctity was revered by all the Arabians. The linen or silken veil, which is annually renewed by the Turkish emperor, was first offered by a pious king of the Homerites, who reigned 700 years before the time of Muhammad. 6230 A tent or a cavern might suffice for the worship of the savages, but an edifice of stone and clay has been erected in its place. And the art and power of the monarchs of the East have been confined to the simplicity of the original model. 6231 A spacious portico encloses the quadrangle of the Kaaba, a square chapel, 24 cubits long, 23 broad, and 27 high, a door and a window admit the light. The double roof is supported by 3 pillars of wood, a spout, now of gold, discharges the rainwater, and the well Zemzem is protected by a dome from accidental pollution. The tribe of Quraysh, by fraud and force, had acquired the custody of the Kaaba. The sacerdotal office devolved through 4 lineal descents to the grandfather of Muhammad. And the family of the Hashemites, from whence he sprung, was the most respectable and sacred in the eyes of their country. 6232 The precincts of Mecca enjoyed the rights of sanctuary. And, in the last month of each year, the city and the temple were crowded with a long train of pilgrims, who presented their vows and offerings in the house of God. The same rites which are now accomplished by the faithful Mussulman were invented and practiced by the superstition of the idolaters. At an awful distance they cast away their garments. 7 times, with hasty steps, they encircled the Kaaba, and kissed the black stone. 7 times they visited and adored the adjacent mountains. 7 times they threw stones into the valley of Mina. And the pilgrimage was achieved, as at the present hour, by a sacrifice of sheep and camels, and the burial of their hair and nails in the consecrated ground. Each tribe either found or introduced in the Kaaba their domestic worship. The temple was adorned, or defiled, with 360 idols of men, eagles, lions, and antelopes. And most conspicuous was the statue of Hebel, of red agate, holding in his hands 7 arrows, without heads or feathers, the instruments and symbols of profane divination. But this statue was a monument of Syrian arts. The devotion of the ruder ages was content with a pillar or a tablet. And the rocks of the desert were hewn into gods or altars, in imitation of the black stone. 6233 of Mecca, which is deeply tainted with the reproach of an idolatrous origin. From Japan to Peru, the use of sacrifice has universally prevailed. And the votary has expressed his gratitude, or fear, by destroying or consuming, in honor of the gods, the dearest and most precious of their gifts. The life of a man. 6234 is the most precious oblation to deprecate a public calamity. The altars of Phoenicia and Egypt, of Rome and Carthage, have been polluted with human gore. The cruel practice was long preserved among the Arabs. In the 3rd century, a boy was annually sacrificed by the tribe of the Dalmatians. 6235 And a royal captive was piously slaughtered by the prince of the Saracens, the ally and soldier of the Emperor Justinian. 6236 A parent who drags his son to the altar exhibits the most painful and sublime effort of fanaticism. The deed, or the intention, was sanctified by the example of saints and heroes. And the father of Muhammad himself was devoted by a rash vow, and hardly ransomed for the equivalent of 100 camels. In the time of ignorance, the Arabs, like the Jews and Egyptians, abstained from the taste of swine's flesh. 6237 They circumcised 6238 their children at the age of puberty. The same customs, without the censure or the precept of the Quran, have been silently transmitted to their posterity and proselytes. It has been sagaciously conjectured that the artful legislator indulged the stubborn prejudices of his countrymen. It is more simple to believe that he adhered to the habits and opinions of his youth, without foreseeing that a practice congenial to the climate of Mecca might become useless or inconvenient on the banks of the Danube or the Volga. Arabia was free. The adjacent kingdoms were shaken by the storms of conquest and tyranny, and the persecuted sects fled to the happy land where they might profess what they thought and practice what they professed. The religions of the Sabians and Magians, of the Jews and Christians, were disseminated from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. In a remote period of antiquity, Sabianism was diffused over Asia by the science of the Chaldeans. 6239 And the arms of the Assyrians. From the observations of 2,000 years, the priests and astronomers of Babylon 6240 deduced the eternal laws of nature and providence. They adored the 7 gods or angels who directed the course of the 7 planets and shed their irresistible influence on the earth. The attributes of the 7 planets, with the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 24 constellations of the northern and southern hemisphere, were represented by images and talismans. The 7 days of the week were dedicated to their respective deities. The Sabians prayed thrice each day, and the temple of the moon at Haran was the term of their pilgrimage. 6241 But the flexible genius of their faith was always ready either to teach or to learn. In the tradition of the creation, the deluge, and the patriarchs, they held a singular agreement with their Jewish captives. They appealed to the secret books of Adam, Seth, and Enoch. And a slight infusion of the gospel has transformed the last remnant of the polytheists into the Christians of St. John, in the territory of Basora. 6242 The altars of Babylon were overturned by the Magians, but the injuries of the Sabians were revenged by the sword of Alexander. Persia groaned above 500 years under a foreign yoke. And the purest disciples of Zoroaster escaped from the contagion of idolatry, and breathed with their adversaries the freedom of the desert. 6243 700 years before the death of Muhammad, the Jews were settled in Arabia, and a far greater multitude was expelled from the Holy Land in the wars of Titus and Hadrian. The industrious exiles aspired to liberty and power. They erected synagogues in the cities and castles in the wilderness, and their Gentile converts were confounded with the children of Israel, whom they resembled in the outward mark of circumcision. The Christian missionaries were still more active and successful. The Catholics asserted their universal reign. The sects whom they oppressed, successively retired beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. The Marcionites and Manichaeans dispersed their fantastic opinions and apocryphal gospels. The churches of Yemen, and the princes of Hira and Ghassan, were instructed in a purer creed by the Jacobite and Nestorian bishops. 6244 The liberty of choice was presented to the tribes. Each Arab was free to elect or to compose his private religion. And the rude superstition of his house was mingled with the sublime theology of saints and philosophers. A fundamental article of faith was inculcated by the consent of the learned strangers, the existence of one supreme God, who is exalted above the powers of heaven and earth, but who has often revealed himself to mankind by the ministry of his angels and prophets, and whose grace or justice has interrupted, by seasonable miracles, the order of nature. The most rational of the Arabs acknowledged his power, though they neglected his worship. 6245 And it was habit rather than conviction that still attached them to the relics of idolatry. The Jews and Christians were the people of the book. The Bible was already translated into the Arabic language 6246 and the volume of the Old Testament was accepted by the concord of these implacable enemies. In the story of the Hebrew patriarchs, the Arabs were pleased to discover the fathers of their nation. They applauded the birth and promises of Ishmael, revered the faith and virtue of Abraham, traced his pedigree and their own to the creation of the first man, and imbibed with equal credulity the prodigies of the Holy Text and the dreams and traditions of the Jewish rabbis. AD 569, 609 The base and plebeian origin of Muhammad is an unskillful calumny of the Christians, 6247 who exalt instead of degrading the merit of their adversary. His descent from Ishmael was a national privilege or fable. But if the first steps of the pedigree 6248 are dark and doubtful, he could produce many generations of pure and genuine nobility. He sprung from the tribe of Quraysh and the family of Hashim. The most illustrious of the Arabs, the princes of Mecca, and the hereditary guardians of the Kaaba. The grandfather of Muhammad was Abd al-Muttalib, the son of Hashim, a wealthy and generous citizen, who relieved the distress of famine with the supplies of commerce. Mecca, which had been fed by the liberality of the father, was saved by the courage of the son. The kingdom of Yemen was subject to the Christian princes of Abyssinia. Their vassal Abraha was provoked by an insult to avenge the honor of the cross, and the holy city was invested by a train of elephants and an army of Africans. A treaty was proposed. And in the first audience the grandfather of Muhammad demanded the restitution of his cattle. "And why," said Abraha, "do you not rather implore my clemency in favor of your temple, which I have threatened to destroy?" "Because," replied the intrepid chief, "the cattle is my own. The Kaaba belongs to the gods, and they will defend their house from injury and sacrilege." The want of provisions, or the valor of the Quraysh, compelled the Abyssinians to a disgraceful retreat. Their discomfiture has been adorned with a miraculous flight of birds, who showered down stones on the heads of the infidels, and the deliverance was long commemorated by the era of the elephant. 6249 The glory of Abd-al-Muttalib was crowned with domestic happiness, his life was prolonged to the age of 110 years, and he became the father of 6 daughters and 13 sons. His best beloved Abdullah was the most beautiful and modest of the Arabian youth. And in the first night, when he consummated his marriage with Amina 6250 of the noble race of the Zarites, 200 virgins are said to have expired of jealousy and despair. Muhammad, or more properly Muhammad, the only son of Abdullah and Amina, was born at Mecca, 4 years after the death of Justinian, and 2 months after the defeat of the Abyssinians. 6251 whose victory would have introduced into the Kaaba the religion of the Christians. In his early infancy, he was deprived of his father, his mother, and his grandfather. His uncles were strong and numerous. And, in the division of the inheritance, the orphan's share was reduced to 5 camels and an Ethiopian maidservant. At home and abroad, in peace and war, Abu Talib, the most respectable of his uncles, was the guide and guardian of his youth. In his 25th year, he entered into the service of Khadija, a rich and noble widow of Mecca, who soon rewarded his fidelity with the gift of her hand and fortune. The marriage contract, in the simple style of antiquity, recites the mutual love of Muhammad and Khadija, describes him as the most accomplished of the tribe of Quraysh, and stipulates a dowry of 12 ounces of gold and 20 camels, which was supplied by the liberality of his uncle. 6252 By this alliance, the son of Abdullah was restored to the station of his ancestors. And the judicious matron was content with his domestic virtues, till, in the 40th year of his age, 6253 he assumed the title of a prophet, and proclaimed the religion of the Quran. According to the tradition of his companions, Muhammad 6254 was distinguished by the beauty of his person, an outward gift which is seldom despised, except by those to whom it has been refused. Before he spoke, the orator engaged on his side the affections of a public or private audience. They applauded his commanding presence, his majestic aspect, his piercing eye, his gracious smile, his flowing beard, his countenance that painted every sensation of the soul, and his gestures that enforced each expression of the tongue. In the familiar offices of life he scrupulously adhered to the grave and ceremonious politeness of his country. His respectful attention to the rich and powerful was dignified by his condescension and affability to the poorest citizens of Mecca. The frankness of his manner concealed the artifice of his views, and the habits of courtesy were imputed to personal friendship or universal benevolence. His memory was capacious and retentive, his wit easy and social, his imagination sublime, his judgment clear, rapid, and decisive. He possessed the courage both of thought and action. And, although his designs might gradually expand with his success, the first idea which he entertained of his divine mission bears the stamp of an original and superior genius. The son of Abdullah was educated in the bosom of the noblest race, in the use of the purest dialect of Arabia. And the fluency of his speech was corrected and enhanced by the practice of discreet and seasonable silence. With these powers of eloquence, Muhammad was an illiterate barbarian. His youth had never been instructed in the arts of reading and writing. 6255 The common ignorance exempted him from shame or reproach, but he was reduced to a narrow circle of existence, and deprived of those faithful mirrors which reflect to our mind the minds of sages and heroes. Yet the book of nature and of man was open to his view, and some fancy has been indulged in the political and philosophical observations which are ascribed to the Arabian traveler. 6256 He compares the nations and the religions of the earth, discovers the weakness of the Persian and Roman monarchies, beholds, with pity and indignation, the degeneracy of the times, and resolves to unite under one God and one king the invincible spirit and primitive virtues of the Arabs. Our more accurate inquiry will suggest that, instead of visiting the courts, the camps, the temples of the East, the two journeys of Muhammad into Syria were confined to the fairs of Bostra and Damascus. That he was only 13 years of age when he accompanied the caravan of his uncle, and that his duty compelled him to return as soon as he had disposed of the merchandise of Khadija. In these hasty and superficial excursions, the eye of genius might discern some objects invisible to his grosser companions, some seeds of knowledge might be cast upon a fruitful soil. But his ignorance of the Syriac language must have checked his curiosity. And I cannot perceive, in the life or writings of Muhammad, that his prospect was far extended beyond the limits of the Arabian world. From every region of that solitary world, the pilgrims of Mecca were annually assembled by the calls of devotion and commerce, in the free concourse of multitudes, a simple citizen, in his native tongue, might study the political state and character of the tribes, the theory and practice of the Jews and Christians. Some useful strangers might be tempted, or forced, to implore the rights of hospitality. And the enemies of Muhammad have named the Jew, the Persian, and the Syrian monk, whom they accuse of lending their secret aid to the composition of the Quran. 6257 Conversation enriches the understanding, but solitude is the school of genius, and the uniformity of a work denotes the hand of a single artist. From his earliest youth Muhammad was addicted to religious contemplation. Each year, during the month of Ramadan, he withdrew from the world and from the arms of Khadija. In the cave of Hira, 3 miles from Mecca, 6258 he consulted the spirit of fraud or enthusiasm, whose abode is not in the heavens, but in the mind of the Prophet. The faith which, under the name of Islam, he preached to his family and nation is compounded of an eternal truth, and a necessary fiction, that there is only one God, and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. It is the boast of the Jewish apologists that, while the learned nations of antiquity were deluded by the fables of polytheism, their simple ancestors of Palestine preserved the knowledge and worship of the true God. The moral attributes of Jehovah may not easily be reconciled with the standard of human virtue, his metaphysical qualities are darkly expressed. But each page of the Pentateuch and the prophets is an evidence of his power, the unity of his name is inscribed on the first table of the law. And his sanctuary was never defiled by any visible image of the invisible essence. After the ruin of the temple, the faith of the Hebrew exiles was purified, fixed, and enlightened, by the spiritual devotion of the synagogue. And the authority of Muhammad will not justify his perpetual reproach that the Jews of Mecca or Medina adored Ezra as the Son of God. 6259 But the children of Israel had ceased to be a people. And the religions of the world were guilty, at least in the eyes of the Prophet, of giving sons, or daughters, or companions to the supreme God. In the rude idolatry of the Arabs, the crime is manifest and audacious. The Sabians are poorly excused by the preeminence of the first planet or intelligence in their celestial hierarchy. And in the Magian system the conflict of the two principles betrays the imperfection of the conqueror. The Christians of the 7th century had insensibly relapsed into a semblance of paganism. Their public and private vows were addressed to the relics and images that disgraced the temples of the East. The throne of the Almighty was darkened by a cloud of martyrs, and saints, and angels, the objects of popular veneration. And the Collyridian heretics, who flourished in the fruitful soil of Arabia, invested the Virgin Mary with the name and honors of a goddess. 6260 The mysteries of the Trinity and Incarnation appear to contradict the principle of the divine unity. In their obvious sense they introduce 3 equal deities, and transform the man Jesus into the substance of the Son of God. 6261 An orthodox commentary will satisfy only a believing mind. Intemperate curiosity and zeal had torn the veil of the sanctuary, and each of the Oriental sects was eager to confess that all, except themselves, deserved the reproach of idolatry and polytheism. The creed of Muhammad is free from suspicion or ambiguity, and the Quran is a glorious testimony to the unity of God. The Prophet of Mecca rejected the worship of idols and men, of stars and planets, on the rational principle that whatever rises must set, that whatever is born must die, that whatever is corruptible must decay and perish. 6262 In the Author of the Universe, his rational enthusiasm confessed and adored an infinite and eternal being, without form or place, without issue or similitude, present to our most secret thoughts, existing by the necessity of his own nature, and deriving from himself all moral and intellectual perfection. These sublime truths, thus announced in the language of the Prophet, 6263 are firmly held by his disciples, and defined with metaphysical precision by the interpreters of the Quran. A philosophic theist might subscribe the popular creed of the Mohammedans, 6264 a creed too sublime perhaps for our present faculties. What object remains for the fancy, or even the understanding, when we have abstracted from the unknown substance all ideas of time and space, of motion and matter, of sensation and reflection? The first principle of reason and revolution was confirmed by the voice of Muhammad. His proselytes, from India to Morocco, are distinguished by the name of Unitarians. And the danger of idolatry has been prevented by the interdiction of images. The doctrine of eternal decrees and absolute predestination is strictly embraced by the Mohammedans. And they struggle with the common difficulties, how to reconcile the prescience of God with the freedom and responsibility of man. How to explain the permission of evil under the reign of infinite power and infinite goodness. The God of nature has written his existence on all his works, and his law in the heart of man. To restore the knowledge of the one, and the practice of the other, has been the real or pretended aim of the prophets of every age. The liberality of Muhammad allowed to his predecessors the same credit which he claimed for himself, and the chain of inspiration was prolonged from the fall of Adam to the promulgation of the Quran. 6265 During that period, some rays of prophetic light had been imparted to 124,000 of the elect, discriminated by their respective measure of virtue and grace. 313 apostles were sent with a special commission to recall their country from idolatry and vice. 104 volumes have been dictated by the Holy Spirit. And 6 legislators of transcendent brightness have announced to mankind the 6 successive revelations of various rites, but of one immutable religion. The authority and station of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Christ, and Muhammad rise in just gradation above each other. But whosoever hates or rejects any one of the prophets is numbered with the infidels. The writings of the patriarchs were extant only in the apocryphal copies of the Greeks and Syrians. 6266 The conduct of Adam had not entitled him to the gratitude or respect of his children. The 7 precepts of Noah were observed by an inferior and imperfect class of the proselytes of the synagogue. 6267 And the memory of Abraham was obscurely revered by the Sabians in his native land of Chaldea. Of the myriads of prophets, Moses and Christ alone lived and reigned. And the remnant of the inspired writings was comprised in the books of the Old and the New Testament. The miraculous story of Moses is consecrated and embellished in the Quran. 6268 And the captive Jews enjoy the secret revenge of imposing their own belief on the nations whose recent creeds they deride. For the author of Christianity, the Mohammedans are taught by the Prophet to entertain a high and mysterious reverence. 6269 Verily, Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, is the Apostle of God, and his word, which he conveyed unto Mary, and a spirit proceeding from him, honorable in this world, and in the world to come. And one of those who approach near to the presence of God. 6270 The wonders of the genuine and apocryphal Gospels. 6271 are profusely heaped on his head. And the Latin Church has not disdained to borrow from the Quran the Immaculate Conception 6272 of his Virgin Mother. Yet Jesus was a mere mortal. And, at the day of judgment, his testimony will serve to condemn both the Jews, who reject him as a prophet, and the Christians, who adore him as the Son of God. The malice of his enemies aspersed his reputation and conspired against his life, but their intention only was guilty. A phantom or a criminal was substituted on the cross. And the innocent saint was translated to the seventh heaven. 6273 During 600 years the gospel was the way of truth and salvation. But the Christians insensibly forgot both the laws and example of their founder. And Muhammad was instructed by the Gnostics to accuse the church, as well as the synagogue, of corrupting the integrity of the sacred text. 6274 The piety of Moses and of Christ rejoiced in the assurance of a future prophet, more illustrious than themselves. The evangelical promise of the Paraclete, or Holy Ghost, was prefigured in the name, and accomplished in the person, of Muhammad. 6275 The greatest and the last of the apostles of God. The communication of ideas requires a similitude of thought and language. The discourse of a philosopher would vibrate without effect on the ear of a peasant. Yet how minute is the distance of their understandings, if it be compared with the contact of an infinite and a finite mind, with the word of God expressed by the tongue or the pen of a mortal. The inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, of the apostles and evangelists of Christ, might not be incompatible with the exercise of their reason and memory. And the diversity of their genius is strongly marked in the style and composition of the books of the Old and New Testament. But Muhammad was content with a character more humble, yet more sublime, of a simple editor. The substance of the Quran, 6276 according to himself or his disciples, is uncreated and eternal, subsisting in the essence of the deity, and inscribed with a pen of light on the table of his everlasting decrees. A paper copy in a volume of silk and gems was brought down to the lowest heaven by the angel Gabriel, who, under the Jewish economy, had indeed been dispatched on the most important errands. And this trusty messenger successively revealed the chapters and verses to the Arabian prophet. Instead of a perpetual and perfect measure of the divine will, the fragments of the Quran were produced at the discretion of Muhammad. Each revelation is suited to the emergencies of his policy or passion. And all contradiction is removed by the saving maxim that any text of Scripture is abrogated or modified by any subsequent passage. The word of God and of the apostle was diligently recorded by his disciples on palm leaves and the shoulder bones of mutton. And the pages, without order or connection, were cast into a domestic chest, in the custody of one of his wives. 2 years after the death of Muhammad, the sacred volume was collected and published by his friend and successor Abu Bakr. The work was revised by the Caliph Othman, in the 30th year of the Hijrah, and the various editions of the Quran assert the same miraculous privilege of a uniform and incorruptible text. In the spirit of enthusiasm or vanity, the Prophet rests the truth of his mission on the merit of his book, audaciously challenges both men and angels to imitate the beauties of a single page, and presumes to assert that God alone could dictate this incomparable performance. 6277 This argument is most powerfully addressed to a devout Arabian, whose mind is attuned to faith and rapture, whose ear is delighted by the music of sounds, and whose ignorance is incapable of comparing the productions of human genius. 6278 The harmony and copiousness of style will not reach, in a version, the European infidel. He will peruse with impatience the endless incoherent rhapsody of fable, and precept, and declamation, which seldom excites a sentiment or an idea, which sometimes crawls in the dust and is sometimes lost in the clouds. The divine attributes exalt the fancy of the Arabian missionary, but his loftiest strains must yield to the sublime simplicity of the Book of Job, composed in a remote age, in the same country, and in the same language. 6279 If the composition of the Quran exceed the faculties of a man, to what superior intelligence should we ascribe the Iliad of Homer or the Philippics of Demosthenes? In all religions, the life of the founder supplies the silence of his written revelation. The sayings of Muhammad were so many lessons of truth, his actions so many examples of virtue. And the public and private memorials were preserved by his wives and companions. At the end of 200 years, the Sana, or oral law, was fixed and consecrated by the labors of al-Bukhari, who discriminated 7,275 genuine traditions from a mass of 300,000 reports of a more doubtful or spurious character. 6280 Each day the pious author prayed in the temple of Mecca, and performed his ablutions with the water of Zemzem. The pages were successively deposited on the pulpit and the sepulchre of the apostle, and the work has been approved by the 4 orthodox sects of the Sunnites. 6281. The mission of the ancient prophets, of Moses and of Jesus, had been confirmed by many splendid prodigies. And Muhammad was repeatedly urged, by the inhabitants of Mecca and Medina, to produce a similar evidence of his divine legation, to call down from heaven the angel or the volume of his revelation, to create a garden in the desert, or to kindle a conflagration in the unbelieving city. As often as he is pressed by the demands of the Quraysh, he involves himself in the obscure boast of vision and prophecy, appeals to the internal proofs of his doctrine, and shields himself behind the providence of God, who refuses those signs and wonders that would depreciate the merit of faith, and aggravate the guilt of infidelity. But the modest or angry tone of his apologies betrays his weakness and vexation, and these passages of scandal established, beyond suspicion, the integrity of the Quran. 6282. The votaries of Muhammad are more assured than himself of his miraculous gifts, and their confidence and credulity increase as they are farther removed from the time and place of his spiritual exploits. They believe or affirm that trees went forth to meet him, that he was saluted by stones, that water gushed from his fingers, that he fed the hungry, cured the sick, and raised the dead. That a beam groaned to him, that a camel complained to him, that a shoulder of mutton informed him of its being poisoned, and that both animate and inanimate nature were equally subject to the apostle of God. 6283. His dream of a nocturnal journey is seriously described as a real and corporeal transaction. A mysterious animal, the Borak, conveyed him from the temple of Mecca to that of Jerusalem. With his companion Gabriel he successively ascended the 7 heavens, and received and repaid the salutations of the patriarchs, the prophets, and the angels, in their respective mansions. Beyond the 7th heaven, Muhammad alone was permitted to proceed. He passed the veil of unity, approached within 2 bowshots of the throne, and felt a cold that pierced him to the heart, when his shoulder was touched by the hand of God. After this familiar though important conversation, he again descended to Jerusalem, remounted the Borak, returned to Mecca, and performed in the 10th part of a night the journey of many thousand years. 6284. According to another legend, the apostle confounded in a national assembly the malicious challenge of the Quraysh. His resistless words split asunder the orb of the moon, the obedient planet stooped from her station in the sky, accomplished the 7 revolutions round the Kaaba, saluted Muhammad in the Arabian tongue, and, suddenly contracting her dimensions, entered at the collar, and issued forth through the sleeve, of his shirt. 6285. The vulgar are amused with these marvelous tales, but the gravest of the Mussulman doctors imitate the modesty of their master, and indulge a latitude of faith or interpretation. 6286. They might speciously allege that in preaching the religion it was needless to violate the harmony of nature, that a creed unclouded with mystery may be excused from miracles, and that the sword of Muhammad was not less potent than the rod of Moses. The polytheist is oppressed and distracted by the variety of superstition. 1,000 rites of Egyptian origin were interwoven with the essence of the Mosaic law, and the spirit of the gospel had evaporated in the pageantry of the church. The prophet of Mecca was tempted by prejudice, or policy, or patriotism, to sanctify the rites of the Arabians and the custom of visiting the holy stone of the Kaaba. But the precepts of Muhammad himself inculcates a more simple and rational piety. Prayer, fasting, and alms are the religious duties of a Mussulman, and he is encouraged to hope that prayer will carry him halfway to God, fasting will bring him to the door of his palace, and alms will gain him admittance. 6287. According to the tradition of the nocturnal journey, the apostle, in his personal conference with the deity, was commanded to impose on his disciples the daily obligation of 50 prayers. By the advice of Moses, he applied for an alleviation of this intolerable burden. The number was gradually reduced to 5. Without any dispensation of business or pleasure, or time or place, the devotion of the faithful is repeated at daybreak, at noon, in the afternoon, in the evening, and at the first watch of the night. And in the present decay of religious fervor, our travelers are edified by the profound humility and attention of the Turks and Persians. Cleanliness is the key of prayer, the frequent lustration of the hands, the face, and the body, which was practiced of old by the Arabs, is solemnly enjoined by the Quran. And a permission is formally granted to supply with sand the scarcity of water. The words and attitudes of supplication, as it is performed either sitting, or standing, or prostrate on the ground, are prescribed by custom or authority. But the prayer is poured forth in short and fervent ejaculations. The measure of zeal is not exhausted by a tedious liturgy, and each Mussulman for his own person is invested with the character of a priest. Among the theists, who reject the use of images, it has been found necessary to restrain the wanderings of the fancy by directing the eye and the thought towards a qibla, or visible point of the horizon. The Prophet was at first inclined to gratify the Jews by the choice of Jerusalem, but he soon returned to a more natural partiality. And 5 times every day the eyes of the nations at Astrakhan, at Fez, at Delhi, are devoutly turned to the holy temple of Mecca. 6288 Yet every spot for the service of God is equally pure. The Mohammedans indifferently pray in their chamber or in the street. As a distinction from the Jews and Christians, the Friday in each week is set apart for the useful institution of public worship. The people is assembled in the mosque, and the imam, some respectable elder, ascends the pulpit, to begin the prayer and pronounce the sermon. But the Mohammedan religion is destitute of priesthood or sacrifice, and the independent spirit of fanaticism looks down with contempt on the ministers and the slaves of superstition. 6289. 2. The voluntary 6290 penance of the ascetics, the torment and glory of their lives, was odious to a prophet who censured in his companions a rash vow of abstaining from flesh, and women, and sleep, and firmly declared that he would suffer no monks in his religion. 6291 Yet he instituted, in each year, a fast of 30 days, and strenuously recommended the observance as a discipline which purifies the soul and subdues the body, as a salutary exercise of obedience to the will of God and his apostle. During the month of Ramadan, from the rising to the setting of the sun, the Mussulman abstains from eating, and drinking, and women, and baths, and perfumes, from all nourishment that can restore his strength, from all pleasure that can gratify his senses. In the revolution of the lunar year, the Ramadan coincides by turns with the winter cold and the summer heat. And the patient martyr, without assuaging his thirst with a drop of water, must expect the close of a tedious and sultry day. The interdiction of wine, peculiar to some orders of priests or hermits, is converted by Muhammad alone into a positive and general law. 6292 And a considerable portion of the globe has abjured, at his command, the use of that salutary, though dangerous, liquor. These painful restraints are, doubtless, infringed by the libertine and eluded by the hypocrite. But the legislator, by whom they are enacted, cannot surely be accused of alluring his proselytes by the indulgence of their sensual appetites. 3. The charity of the Mohammedans descends to the animal creation. And the Quran repeatedly inculcates, not as a merit, but as a strict and indispensable duty, the relief of the indigent and unfortunate. Muhammad, perhaps, is the only lawgiver who has defined the precise measure of charity. The standard may vary with the degree and nature of property, as it consists either in money, in corn or cattle, in fruits or merchandise. But the Mussulman does not accomplish the law, unless he bestows 1/10 of his revenue. And if his conscience accuses him of fraud or extortion, the 10th, under the idea of restitution, is enlarged to 1/5. 6293 Benevolence is the foundation of justice, since we are forbid to injure those whom we are bound to assist. A prophet may reveal the secrets of heaven and of futurity, but in his moral precepts he can only repeat the lessons of our own hearts. The 2 articles of belief and the 4 practical duties of Islam are guarded by rewards and punishments. And the faith of the Mussulman is devoutly fixed on the event of the judgment and the last day. The Prophet has not presumed to determine the moment of that awful catastrophe, though he darkly announces the signs, both in heaven and earth, which will precede the universal dissolution. When life shall be destroyed and the order of creation shall be confounded in the primitive chaos. At the blast of the trumpet, new worlds will start into being, angels, genii, and men will arise from the dead, and the human soul will again be united to the body. The doctrine of the resurrection was first entertained by the Egyptians. 6294 and their mummies were embalmed, their pyramids were constructed, to preserve the ancient mansion of the soul, during a period of 3,000 years. But the attempt is partial and unavailing. And it is with a more philosophic spirit that Muhammad relies on the omnipotence of the Creator, whose word can reanimate the breathless clay, and collect the innumerable atoms that no longer retain their form or substance. 6295 The intermediate state of the soul it is hard to decide. And those who most firmly believe her immaterial nature are at a loss to understand how she can think or act without the agency of the organs of sense. The reunion of the soul and body will be followed by the final judgment of mankind. And in his copy of the Magian picture, the prophet has too faithfully represented the forms of proceeding, and even the slow and successive operations, of an earthly tribunal. By his intolerant adversaries he is upbraided for extending, even to themselves, the hope of salvation, for asserting the blackest heresy that every man who believes in God and accomplishes good works, may expect in the last day a favorable sentence. Such rational indifference is ill-adapted to the character of a fanatic, or is it probable that a messenger from heaven should depreciate the value and necessity of his own revelation? In the idiom of the Quran, 6296 the belief of God is inseparable from that of Muhammad, the good works are those which he has enjoined. And the two qualifications imply the profession of Islam, to which all nations and all sects are equally invited. Their spiritual blindness, though excused by ignorance and crowned with virtue, will be scourged with everlasting torments. And the tears which Muhammad shed over the tomb of his mother, for whom he was forbidden to pray, display a striking contrast of humanity and enthusiasm. 6297 The doom of the infidels is common, the measure of their guilt and punishment is determined by the degree of evidence which they have rejected, by the magnitude of the errors which they have entertained. The eternal mansions of the Christians, the Jews, the Sabians, the Magians, and idolaters are sunk below each other in the abyss. And the lowest hell is reserved for the faithless hypocrites who have assumed the mask of religion. After the greater part of mankind has been condemned for their opinions, the true believers only will be judged by their actions. The good and evil of each Mussulman will be accurately weighed in a real or allegorical balance. And a singular mode of compensation will be allowed for the payment of injuries. The aggressor will refund an equivalent of his own good actions, for the benefit of the person whom he has wronged. And if he should be destitute of any moral property, the weight of his sins will be loaded with an adequate share of the demerits of the sufferer. According as the shares of guilt or virtue shall preponderate, the sentence will be pronounced, and all, without distinction, will pass over the sharp and perilous bridge of the abyss. But the innocent, treading in the footsteps of Muhammad, will gloriously enter the gates of paradise, while the guilty will fall into the first and mildest of the 7 hells. The term of expiation will vary from 900 to 7,000 years. But the Prophet has judiciously promised that all his disciples, whatever may be their sins, shall be saved, by their own faith and his intercession, from eternal damnation. It is not surprising that superstition should act most powerfully on the fears of her votaries, since the human fancy can paint with more energy the misery than the bliss of a future life. With the two simple elements of darkness and fire we create a sensation of pain, which may be aggravated to an infinite degree by the idea of endless duration. But the same idea operates with an opposite effect on the continuity of pleasure, and too much of our present enjoyments is obtained from the relief, or the comparison, of evil. It is natural enough that an Arabian prophet should dwell with rapture on the groves, the fountains, and the rivers of paradise. But instead of inspiring the blessed inhabitants with a liberal taste for harmony and science, conversation and friendship, he idly celebrates the pearls and diamonds, the robes of silk, palaces of marble, dishes of gold, rich wines, artificial dainties, numerous attendants, and the whole train of sensual and costly luxury, which becomes insipid to the owner. Even in the short period of this mortal life. 72 houris, or black-eyed girls of resplendent beauty, blooming youth, virgin purity, and exquisite sensibility, will be created for the use of the meanest believer. A moment of pleasure will be prolonged to 1,000 years, and his faculties will be increased 100-fold, to render him worthy of his felicity. Notwithstanding a vulgar prejudice, the gates of heaven will be open to both sexes. But Muhammad has not specified the male companions of the female elect. Lest he should either alarm the jealousy of their former husbands or disturb their felicity by the suspicion of an everlasting marriage. This image of a carnal paradise has provoked the indignation, perhaps the envy, of the monks. They declaim against the impure religion of Muhammad. And his modest apologists are driven to the poor excuse of figures and allegories. But the sounder and more consistent party adhere, without shame, to the literal interpretation of the Quran. Useless would be the resurrection of the body, unless it were restored to the possession and exercise of its worthiest faculties. And the union of sensual and intellectual enjoyment is requisite to complete the happiness of the double animal, the perfect man. Yet the joys of the Mohammedan paradise will not be confined to the indulgence of luxury and appetite. And the Prophet has expressly declared that all meaner happiness will be forgotten and despised by the saints and martyrs, who shall be admitted to the beatitude of the divine vision. 6298. The first and most arduous conquests of Muhammad 6299 were those of his wife, his servant, his pupil, and his friend. 6300 since he presented himself as a prophet to those who were most conversant with his infirmities as a man. AD 609 Yet Khadijah believed the words, and cherished the glory, of her husband. The obsequious and affectionate Zayd was tempted by the prospect of freedom. The illustrious Ali, the son of Abu Talib, embraced the sentiments of his cousin with the spirit of a youthful hero. And the wealth, the moderation, the veracity of Abu Bakr confirmed the religion of the Prophet whom he was destined to succeed. By his persuasion, 10 of the most respectable citizens of Mecca were introduced to the private lessons of Islam. They yielded to the voice of reason and enthusiasm. They repeated the fundamental creed, there is but one God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. And their faith, even in this life, was rewarded with riches and honors, with the command of armies and the government of kingdoms. 3 years were silently employed in the conversion of 14 proselytes, the first fruits of his mission. But in the 4th year he assumed the prophetic office, and, resolving to impart to his family the light of divine truth, he prepared a banquet, a lamb, as it is said, and a bowl of milk, for the entertainment of 40 guests of the race of Hashem. Friends and kinsmen, said Muhammad to the assembly, I offer you, and I alone can offer, the most precious of gifts, the treasures of this world and of the world to come. God has commanded me to call you to his service. Who among you will support my burden? Who among you will be my companion and my vizier? 6301 No answer was returned, till the silence of astonishment, and doubt, and contempt, was at length broken by the impatient courage of Ali, a youth in the 14th year of his age. O Prophet, I am the man, whosoever rises against thee, I will dash out his teeth, tear out his eyes, break his legs, rip up his belly. O Prophet, I will be thy vizier over them. Muhammad accepted his offer with transport, and Abu Talib was ironically exhorted to respect the superior dignity of his son. In a more serious tone, the father of Ali advised his nephew to relinquish his impracticable design. Spare your remonstrances, replied the intrepid fanatic to his uncle and benefactor. If they should place the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, they should not divert me from my course. He persevered 10 years in the exercise of his mission. And the religion which has overspread the East and the West advanced with a slow and painful progress within the walls of Mecca. Yet Muhammad enjoyed the satisfaction of beholding the increase of his infant congregation of Unitarians, who revered him as a prophet, and to whom he seasonably dispensed the spiritual nourishment of the Quran. The number of proselytes may be esteemed by the absence of 83 men and 18 women, who retired to Ethiopia in the 7th year of his mission. 6302 and his party was fortified by the timely conversion of his uncle Hamza, and of the fierce and inflexible Omar, who signalized in the cause of Islam the same zeal which he had exerted for its destruction. Nor was the charity of Muhammad confined to the tribe of Quraysh or the precincts of Mecca. On solemn festivals, in the days of pilgrimage, he frequented the Kaaba, accosted the strangers of every tribe, and urged, both in private converse and public discourse, the belief and worship of a sole deity. Conscious of his reason and of his weakness, he asserted the liberty of conscience, and disclaimed the use of religious violence. 6303 But he called the Arabs to repentance, and conjured them to remember the ancient idolaters of Ad and the Mud, whom the divine justice had swept away from the face of the earth. 6304 The people of Mecca were hardened in their unbelief by superstition and envy. AD 613, 622 The elders of the city, the uncles of the Prophet, affected to despise the presumption of an orphan, the reformer of his country. The pious orations of Muhammad in the Kaaba were answered by the clamors of Abu Talib. Citizens and pilgrims, listen not to the tempter, hearken not to his impious novelties. Stand fast in the worship of Al-Lata and Al-Uzza. Yet the son of Abdullah was ever dear to the aged chief, and he protected the fame and person of his nephew against the assaults of the Qurayshites, who had long been jealous of the preeminence of the family of Hashim. Their malice was colored with the pretense of religion. In the age of Job, the crime of impiety was punished by the Arabian magistrate. 6305 And Muhammad was guilty of deserting and denying the national deities. But so loose was the policy of Mecca that the leaders of the Quraysh, instead of accusing a criminal, were compelled to employ the measures of persuasion or violence. They repeatedly addressed Abu Talib in the style of reproach and menace. Thy nephew reviles our religion, he accuses our wise forefathers of ignorance and folly. Silence him quickly, lest he kindle tumult and discord in the city. If he persevere, we shall draw our swords against him and his adherents, and thou wilt be responsible for the blood of thy fellow citizens. The weight and moderation of Abu Talib eluded the violence of religious faction. The most helpless or timid of the disciples retired to Ethiopia, and the Prophet withdrew himself to various places of strength in the town and country. As he was still supported by his family, the rest of the tribe of Quraysh engaged themselves to renounce all intercourse with the children of Hashim, neither to buy nor sell. Neither to marry not to give in marriage, but to pursue them with implacable enmity, till they should deliver the person of Muhammad to the justice of the gods. The decree was suspended in the Kaaba before the eyes of the nation. The messengers of the Quraysh pursued the Mussulman exiles in the heart of Africa. They besieged the Prophet and his most faithful followers, intercepted their water, and inflamed their mutual animosity by the retaliation of injuries and insults. A doubtful truce restored the appearances of concord. Till the death of Abu Talib abandoned Muhammad to the power of his enemies, at the moment when he was deprived of his domestic comforts by the loss of his faithful and generous Khadijah. Abu Sufyan, the chief of the branch of Umayyah, succeeded to the principality of the Republic of Mecca. A zealous votary of the idols, a mortal foe of the line of Hashim, he convened an assembly of the Qurayshites and their allies, to decide the fate of the apostle. His imprisonment might provoke the despair of his enthusiasm, and the exile of an eloquent and popular fanatic would diffuse the mischief through the provinces of Arabia. His death was resolved. And they agreed that a sword from each tribe should be buried in his heart, to divide the guilt of his blood and baffle the vengeance of the Hashemites. An angel or a spy revealed their conspiracy. And flight was the only resource of Muhammad. 6306 AD 622 At the dead of night, accompanied by his friend Abu Bakr, he silently escaped from his house. The assassins watched at the door. But they were deceived by the figure of Ali, who reposed on the bed, and was covered with the green vestment of the apostle. The Quraysh respected the piety of the heroic youth. But some verses of Ali, which are still extant, exhibit an interesting picture of his anxiety, his tenderness, and his religious confidence. 3 days Muhammad and his companion were concealed in the cave of Thor, at the distance of a league from Mecca. And in the close of each evening they received from the son and daughter of Abubekr a secret supply of intelligence and food. The diligence of the Quraysh explored every haunt in the neighborhood of the city. They arrived at the entrance of the cavern. But the providential deceit of a spider's web and a pigeon's nest is supposed to convince them that the place was solitary and inviolate. "We are only two," said the trembling Abubekr. "There is a third," replied the Prophet, "it is God himself." No sooner was the pursuit abated than the two fugitives issued from the rock and mounted their camels. On the road to Medina, they were overtaken by the emissaries of the Quraysh. They redeemed themselves with prayers and promises from their hands. In this eventful moment the lance of an Arab might have changed the history of the world. The flight of the Prophet from Mecca to Medina has fixed the memorable era of the Hijra 6307 which, at the end of 12 centuries, still discriminates the lunar years of the Mohammedan nations. 6308. The religion of the Quran might have perished in its cradle, had not Medina embraced with faith and reverence the holy outcasts of Mecca. Medina, or the city, known under the name of Yathrib before it was sanctified by the throne of the Prophet, was divided between the tribes of the Cherejites and the Aussites, whose hereditary feud was rekindled by the slightest provocations. Two colonies of Jews, who boasted a sacerdotal race, were their humble allies, and without converting the Arabs, they introduced the taste of science and religion, which distinguished Medina as the city of the book. Some of her noblest citizens, in a pilgrimage to the Kaaba, were converted by the preaching of Muhammad. On their return, they diffused the belief of God and his Prophet, and the new alliance was ratified by their deputies in 2 secret and nocturnal interviews on a hill in the suburbs of Mecca. In the first, 10 Cherejites and 2 Aussites, united in faith and love, protested, in the name of their wives, their children, and their absent brethren, that they would forever profess the creed and observe the precepts of the Quran. The second was a political association, the first vital spark of the empire of the Saracens. 6309-73 men and 2 women of Medina held a solemn conference with Muhammad, his kinsmen, and his disciples, and pledged themselves to each other by a mutual oath of fidelity. They promised in the name of the city that, if he should be banished, they would receive him as a confederate, obey him as a leader, and defend him to the last extremity, like their wives and children. "But if you are recalled by your country," they asked with a flattering anxiety, "will you not abandon your new allies?" "All things," replied Muhammad with a smile, "are now common between us. Your blood is as my blood, your ruin as my ruin. We are bound to each other by the ties of honor and interest. I am your friend, and the enemy of your foes. But if we are killed in your service, what," exclaimed the deputies of Medina, "will be our reward?" "Paradise," replied the Prophet. "Stretch forth thy hand." He stretched it forth, and they reiterated the oath of allegiance and fidelity. Their treaty was ratified by the people, who unanimously embraced the profession of Islam. They rejoiced in the exile of the Apostle, but they trembled for his safety, and impatiently expected his arrival. After a perilous and rapid journey along the seacoast, he halted at Koba, 2 miles from the city, and made his public entry into Medina, 16 days after his flight from Mecca. 500 of the citizens advanced to meet him. He was hailed with acclamations of loyalty and devotion. Muhammad was mounted on a she-camel, an umbrella shaded his head, and a turban was unfurled before him to supply the deficiency of a standard. His bravest disciples, who had been scattered by the storm, assembled round his person. And the equal, though various, merit of the Muslims was distinguished by the names of Muhajirians and Ansars, the fugitives of Mecca, and the auxiliaries of Medina. To eradicate the seeds of jealousy, Muhammad judiciously coupled his principal followers with the rights and obligations of brethren. And when Ali found himself without a peer, the Prophet tenderly declared that he would be the companion and brother of the noble youth. The expedient was crowned with success. The holy fraternity was respected in peace and war, and the two parties vied with each other in a generous emulation of courage and fidelity. Once only the concord was slightly ruffled by an accidental quarrel. A patriot of Medina arraigned the insolence of the strangers, but the hint of their expulsion was heard with abhorrence. And his own son most eagerly offered to lay at the apostles' feet the head of his father. AD 622, 632. From his establishment at Medina, Muhammad assumed the exercise of the regal and sacerdotal office. And it was impious to appeal from a judge whose decrees were inspired by the divine wisdom. A small portion of ground, the patrimony of 2 orphans, was acquired by gift or purchase. 6310. On that chosen spot he built a house and a mosque, more venerable in their rude simplicity than the palaces and temples of the Assyrian caliphs. His seal of gold, or silver, was inscribed with the apostolic title. When he prayed and preached in the weekly assembly, he leaned against the trunk of a palm tree. And it was long before he indulged himself in the use of a chair or pulpit of rough timber. 6311. After a reign of 6 years, 1,500 Muslims, in arms and in the field, renewed their oath of allegiance. And their chief repeated the assurance of protection, till the death of the last member or the final dissolution of the party. It was in the same camp that the deputy of Mecca was astonished by the attention of the faithful to the words and looks of the prophet, by the eagerness with which they collected his spittle. A hair that dropped on the ground, the refuse water of his lust rations, as if they participated in some degree of the prophetic virtue. I have seen, said he, the Khosrow of Persia and the Caesar of Rome, but never did I behold a king among his subjects like Muhammad among his companions. The devout fervor of enthusiasm acts with more energy and truth than the cold and formal servility of courts. In the state of nature every man has a right to defend, by force of arms, his person and his possessions. To repel, or even to prevent, the violence of his enemies, and to extend his hostilities to a reasonable measure of satisfaction and retaliation. In the free society of the Arabs, the duties of subject and citizen imposed a feeble restraint. And Muhammad, in the exercise of a peaceful and benevolent mission, had been despoiled and banished by the injustice of his countrymen. The choice of an independent people had exalted the fugitive of Mecca to the rank of a sovereign. And he was invested with the just prerogative of forming alliances and of waging offensive or defensive war. The imperfection of human rights was supplied and armed by the plenitude of divine power. The prophet of Medina assumed, in his new revelations, a fiercer and more sanguinary tone, which proves that his former moderation was the effect of weakness. 6312. The means of persuasion had been tried, the season of forbearance was elapsed, and he was now commanded to propagate his religion by the sword, to destroy the monuments of idolatry, and, without regarding the sanctity of days or months, to pursue the unbelieving nations of the earth. The same bloody precepts, so repeatedly inculcated in the Quran, are ascribed by the author to the Pentateuch and the Gospel. But the mild tenor of the evangelic style may explain an ambiguous text, that Jesus did not bring peace on the earth, but a sword. His patient and humble virtues should not be confounded with the intolerant zeal of princes and bishops, who have disgraced the name of his disciples. In the prosecution of religious war, Muhammad might appeal with more propriety to the example of Moses, of the judges, and the kings of Israel. The military laws of the Hebrews are still more rigid than those of the Arabian legislator. 6313. The Lord of hosts marched in person before the Jews. If a city resisted their summons, the males, without distinction, were put to the sword. The 7 nations of Canaan were devoted to destruction. And neither repentance nor conversion could shield them from the inevitable doom that no creature within their precincts should be left alive. 6314. The fair option of friendship, or submission, or battle was proposed to the enemies of Muhammad. If they professed the creed of Islam, they were admitted to all the temporal and spiritual benefits of his primitive disciples, and marched under the same banner to extend the religion which they had embraced. The clemency of the prophet was decided by his interest, yet he seldom trampled on a prostrate enemy. And he seems to promise that on the payment of a tribute, the least guilty of his unbelieving subjects might be indulged in their worship, or at least in their imperfect faith. In the first months of his reign he practiced the lessons of holy warfare, and displayed his white banner before the gates of Medina. The martial apostle fought in person at 9 battles or sieges. 63 and 50 enterprises of war were achieved in 10 years by himself or his lieutenants. The Arab continued to unite the professions of a merchant and a robber. And his petty excursions for the defense or the attack of a caravan insensibly prepared his troops for the conquest of Arabia. The distribution of the spoil was regulated by a divine law. 63:16 The whole was faithfully collected in one common mass. A fifth of the gold and silver, the prisoners and cattle, the movables and immovables, was reserved by the Prophet for pious and charitable uses. The remainder was shared in adequate portions by the soldiers who had obtained the victory or guarded the camp. The rewards of the slain devolved to their widows and orphans. And the increase of cavalry was encouraged by the allotment of a double share to the horse and to the man. From all sides the roving Arabs were allured to the standard of religion and plunder. The apostles sanctified the license of embracing the female captives as their wives or concubines. And the enjoyment of wealth and beauty was a feeble type of the joys of paradise prepared for the valiant martyrs of the faith. The sword, says Muhammad, is the key of heaven and of hell. A drop of blood shed in the cause of God, a night spent in arms, is of more avail than 2 months of fasting or prayer. Whosoever falls in battle, his sins are forgiven. At the day of judgment his wounds shall be resplendent as vermilion and odoriferous as musk. And the loss of his limbs shall be supplied by the wings of angels and cherubim. The intrepid souls of the Arabs were fired with enthusiasm. The picture of the invisible world was strongly painted on their imagination, and the death which they had always despised became an object of hope and desire. The Quran inculcates, in the most absolute sense, the tenets of fate and predestination, which would extinguish both industry and virtue, if the actions of man were governed by his speculative belief. Yet their influence in every age has exalted the courage of the Saracens and Turks. The first companions of Muhammad advanced to battle with a fearless confidence. There is no danger where there is no chance. They were ordained to perish in their beds, or they were safe and invulnerable amidst the darts of the enemy. 6317. Perhaps the Quraysh would have been content with the diet of Muhammad, had they not been provoked and alarmed by the vengeance of an enemy who could intercept their Syrian trade as it passed and repassed through the territory of Medina. Abu Sufyan himself, with only 30 or 40 followers, conducted a wealthy caravan of 1,000 camels. The fortune or dexterity of his march escaped the vigilance of Muhammad. But the chief of the Quraysh was informed that the holy robbers were placed in ambush to await his return. He dispatched a messenger to his brethren of Mecca, and they were roused by the fear of losing their merchandise and their provisions, unless they hastened to his relief with the military force of the city. The sacred band of Muhammad was formed of 313 Muslims, of whom 77 were fugitives, and the rest auxiliaries. They mounted by turns a train of 70 camels. The camels of Yathrib were formidable in war, but such was the poverty of his first disciples that only 2 could appear on horseback in the field. 63:18 In the fertile and famous Vale of Bedr, 63:19 3 stations from Medina, he was informed by his scouts of the caravan that approached on one side. Of the Quraysh, 100 horse, 850 foot, who advanced on the other. After a short debate, he sacrificed the prospect of wealth to the pursuit of glory and revenge. And a slight entrenchment was formed to cover his troops, and a stream of fresh water that glided through the valley. AD 623, O God, he exclaimed, as the numbers of the Quraysh descended from the hills, O God, if these are destroyed, by whom wilt thou be worshipped on the earth? Courage, my children. Close your ranks, discharge your arrows, and the day is your own. At these words he placed himself, with Abu Bakr, on a throne or pulpit, 63:20 and instantly demanded the succor of Gabriel and 3,000 angels. His eye was fixed on the field of battle. The Mussulmans fainted and were pressed. In that decisive moment the Prophet started from his throne, mounted his horse, and cast a handful of sand into the air. let their faces be covered with confusion. Both armies heard the thunder of his voice, their fancy beheld the angelic warriors. 63:21 The Quraysh trembled and fled, 70 of the bravest were slain. And 70 captives adorned the first victory of the faithful. The dead bodies of the Quraysh were despoiled and insulted, 2 of the most obnoxious prisoners were punished with death. And the ransom of the others, 4,000 drams of silver, compensated in some degree the escape of the caravan. But it was in vain that the camels of Abu Sufyan explored a new road through the desert and along the Euphrates, they were overtaken by the diligence of the Mussulmans. And wealthy must have been the prize, if 20,000 drams could be set apart for the fifth of the apostle. The resentment of the public and private loss stimulated Abu Sufyan to collect a body of 3,000 men, 700 of whom were armed with cuirasses. And 200 were mounted on horseback. 3,000 camels attended his march. And his wife Henda, with 15 matrons of Mecca, incessantly sounded their timbrels to animate the troops, and to magnify the greatness of Hobal, the most popular deity of the Kaaba. The standard of God and Muhammad was upheld by 950 believers. The disproportion of numbers was not more alarming than in the field of Badr. And their presumption of victory prevailed against the divine and human sense of the apostle. The second battle was fought on Mount Uhud, 6 miles to the north of Medina. 63:22 The Quraysh advanced in the form of a crescent, and the right wing of cavalry was led by Khalid, the fiercest and most successful of the Arabian warriors. The troops of Muhammad were skillfully posted on the declivity of the hill, and their rear was guarded by a detachment of 50 archers. The weight of their charge impelled and broke the center of the idolaters, but in the pursuit they lost the advantage of their ground, the archers deserted their station. The Mussulmans were tempted by the spoil, disobeyed their general, and disordered their ranks. The intrepid Khalid, wheeling his cavalry on their flank and rear, exclaimed with a loud voice that Muhammad was slain. He was indeed wounded in the face with a javelin. 2 of his teeth were shattered with a stone, yet, in the midst of tumult and dismay, he reproached the infidels with the murder of a prophet. And blessed the friendly hand that stanched his blood and conveyed him to a place of safety. 70 martyrs died for the sins of the people. They fell, said the apostle, in pairs, each brother embracing his lifeless companion. 63:23 Their bodies were mangled by the inhuman females of Mecca. And the wife of Abu Sufyan tasted the entrails of Hamza, the uncle of Muhammad. They might applaud their superstition, and satiate their fury. But the Mussulmans soon rallied in the field, and the Quraysh wanted strength or courage to undertake the siege of Medina. AD 625 it was attacked the ensuing year by an army of 10,000 enemies. And this third expedition is variously named from the nations, which marched under the banner of Abu Sufyan, from the ditch which was drawn before the city, and a camp of 3,000 Mussulmans. The prudence of Muhammad declined a general engagement, the valor of Ali was signalized in single combat, and the war was protracted 20 days, till the final separation of the Confederates. A tempest of wind, rain, and hail overturned their tents, their private quarrels were fomented by an insidious adversary. And the Quraysh, deserted by their allies, no longer hoped to subvert the throne, or to check the conquests of their invincible exile. 6324. AD 623, 627 The choice of Jerusalem for the first Qibla of prayer discovers the early propensity of Muhammad in favor of the Jews. And happy would it have been for their temporal interest, had they recognized, in the Arabian prophet, the hope of Israel and the promised Messiah. Their obstinacy converted his friendship into implacable hatred, with which he pursued that unfortunate people to the last moment of his life. And in the double character of an apostle and a conqueror, his persecution was extended to both worlds. 6325 The Kainoka dwelt at Medina under the protection of the city. He seized the occasion of an accidental tumult, and summoned them to embrace his religion or contend with him in battle. Alas! Replied the trembling Jews, we are ignorant of the use of arms, but we persevere in the faith and worship of our fathers. Why wilt thou reduce us to the necessity of a just defense? The unequal conflict was terminated in 15 days, and it was with extreme reluctance that Muhammad yielded to the importunity of his allies and consented to spare the lives of the captives. But their riches were confiscated, their arms became more effectual in the hands of the Mussulmans. And a wretched colony of 700 exiles was driven with their wives and children, to implore a refuge on the confines of Syria. The Nadarites were more guilty, since they conspired in a friendly interview to assassinate the Prophet. He besieged their castle 3 miles from Medina, but their resolute defense obtained an honorable capitulation. And the garrison, sounding their trumpets and beating their drums, was permitted to depart with the honors of war. The Jews had excited and joined the war of the Quraysh. No sooner had the nations retired from the ditch, than Muhammad, without laying aside his armor, marched on the same day to extirpate the hostile race of the children of Qurayda. After a resistance of 25 days, they surrendered at discretion. They trusted to the intercession of their old allies of Medina. They could not be ignorant that fanaticism obliterates the feelings of humanity. A venerable elder, to whose judgment they appealed, pronounced the sentence of their death. 700 Jews were dragged in chains to the marketplace of the city. They descended alive into the grave prepared for their execution and burial, and the apostle beheld with an inflexible eye the slaughter of his helpless enemies. Their sheep and camels were inherited by the Mussulmans. 300 cuirasses, 500 pikes, 1,000 lances, composed the most useful portion of the spoil. 6 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, the ancient and wealthy town of Chaibar was the seat of the Jewish power in Arabia. The territory, a fertile spot in the desert, was covered with plantations and cattle, and protected by 8 castles, some of which were esteemed of impregnable strength. The forces of Muhammad consisted of 200 horse and 1,400 foot. In the succession of 8 regular and painful sieges they were exposed to danger, and fatigue, and hunger. And the most undaunted chiefs despaired of the event. The apostle revived their faith and courage by the example of Ali, on whom he bestowed the surname of the Lion of God. Perhaps we may believe that a Hebrew champion of gigantic stature was cloven to the chest by his irresistible scimitar. But we cannot praise the modesty of romance, which represents him as tearing from its hinges the gate of a fortress and wielding the ponderous buckler in his left hand. 63-26 After the reduction of the castles, the town of Chaibar submitted to the yoke. The chief of the tribe was tortured, in the presence of Muhammad, to force a confession of his hidden treasure. The industry of the shepherds and husbandmen was rewarded with a precarious toleration. They were permitted, so long as it should please the conqueror, to improve their patrimony, in equal shares, for his emolument and their own. Under the reign of Omar, the Jews of Chaibar were transported to Syria. And the caliph alleged the injunction of his dying master, that one and the true religion should be professed in his native land of Arabia. 6327. 5 times each day the eyes of Muhammad were turned towards Mecca, 6328 and he was urged by the most sacred and powerful motives to revisit, as a conqueror, the city and the temple from whence he had been driven as an exile. The Kaaba was present to his waking and sleeping fancy, an idle dream was translated into vision and prophecy, he unfurled the holy banner. And a rash promise of success too hastily dropped from the lips of the apostle. AD 630 His march from Medina to Mecca displayed the peaceful and solemn pomp of a pilgrimage. 70 camels, chosen and bedecked for sacrifice, preceded the van, the sacred territory was respected, and the captives were dismissed without ransom to proclaim his clemency and devotion. But no sooner did Muhammad descend into the plain, within a day's journey of the city, than he exclaimed, "They have clothed themselves with the skins of tigers." The numbers and resolution of the Quraysh opposed his progress, and the roving Arabs of the desert might desert or betray a leader whom they had followed for the hopes of spoil. The intrepid fanatic sunk into a cool and cautious politician, he waived in the treaty his title of Apostle of God, concluded with the Quraysh and their allies a truce of 10 years. Engaged to restore the fugitives of Mecca who should embrace his religion, and stipulated only, for the ensuing year, the humble privilege of entering the city as a friend and of remaining 3 days to accomplish the rites of the pilgrimage. A cloud of shame and sorrow hung on the retreat of the Mussulmans, and their disappointment might justly accuse the failure of a prophet who had so often appealed to the evidence of success. The faith and hope of the pilgrims were rekindled by the prospect of Mecca. Their swords were sheathed. 63:29 7 times in the footsteps of the apostle they encompassed the Kaaba. The Quraysh had retired to the hills, and Muhammad, after the customary sacrifice, evacuated the city on the 4th day. The people was edified by his devotion. The hostile chiefs were awed, or divided, or seduced, and both Khalid and Amru, the future conquerors of Syria and Egypt, most seasonably deserted the sinking cause of idolatry. The power of Muhammad was increased by the submission of the Arabian tribes. 10,000 soldiers were assembled for the conquest of Mecca, and the idolaters, the weaker party, were easily convicted of violating the truce. Enthusiasm and discipline impelled the march and preserved the secret, till the blaze of 10,000 fires proclaimed to the astonished Quraysh the design, the approach, and the irresistible force of the enemy. The haughty Abu Sufyan presented the keys of the city, admired the variety of arms and ensigns that passed before him in review, observed that the son of Abdullah had acquired a mighty kingdom, and confessed, under the scimitar of Omar, that he was the apostle of the true God. The return of Marius and Silla was stained with the blood of the Romans. The revenge of Muhammad was stimulated by religious zeal, and his injured followers were eager to execute or to prevent the order of a massacre. Instead of indulging their passions in his own 63:30 the victorious exile forgave the guilt, and united the factions, of Mecca. His troops in 3 divisions marched into the city. 28 of the inhabitants were slain by the sword of Khalid, 11 men and 6 women were proscribed by the sentence of Muhammad, but he blamed the cruelty of his lieutenant. And several of the most obnoxious victims were indebted for their lives to his clemency or contempt. The chiefs of the Quraysh were prostrate at his feet. What mercy can you expect from the man whom you have wronged? We confide in the generosity of our kinsman. And you shall not confide in vain. Begone. You are safe, you are free. The people of Mecca deserved their pardon by the profession of Islam, and after an exile of 7 years, the fugitive missionary was enthroned as the prince and prophet of his native country. 63:31 But the 360 idols of the Kaaba were ignominiously broken, the house of God was purified and adorned. As an example to future times, the apostle again fulfilled the duties of a pilgrim. And a perpetual law was enacted that no unbeliever should dare to set his foot on the territory of the holy city. 63:32. The conquest of Mecca determined the faith and obedience of the Arabian tribes. 63:33 Who, according to the vicissitudes of fortune, had obeyed or disregarded the eloquence or the arms of the prophet. AD 629, 632 Indifference for rights and opinions still marks the character of the Bedouins, and they might accept, as loosely as they hold, the doctrine of the Quran. Yet an obstinate remnant still adhered to the religion and liberty of their ancestors, and the War of Hunayn derived a proper appellation from the idols, whom Muhammad had vowed to destroy, and whom the Confederates of Taif had sworn to defend. 63:34 4,000 pagans advanced with secrecy and speed to surprise the conqueror. They pitied and despised the supine negligence of the Quraysh, but they depended on the wishes, and perhaps the aid, of a people who had so lately renounced their gods and bowed beneath the yoke of their enemy. The banners of Medina and Mecca were displayed by the prophet. A crowd of Bedouins increased the strength or numbers of the army, and 12,000 Mussulmans entertained a rash and sinful presumption of their invincible strength. They descended without precaution into the valley of Hunayn. The heights had been occupied by the archers and slingers of the Confederates. Their numbers were oppressed, their discipline was confounded, their courage was appalled, and the Quraysh smiled at their impending destruction. The prophet, on his white mule, was encompassed by the enemies. He attempted to rush against their spears in search of a glorious death. 10 of his faithful companions interposed their weapons and their breasts. 3 of these fell dead at his feet. "O my brethren," he repeatedly cried with sorrow and indignation, "I am the son of Abdullah, I am the apostle of truth. O man, stand fast in the faith. O God, send down thy succor." His uncle Abbas, who, like the heroes of Homer, excelled in the loudness of his voice, made the valley resound with the recital of the gifts and promises of God. The flying Muslims returned from all sides to the holy standard, and Muhammad observed with pleasure that the furnace was again rekindled. His conduct and example restored the battle, and he animated his victorious troops to inflict a merciless revenge on the authors of their shame. From the field of Hunain he marched without delay to the siege of Taif, 60 miles to the southeast of Mecca, a fortress of strength, whose fertile lands produced the fruits of Syria in the midst of the Arabian desert. A friendly tribe, instructed, I know not how, in the art of sieges, supplied him with a train of battering rams and military engines, with a body of 500 artificers. But it was in vain that he offered freedom to the slaves of Taif, that he violated his own laws by the extirpation of the fruit trees, that the ground was opened by the miners, that the breach was assaulted by the troops. After a siege of 20 days, the prophet sounded a retreat. But he retreated with a song of devout triumph, and affected to pray for the repentance and safety of the unbelieving city. The spoils of this fortunate expedition amounted to 6,000 captives, 24,000 camels, 40,000 sheep, and 4,000 ounces of silver. A tribe who had fought at Hunain redeemed their prisoners by the sacrifice of their idols. But Muhammad compensated the loss by resigning to the soldiers his fifth of the plunder, and wished for their sake that he possessed as many head of cattle as there were trees in the province of Tahama. Instead of chastising the disaffection of the Quraysh, he endeavored to cut out their tongues, his own expression, and to secure their attachment by a superior measure of liberality. Abu Sufyan alone was presented with 300 camels and 20 ounces of silver. And Mecca was sincerely converted to the profitable religion of the Quran. The fugitives and auxiliaries complained that they who had borne the burden were neglected in the season of victory. "Alas," replied their artful leader, "suffer me to conciliate these recent enemies, these doubtful proselytes, by the gift of some perishable goods. To your guard I entrust my life and fortunes. You are the companions of my exile, of my kingdom, of my paradise." He was followed by the deputies of Taif, who dreaded the repetition of a siege. "Grant us, O Apostle of God, a truce of 3 years, with the toleration of our ancient worship. Not a month, not an hour. Excuse us at least from the obligation of prayer. Without prayer religion is of no avail." They submitted in silence, their temples were demolished, and the same sentence of destruction was executed on all the idols of Arabia. His lieutenants, on the shores of the Red Sea, the ocean, and the Gulf of Persia, were saluted by the acclamations of a faithful people. And the ambassadors who knelt before the throne of Medina were as numerous, says the Arabian proverb, as the dates that fall from the maturity of a palm tree. The nation submitted to the God and the scepter of Muhammad. The opprobrious name of tribute was abolished. The spontaneous or reluctant oblations of alms and tithes were applied to the service of religion, and 114,000 Muslims accompanied the last pilgrimage of the Apostle. 6,335. When Heraclius returned in triumph from the Persian War, he entertained, at Emesa, one of the ambassadors of Muhammad, who invited the princes and nations of the earth to the profession of Islam. On this foundation the zeal of the Arabians has supposed the secret conversion of the Christian emperor. The vanity of the Greeks has feigned a personal visit of the Prince of Medina, who accepted from the royal bounty a rich domain and a secure retreat in the province of Syria. 6336 AD 629, 630. But the friendship of Heraclius and Muhammad was of short continuance. The new religion had inflamed rather than assuaged the rapacious spirit of the Saracens. And the murder of an envoy afforded a decent pretense for invading, with 3,000 soldiers, the territory of Palestine that extends to the eastward of the Jordan. The holy banner was entrusted to Zayd, and such was the discipline or enthusiasm of the rising sect that the noblest chiefs served without reluctance under the slave of the Prophet. On the event of his decease, Ja'far and Abdullah were successively substituted to the command, and if the three should perish in the war, the troops were authorized to elect their general. The three leaders were slain in the Battle of Muta 63-37, the first military action which tried the valor of the Muslims against a foreign enemy. Zayd fell, like a soldier, in the foremost ranks. The death of Ja'far was heroic and memorable. He lost his right hand, he shifted the standard to his left, the left was severed from his body. He embraced the standard with his bleeding stumps, till he was transfixed to the ground with 50 honorable wounds. 63-38, advance, cried Abdullah, who stepped into the vacant place, advance with confidence, either victory or paradise is our own. The lance of a Roman decided the alternative. But the falling standard was rescued by Khalid, the proselyte of Mecca. 9 swords were broken in his hand, and his valor withstood and repulsed the superior numbers of the Christians. In the nocturnal council of the camp he was chosen to command. His skillful evolutions of the ensuing day secured either the victory or the retreat of the Saracens. And Khalid is renowned among his brethren and his enemies by the glorious appellation of the Sword of God. In the pulpit, Muhammad described, with prophetic rapture, the crowns of the blessed martyrs, but in private he betrayed the feelings of human nature. He was surprised as he wept over the daughter of Zayd. "What do I see?" said the astonished votary. "You see," replied the apostle, "a friend who is deploring the loss of his most faithful friend." After the conquest of Mecca, the sovereign of Arabia affected to prevent the hostile preparations of Heraclius, and solemnly proclaimed war against the Romans, without attempting to disguise the hardships and dangers of the enterprise. 63-39, the Muslims were discouraged. They alleged the want of money, or horses, or provisions. The season of harvest, and the intolerable heat of the summer. "Hell is much hotter," said the indignant prophet. He disdained to compel their service. But on his return he admonished the most guilty by an excommunication of 50 days. Their desertion enhanced the merit of Abubakr, Othman, and the faithful companions who devoted their lives and fortunes. And Muhammad displayed his banner at the head of 10,000 horse and 20,000 foot. Painful indeed was the distress of the march. Lassitude and thirst were aggravated by the scorching and pestilential winds of the desert. 10 men rode by turns on the same camel. And they were reduced to the shameful necessity of drinking the water from the belly of that useful animal. In the midway, 10 days' journey from Medina and Damascus, they reposed near the grove and fountain of Tabuk. Beyond that place Muhammad declined the prosecution of the war. He declared himself satisfied with the peaceful intentions. He was more probably daunted by the martial array of the Emperor of the East. But the active and intrepid Khalid spread around the terror of his name, and the Prophet received the submission of the tribes and cities from the Euphrates to Ayla at the head of the Red Sea. To his Christian subjects Muhammad readily granted the security of their persons, the freedom of their trade, the property of their goods, and the toleration of their worship. 63-40, the weakness of their Arabian brethren had restrained them from opposing his ambition. The disciples of Jesus were endeared to the enemy of the Jews. And it was the interest of a conqueror to propose a fair capitulation to the most powerful religion of the earth. Till the age of 63 years, the strength of Muhammad was equal to the temporal and spiritual fatigues of his mission. His epileptic fits, an absurd calumny of the Greeks, would be an object of pity rather than abhorrence. 63-41, but he seriously believed that he was poisoned at Chaibar by the revenge of a Jewish female. 63-42, during 4 years, the health of the Prophet declined, his infirmities increased. But his mortal disease was a fever of 14 days, which deprived him by intervals of the use of reason. As soon as he was conscious of his danger, he edified his brethren by the humility of his virtue or penitence. "If there be any man," said the apostle from the pulpit, "whom I have unjustly scourged, I submit my own back to the lash of retaliation. Have I aspersed the reputation of a Mussulman? Let him proclaim my faults in the face of the congregation. Has anyone been despoiled of his goods? The little that I possess shall compensate the principal and the interest of the debt. Yes, replied a voice from the crowd, I am entitled to 3 drams of silver. Muhammad heard the complaint, satisfied the demand, and thanked his creditor for accusing him in this world rather than at the day of judgment. He beheld with temperate firmness the approach of death, enfranchised his slaves, 17 men, as they are named, and 11 women, minutely directed the order of his funeral, and moderated the lamentations of his weeping friends, on whom he bestowed the benediction of peace. Till the 3rd day before his death, he regularly performed the function of public prayer. The choice of Abubekr to supply his place appeared to mark that ancient and faithful friend as his successor in the sacerdotal and regal office. But he prudently declined the risk and envy of a more explicit nomination. At a moment when his faculties were visibly impaired, he called for pen and ink to write, 6343 or more properly to dictate, a divine book. The sum and accomplishment of all his revelations, a dispute arose in the chamber whether he should be allowed to supersede the authority of the Quran. And the Prophet was forced to reprove the indecent vehemence of his disciples. If the slightest credit may be afforded to the traditions of his wives and companions, he maintained in the bosom of his family, and to the last moments of his life, the dignity 6344 of an apostle and the faith of an enthusiast. Described the visits of Gabriel, who bade an everlasting farewell to the earth, and expressed his lively confidence not only of the mercy, but of the favor, of the Supreme Being. In a familiar discourse he had mentioned his special prerogative that the angel of death was not allowed to take his soul till he had respectfully asked the permission of the Prophet. AD 6320-607 the request was granted, and Muhammad immediately fell into the agony of his dissolution. His head was reclined on the lap of Aisha, the best beloved of all his wives. He fainted with the violence of pain. Recovering his spirits, he raised his eyes towards the roof of the house, and, with a steady look, though a faltering voice, uttered the last broken, though articulate, words, O God, pardon my sins. Yes, I come, among my fellow citizens on high, and thus peaceably expired on a carpet spread upon the floor. An expedition for the conquest of Syria was stopped by this mournful event, the army halted at the gates of Medina, the chiefs were assembled round their dying master. The city, more especially the house of the Prophet, was a scene of clamorous sorrow or silent despair. Fanaticism alone could suggest a ray of hope and consolation. How can he be dead, our witness, our intercessor, our mediator with God? By God, he is not dead. Like Moses and Jesus, he is wrapped in a holy trance, and speedily will he return to his faithful people. The evidence of sense was disregarded. And Omar, unsheathing his scimitar, threatened to strike off the heads of the infidels who should dare to affirm that the Prophet was no more. The tumult was appeased by the weight and moderation of Abubekr. Is it Muhammad, said he to Omar and the multitude, or the God of Muhammad, whom you worship? The God of Muhammad liveth forever. But the apostle was a mortal like ourselves, and according to his own prediction, he has experienced the common fate of mortality. He was piously interred by the hands of his nearest kinsman, on the same spot on which he expired. 6345 Medina has been sanctified by the death and burial of Muhammad. And the innumerable pilgrims of Mecca often turn aside from the way, to bow in voluntary devotion 6346 before the simple tomb of the Prophet. 6347. At the conclusion of the life of Muhammad, it may perhaps be expected that I should balance his faults and virtues. That I should decide whether the title of enthusiast or impostor more properly belongs to that extraordinary man. Had I been intimately conversant with the son of Abdullah, the task would still be difficult, and the success uncertain, at the distance of 12 centuries. I darkly contemplate his shade through a cloud of religious incense. And could I truly delineate the portrait of an hour, the fleeting resemblance would not equally apply to the solitary of Mount Hira, to the preacher of Mecca, and to the conqueror of Arabia. The author of a mighty revolution appears to have been endowed with a pious and contemplative disposition, so soon as marriage had raised him above the pressure of want. He avoided the paths of ambition and avarice. Until the age of 40 he lived with innocence, and would have died without a name. The unity of God is an idea most congenial to nature and reason. And a slight conversation with the Jews and Christians would teach him to despise and detest the idolatry of Mecca. It was the duty of a man and a citizen to impart the doctrine of salvation, to rescue his country from the dominion of sin and error. The energy of a mind incessantly bent on the same object would convert a general obligation into a particular call. The warm suggestions of the understanding or the fancy would be felt as the inspirations of heaven, the labor of thought would expire in rapture and vision. And the inward sensation, the invisible monitor, would be described with the form and attributes of an angel of God. 6348 From enthusiasm to imposture the step is perilous and slippery. The demon of Socrates. 6349 affords a memorable instance, how a wise man may deceive himself, how a good man may deceive others. How the conscience may slumber in a mixed and middle state between self-illusion and voluntary fraud. Charity may believe that the original motives of Muhammad were those of pure and genuine benevolence. But a human missionary is incapable of cherishing the obstinate unbelievers who reject his claims, despise his arguments, and persecute his life. He might forgive his personal adversaries, he may lawfully hate the enemies of God. The stern passions of pride and revenge were kindled in the bosom of Muhammad, and he sighed, like the prophet of Nineveh, for the destruction of the rebels whom he had condemned. The injustice of Mecca and the choice of Medina transformed the citizen into a prince, the humble preacher into the leader of armies, but his sword was consecrated by the example of the saints. And the same God who afflicts a sinful world with pestilence and earthquakes might inspire for their conversion or chastisement the valor of his servants. In the exercise of political government, he was compelled to abate of the stern rigor of fanaticism, to comply in some measure with the prejudices and passions of his followers, and to employ even the vices of mankind as the instruments of their salvation. The use of fraud and perfidy, of cruelty and injustice, were often subservient to the propagation of the faith. And Muhammad commanded or approved the assassination of the Jews and idolaters who had escaped from the field of battle. By the repetition of such acts, the character of Muhammad must have been gradually stained. And the influence of such pernicious habits would be poorly compensated by the practice of the personal and social virtues which are necessary to maintain the reputation of a prophet among his sectaries and friends. Of his last years, ambition was the ruling passion, and a politician will suspect that he secretly smiled, the victorious impostor, at the enthusiasm of his youth and the credulity of his proselytes. 6350 A philosopher will observe that their cruelty and his success would tend more strongly to fortify the assurance of his divine mission, that his interest and religion were inseparably connected, and that his conscience would be soothed by the persuasion that he alone was absolved by the deity from the obligation of positive and moral laws. If he retained any vestige of his native innocence, the sins of Muhammad may be allowed as an evidence of his sincerity. In the support of truth, the arts of fraud and fiction may be deemed less criminal. And he would have started at the foulness of the means, had he not been satisfied of the importance and justice of the end. Even in a conqueror or a priest, I can surprise a word or action of unaffected humanity. And the decree of Muhammad that, in the sale of captives, the mothers should never be separated from their children may suspend or moderate the censure of the historian. 6351. The good sense of Muhammad. 6352 despised the pomp of royalty, the apostle of God submitted to the menial offices of the family. He kindled the fire, swept the floor, milked the ewes, and mended with his own hands his shoes and his woolen garment. Disdaining the penance and merit of a hermit, he observed, without effort or vanity, the abstemious diet of an Arab and a soldier. On solemn occasions he feasted his companions with rustic and hospitable plenty, but in his domestic life many weeks would elapse without a fire being kindled on the hearth of the Prophet. The interdiction of wine was confirmed by his example, his hunger was appeased with a sparing allowance of barley bread, he delighted in the taste of milk and honey. But his ordinary food consisted of dates and water. Perfumes and women were the two sensual enjoyments which his nature required and his religion did not forbid. And Muhammad affirmed that the fervor of his devotion was increased by these innocent pleasures. The heat of the climate inflames the blood of the Arabs. And their libidinous complexion has been noticed by the writers of antiquity. 6353 Their incontinence was regulated by the civil and religious laws of the Quran. Their incestuous alliances were blamed, the boundless license of polygamy was reduced to 4 legitimate wives or concubines, their rights both of bed and of dowry were equitably determined. The freedom of divorce was discouraged, adultery was condemned as a capital offense, and fornication, in either sex, was punished with 100 stripes. 6354 Such were the calm and rational precepts of the legislator, but in his private conduct Muhammad indulged the appetites of a man and abused the claims of a prophet. A special revelation dispensed him from the laws which he had imposed on his nation. The female sex, without reserve, was abandoned to his desires. And this singular prerogative excited the envy, rather than the scandal, the veneration, rather than the envy, of the devout Mussulmans. If we remember the 700 wives and 300 concubines of the wise Solomon, we shall applaud the modesty of the Arabian, who espoused no more than 17 or 15 wives. 11 are enumerated who occupied at Medina their separate apartments round the house of the Apostle, and enjoyed in their turns the favor of his conjugal society. What is singular enough, they were all widows, excepting only Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr. She was doubtless a virgin, since Muhammad consummated his nuptials, such is the premature ripeness of the climate, when she was only 9 years of age. The youth, the beauty, the spirit of Aisha gave her a superior ascendant, she was beloved and trusted by the Prophet. And, after his death, the daughter of Abu Bakr was long revered as the mother of the faithful. Her behavior had been ambiguous and indiscreet, in a nocturnal march she was accidentally left behind. And in the morning Aisha returned to the camp with a man. The temper of Muhammad was inclined to jealousy. But a divine revelation assured him of her innocence, he chastised her accusers. And published a law of domestic peace that no woman should be condemned unless 4 male witnesses had seen her in the act of adultery. 6355 In his adventures with Zainab, the wife of Zayd, and with Mary, an Egyptian captive, the amorous prophet forgot the interest of his reputation. At the house of Zayd, his freedman and adopted son, he beheld, in a loose undress, the beauty of Zainab, and burst forth into an ejaculation of devotion and desire. The servile or grateful freedman understood the hint, and yielded without hesitation to the love of his benefactor. But as the filial relation had excited some doubt and scandal, the angel Gabriel descended from heaven to ratify the deed, to annul the adoption, and gently to reprove the apostle for distrusting the indulgence of his God. One of his wives, Hafna, the daughter of Omar, surprised him on her own bed in the embraces of his Egyptian captive. She promised secrecy and forgiveness. He swore that he would renounce the possession of Mary. Both parties forgot their engagements. And Gabriel again descended with a chapter of the Quran, to absolve him from his oath, and to exhort him freely to enjoy his captives and concubines without listening to the clamors of his wives. In a solitary retreat of 30 days, he labored, alone with Mary, to fulfill the commands of the angel. When his love and revenge were satiated, he summoned to his presence his 11 wives, reproached their disobedience and indiscretion, and threatened them with a sentence of divorce both in this world and in the next. A dreadful sentence, since those who had ascended the bed of the Prophet were forever excluded from the hope of a second marriage. Perhaps the incontinence of Muhammad may be palliated by the tradition of his natural or preternatural gifts. 6356 He united the manly virtue of 30 of the children of Adam. And the apostle might rival the 13th labor. 6357 of the Grecian Hercules. 6358 A more serious and decent excuse may be drawn from his fidelity to Khadijah. During the 24 years of their marriage, her youthful husband abstained from the rite of polygamy. And the pride or tenderness of the venerable matron was never insulted by the society of a rival. After her death, he placed her in the rank of the 4 perfect women, with the sister of Moses, the mother of Jesus, and Fatima, the best beloved of his daughters. Was she not old? Said Aisha, with the insolence of a blooming beauty, has not God given you a better in her place? No, by God, said Muhammad, with an effusion of honest gratitude, there never can be a better. She believed in me when men despised me, she relieved my wants, when I was poor and persecuted by the world. 6359. In the largest indulgence of polygamy, the founder of a religion and empire might aspire to multiply the chances of a numerous posterity and a lineal succession. The hopes of Muhammad were fatally disappointed. The Virgin Aisha, and his 10 widows of mature age and approved fertility, were barren in his potent embraces. The 4 sons of Khadijah died in their infancy. Mary, his Egyptian concubine, was endeared to him by the birth of Ibrahim. At the end of 15 months the Prophet wept over his grave. But he sustained with firmness the raillery of his enemies, and checked the adulation or credulity of the Muslims. By the assurance that an eclipse of the sun was not occasioned by the death of the infant. Khadijah had likewise given him 4 daughters, who were married to the most faithful of his disciples. The 3 eldest died before their father. But Fatima, who possessed his confidence and love, became the wife of her cousin Ali and the mother of an illustrious progeny. The merit and misfortunes of Ali and his descendants will lead me to anticipate, in this place, the series of the Saracen caliphs. A title which describes the commanders of the faithful as the vicars and successors of the Apostle of God. 6360. The birth, the alliance, the character of Ali, which exalted him above the rest of his countrymen, might justify his claim to the vacant throne of Arabia. The son of Abu Talib was, in his own right, the chief of the family of Hashim, and the hereditary prince or guardian of the city and temple of Mecca. The light of prophecy was extinct. But the husband of Fatima might expect the inheritance and blessing of her father. The Arabs had sometimes been patient of a female reign. And the 2 grandsons of the Prophet had often been fondled in his lap and shown in his pulpit, as the hope of his age and the chief of the youth of paradise. The first of the true believers might aspire to march before them in this world and in the next. And if some were of a graver and more rigid cast, the zeal and virtue of Ali were never outstripped by any recent proselyte. He united the qualifications of a poet, a soldier, and a saint. His wisdom still breathes in a collection of moral and religious sayings, 6361, and every antagonist, in the combats of the tongue or of the sword, was subdued by his eloquence and valor. From the first hour of his mission to the last rites of his funeral, the apostle was never forsaken by a generous friend, whom he delighted to name his brother, his vicegerent, and the faithful Aaron of a second Moses. The son of Abu Talib was afterwards reproached for neglecting to secure his interest by a solemn declaration of his right, which would have silenced all competition and sealed his succession by the decrees of heaven. But the unsuspecting hero confided in himself. The jealousy of empire, and perhaps the fear of opposition, might suspend the resolutions of Muhammad. And the bed of sickness was besieged by the artful Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, and the enemy of Ali. 6362. The silence and death of the Prophet restored the liberty of the people. And his companions convened an assembly to deliberate on the choice of his successor. The hereditary claim and lofty spirit of Ali were offensive to an aristocracy of elders, desirous of bestowing and resuming the scepter by a free and frequent election. The Quraysh could never be reconciled to the proud preeminence of the line of Hashim. The ancient discord of the tribes was rekindled. The fugitives of Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina asserted their respective merits. And the rash proposal of choosing 2 independent caliphs would have crushed in their infancy the religion and empire of the Saracens. The tumult was appeased by the disinterested resolution of Omar, who, suddenly renouncing his own pretensions, stretched forth his hand, and declared himself the first subject of the mild and venerable Abu Bakr. 63 The urgency of the moment and the acquiescence of the people might excuse this illegal and precipitate measure. But Omar himself confessed from the pulpit that, if any Mussulman should hereafter presume to anticipate the suffrage of his brethren, both the elector and the elected would be worthy of death. 63 After the simple inauguration of Abubakr, he was obeyed in Medina, Mecca, and the provinces of Arabia. The Hashemites alone declined the oath of fidelity. And their chief, in his own house, maintained above 6 months a sullen and independent reserve, without listening to the threats of Omar, who attempted to consume with fire the habitation of the daughter of the apostle. The death of Fatima and the decline of his party subdued the indignant spirit of Ali. He condescended to salute the commander of the faithful, accepted his excuse of the necessity of preventing their common enemies, and wisely rejected his courteous offer of abdicating the government of the Arabians. After a reign of 2 years, the aged caliph was summoned by the angel of death. In his testament, with the tacit approbation of his companions, he bequeathed the scepter to the firm and intrepid virtue of Omar. "I have no occasion," said the modest candidate, "for the place. But the place has occasion for you," replied Abubakr. AD 6340724 who expired with a fervent prayer that the God of Muhammad would ratify his choice and direct the Mussulmans in the way of concord and obedience. The prayer was not ineffectual, since Ali himself, in a life of privacy and prayer, professed to revere the superior worth and dignity of his rival, who comforted him for the loss of empire by the most flattering marks of confidence and esteem. In the 12th year of his reign, Omar received a mortal wound from the hand of an assassin. He rejected with equal impartiality the names of his son and of Ali, refused to load his conscience with the sins of his successor, and devolved on 6 of the most respectable companions the arduous task of electing a commander of the faithful. On this occasion Ali was again blamed by his friends 63-65 for submitting his right to the judgment of men, for recognizing their jurisdiction by accepting a place among the 6 electors. He might have obtained their suffrage, had he deigned to promise a strict and servile conformity, not only to the Quran and tradition, but likewise to the determinations of 2 seniors. 63-66 AD 6441106 With these limitations, Othman, the secretary of Muhammad, accepted the government. Nor was it till after the 3rd caliph, 24 years after the death of the Prophet, that Ali was invested, by the popular choice, with the regal and sacerdotal office. The manners of the Arabians retained their primitive simplicity, and the son of Abu Talib despised the pomp and vanity of this world. At the hour of prayer, he repaired to the mosque of Medina, clothed in a thin cotton gown, a coarse turban on his head, his slippers in one hand, and his bow in the other, instead of a walking staff. The companions of the Prophet and the chiefs of the tribes saluted their new sovereign, and gave him their right hands as a sign of fealty and allegiance. The mischiefs that flow from the contests of ambition are usually confined to the times and countries in which they have been agitated. But the religious discord of the friends and enemies of Ali has been renewed in every age of the Hijra, and is still maintained in the immortal hatred of the Persians and Turks. 63-67 The former, who are branded with the appellation of Shiites or sectaries, have enriched the Mohammedan creed with a new article of faith. And if Muhammad be the apostle, his companion Ali is the vicar of God. In their private converse, in their public worship, they bitterly execrate the 3 usurpers who intercepted his indefeasible right to the dignity of Imam and Caliph. And the name of Omar expresses in their tongue the perfect accomplishment of wickedness and impiety. 63-68 The Sunnites, who are supported by the general consent and orthodox tradition of the Mussulmans, entertain a more impartial, or at least a more decent, opinion. They respect the memory of Abubakr, Omar, Othman, and Ali, the holy and legitimate successors of the Prophet. But they assign the last and most humble place to the husband of Fatima, in the persuasion that the order of succession was determined by the decrees of sanctity. 63-69 An historian who balances the 4 caliphs with a hand unshaken by superstition will calmly pronounce that their manners were alike pure and exemplary, that their zeal was fervent, and probably sincere, and that, in the midst of riches and power, their lives were devoted to the practice of moral and religious duties. But the public virtues of Abubekr and Omar, the prudence of the first, the severity of the second, maintained the peace and prosperity of their reigns. The feeble temper and declining age of Othman were incapable of sustaining the weight of conquest and empire. He chose, and he was deceived. He trusted, and he was betrayed. The most deserving of the faithful became useless or hostile to his government, and his lavish bounty was productive only of ingratitude and discontent. The spirit of discord went forth in the provinces, their deputies assembled at Medina, and the Charagites, the desperate fanatics who disclaimed the yoke of subordination and reason, were confounded among the freeborn Arabs, who demanded the redress of their wrongs and the punishment of their oppressors. From Kufa, from Bassora, from Egypt, from the tribes of the desert, they rose in arms, encamped about a league from Medina, and dispatched a haughty mandate to their sovereign, requiring him to execute justice or to descend from the throne. His repentance began to disarm and disperse the insurgents, but their fury was rekindled by the arts of his enemies. And the forgery of a perfidious secretary was contrived to blast his reputation and precipitate his fall. The caliph had lost the only guard of his predecessors, the esteem and confidence of the Muslims. During a siege of 6 weeks his water and provisions were intercepted, and the feeble gates of the palace were protected only by the scruples of the more timorous rebels. AD 655-0618. Forsaken by those who had abused his simplicity, the hopeless and venerable caliph expected the approach of death. The brother of Aisha marched at the head of the assassins, and Othman, with the Quran in his lap, was pierced with a multitude of wounds. 6370. A tumultuous anarchy of 5 days was appeased by the inauguration of Ali. His refusal would have provoked a general massacre. In this painful situation he supported the becoming pride of the chief of the Hashemites, declared that he had rather serve than reign, rebuked the presumption of the strangers, and required the formal, if not the voluntary, assent of the chiefs of the nation. He has never been accused of prompting the assassin of Omar, though Persia indiscreetly celebrates the festival of that holy martyr. The quarrel between Othman and his subjects was assuaged by the early mediation of Ali. And Hassan, the eldest of his sons, was insulted and wounded in the defense of the caliph. Yet it is doubtful whether the father of Hassan was strenuous and sincere in his opposition to the rebels. And it is certain that he enjoyed the benefit of their crime. The temptation was indeed of such magnitude as might stagger and corrupt the most obdurate virtue. The ambitious candidate no longer aspired to the barren scepter of Arabia. The Saracens had been victorious in the east and west, and the wealthy kingdoms of Persia, Syria, and Egypt were the patrimony of the commander of the faithful. AD 656-661. A life of prayer and contemplation had not chilled the martial activity of Ali. But in a mature age, after a long experience of mankind, he still betrayed in his conduct the rashness and indiscretion of youth. 6371. In the first days of his reign, he neglected to secure, either by gifts or fetters, the doubtful allegiance of Telha and Zobair, 2 of the most powerful of the Arabian chiefs. They escaped from Medina to Mecca, and from thence to Bassora, erected the standard of revolt, and usurped the government of Iraq, or Assyria, which they had vainly solicited as the reward of their services. The mask of patriotism is allowed to cover the most glaring inconsistencies. And the enemies, perhaps the assassins, of Othman now demanded vengeance for his blood. They were accompanied in their flight by Aisha, the widow of the Prophet, who cherished, to the last hour of her life, an implacable hatred against the husband and the posterity of Fatima. The most reasonable Muslims were scandalized at the mother of the faithful should expose in a camp her person and character. 6372. But the superstitious crowd was confident that her presence would sanctify the justice, and assure the success, of their cause. At the head of 20,000 of his loyal Arabs and 9,000 valiant auxiliaries of Kufa, the caliph encountered and defeated the superior numbers of the rebels under the walls of Bassora. 6373. Their leaders, Telha and Zobair 6374 were slain in the first battle that stained with civil blood the arms of the Muslims. 6375 After passing through the ranks to animate the troops, Aisha had chosen her post amidst the dangers of the field. In the heat of the action, 70 men who held the bridle of her camel were successively killed or wounded. And the cage or litter in which she sat was stuck with javelins and darts like the quills of a porcupine. The venerable captive sustained with firmness the reproaches of the conqueror, and was speedily dismissed to her proper station at the tomb of Muhammad, with the respect and tenderness that was still due to the widow of the apostle. 6376 After this victory, which was styled the Day of the Camel, Ali marched against a more formidable adversary, against Muawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan, who had assumed the title of Caliph, and whose claim was supported by the forces of Syria and the interest of the house of Umayyah. From the passage of Thapsacus, the plain of Siffin 6377 extends along the western bank of the Euphrates. On this spacious and level theater, the two competitors waged a desultory war of 110 days. In the course of 90 actions or skirmishes, the loss of Ali was estimated at 25, that of Muawiyah at 45,000 soldiers. And the list of the slain was dignified with the names of 25 veterans who had fought at Badr under the standard of Muhammad. In this sanguinary contest the lawful caliph displayed a superior character of valor and humanity. 6378 His troops were strictly enjoined to await the first onset of the enemy, to spare their flying brethren, and to respect the bodies of the dead and the chastity of the female captives. He generously proposed to save the blood of the Muslims by a single combat, but his trembling rival declined the challenge as a sentence of inevitable death. The ranks of the Syrians were broken by the charge of a hero who was mounted on a piebald horse, and wielded with irresistible force his ponderous and two-edged sword. As often as he smote a rebel, he shouted the Allah Akbar, God is victorious, and in the tumult of a nocturnal battle he was heard to repeat 400 times that tremendous exclamation. The Prince of Damascus already meditated his flight, but the certain victory was snatched from the grasp of Ali by the disobedience and enthusiasm of his troops. Their conscience was awed by the solemn appeal to the books of the Quran which Muawiyah exposed on the foremost lances. And Ali was compelled to yield to a disgraceful truce and an insidious compromise. He retreated with sorrow and indignation to Kufa. His party was discouraged. The distant provinces of Persia, of Yemen, and of Egypt were subdued or seduced by his crafty rival. And the stroke of fanaticism which was aimed against the three chiefs of the nation was fatal only to the cousin of Muhammad. In the temple of Mecca, 3 Charajites or enthusiasts discoursed of the disorders of the church and state. They soon agreed that the deaths of Ali, of Muawiyah, and of his friend Amru, the viceroy of Egypt, would restore the peace and unity of religion. Each of the assassins chose his victim, poisoned his dagger, devoted his life, and secretly repaired to the scene of action. Their resolution was equally desperate. But the first mistook the person of Amru and stabbed the deputy who occupied his seat. The Prince of Damascus was dangerously hurt by the second. The lawful caliph in the mosque of Kufa received a mortal wound from the hand of the third. He expired in the 63rd year of his age, and mercifully recommended to his children that they would dispatch the murderer by a single stroke. 6379 The sepulchre of Ali 6380 was concealed from the tyrants of the house of Umayyah. 6381 But in the 4th age of the Hijra, a tomb, a temple, a city, arose near the ruins of Kufa. 6382 Many thousands of the Shiites repose in holy ground at the feet of the Vicar of God. And the desert is vivified by the numerous and annual visits of the Persians, who esteem their devotion not less meritorious than the pilgrimage of Mecca. The persecutors of Muhammad usurped the inheritance of his children, and the champions of idolatry became the supreme heads of his religion and empire. The opposition of Abu Sufyan had been fierce and obstinate, his conversion was tardy and reluctant, his new faith was fortified by necessity and interest, he served, he fought, perhaps he believed. And the sins of the time of ignorance were expiated by the recent merits of the family of Umayyah. Muawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan and of the cruel Henda, was dignified in his early youth with the office or title of Secretary of the Prophet. The judgment of Omar entrusted him with the government of Syria, and he administered that important province above 40 years either in a subordinate or supreme rank. Without renouncing the fame of valor and liberality, he affected the reputation of humanity and moderation. A grateful people was attached to their benefactor. And the victorious Muslims were enriched with the spoils of Cyprus and Rhodes. The sacred duty of pursuing the assassins of Othman was the engine and pretense of his ambition. The bloody shirt of the martyr was exposed in the mosque of Damascus. The emir deplored the fate of his injured kinsman. And 60,000 Syrians were engaged in his service by an oath of fidelity and revenge. Amru, the conqueror of Egypt, himself an army, was the first who saluted the new monarch, and divulged the dangerous secret that the Arabian caliphs might be created elsewhere than in the city of the Prophet. 6383 AD 661, 680 The policy of Muawiyah eluded the valor of his rival. And, after the death of Ali, he negotiated the abdication of his son Hassan, whose mind was either above or below the government of the world, and who retired without a sigh from the palace of Kufa to an humble cell near the tomb of his grandfather. The aspiring wishes of the caliph were finally crowned by the important change of an elective to an hereditary kingdom. Some murmurs of freedom or fanaticism attested the reluctance of the Arabs, and 4 citizens of Medina refused the oath of fidelity. But the designs of Muawiyah were conducted with vigor and address. And his son Yezid, a feeble and dissolute youth, was proclaimed as the commander of the faithful and the successor of the Apostle of God. A familiar story is related of the benevolence of one of the sons of Ali. In serving at table, a slave had inadvertently dropped a dish of scalding broth on his master. The heedless wretch fell prostrate, to deprecate his punishment, and repeated a verse of the Quran. Paradise is for those who command their anger, I am not angry. And for those who pardon offenses, I pardon your offense, and for those who return good for evil, I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver. With an equal measure of piety, Hossein, the younger brother of Hassan, inherited a remnant of his father's spirit, and served with honor against the Christians in the siege of Constantinople. The primogeniture of the line of Hashem and the holy character of grandson of the Apostle had centered in his person, and he was at liberty to prosecute his claim against Yezid the tyrant of Damascus, whose vices he despised, and whose title he had never deigned to acknowledge. A list was secretly transmitted from Kufa to Medina of 140,000 Muslims, who professed their attachment to his cause, and who were eager to draw their swords so soon as he should appear on the banks of the Euphrates. Against the advice of his wisest friends, he resolved to trust his person and family in the hands of a perfidious people. He traversed the desert of Arabia with a timorous retinue of women and children. But as he approached the confines of Iraq he was alarmed by the solitary or hostile face of the country, and suspected either the defection or ruin of his party. His fears were just. Ubaydallah, the governor of Kufa, had extinguished the first sparks of an insurrection. And Hossein, in the plain of Kerbala, was encompassed by a body of 5,000 horse, who intercepted his communication with the city and the river. He might still have escaped to a fortress in the desert that had defied the power of Caesar and Khosrow, and confided in the fidelity of the tribe of Tai, which would have armed 10,000 warriors in his defense. In a conference with the chief of the enemy, he proposed the option of 3 honorable conditions: that he should be allowed to return to Medina, or be stationed in a frontier garrison against the Turks, or safely conducted to the presence of Yezid. But the commands of the caliph, or his lieutenant, were stern and absolute. And Hossein was informed that he must either submit as a captive and a criminal to the commander of the faithful, or expect the consequences of his rebellion. "Do you think," replied he, "to terrify me with death?" And, during the short respite of a night, 6384 he prepared with calm and solemn resignation to encounter his fate. He checked the lamentations of his sister Fatima, who deplored the impending ruin of his house. "Our trust," said Hossein, "is in God alone. All things, both in heaven and earth, must perish and return to their Creator. My brother, my father, my mother, were better than me, and every Mussulman has an example in the Prophet. He pressed his friends to consult their safety by a timely flight. They unanimously refused to desert or survive their beloved master. And their courage was fortified by a fervent prayer and the assurance of paradise. AD 680-1010 on the morning of the fatal day, he mounted on horseback, with his sword in one hand and the Quran in the other. His generous band of martyrs consisted only of 32 horse and 40 foot. But their flanks and rear were secured by the tent ropes, and by a deep trench which they had filled with lighted faggots, according to the practice of the Arabs. The enemy advanced with reluctance. And one of their chiefs deserted, with 30 followers, to claim the partnership of inevitable death. In every close onset or single combat, the despair of the Fatimites was invincible. But the surrounding multitudes galled them from a distance with a cloud of arrows, and the horses and men were successively slain. A truce was allowed on both sides for the hour of prayer. And the battle at length expired by the death of the last companions of Hossein. Alone, weary, and wounded, he seated himself at the door of his tent. As he tasted a drop of water, he was pierced in the mouth with a dart, and his son and nephew, 2 beautiful youths, were killed in his arms. He lifted his hands to heaven, they were full of blood. And he uttered a funeral prayer for the living and the dead. In a transport of despair his sister issued from the tent, and adjured the general of the Kufians that he would not suffer Hossein to be murdered before his eyes. A tear trickled down his venerable beard. And the boldest of his soldiers fell back on every side as the dying hero threw himself among them. The remorseless Shamer, a name detested by the faithful, reproached their cowardice. And the grandson of Muhammad was slain with 33 strokes of lances and swords. After they had trampled on his body, they carried his head to the castle of Kufa, and the inhuman Ubaydallah struck him on the mouth with a cane. Alas, exclaimed an aged Mussulman. On these lips have I seen the lips of the Apostle of God. In a distant age and climate the tragic scene of the death of Hossein will awaken the sympathy of the coldest reader. 6385–6386 On the annual festival of his martyrdom, in the devout pilgrimage to his sepulchre, his Persian votaries abandon their souls to the religious frenzy of sorrow and indignation. 6387. When the sisters and children of Ali were brought in chains to the throne of Damascus, the caliph was advised to extirpate the enmity of a popular and hostile race, whom he had injured beyond the hope of reconciliation. But Yezid preferred the counsels of mercy, and the mourning family was honorably dismissed to mingle their tears with their kindred at Medina. The glory of martyrdom superseded the right of primogeniture. And the 12 imams 6388 or pontiffs, of the Persian creed are Ali, Hassan, Hossein, and the lineal descendants of Hossein to the 9th generation. Without arms or treasures or subjects, they successively enjoyed the veneration of the people and provoked the jealousy of the reigning caliphs. Their tombs at Mecca or Medina, on the banks of the Euphrates or in the province of Khorasan, are still visited by the devotion of their sect. Their names were often the pretense of sedition and civil war. But these royal saints despised the pomp of the world, submitted to the will of God and the injustice of man, and devoted their innocent lives to the study and practice of religion. The 12th and last of the imams, conspicuous by the title of Mahdi or the Guide, surpassed the solitude and sanctity of his predecessors. He concealed himself in a cavern near Baghdad. The time and place of his death are unknown, and his votaries pretend that he still lives and will appear before the day of judgment to overthrow the tyranny of Dajjal or the Antichrist. 6389 In the lapse of 2 or 3 centuries the posterity of Abbas, the uncle of Muhammad, had multiplied to the number of 33,000. 6390 The race of Ali might be equally prolific. The meanest individual was above the first and greatest of princes, and the most eminent were supposed to excel the perfection of angels. But their adverse fortune and the wide extent of the Mussulman empire allowed an ample scope for every bold and artful imposture who claimed affinity with the Holy Seed. The scepter of the Almohades in Spain and Africa, of the Fatimites in Egypt and Syria 6391 of the Sultans of Yemen and of the Safis of Persia. 6392 has been consecrated by this vague and ambiguous title. Under their reigns it might be dangerous to dispute the legitimacy of their birth. And one of the Fatimite caliphs silenced an indiscreet question by drawing his scimitar. "This," said Moats, "is my pedigree. And these," casting a handful of gold to his soldiers, "and these are my kindred and my children." In the various conditions of princes, or doctors, or nobles, or merchants, or beggars, a swarm of the genuine or fictitious descendants of Muhammad and Ali is honored with the appellation of sheikhs, or sharifs, or emirs. In the Ottoman Empire they are distinguished by a green turban, receive a stipend from the treasury, are judged only by their chief, and, however debased by fortune or character, still assert the proud preeminence of their birth. A family of 300 persons, the pure and orthodox branch of the Caliph Hassan, is preserved without taint or suspicion in the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, and still retains, after the revolutions of 12 centuries, the custody of the temple and the sovereignty of their native land. The fame and merit of Muhammad would ennoble a plebeian race, and the ancient blood of the Quraysh transcends the recent majesty of the kings of the earth. 6393. The talents of Muhammad are entitled to our applause, but his success has perhaps too strongly attracted our admiration. Are we surprised that a multitude of proselytes should embrace the doctrine and the passions of an eloquent fanatic? In the heresies of the Church, the same seduction has been tried and repeated from the time of the Apostles to that of the Reformers. Does it seem incredible that a private citizen should grasp the sword and the scepter, subdue his native country, and erect a monarchy by his victorious arms? In the moving picture of the dynasties of the East, 100 fortunate usurpers have arisen from a baser origin, surmounted more formidable obstacles, and filled a larger scope of empire and conquest. Muhammad was alike instructed to preach and to fight, and the union of these opposite qualities, while it enhanced his merit, contributed to his success, the operation of force and persuasion, of enthusiasm and fear, continually acted on each other, till every barrier yielded to their irresistible power. His voice invited the Arabs to freedom and victory, to arms and rapine, to the indulgence of their darling passions in this world and the other. The restraints which he imposed were requisite to establish the credit of the Prophet and to exercise the obedience of the people. And the only objection to his success was his rational creed of the unity and perfections of God. It is not the propagation but the permanency of his religion that deserves our wonder. The same pure and perfect impression which he engraved at Mecca and Medina is preserved, after the revolutions of 12 centuries, by the Indian, the African, and the Turkish proselytes of the Quran. If the Christian apostles, St. Peter or St. Paul, could return to the Vatican, they might possibly inquire the name of the deity who is worshipped with such mysterious rites in that magnificent temple, at Oxford or Geneva. They would experience less surprise. But it might still be incumbent on them to peruse the Catechism of the Church, and to study the orthodox commentators on their own writings and the words of their master. But the Turkish dome of St. Sophia, with an increase of splendor and size, represents the humble tabernacle erected at Medina by the hands of Muhammad. The Mohammedans have uniformly withstood the temptation of reducing the object of their faith and devotion to a level with the senses and imagination of man. I believe in one God, and Muhammad the Apostle of God, is the simple and invariable profession of Islam. The intellectual image of the deity has never been degraded by any visible idol. The honors of the Prophet have never transgressed the measure of human virtue, and his living precepts have restrained the gratitude of his disciples within the bounds of reason and religion. The votaries of Ali have indeed consecrated the memory of their hero, his wife, and his children. And some of the Persian doctors pretend that the divine essence was incarnate in the person of the Imams, but their superstition is universally condemned by the Sunnites. And their impiety has afforded a seasonable warning against the worship of saints and martyrs. The metaphysical questions on the attributes of God and the liberty of man have been agitated in the schools of the Mohammedans as well as in those of the Christians. But among the former they have never engaged the passions of the people or disturbed the tranquility of the state. The cause of this important difference may be found in the separation or union of the regal and sacerdotal characters. It was the interest of the caliphs, the successors of the prophet and commanders of the faithful, to repress and discourage all religious innovations, the order, the discipline. The temporal and spiritual ambition of the clergy are unknown to the Muslims. And the sages of the law are the guides of their conscience and the oracles of their faith. From the Atlantic to the Ganges, the Quran is acknowledged as the fundamental code, not only of theology but of civil and criminal jurisprudence. And the laws which regulate the actions and the property of mankind are guarded by the infallible and immutable sanction of the will of God. This religious servitude is attended with some practical disadvantage. The illiterate legislator had been often misled by his own prejudices and those of his country. And the institutions of the Arabian desert may be ill-adapted to the wealth and numbers of Ispahan and Constantinople. On these occasions, the Qadi respectfully places on his head the holy volume, and substitutes a dexterous interpretation more apposite to the principles of equity and the manners and policy of the times. His beneficial or pernicious influence on the public happiness is the last consideration in the character of Muhammad. The most bitter or most bigoted of his Christian or Jewish foes will surely allow that he assumed a false commission to inculcate a salutary doctrine, less perfect only than their own. He piously supposed, as the basis of his religion, the truth and sanctity of their prior revolutions, the virtues and miracles of their founders. The idols of Arabia were broken before the throne of God, the blood of human victims was expiated by prayer and fasting and alms, the laudable or innocent arts of devotion. And his rewards and punishments of a future life were painted by the images most congenial to an ignorant and carnal generation. Muhammad was perhaps incapable of dictating a moral and political system for the use of his countrymen. But he breathed among the faithful a spirit of charity and friendship, recommended the practice of the social virtues, and checked, by his laws and precepts, the thirst of revenge and the oppression of widows and orphans. The hostile tribes were united in faith and obedience, and the valor which had been idly spent in domestic quarrels was vigorously directed against a foreign enemy. Had the impulse been less powerful, Arabia, free at home and formidable abroad, might have flourished under a succession of her native monarchs. Her sovereignty was lost by the extent and rapidity of conquest. The colonies of the nation were scattered over the east and west, and their blood was mingled with the blood of their converts and captives. After the reign of 3 caliphs the throne was transported from Medina to the valley of Damascus and the banks of the Tigris. The holy cities were violated by impious war. Arabia was ruled by the rod of a subject, perhaps of a stranger, and the Bedouins of the desert, awakening from their dream of dominion, resumed their old and solitary independence. 6394. Chapter 51. The conquest of Persia, Syria, Egypt, Africa, and Spain, by the Arabs or Saracens, empire of the caliphs, or successors of Muhammad, state of the Christians, etc., under their government. AD 632. The revolution of Arabia had not changed the character of the Arabs. The death of Muhammad was the signal of independence. And the hasty structure of his power and religion tottered to its foundations. A small and faithful band of his primitive disciples had listened to his eloquence and shared his distress. Had fled with the apostle from the persecution of Mecca or had received the fugitive in the walls of Medina. The increasing myriads, who acknowledged Muhammad as their king and prophet, had been compelled by his arms or allured by his prosperity. The polytheists were confounded by the simple idea of a solitary and invisible God. The pride of the Christians and Jews disdained the yoke of a mortal and contemporary legislator. The habits of faith and obedience were not sufficiently confirmed. And many of the new converts regretted the venerable antiquity of the law of Moses, or the rites and mysteries of the Catholic Church, or the idols, the sacrifices, the joyous festivals of their pagan ancestors. The jarring interests and hereditary feuds of the Arabian tribes had not yet coalesced in a system of union and subordination. And the barbarians were impatient of the mildest and most salutary laws that curbed their passions or violated their customs. They submitted with reluctance to the religious precepts of the Quran, the abstinence from wine, the fast of the Ramadan, and the daily repetition of 5 prayers. And the alms and tithes, which were collected for the treasury of Medina, could be distinguished only by a name from the payment of a perpetual and ignominious tribute. The example of Muhammad had excited a spirit of fanaticism or imposture, and several of his rivals presumed to imitate the conduct and defy the authority of the living prophet. At the head of the fugitives and auxiliaries, the first caliph was reduced to the cities of Mecca, Medina, and Taif. And perhaps the Quraysh would have restored the idols of the Kaaba, if their levity had not been checked by a seasonable reproof. Ye men of Mecca, will ye be the last to embrace and the first to abandon the religion of Islam? After exhorting the Muslims to confide in the aid of God and his apostle, Abu Bakr resolved, by a vigorous attack, to prevent the junction of the rebels. The women and children were safely lodged in the cavities of the mountains. The warriors, marching under 11 banners, diffused the terror of their arms. And the appearance of a military force revived and confirmed the loyalty of the faithful. The inconstant tribes accepted, with humble repentance, the duties of prayer and fasting and alms. And, after some examples of success and severity, the most daring apostates fell prostrate before the sword of the Lord and of Khalid. In the fertile province of Yemena 6395 between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Persia, in a city not inferior to Medina itself, a powerful chief, his name was Mosailama, had assumed the character of a prophet, and the tribe of Hanifa listened to his voice. A female prophetess 6396 was attracted by his reputation. The decencies of words and actions were spurned by these favorites of heaven. 6397 and they employed several days in mystic and amorous converse. An obscure sentence of his Quran, or book, is yet extant. 6398 and in the pride of his mission, Mosailama condescended to offer a partition of the earth. The proposal was answered by Muhammad with contempt. But the rapid progress of the impostor awakened the fears of his successor. 40,000 Muslims were assembled under the standard of Khalid. And the existence of their faith was resigned to the event of a decisive battle. 6399 in the first action they were repulsed with the loss of 1,200 men. But the skill and perseverance of their general prevailed. Their defeat was avenged by the slaughter of 10,000 infidels. And Mosailama himself was pierced by an Ethiopian slave with the same javelin which had mortally wounded the uncle of Muhammad. The various rebels of Arabia, without a chief or a cause, were speedily suppressed by the power and discipline of the rising monarchy. And the whole nation again professed, and more steadfastly held, the religion of the Quran. The ambition of the caliphs provided an immediate exercise for the restless spirit of the Saracens. Their valor was united in the prosecution of a holy war, and their enthusiasm was equally confirmed by opposition and victory. From the rapid conquests of the Saracens, a presumption will naturally arise that the Caliph 6400 commanded in person the armies of the faithful, and sought the crown of martyrdom in the foremost ranks of the battle. The courage of Abu Bakr 6401, Omar 6402 and Othman 6403 had indeed been tried in the persecution and wars of the Prophet. And the personal assurance of paradise must have taught them to despise the pleasures and dangers of the present world. But they ascended the throne in a venerable or mature age, and esteemed the domestic cares of religion and justice the most important duties of a sovereign. Except the presence of Omar at the siege of Jerusalem, their longest expeditions were the frequent pilgrimage from Medina to Mecca. And they calmly received the tidings of victory as they prayed or preached before the sepulchre of the Prophet. The austere and frugal measure of their lives was the effect of virtue or habit, and the pride of their simplicity insulted the vain magnificence of the kings of the earth. When Abu Bakr assumed the office of caliph, he enjoined his daughter Aisha to take a strict account of his private patrimony, that it might be evident whether he were enriched or impoverished by the service of the state. He thought himself entitled to a stipend of 3 pieces of gold, with the sufficient maintenance of a single camel and a black slave. But on the Friday of each week he distributed the residue of his own and the public money, first to the most worthy, and then to the most indigent, of the Muslims. The remains of his wealth, a coarse garment and 5 pieces of gold, were delivered to his successor, who lamented with a modest sigh his own inability to equal such an admirable model. Yet the abstinence and humility of Omar were not inferior to the virtues of Abubekr. His food consisted of barley bread or dates, his drink was water. He preached in a gown that was torn or tattered in 12 places. And the Persian satrap, who paid his homage to the conqueror, found him asleep among the beggars on the steps of the Mosque of Medina. Economy is the source of liberality, and the increase of the revenue enabled Omar to establish a just and perpetual reward for the past and present services of the faithful. Careless of his own emolument, he assigned to Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, the first and most ample allowance of 25,000 drams or pieces of silver. 5,000 were allotted to each of the aged warriors, the relics of the field of Badr. And the last and meanest of the companions of Muhammad was distinguished by the annual reward of 3,000 pieces. 1,000 was the stipend of the veterans who had fought in the first battles against the Greeks and Persians, and the decreasing pay, as low as 50 pieces of silver, was adapted to the respective merit and seniority of the soldiers of Omar. Under his reign, and that of his predecessor, the conquerors of the East were the trusty servants of God and the people. The mass of the public treasure was consecrated to the expenses of peace and war. A prudent mixture of justice and bounty maintained the discipline of the Saracens, and they united, by a rare felicity, the dispatch and execution of despotism with the equal and frugal maxims of a republican government. The heroic courage of Ali 6404 for the consummate prudence of Muawiyah 6405 excited the emulation of their subjects. And the talents which had been exercised in the school of civil discord were more usefully applied to propagate the faith and dominion of the Prophet. In the sloth and vanity of the palace of Damascus, the succeeding princes of the house of Umayyah were alike destitute of the qualifications of statesmen and of saints. 6406 Yet the spoils of unknown nations were continually laid at the foot of their throne. And the uniform ascent of the Arabian greatness must be ascribed to the spirit of the nation rather than the abilities of their chiefs. A large deduction must be allowed for the weakness of their enemies. The birth of Muhammad was fortunately placed in the most degenerate and disorderly period of the Persians, the Romans, and the barbarians of Europe, the empires of Trajan, or even of Constantine or Charlemagne, would have repelled the assault of the naked Saracens, and the torrent of fanaticism might have been obscurely lost in the sands of Arabia. In the victorious days of the Roman Republic, it had been the aim of the Senate to confine their councils and legions to a single war, and completely to suppress a first enemy before they provoked the hostilities of a second. These timid maxims of policy were disdained by the magnanimity or enthusiasm of the Arabian caliphs. With the same vigor and success they invaded the successors of Augustus and those of Artaxerxes. And the rival monarchies at the same instant became the prey of an enemy whom they had been so long accustomed to despise. In the 10 years of the administration of Omar, the Saracens reduced to his obedience 36,000 cities or castles, destroyed 4,000 churches or temples of the unbelievers, and edified 1,400 mosques for the exercise of the religion of Muhammad. 100 years after his flight from Mecca, the arms and the reign of his successors extended from India to the Atlantic Ocean, over the various and distant provinces, which may be comprised under the names of I. Persia, 2. Syria, 3. Egypt, 4. Africa, and v. Spain. Under this general division, I shall proceed to unfold these memorable transactions, dispatching with brevity the remote and less interesting conquests of the East, and reserving a fuller narrative for those domestic countries which had been included within the pale of the Roman Empire. Yet I must excuse my own defects by a just complaint of the blindness and insufficiency of my guides. The Greeks, so loquacious in controversy, have not been anxious to celebrate the triumphs of their enemies. 6407 After a century of ignorance, the first annals of the Mussulmans were collected in a great measure from the voice of tradition. 6408 Among the numerous productions of Arabic and Persian literature, 6409 our interpreters have selected the imperfect sketches of a more recent age. 6410 The art and genius of history have ever been unknown to the Asiatics. 6411 They are ignorant of the laws of criticism. And our monkish chronicle of the same period may be compared to their most popular works, which are never vivified by the spirit of philosophy and freedom. The Oriental Library of a Frenchman 6412 would instruct the most learned mufti of the East. And perhaps the Arabs might not find in a single historian so clear and comprehensive a narrative of their own exploits as that which will be deduced in the ensuing sheets. In the first year of the first caliph, his lieutenant Khalid, the sword of God and the scourge of the infidels, advanced to the banks of the Euphrates, and reduced the cities of Anbar and Hira. Westward of the ruins of Babylon, a tribe of sedentary Arabs had fixed themselves on the verge of the desert. And Hira was the seat of a race of kings who had embraced the Christian religion and reigned above 600 years under the shadow of the throne of Persia. 6413 The last of the Mandars 6414 was defeated and slain by Khalid, his son was sent a captive to Medina, his nobles bowed before the successor of the Prophet. The people was tempted by the example and success of their countrymen, and the caliph accepted as the first fruits of foreign conquest an annual tribute of 70,000 pieces of gold. The conquerors, and even their historians, were astonished by the dawn of their future greatness. In the same year, says Elmason, Khalid fought many signal battles. An immense multitude of the infidels was slaughtered, and spoils infinite and innumerable were acquired by the victorious Muslims. 6415 But the invincible Khalid was soon transferred to the Syrian war. The invasion of the Persian frontier was conducted by less active or less prudent commanders. The Saracens were repulsed with loss in the passage of the Euphrates, and, though they chastised the insolent pursuit of the Magians, their remaining forces still hovered in the desert of Babylon. 6416 The indignation and fears of the Persians suspended for a moment their intestine divisions. By the unanimous sentence of the priests and nobles, their queen Arzima was deposed, the sixth of the transient usurpers who had arisen and vanished in 3 or 4 years since the death of Khosrow and the retreat of Heraclius. Her tiara was placed on the head of Yezdijerd, the grandson of Khosrow. And the same era, which coincides with an astronomical period 6417 has recorded the fall of the Sasanian dynasty and the religion of Zoroaster. 6418 The youth and inexperience of the prince, he was only 15 years of age, declined a perilous encounter. The royal standard was delivered into the hands of his general Rustam. And a remnant of 30,000 regular troops was swelled in truth, or in opinion, to 120,000 subjects, or allies, of the great king. AD 636 The Muslims, whose numbers were reinforced from 12 to 30,000, had pitched their camp in the plains of Khadijah. 6419 And their line, though it consisted of fewer men, could produce more soldiers than the unwieldy host of the infidels. I shall here observe what I must often repeat, that the charge of the Arabs was not like that of the Greeks and Romans. The effort of a firm and compact infantry, their military force was chiefly formed of cavalry and archers. And the engagement, which was often interrupted and often renewed by single combats and flying skirmishes, might be protracted without any decisive event to the continuance of several days. The periods of the Battle of Khadijah were distinguished by their peculiar appellations. The first, from the well-timed appearance of 6,000 of the Syrian brethren, was denominated the Day of Succor. 6420 The Day of Concussion might express the disorder of one, or perhaps of both, of the contending armies. The third, a nocturnal tumult, received the whimsical name of the Night of Barking, from the discordant clamors, which were compared to the inarticulate sounds of the fiercest animals. The morning of the succeeding day 6421 determined the fate of Persia, and a seasonable whirlwind drove a cloud of dust against the faces of the unbelievers. The clangor of arms was re-echoed to the tent of Rustam, who, far unlike the ancient hero of his name, was gently reclining in a cool and tranquil shade. Amidst the baggage of his camp and the train of mules that were laden with gold and silver. On the sound of danger he started from his couch. But his flight was overtaken by a valiant Arab, who caught him by the foot, struck off his head, hoisted it on a lance, and, instantly returning to the field of battle, carried slaughter and dismay among the thickest ranks of the Persians. 6422 The Saracens confess a loss of 7,500 men, 6423 and the Battle of Khadijah is justly described by the epithets of obstinate and atrocious. 6424 The standard of the monarchy was overthrown and captured in the field, a leathern apron of a blacksmith, who in ancient times had arisen the deliverer of Persia. But this badge of heroic poverty was disguised and almost concealed by a profusion of precious gems. 6425 After this victory, the wealthy province of Iraq or Assyria submitted to the Caliph, and his conquests were firmly established by the speedy foundation of Bassora. 6426 A place which ever commands the trade and navigation of the Persians. As the distance of 80 miles from the Gulf, the Euphrates and Tigris unite in a broad and direct current, which is aptly styled the River of the Arabs. In the midway, between the junction and the mouth of these famous streams, the new settlement was planted on the western bank. The first colony was composed of 800 Muslims. But the influence of the situation soon reared a flourishing and populous capital. The air, though excessively hot, is pure and healthy, the meadows are filled with palm trees and cattle. And one of the adjacent valleys has been celebrated among the 4 paradises or gardens of Asia. Under the first caliphs the jurisdiction of this Arabian colony extended over the southern provinces of Persia. The city has been sanctified by the tombs of the companions and martyrs. And the vessels of Europe still frequent the port of Bassora, as a convenient station and passage of the Indian trade. After the defeat of Khadijah, a country intersected by rivers and canals might have opposed an insuperable barrier to the victorious cavalry. And the walls of Ctesiphon or Madain, which had resisted the battering rams of the Romans, would not have yielded to the darts of the Saracens. But the flying Persians were overcome by the belief that the last day of their religion and empire was at hand. The strongest posts were abandoned by treachery or cowardice. And the king, with a part of his family and treasures, escaped to Hulwan at the foot of the Median hills. AD 637 In the 3rd month after the battle, said, the lieutenant of Omar, passed the Tigris without opposition. The capital was taken by assault. And the disorderly resistance of the people gave a keener edge to the sabers of the Muslims, who shouted with religious transport, "This is the White Palace of Khosrow. This is the promise of the Apostle of God." The naked robbers of the desert were suddenly enriched beyond the measure of their hope or knowledge. Each chamber revealed a new treasure, secreted with art or ostentatiously displayed. The gold and silver, the various wardrobes and precious furniture, surpassed, says Abulfeda, the estimate of fancy or numbers. And another historian defines the untold and almost infinite mass by the fabulous computation of 3,000 of thousands of pieces of gold. 6427 Some minute though curious facts represent the contrast of riches and ignorance. From the remote islands of the Indian Ocean a large provision of camphire 6428 had been imported, which is employed with a mixture of wax to illuminate the palaces of the East. Strangers to the name and properties of that odoriferous gum, the Saracens, mistaking it for salt, mingled the camphire in their bread and were astonished at the bitterness of the taste. One of the apartments of the palace was decorated with a carpet of silk, 60 cubits in length and as many in breadth. A paradise or garden was depictured on the ground. The flowers, fruits, and shrubs were imitated by the figures of the gold embroidery and the colors of the precious stones, and the ample square was encircled by a variegated and verdant border. 6429 The Arabian general persuaded his soldiers to relinquish their claim in the reasonable hope that the eyes of the caliph would be delighted with the splendid workmanship of nature and industry. Regardless of the merit of art and the pomp of royalty, the rigid Omar divided the prize among his brethren of Medina. The picture was destroyed. But such was the intrinsic value of the materials that the share of Ali alone was sold for 20,000 drams. A mule that carried away the tiara and cuirass, the belt and bracelets of Khosrow, was overtaken by the pursuers. The gorgeous trophy was presented to the commander of the faithful. And the gravest of the companions condescended to smile when they beheld the white beard, the hairy arms, and uncouth figure of the veteran, who was invested with the spoils of the great king. 6430 The sack of Ctesiphon was followed by its desertion and gradual decay. The Saracens disliked the air and situation of the place, and Omar was advised by his general to remove the seat of government to the western side of the Euphrates. In every age, the foundation and ruin of the Assyrian cities has been easy and rapid. The country is destitute of stone and timber, and the most solid structures 6431 are composed of bricks baked in the sun and joined by a cement of the native bitumen. The name of Kufa 6432 describes a habitation of reeds and earth, but the importance of the new capital was supported by the numbers, wealth, and spirit of a colony of veterans. And their licentiousness was indulged by the wisest caliphs, who were apprehensive of provoking the revolt of 100,000 swords. Ye men of Kufa, said Ali, who solicited their aid. You have been always conspicuous by your valor. You conquered the Persian king and scattered his forces, till you had taken possession of his inheritance. This mighty conquest was achieved by the battles of Jalula and Nehavend. After the loss of the former, Yezdijerd fled from Hulwan, and concealed his shame and despair in the mountains of Farsistan, from whence Cyrus had descended with his equal and valiant companions. The courage of the nation survived that of the monarch. Among the hills to the south of Ecbatana or Hamadan, 150,000 Persians made a third and final stand for their religion and country. And the decisive battle of Nehavend was styled by the Arabs the victory of victories. If it be true that the flying general of the Persians was stopped and overtaken in a crowd of mules and camels laden with honey, the incident, however slight and singular, will denote the luxurious impediments of an Oriental army. 6433. The geography of Persia is darkly delineated by the Greeks and Latins, but the most illustrious of her cities appear to be more ancient than the invasion of the Arabs. AD 637, 651 By the reduction of Hamadan and Ispahan, of Kaswin, Taurus, and Ray, they gradually approached the shores of the Caspian Sea. And the orators of Mecca might applaud the success and spirit of the faithful, who had already lost sight of the northern bear, and had almost transcended the bounds of the habitable world. 6434 Again turning towards the west and the Roman Empire, they repassed the Tigris over the bridge of Mosul, and, in the captive provinces of Armenia and Mesopotamia, embraced their victorious brethren of the Syrian army. From the palace of Madain their eastern progress was not less rapid or extensive. They advanced along the Tigris and the Gulf, penetrated through the passes of the mountains into the valley of Estachar or Persepolis, and profaned the last sanctuary of the Magian Empire. The grandson of Khosrow was nearly surprised among the falling columns and mutilated figures, a sad emblem of the past and present fortune of Persia. 6435 He fled with accelerated haste over the desert of Kerman, implored the aid of the warlike Segestans, and sought an humble refuge on the verge of the Turkish and Chinese power. But a victorious army is insensible of fatigue. The Arabs divided their forces in the pursuit of a timorous enemy. And the Caliph Othman promised the government of Khorasan to the first general who should enter that large and populous country, the kingdom of the ancient Bactrians. The condition was accepted. The prize was deserved. The standard of Muhammad was planted on the walls of Herat, Meru, and Balch. And the successful leader neither halted or reposed till his foaming cavalry had tasted the waters of the Oxus. In the public anarchy, the independent governors of the cities and castles obtained their separate capitulations. The terms were granted or imposed by the esteem, the prudence, or the compassion of the victors, and a simple profession of faith established the distinction between a brother and a slave. After a noble defense, Harmozan, the prince or satrap of Awaz and Susa, was compelled to surrender his person and his state to the discretion of the caliph. And their interview exhibits a portrait of the Arabian manners. In the presence, and by the command, of Omar, the gay barbarian was despoiled of his silken robes embroidered with gold, and of his tiara bedecked with rubies and emeralds. "Are you now sensible," said the conqueror to his naked captive, "are you now sensible of the judgment of God and of the different rewards of infidelity and obedience?" "Alas!" replied Harmozan, "I feel them too deeply. In the days of our common ignorance, we fought with the weapons of the flesh, and my nation was superior. God was then neuter. Since he has espoused your quarrel, you have subverted our kingdom and religion." Oppressed by this painful dialogue, the Persian complained of intolerable thirst, but discovered some apprehension lest he should be killed whilst he was drinking a cup of water. "Be of good courage," said the Caliph, "your life is safe till you have drunk this water." The crafty satrap accepted the assurance, and instantly dashed the vase against the ground. Omar would have avenged the deceit, but his companions represented the sanctity of an oath. And the speedy conversion of Harmozan entitled him not only to a free pardon, but even to a stipend of 2,000 pieces of gold. The administration of Persia was regulated by an actual survey of the people, the cattle, and the fruits of the earth. 6436 and this monument, which attests the vigilance of the caliphs, might have instructed the philosophers of every age. 6437. The flight of Yezdijerd had carried him beyond the Oxus and as far as the Jaxartes, two rivers 6438 of ancient and modern renown, which descend from the mountains of India towards the Caspian Sea. He was hospitably entertained by Tarkhan, Prince of Fargana, 6439, a fertile province on the Jaxartes. The king of Samarkand, with the Turkish tribes of Sogdiana and Scythia, were moved by the lamentations and promises of the fallen monarch. And he solicited by a suppliant embassy the more solid and powerful friendship of the Emperor of China. 6440 The virtuous Taitsong, 6441 the first of the dynasty of the Tang, may be justly compared with the Antonines of Rome. His people enjoyed the blessings of prosperity and peace, and his dominion was acknowledged by 44 hordes of the barbarians of Tartary. His last garrisons of Kashgar and Khotan maintained a frequent intercourse with their neighbors of the Jaxartes and Oxus. A recent colony of Persians had introduced into China the astronomy of the Magi, and Taitsong might be alarmed by the rapid progress and dangerous vicinity of the Arabs. The influence, and perhaps the supplies, of China revived the hopes of Yezdijerd and the zeal of the worshippers of fire. And he returned with an army of Turks to conquer the inheritance of his fathers. AD 651 The fortunate Muslims, without unsheathing their swords, were the spectators of his ruin and death. The grandson of Khosrow was betrayed by his servant, insulted by the seditious inhabitants of Meru, and oppressed, defeated, and pursued by his barbarian allies. He reached the banks of a river, and offered his rings and bracelets for an instant passage in a miller's boat. Ignorant or insensible of royal distress, the rustic replied that 4 drams of silver were the daily profit of his mill, and that he would not suspend his work unless the loss were repaid. In this moment of hesitation and delay, the last of the Sasanian kings was overtaken and slaughtered by the Turkish cavalry, in the 19th year of his unhappy reign. 6442–6443 His son Firas, an humble client of the Chinese emperor, accepted the station of captain of his guards. And the Magian worship was long preserved by a colony of loyal exiles in the province of Bukharia. 6444 His grandson inherited the regal name. But after a faint and fruitless enterprise he returned to China and ended his days in the palace of Saigon. The male line of the Sassanides was extinct. But the female captives, the daughters of Persia, were given to the conquerors in servitude or marriage, and the race of the caliphs and imams was ennobled by the blood of their royal mothers. 6445. After the fall of the Persian kingdom, the river Oxus divided the territories of the Saracens and of the Turks. This narrow boundary was soon overleaped by the spirit of the Arabs. The governors of Khorasan extended their successive inroads. And one of their triumphs was adorned with the buskin of a Turkish queen, which she dropped in her precipitate flight beyond the hills of Bakra. 6446 AD 710 But the final conquest of Transoxiana 6447 as well as of Spain, was reserved for the glorious reign of the inactive Walid. And the name of Qatiba, the camel driver, declares the origin and merit of his successful lieutenant. While one of his colleagues displayed the first Mohammedan banner on the banks of the Indus, the spacious regions between the Oxus, the Jaxartes, and the Caspian Sea were reduced by the arms of Qatiba to the obedience of the Prophet and of the Caliph. 6448 A tribute of 2 millions of pieces of gold was imposed on the infidels, their idols were burnt or broken, the Mussulman chief pronounced a sermon in the new mosque of Kharizm. After several battles, the Turkish hordes were driven back to the desert, and the emperors of China solicited the friendship of the victorious Arabs. To their industry the prosperity of the province, the Sogdiana of the ancients, may in a great measure be ascribed. But the advantages of the soil and climate had been understood and cultivated since the reign of the Macedonian kings. Before the invasion of the Saracens, Kharizm, Bokhara, and Samarkand were rich and populous under the yoke of the shepherds of the north. 6449 These cities were surrounded with a double wall, and the exterior fortification, of a larger circumference, enclosed the fields and gardens of the adjacent district. The mutual wants of India and Europe were supplied by the diligence of the Sogdian merchants. And the inestimable art of transforming linen into paper has been diffused from the manufacture of Samarkand over the Western world. 6450. 2. No sooner had Abubekr restored the unity of faith and government than he dispatched a circular letter to the Arabian tribes. In the name of the most merciful God, to the rest of the true believers. Health and happiness, and the mercy and blessing of God, be upon you. I praise the Most High God, and I pray for his Prophet Muhammad. This is to acquaint you that I intend to send the true believers into Syria. 6451 to take it out of the hands of the infidels. And I would have you know that the fighting for religion is an act of obedience to God. His messengers returned with the tidings of pious and martial ardor which they had kindled in every province. And the camp of Medina was successively filled with the intrepid bands of the Saracens, who panted for action, complained of the heat of the season and the scarcity of provisions, and accused with impatient murmurs the delays of the Caliph. As soon as their numbers were complete, Abubekr ascended the hill, reviewed the men, the horses, and the arms, and poured forth a fervent prayer for the success of their undertaking. AD 632 In person and on foot he accompanied the first day's march. And when the blushing leaders attempted to dismount, the Caliph removed their scruples by a declaration that those who rode and those who walked, in the service of religion, were equally meritorious. His instructions 6452 to the chiefs of the Syrian army were inspired by the warlike fanaticism which advances to seize, and affects to despise, the objects of earthly ambition. Remember, said the successor of the Prophet, that you are always in the presence of God, on the verge of death, in the assurance of judgment, and the hope of paradise. Avoid injustice and oppression, consult with your brethren, and study to preserve the love and confidence of your troops. When you fight the battles of the Lord, acquit yourselves like men, without turning your backs, but let not your victory be stained with the blood of women or children. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill to eat. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons who live retired in monasteries, and propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone. And neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries. 6453 And you will find another sort of people that belong to the synagogue of Satan, who have shaven crowns. 6454 Be sure you cleave their skulls, and give them no quarter till they either turn Mohammedans or pay tribute. All profane or frivolous conversation, all dangerous recollection of ancient quarrels, was severely prohibited among the Arabs. In the tumult of a camp, the exercises of religion were assiduously practiced, and the intervals of action were employed in prayer, meditation, and the study of the Quran. The abuse, or even the use, of wine was chastised by fourscore strokes on the soles of the feet, and in the fervor of their primitive zeal. Many secret sinners revealed their fault and solicited their punishment. After some hesitation, the command of the Syrian army was delegated to Abu Ubaidah, one of the fugitives of Mecca and companions of Muhammad, whose zeal and devotion was assuaged, without being abetted, by the singular mildness and benevolence of his temper. But in all the emergencies of war the soldiers demanded the superior genius of Khalid. And whoever might be the choice of the prince, the sword of God was both in fact and fame the foremost leader of the Saracens. He obeyed without reluctance. 6455 He was consulted without jealousy. And such was the spirit of the man, or rather of the times, that Khalid professed his readiness to serve under the banner of the faith, though it were in the hands of a child or an enemy. Glory and riches and dominion were indeed promised to the victorious Mussulman. But he was carefully instructed that, if the goods of this life were his only incitement, they likewise would be his only reward. One of the 15 provinces of Syria, the cultivated lands to the eastward of the Jordan, had been decorated by Roman vanity with the name of Arabia. 6456 And the first arms of the Saracens were justified by the semblance of a national right. The country was enriched by the various benefits of trade. By the vigilance of the emperors it was covered with a line of forts. And the populous cities of Gerasa, Philadelphia, and Basra 6457 were secure, at least from a surprise, by the solid structure of their walls. The last of these cities was the 18th station from Medina. The road was familiar to the caravans of Hijaz and Iraq, who annually visited this plenteous market of the province and the desert. The perpetual jealousy of the Arabs had trained the inhabitants to arms. And 12,000 horse could sally from the gates of Basra, an appellation which signifies, in the Syriac language, a strong tower of defense. Encouraged by their first success against the open towns and flying parties of the borders, a detachment of 4,000 Muslims presumed to summon and attack the fortress of Basra. They were oppressed by the numbers of the Syrians. They were saved by the presence of Khalid, with 1,500 horse. He blamed the enterprise, restored the battle, and rescued his friend, the venerable Sergibil, who had vainly invoked the unity of God and the promises of the Apostle. After a short repose, the Muslims performed their ablutions with sand instead of water, 6458 and the morning prayer was recited by Khalid before they mounted on horseback. Confident in their strength, the people of Basra threw open their gates, drew their forces into the plain, and swore to die in the defense of their religion. But a religion of peace was incapable of withstanding the fanatic cry of, "Fight, fight! Paradise, paradise," that re-echoed in the ranks of the Saracens. And the uproar of the town, the ringing of bells 6459 and the exclamations of the priests and monks increased the dismay and disorder of the Christians. With the loss of 230 men, the Arabs remained masters of the field. And the ramparts of Basra, in expectation of human or divine aid, were crowded with holy crosses and consecrated banners. The governor Romanus had recommended an early submission. Despised by the people, and degraded from his office, he still retained the desire and opportunity of revenge. In a nocturnal interview, he informed the enemy of a subterraneous passage from his house under the wall of the city. The son of the caliph, with 100 volunteers, were committed to the faith of this new ally, and their successful intrepidity gave an easy entrance to their companions. After Khalid had imposed the terms of servitude and tribute, the apostate or convert avowed in the assembly of the people his meritorious treason. "I renounce your society," said Romanus, "both in this world and the world to come. And I deny him that was crucified, and whosoever worships him. And I choose God for my Lord, Islam for my faith, Mecca for my temple, the Muslims for my brethren, and Muhammad for my prophet, who was sent to lead us into the right way, and to exalt the true religion in spite of those who join partners with God." AD 633 The conquest of Basra, 4 days' journey from Damascus 6460 encouraged the Arabs to besiege the ancient capital of Syria. 6461 At some distance from the walls, they encamped among the groves and fountains of that delicious territory 6462 and the usual option of the Mohammedan faith, of tribute, or of war. was proposed to the resolute citizens, who had been lately strengthened by a reinforcement of 5,000 Greeks. In the decline as in the infancy of the military art, a hostile defiance was frequently offered and accepted by the generals themselves. 64-63 Many a lance was shivered in the plain of Damascus. And the personal prowess of Khalid was signalized in the first sally of the besieged. After an obstinate combat, he had overthrown and made prisoner one of the Christian leaders, a stout and worthy antagonist. He instantly mounted a fresh horse, the gift of the governor of Palmyra, and pushed forwards to the front of the battle. "Repose yourself for a moment," said his friend Durar, "and permit me to supply your place. You are fatigued with fighting with this dog." "O Durar," replied the indefatigable Saracen, "we shall rest in the world to come. He that labors today shall rest tomorrow." With the same unabated ardor, Khalid answered, encountered, and vanquished a second champion. And the heads of his two captives who refused to abandon their religion were indignantly hurled into the midst of the city. The event of some general and partial actions reduced the Damascenes to a closer defense. But a messenger, whom they dropped from the walls, returned with the promise of speedy and powerful succor, and their tumultuous joy conveyed the intelligence to the camp of the Arabs. After some debate, it was resolved by the generals to raise, or rather to suspend, the siege of Damascus, till they had given battle to the forces of the emperor. In the retreat, Khalid would have chosen the more perilous station of the rearguard. He modestly yielded to the wishes of Abu Ubaidah. But in the hour of danger he flew to the rescue of his companion, who was rudely pressed by a sally of 6,000 horse and 10,000 foot. And few among the Christians could relate at Damascus the circumstances of their defeat. The importance of the contest required the junction of the Saracens who were dispersed on the frontiers of Syria and Palestine. And I shall transcribe one of the circular mandates which was addressed to Amru, the future conqueror of Egypt. "In the name of the most merciful God, from Khalid to Amru, health and happiness. Know that thy brethren the Muslims design to march to Aiznadin, where there is an army of 70,000 Greeks, who purpose to come against us. That they may extinguish the light of God with their mouths. But God preserveth his light in spite of the infidels. 64-64 As soon therefore as this letter of mine shall be delivered to thy hands, come with those that are with thee to Aiznadin, where thou shalt find us if it please the Most High God." The summons was cheerfully obeyed, and the 45,000 Muslims who met on the same day, on the same spot, ascribed to the blessing of Providence the effects of their activity and zeal. About 4 years after the triumph of the Persian War, the repose of Heraclius and the empire was again disturbed by a new enemy, the power of whose religion was more strongly felt. Then it was clearly understood by the Christians of the East. In his palace of Constantinople or Antioch, he was awakened by the invasion of Syria, the loss of Bosra, and the danger of Damascus. 64-65 An army of 70,000 veterans, or new levies, was assembled at Hems or Emesa, under the command of his general Werden. 64-66 And these troops, consisting chiefly of cavalry, might be indifferently styled either Syrians, or Greeks, or Romans. Syrians, from the place of their birth or warfare. Greeks, from the religion and language of their sovereign, and Romans, from the proud appellation which was still profaned by the successors of Constantine. AD 633 On the plain of Aiznadin, as Werden rode on a white mule decorated with gold chains and surrounded with ensigns and standards. He was surprised by the near approach of a fierce and naked warrior, who had undertaken to view the state of the enemy. The adventurous valor of Durar was inspired, and has perhaps been adorned, by the enthusiasm of his age and country. The hatred of the Christians, the love of spoil, and the contempt of danger were the ruling passions of the audacious Saracen. And the prospect of instant death could never shake his religious confidence, or ruffle the calmness of his resolution, or even suspend the frank and martial pleasantry of his humor. In the most hopeless enterprises, he was bold, and prudent, and fortunate, after innumerable hazards, after being thrice a prisoner in the hands of the infidels. He still survived to relate the achievements, and to enjoy the rewards, of the Syrian conquest. On this occasion, his single lance maintained a flying fight against 30 Romans, who were detached by Werden. And, after killing or unhorsing 17 of their number, Durar returned in safety to his applauding brethren. When his rashness was mildly censured by the general, he excused himself with the simplicity of a soldier. "Nay," said Durar, "I did not begin first. But they came out to take me, and I was afraid that God should see me turn my back, and indeed I fought in good earnest, and without doubt God assisted me against them. And had I not been apprehensive of disobeying your orders, I should not have come away as I did, and I perceive already that they will fall into our hands." In the presence of both armies, a venerable Greek advanced from the ranks with a liberal offer of peace. And the departure of the Saracens would have been purchased by a gift to each soldier of a turban, a robe, and a piece of gold, 10 robes and 100 pieces to their leader. 100 robes and 1,000 pieces to the caliph. A smile of indignation expressed the refusal of Khalid. "Ye Christian dogs, you know your option, the Quran, the tribute, or the sword. We are a people whose delight is in war rather than in peace, and we despise your pitiful alms, since we shall be speedily masters of your wealth, your families, and your persons." Notwithstanding this apparent disdain, he was deeply conscious of the public danger. Those who had been in Persia, and had seen the armies of Khosrow, confessed that they never beheld a more formidable array. From the superiority of the enemy, the artful Saracen derived a fresh incentive of courage. "You see before you," said he, "the united force of the Romans. You cannot hope to escape. But you may conquer Syria in a single day. The event depends on your discipline and patience. Reserve yourselves till the evening." It was in the evening that the prophet was accustomed to vanquish. During 2 successive engagements, his temperate firmness sustained the darts of the enemy, and the murmurs of his troops. At length, when the spirits and quivers of the adverse line were almost exhausted, Khalid gave the signal of onset and victory. The remains of the imperial army fled to Antioch, or Caesarea, or Damascus. And the death of 470 Muslims was compensated by the opinion that they had sent to hell above 50,000 of the infidels. The spoil was inestimable: many banners and crosses of gold and silver, precious stones, silver and gold chains, and innumerable suits of the richest armor and apparel. The general distribution was postponed till Damascus should be taken, but the seasonable supply of arms became the instrument of new victories. The glorious intelligence was transmitted to the throne of the Caliph, and the Arabian tribes, the coldest or most hostile to the Prophet's mission, were eager and importunate to share the harvest of Syria. The sad tidings were carried to Damascus by the speed of grief and terror, and the inhabitants beheld from their walls the return of the heroes of Aiznadin. Amr led the van at the head of 9,000 horse. The bands of the Saracens succeeded each other in formidable review. And the rear was closed by Khalid in person, with the standard of the Black Eagle. To the activity of Durar he entrusted the commission of patrolling round the city with 2,000 horse, of scouring the plain, and of intercepting all succor or intelligence. The rest of the Arabian chiefs were fixed in their respective stations before the 7 gates of Damascus, and the siege was renewed with fresh vigor and confidence. The art, the labor, the military engines, of the Greeks and Romans are seldom to be found in the simple, though successful, operations of the Saracens. It was sufficient for them to invest a city with arms rather than with trenches, to repel the allies of the besieged, to attempt a stratagem or an assault, or to expect the progress of famine and discontent. Damascus would have acquiesced in the trial of Aiznadin, as a final and peremptory sentence between the emperor and the caliph. Her courage was rekindled by the example and authority of Thomas, a noble Greek, illustrious in a private condition by the alliance of Heraclius. 64-67 The tumult and illumination of the night proclaimed the design of the morning sally. And the Christian hero, who affected to despise the enthusiasm of the Arabs, employed the resource of a similar superstition. At the principal gate, in the sight of both armies, a lofty crucifix was erected. The bishop, with his clergy, accompanied the march, and laid the volume of the New Testament before the image of Jesus. And the contending parties were scandalized or edified by a prayer that the Son of God would defend his servants and vindicate his truth. The battle raged with incessant fury. And the dexterity of Thomas 64-68, an incomparable archer, was fatal to the boldest Saracens, till their death was revenged by a female heroine. The wife of Aban, who had followed him to the holy war, embraced her expiring husband. "Happy," said she, "happy art thou, my dear. Thou art gone to thy Lord, who first joined us together, and then parted us asunder. I will revenge thy death, and endeavor to the utmost of my power to come to the place where thou art, because I love thee. Henceforth shall no man ever touch me more, for I have dedicated myself to the service of God." Without a groan, without a tear, she washed the corpse of her husband, and buried him with the usual rites. Then grasping the manly weapons, which in her native land she was accustomed to wield, the intrepid widow of Aban sought the place where his murderer fought in the thickest of the battle. Her first arrow pierced the hand of his standard-bearer, her second wounded Thomas in the eye, and the fainting Christians no longer beheld their ensign or their leader. Yet the generous champion of Damascus refused to withdraw to his palace, his wound was dressed on the rampart, the fight was continued till the evening, and the Syrians rested on their arms. In the silence of the night, the signal was given by a stroke on the great bell, the gates were thrown open, and each gate discharged an impetuous column on the sleeping camp of the Saracens. Khalid was the first in arms. At the head of 400 horse he flew to the post of danger, and the tears trickled down his iron cheeks, as he uttered a fervent ejaculation. "O God, who never sleepest, look upon thy servants, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies." The valor and victory of Thomas were arrested by the presence of the sword of God. With the knowledge of the peril, the Muslims recovered their ranks, and charged the assailants in the flank and rear. After the loss of thousands, the Christian general retreated with a sigh of despair, and the pursuit of the Saracens was checked by the military engines of the rampart. After a siege of 70 days 64-69, the patience, and perhaps the provisions, of the Damascenes were exhausted, and the bravest of their chiefs submitted to the hard dictates of necessity. AD 634, in the occurrences of peace and war, they had been taught to dread the fierceness of Khalid, and to revere the mild virtues of Abu Ubaidah. At the hour of midnight, 100 chosen deputies of the clergy and people were introduced to the tent of that venerable commander. He received and dismissed them with courtesy. They returned with a written agreement, on the faith of a companion of Muhammad, that all hostilities should cease. That the voluntary emigrants might depart in safety, with as much as they could carry away of their effects. And that the tributary subjects of the Caliph should enjoy their lands and houses, with the use and possession of 7 churches. On these terms, the most respectable hostages, and the gate nearest to his camp, were delivered into his hands. His soldiers imitated the moderation of their chief. And he enjoyed the submissive gratitude of a people whom he had rescued from destruction. But the success of the treaty had relaxed their vigilance, and in the same moment the opposite quarter of the city was betrayed and taken by assault. A party of 100 Arabs had opened the eastern gate to a more inexorable foe. "No quarter," cried the rapacious and sanguinary Khalid, "no quarter to the enemies of the Lord." His trumpet sounded, and a torrent of Christian blood was poured down the streets of Damascus. When he reached the church of St. Mary, he was astonished and provoked by the peaceful aspect of his companions. Their swords were in the scabbard, and they were surrounded by a multitude of priests and monks. Abu Ubaidah saluted the general. "God," said he, "has delivered the city into my hands by way of surrender, and has saved the believers the trouble of fighting." "And am I not," replied the indignant Khalid, "am I not the lieutenant of the commander of the faithful? Have I not taken the city by storm? The unbelievers shall perish by the sword. Fall on." The hungry and cruel Arabs would have obeyed the welcome command, and Damascus was lost, if the benevolence of Abu Ubaidah had not been supported by a decent and dignified firmness. Throwing himself between the trembling citizens and the most eager of the barbarians, he adjured them by the holy name of God to respect his promise, to suspend their fury, and to wait the determination of their chiefs. The chiefs retired into the Church of St. Mary, and after a vehement debate, Khalid submitted in some measure to the reason and authority of his colleague, who urged the sanctity of a covenant, the advantage as well as the honor which the Muslims would derive from the punctual performance of their word, and the obstinate resistance which they must encounter from the distrust and despair of the rest of the Syrian cities. It was agreed that the sword should be sheathed, that the part of Damascus which had surrendered to Abu Ubaidah should be immediately entitled to the benefit of his capitulation, and that the final decision should be referred to the justice and wisdom of the Caliph. 6470. A large majority of the people accepted the terms of toleration and tribute, and Damascus is still peopled by 20,000 Christians. But the valiant Thomas, and the freeborn patriots who had fought under his banner, embraced the alternative of poverty and exile. In the adjacent meadow, a numerous encampment was formed of priests and laymen, of soldiers and citizens, of women and children. They collected with haste and terror their most precious movables, and abandoned, with loud lamentations or silent anguish, their native homes and the pleasant banks of the Pharpar. The inflexible soul of Khalid was not touched by the spectacle of their distress. He disputed with the Damascenes the property of a magazine of corn, endeavored to exclude the garrison from the benefit of the treaty, consented, with reluctance, that each of the fugitives should arm himself with a sword, or a lance, or a bow, and sternly declared that, after a respite of 3 days, they might be pursued and treated as the enemies of the Muslims. The passion of a Syrian youth completed the ruin of the exiles of Damascus. A nobleman of the city, of the name of Jonas, 6471, was betrothed to a wealthy maiden. But her parents delayed the consummation of his nuptials, and their daughter was persuaded to escape with the man whom she had chosen. They corrupted the nightly watchman of the gate. Kaysan, the lover, who led the way, was encompassed by a squadron of Arabs. But his exclamation in the Greek tongue, "The bird is taken," admonished his mistress to hasten her return. In the presence of Khalid, and of death, the unfortunate Jonas professed his belief in one God and his apostle Muhammad, and continued, till the season of his martyrdom, to discharge the duties of a brave and sincere Mussulman. When the city was taken, he flew to the monastery where Eudocia had taken refuge. But the lover was forgotten, the apostate was scorned, she preferred her religion to her country. And the justice of Khalid, though deaf to mercy, refused to detain by force a male or female inhabitant of Damascus. For days was the general confined to the city by the obligation of the treaty and the urgent cares of his new conquest. His appetite for blood and rapine would have been extinguished by the hopeless computation of time and distance. But he listened to the importunities of Jonas, who assured him that the weary fugitives might yet be overtaken. At the head of 4,000 horse, in the disguise of Christian Arabs, Khalid undertook the pursuit. They halted only for the moments of prayer, and their guide had a perfect knowledge of the country. For a long way the footsteps of the Damascenes were plain and conspicuous, they vanished on a sudden. But the Saracens were comforted by the assurance that the caravan had turned aside into the mountains, and must speedily fall into their hands. In traversing the ridges of the Libanus, they endured intolerable hardships, and the sinking spirits of the veteran fanatics were supported and cheered by the unconquerable ardor of a lover. From a peasant of the country, they were informed that the emperor had sent orders to the colony of exiles to pursue without delay the road of the seacoast and of Constantinople, apprehensive, perhaps, that the soldiers and people of Antioch might be discouraged by the sight and the story of their sufferings. The Saracens were conducted through the territories of Gabala 6472 and Laodicea, at a cautious distance from the walls of the cities. The rain was incessant, the night was dark, a single mountain separated them from the Roman army. And Khalid, ever anxious for the safety of his brethren, whispered an ominous dream in the ear of his companion. With the dawn of day, the prospect again cleared, and they saw before them, in a pleasant valley, the tents of Damascus. After a short interval of repose and prayer, Khalid divided his cavalry into 4 squadrons, committing the first to his faithful Durar, and reserving the last for himself. They successively rushed on the promiscuous multitude, insufficiently provided with arms, and already vanquished by sorrow and fatigue. Except a captive who was pardoned and dismissed, the Arabs enjoyed the satisfaction of believing that not a Christian of either sex escaped the edge of their scimitars. The gold and silver of Damascus was scattered over the camp, and a royal wardrobe of 300 load of silk might clothe an army of naked barbarians. In the tumult of the battle, Jonah sought and found the object of his pursuit, but her resentment was inflamed by the last act of his perfidy. And as Eudocia struggled in his hateful embraces, she struck a dagger to her heart. Another female, the widow of Thomas, and the real or supposed daughter of Heraclius, was spared and released without a ransom, but the generosity of Khalid was the effect of his contempt. And the haughty Saracen insulted, by a message of defiance, the throne of the Caesars. Khalid had penetrated above 150 miles into the heart of the Roman province. He returned to Damascus with the same secrecy and speed. On the accession of Omar, the sword of God was removed from the command, but the Caliph, who blamed the rashness, was compelled to applaud the vigor and conduct of the enterprise. Another expedition of the conquerors of Damascus will equally display their avidity and their contempt for the riches of the present world. They were informed that the produce and manufactures of the country were annually collected in the fair of Abla 6473 about 30 miles from the city. That the cell of a devout hermit was visited at the same time by a multitude of pilgrims. And that the festival of trade and superstition would be ennobled by the nuptials of the daughter of the governor of Tripoli. Abdullah, the son of Ja'far, a glorious and holy martyr, undertook, with a banner of 500 horse, the pious and profitable commission of despoiling the infidels. As he approached the fair of Abla, he was astonished by the report of this mighty concourse of Jews and Christians, Greeks and Armenians, of natives of Syria and of strangers of Egypt. To the number of 10,000, besides a guard of 5,000 horse that attended the person of the bride. The Saracens paused. "For my own part," said Abdullah, "I dare not go back. Our foes are many, our danger is great, but our reward is splendid and secure either in this life or in the life to come. Let every man, according to his inclination, advance or retire." Not a Mussulman deserted his standard. "Lead the way," said Abdullah to his Christian guide, "and you shall see what the companions of the Prophet can perform." They charged in 5 squadrons. But after the first advantage of the surprise, they were encompassed and almost overwhelmed by the multitude of their enemies. And their valiant band is fancifully compared to a white spot in the skin of a black camel. 6474 About the hour of sunset, when their weapons dropped from their hands, when they panted on the verge of eternity, they discovered an approaching cloud of dust. They heard the welcome sound of the tekbir, 6475, and they soon perceived the standard of Khalid, who flew to their relief with the utmost speed of his cavalry. The Christians were broken by his attack, and slaughtered in their flight as far as the river of Tripoli. They left behind them the various riches of the fair, the merchandises that were exposed for sale, the money that was brought for purchase, the gay decorations of the nuptials. And the governor's daughter, with 40 of her female attendants. The fruits, provisions, and furniture, the money, plate, and jewels, were diligently laden on the backs of horses, asses, and mules, and the holy robbers returned in triumph to Damascus. The hermit, after a short and angry controversy with Khalid, declined the crown of martyrdom, and was left alive in the solitary scene of blood and devastation. Syria, 6476 One of the countries that have been improved by the most early cultivation, is not unworthy of the preference. 6477 The heat of the climate is tempered by the vicinity of the sea and mountains, by the plenty of wood and water. And the produce of a fertile soil affords the subsistence, and encourages the propagation, of men and animals. From the age of David to that of Heraclius, the country was overspread with ancient and flourishing cities, the inhabitants were numerous and wealthy. And, after the slow ravage of despotism and superstition, after the recent calamities of the Persian War, Syria could still attract and reward the rapacious tribes of the desert. A plain, of 10 days' journey, from Damascus to Aleppo and Antioch, is watered, on the western side, by the winding course of the Orontes. The hills of Libanus and Anti-Libanus are planted from north to south, between the Orontes and the Mediterranean, and the epithet of hollow, Coel-Assyria, was applied to a long and fruitful valley, which is confined in the same direction by the two ridges of snowy mountains. 6478 Among the cities, which are enumerated by Greek and Oriental names in the geography and conquest of Syria, we may distinguish Emesa or Hems, Heliopolis or Baalbek. The former as the metropolis of the plain, the latter as the capital of the valley. Under the last of the Caesars, they were strong and populous, the turrets glittered from afar, an ample space was covered with public and private buildings. And the citizens were illustrious by their spirit, or at least by their pride, by their riches, or at least by their luxury. In the days of paganism, both Emesa and Heliopolis were addicted to the worship of Baal, or the sun. But the decline of their superstition and splendor has been marked by a singular variety of fortune. Not a vestige remains of the temple of Emesa, which was equaled in poetic style to the summits of Mount Libanus 6479, while the ruins of Baalbek, invisible to the writers of antiquity, excite the curiosity and wonder of the European traveler. 6480 The measure of the temple is 200 feet in length, and 100 in breadth. The front is adorned with a double portico of 8 columns, 14 may be counted on either side. And each column, 45 feet in height, is composed of 3 massy blocks of stone or marble. The proportions and ornaments of the Corinthian order express the architecture of the Greeks. But as Baalbek has never been the seat of a monarch, we are at a loss to conceive how the expense of these magnificent structures could be supplied by private or municipal liberality. 6481 AD 635 From the conquest of Damascus the Saracens proceeded to Heliopolis and Emesa, but I shall decline the repetition of the sallies and combats which have been already shown on a larger scale. In the prosecution of the war, their policy was not less effectual than their sword. By short and separate truces they dissolved the union of the enemy. Accustomed the Syrians to compare their friendship with their enmity, familiarized the idea of their language, religion, and manners. And exhausted, by clandestine purchase, the magazines and arsenals of the cities which they returned to besiege. They aggravated the ransom of the more wealthy or the more obstinate. And Chalcis alone was taxed at 5,000 ounces of gold, 5,000 ounces of silver, 2,000 robes of silk, and as many figs and olives as would load 5,000 asses. But the terms of truce or capitulation were faithfully observed. And the lieutenant of the Caliph, who had promised not to enter the walls of the captive Baalbek, remained tranquil and immovable in his tent till the jarring factions solicited the interposition of a foreign master. The conquest of the plain and valley of Syria was achieved in less than 2 years. Yet the commander of the faithful reproved the slowness of their progress, and the Saracens, bewailing their fault with tears of rage and repentance, called aloud on their chiefs to lead them forth to fight the battles of the Lord. In a recent action, under the walls of Emesa, an Arabian youth, the cousin of Khalid, was heard aloud to exclaim, "Methinks I see the black-eyed girls looking upon me. One of whom, should she appear in this world, all mankind would die for love of her. And I see in the hand of one of them a handkerchief of green silk, and a cap of precious stones, and she beckons me, and calls out, 'Come hither quickly, for I love thee.'" With these words, charging the Christians, he made havoc wherever he went, till, observed at length by the governor of Hems, he was struck through with a javelin. It was incumbent on the Saracens to exert the full powers of their valor and enthusiasm against the forces of the emperor, who was taught by repeated losses that the rovers of the desert had undertaken, and would speedily achieve, a regular and permanent conquest. From the provinces of Europe and Asia, 80,000 soldiers were transported by sea and land to Antioch and Caesarea. The light troops of the army consisted of 60,000 Christian Arabs of the tribe of Ghassan. Under the banner of Jibbalah, the last of their princes, they marched in the van. And it was a maxim of the Greeks that, for the purpose of cutting diamond, a diamond was the most effectual. Heraclius withheld his person from the dangers of the field. But his presumption, or perhaps his despondency, suggested a peremptory order that the fate of the province and the war should be decided by a single battle. The Syrians were attached to the standard of Rome and of the cross. But the noble, the citizen, the peasant, were exasperated by the injustice and cruelty of a licentious host who oppressed them as subjects, and despised them as strangers and aliens. 6482. A report of these mighty preparations was conveyed to the Saracens in their camp of Emesa, and the chiefs, though resolved to fight, assembled a council. The faith of Abu Obeidah would have expected on the same spot the glory of martyrdom. The wisdom of Khalid advised an honorable retreat to the skirts of Palestine and Arabia, where they might await the succors of their friends and the attack of the unbelievers. A speedy messenger soon returned from the throne of Medina, with the blessings of Omar and Ali, the prayers of the widows of the Prophet, and a reinforcement of 8,000 Muslims. AD 636. In their way they overturned a detachment of Greeks, and when they joined at Yermuk the camp of their brethren, they found the pleasing intelligence that Khalid had already defeated and scattered the Christian Arabs of the tribe of Ghassan. In the neighborhood of Basra, the springs of Mount Hermon descend in a torrent to the plain of Decapolis, or 10 cities. And the Hieramax, a name which has been corrupted to Yermuk, is lost after a short course in the lake of Tiberias. 6483. The banks of this obscure stream were illustrated by a long and bloody encounter. 6484. On this momentous occasion, the public voice, and the modesty of Abu Obeidah, restored the command to the most deserving of the Muslims. Khalid assumed his station in the front, his colleague was posted in the rear. That the disorder of the fugitive might be checked by his venerable aspect and the sight of the yellow banner which Muhammad had displayed before the walls of Chaibar. The last line was occupied by the sister of Durar, with the Arabian women who had enlisted in this holy war, who were accustomed to wield the bow and the lance, and who in a moment of captivity had defended, against the uncircumcised ravishers, their chastity and religion. 6485. The exhortation of the generals was brief and forcible: paradise is before you, the devil and hellfire in your rear. Yet such was the weight of the Roman cavalry that the right wing of the Arabs was broken and separated from the main body. Thrice did they retreat in disorder, and thrice were they driven back to the charge by the reproaches and blows of the women. In the intervals of action, Abu Obeidah visited the tents of his brethren, prolonged their repose by repeating at once the prayers of 2 different hours, bound up their wounds with his own hands, and administered the comfortable reflection that the infidels partook of their sufferings without partaking of their reward. 4,030 of the Muslims were buried in the field of battle, and the skill of the Armenian archers enabled 700 to boast that they had lost an eye in that meritorious service. The veterans of the Syrian war acknowledged that it was the hardest and most doubtful of the days which they had seen. But it was likewise the most decisive. Many thousands of the Greeks and Syrians fell by the swords of the Arabs, many were slaughtered, after the defeat in the woods and mountains. Many, by mistaking the ford, were drowned in the waters of the Yermuk, and however the loss may be magnified, 6486 the Christian writers confess and bewail the bloody punishment of their sins. 6487 Manuel, the Roman general, was either killed at Damascus or took refuge in the monastery of Mount Sinai. An exile in the Byzantine court, Jabullah lamented the manners of Arabia and his unlucky preference of the Christian cause. 6488 He had once inclined to the profession of Islam. But in the pilgrimage of Mecca, Jabullah was provoked to strike one of his brethren, and fled with amazement from the stern and equal justice of the Caliph. These victorious Saracens enjoyed at Damascus a month of pleasure and repose. The spoil was divided by the discretion of Abu Obeidah. An equal share was allotted to a soldier and to his horse, and a double portion was reserved for the noble coursers of the Arabian breed. After the Battle of Yermuk the Roman army no longer appeared in the field, and the Saracens might securely choose among the fortified towns of Syria the first object of their attack. They consulted the Caliph whether they should march to Caesarea or Jerusalem, and the advice of Ali determined the immediate siege of the latter. AD 637-6489 To a profane eye, Jerusalem was the first or second capital of Palestine. But after Mecca and Medina, it was revered and visited by the devout Muslims, as the temple of the Holy Land which had been sanctified by the revelation of Moses, of Jesus, and of Muhammad himself. The son of Abu Sufyan was sent with 5,000 Arabs to try the first experiment of surprise or treaty, but on the 11th day the town was invested by the whole force of Abu Ubaidah. He addressed the customary summons to the chief commanders and people of Elia. 6490 Health and happiness to everyone that follows the right way. We require of you to testify that there is but one God, and that Muhammad is his apostle. If you refuse this, consent to pay tribute, and be under us forthwith. Otherwise I shall bring men against you who love death better than you do the drinking of wine or eating hog's flesh. Nor will I ever stir from you, if it please God, till I have destroyed those that fight for you, and made slaves of your children. But the city was defended on every side by deep valleys and steep ascents. Since the invasion of Syria, the walls and towers had been anxiously restored. The bravest of the fugitives of Yermuk had stopped in the nearest place of refuge. And in the defense of the sepulchre of Christ the natives and strangers might feel some sparks of the enthusiasm which so fiercely glowed in the bosoms of the Saracens. The siege of Jerusalem lasted 4 months, not a day was lost without some action of sally or assault. The military engines incessantly played from the ramparts. And the inclemency of the winter was still more painful and destructive to the Arabs. The Christians yielded at length to the perseverance of the besiegers. The patriarch Sophronius appeared on the walls, and by the voice of an interpreter demanded a conference. 6491 After a vain attempt to dissuade the lieutenant of the caliph from his impious enterprise, he proposed, in the name of the people, a fair capitulation, with this extraordinary clause: that the articles of security should be ratified by the authority and presence of Omar himself. The question was debated in the Council of Medina. The sanctity of the place, and the advice of Ali, persuaded the caliph to gratify the wishes of his soldiers and enemies. And the simplicity of his journey is more illustrious than the royal pageants of vanity and oppression. The conqueror of Persia and Syria was mounted on a red camel, which carried, besides his person, a bag of corn, a bag of dates, a wooden dish, and a leathern bottle of water. Wherever he halted, the company, without distinction, was invited to partake of his homely fare, and the repast was consecrated by the prayer and exhortation of the commander of the faithful. 6492 But in this expedition or pilgrimage his power was exercised in the administration of justice. He reformed the licentious polygamy of the Arabs, relieved the tributaries from extortion and cruelty, and chastised the luxury of the Saracens by despoiling them of their rich silks and dragging them on their faces in the dirt. When he came within sight of Jerusalem, the caliph cried with a loud voice, "God is victorious. O Lord, give us an easy conquest." And, pitching his tent of coarse hair, calmly seated himself on the ground. After signing the capitulation, he entered the city without fear or precaution, and courteously discoursed with the patriarch concerning its religious antiquities. 6493 Sophronius bowed before his new master, and secretly muttered, in the words of Daniel, "The abomination of desolation is in the holy place." 6494 At the hour of prayer they stood together in the Church of the Resurrection. But the caliph refused to perform his devotions, and contented himself with praying on the steps of the Church of Constantine. To the patriarch he disclosed his prudent and honorable motive. "Had I yielded," said Omar, "to your request, the Muslims of a future age would have infringed the treaty under color of imitating my example." By his command the ground of the Temple of Solomon was prepared for the foundation of a mosque. 6495 And, during a residence of 10 days, he regulated the present and future state of his Syrian conquests. Medina might be jealous lest the caliph should be detained by the sanctity of Jerusalem or the beauty of Damascus. Her apprehensions were dispelled by his prompt and voluntary return to the tomb of the apostle. 6496. To achieve what yet remained of the Syrian war, the caliph had formed 2 separate armies. A chosen detachment, under Amru and Yezid, was left in the camp of Palestine. while the larger division, under the standard of Abu Ubaidah and Khalid, marched away to the north against Antioch and Aleppo. AD 638. The latter of these, the Berea of the Greeks, was not yet illustrious as the capital of a province or a kingdom. And the inhabitants, by anticipating their submission and pleading their poverty, obtained a moderate composition for their lives and religion. But the castle of Aleppo, 6497 distinct from the city, stood erect on a lofty artificial mound, the sides were sharpened to a precipice, and faced with freestone. And the breadth of the ditch might be filled with water from the neighboring springs. After the loss of 3,000 men, the garrison was still equal to the defense. And Eukinna, their valiant and hereditary chief, had murdered his brother, a holy monk, for daring to pronounce the name of peace. In a siege of 4 or 5 months, the hardest of the Syrian war, great numbers of the Saracens were killed and wounded. Their removal to the distance of a mile could not seduce the vigilance of Eukinna. Nor could the Christians be terrified by the execution of 300 captives, whom they beheaded before the castle wall. The silence, and at length the complaints, of Abu Ubaidah informed the caliph that their hope and patience were consumed at the foot of this impregnable fortress. "I am variously affected," replied Omar, "by the difference of your success, but I charge you by no means to raise the siege of the castle. Your retreat would diminish the reputation of our arms, and encourage the infidels to fall upon you on all sides. Remain before Aleppo till God shall determine the event, and forage with your horse round the adjacent country." The exhortation of the commander of the faithful was fortified by a supply of volunteers from all the tribes of Arabia, who arrived in the camp on horses or camels. Among these was Dames, of a servile birth, but of gigantic size and intrepid resolution. The 47th day of his service he proposed, with only 30 men, to make an attempt on the castle. The experience and testimony of Khalid recommended his offer. And Abu Ubaidah admonished his brethren not to despise the baser origin of Dames, since he himself, could he relinquish the public care, would cheerfully serve under the banner of the slave. His design was covered by the appearance of a retreat, and the camp of the Saracens was pitched about a league from Aleppo. The 30 adventurers lay in ambush at the foot of the hill. And Dames at length succeeded in his inquiries, though he was provoked by the ignorance of his Greek captives. "God curse these dogs," said the illiterate Arab. "What a strange barbarous language they speak." At the darkest hour of the night, he scaled the most accessible height, which he had diligently surveyed, a place where the stones were less entire, or the slope less perpendicular, or the guard less vigilant. 7 of the stoutest Saracens mounted on each other's shoulders, and the weight of the column was sustained on the broad and sinewy back of the gigantic slave. The foremost in this painful ascent could grasp and climb the lowest part of the battlements. They silently stabbed and cast down the sentinels. And the 30 brethren, repeating a pious ejaculation, "O Apostle of God, help and deliver us," were successively drawn up by the long folds of their turbans. With bold and cautious footsteps, Dames explored the palace of the governor, who celebrated, in riotous merriment, the festival of his deliverance. From thence returning to his companions, he assaulted on the inside the entrance of the castle. They overpowered the guard, unbolted the gate, let down the drawbridge, and defended the narrow pass, till the arrival of Khalid, with the dawn of day, relieved their danger and assured their conquest. Eukinna, a formidable foe, became an active and useful proselyte. And the general of the Saracens expressed his regard for the most humble merit by detaining the army at Aleppo till Dames was cured of his honorable wounds. The capital of Syria was still covered by the castle of Azaz and the iron bridge of the Orontes. After the loss of those important posts and the defeat of the last of the Roman armies, the luxury of Antioch 6498 trembled and obeyed. Her safety was ransomed with 300,000 pieces of gold. But the throne of the successors of Alexander, the seat of the Roman government of the East, which had been decorated by Caesar with the titles of free, and holy, and inviolate, was degraded under the yoke of the caliphs to the secondary rank of a provincial town. 6499. In the life of Heraclius, the glories of the Persian War are clouded on either hand by the disgrace and weakness of his more early and his later days. When the successors of Muhammad unsheathed the sword of war and religion, he was astonished at the boundless prospect of toil and danger. His nature was indolent, nor could the infirm and frigid age of the emperor be kindled to a second effort. The sense of shame, and the importunities of the Syrians, prevented the hasty departure from the scene of action, but the hero was no more. And the loss of Damascus and Jerusalem, the bloody fields of Aiznadin and Yermuk, may be imputed in some degree to the absence or misconduct of the sovereign. Instead of defending the sepulchre of Christ, he involved the church and state in a metaphysical controversy for the unity of his will. And while Heraclius crowned the offspring of his second nuptials, he was tamely stripped of the most valuable part of their inheritance. In the cathedral of Antioch, in the presence of the bishops, at the foot of the crucifix, he bewailed the sins of the prince and people. But his confession instructed the world that it was vain, and perhaps impious, to resist the judgment of God. The Saracens were invincible in fact, since they were invincible in opinion. And the desertion of Eukinna, his false repentance and repeated perfidy, might justify the suspicion of the emperor that he was encompassed by traitors and apostates who conspired to betray his person and their country to the enemies of Christ. In the hour of adversity, his superstition was agitated by the omens and dreams of a falling crown. And after bidding an eternal farewell to Syria, he secretly embarked with a few attendants and absolved the faith of his subjects. 6500 Constantine, his eldest son, had been stationed with 40,000 men at Caesarea, the civil metropolis of the three provinces of Palestine. But his private interest recalled him to the Byzantine court, and, after the flight of his father, he felt himself an unequal champion to the united force of the Caliph. His vanguard was boldly attacked by 300 Arabs and 1,000 black slaves, who, in the depth of winter, had climbed the snowy mountains of Libanus, and who were speedily followed by the victorious squadrons of Khalid himself. From the north and south the troops of Antioch and Jerusalem advanced along the seashore till their banners were joined under the walls of the Phoenician cities. Tripoli and Tyre were betrayed. And a fleet of 50 transports, which entered without distrust the captive harbors, brought a seasonable supply of arms and provisions to the camp of the Saracens. Their labors were terminated by the unexpected surrender of Caesarea. The Roman prince had embarked in the night. 6501 and the defenseless citizens solicited their pardon with an offering of 200,000 pieces of gold. The remainder of the province, Ramla, Ptolemy or Acre, Sichem or Neapolis, Gaza, Ascalon, Berytus, Sidon, Gabala, Laodicea, Apamea, Hierapolis, no longer presumed to dispute the will of the conqueror. And Syria bowed under the scepter of the Caliph 700 years after Pompey had despoiled the last of the Macedonian kings. 6502. AD 633, 639 The sieges and battles of 6 campaigns had consumed many thousands of the Muslims. They died with the reputation and the cheerfulness of martyrs. And the simplicity of their faith may be expressed in the words of an Arabian youth, when he embraced, for the last time, his sister and mother. It is not, said he, the delicacies of Syria, or the fading delights of this world, that have prompted me to devote my life in the cause of religion. But I seek the favor of God and his apostle. And I have heard, from one of the companions of the prophet, that the spirits of the martyrs will be lodged in the crops of green birds, who shall taste the fruits, and drink of the rivers of paradise. Farewell, we shall meet again among the groves and fountains which God has provided for his elect. The faithful captives might exercise a passive and more arduous resolution. And a cousin of Muhammad is celebrated for refusing, after an abstinence of 3 days, the wine and pork, the only nourishment that was allowed by the malice of the infidels. The frailty of some weaker brethren exasperated the implacable spirit of fanaticism. And the father of Amr deplored, in pathetic strains, the apostasy and damnation of a son, who had renounced the promises of God, and the intercession of the prophet, to occupy, with the priests and deacons, the lowest mansions of hell. The more fortunate Arabs, who survived the war and persevered in the faith, were restrained by their abstemious leader from the abuse of prosperity. After a refreshment of 3 days, Abu Ubaidah withdrew his troops from the pernicious contagion of the luxury of Antioch, and assured the caliph that their religion and virtue could only be preserved by the hard discipline of poverty and labor. But the virtue of Omar, however rigorous to himself, was kind and liberal to his brethren. After a just tribute of praise and thanksgiving, he dropped a tear of compassion, and sitting down on the ground wrote an answer in which he mildly censured the severity of his lieutenant. God, said the successor of the Prophet, has not forbidden the use of the good things of this world to faithful men, and such as have performed good works. Therefore you ought to have given them leave to rest themselves, and partake freely of those good things which the country affordeth. If any of the Saracens have no family in Arabia, they may marry in Syria, and whosoever of them wants any female slaves, he may purchase as many as he hath occasion for. The conquerors prepared to use, or to abuse, this gracious permission, but the year of their triumph was marked by a mortality of men and cattle. And 25,000 Saracens were snatched away from the possession of Syria. The death of Abu Ubaidah might be lamented by the Christians, but his brethren recollected that he was one of the 10 elect whom the Prophet had named as the heirs of paradise. 6503 Khalid survived his brethren about 3 years. And the tomb of the Sword of God is shown in the neighborhood of Emesa. His valor, which founded in Arabia and Syria the empire of the caliphs, was fortified by the opinion of a special providence. And as long as he wore a cap which had been blessed by Muhammad, he deemed himself invulnerable amidst the darts of the infidels. 6504. AD 639, 655 The place of the first conquerors was supplied by a new generation of their children and countrymen. Syria became the seat and support of the house of Umayyah. And the revenue, the soldiers, the ships, of that powerful kingdom were consecrated to enlarge on every side the empire of the caliphs. But the Saracens despise a superfluity of fame, and their historians scarcely condescend to mention the subordinate conquests which are lost in the splendor and rapidity of their victorious career. To the north of Syria, they passed Mount Taurus, and reduced to their obedience the province of Cilicia, with its capital Tarsus, the ancient monument of the Assyrian kings. Beyond a second ridge of the same mountains, they spread the flame of war, rather than the light of religion, as far as the shores of the Euxine and the neighborhood of Constantinople. To the east, they advanced to the banks and sources of the Euphrates and Tigris. 6505 The long-disputed barrier of Rome and Persia was forever confounded. The walls of Edessa and Amida, of Dara and Nisibis, which had resisted the arms and engines of Sapor or Nushirvan, were leveled in the dust. And the holy city of Abgarus might vainly produce the epistle or the image of Christ to an unbelieving conqueror. To the west, the Syrian kingdom is bounded by the sea. And the ruin of Aradus, a small island or peninsula on the coast, was postponed during 10 years. But the hills of Libanus abounded in timber, the trade of Phoenicia was populous in mariners. And a fleet of 1,700 barks was equipped and manned by the natives of the desert. The imperial navy of the Romans fled before them from the Pamphylian rocks to the Hellespont. But the spirit of the emperor, a grandson of Heraclius, had been subdued before the combat by a dream and a pun. 6506 The Saracens rode masters of the sea. And the islands of Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Cyclades were successively exposed to their rapacious visits. 300 years before the Christian era, the memorable though fruitless siege of Rhodes 6507 by Demetrius had furnished that maritime republic with the materials and the subject of a trophy. A gigantic statue of Apollo, or the sun, 70 cubits in height, was erected at the entrance of the harbor, a monument of the freedom and the arts of Greece. After standing 56 years, the Colossus of Rhodes was overthrown by an earthquake. But the massy trunk and huge fragments lay scattered 8 centuries on the ground, and are often described as one of the wonders of the ancient world. They were collected by the diligence of the Saracens, and sold to a Jewish merchant of Edessa, who is said to have laden 900 camels with the weight of the brass metal, an enormous weight. Though we should include the 100 colossal figures 6508 and the 3,000 statues which adorned the prosperity of the City of the Sun. 3. The conquest of Egypt may be explained by the character of the victorious Saracen, one of the first of his nation. In an age when the meanest of the brethren was exalted above his nature by the spirit of enthusiasm. The birth of Amru was at once base and illustrious. His mother, a notorious prostitute, was unable to decide among 5 of the Quraysh. But the proof of resemblance adjudged the child to Asi, the oldest of her lovers. 6509 The youth of Amru was impelled by the passions and prejudices of his kindred. His poetic genius was exercised in satirical verses against the person and doctrine of Muhammad. His dexterity was employed by the reigning faction to pursue the religious exiles who had taken refuge in the court of the Ethiopian king. 6510 Yet he returned from this embassy a secret proselyte. His reason or his interest determined him to renounce the worship of idols. He escaped from Mecca with his friend Khalid. And the Prophet of Medina enjoyed at the same moment the satisfaction of embracing the 2 firmest champions of his cause. The impatience of Amru to lead the armies of the faithful was checked by the reproof of Omar, who advised him not to seek power and dominion. Since he who is a subject today may be a prince tomorrow. Yet his merit was not overlooked by the 2 first successors of Muhammad. They were indebted to his arms for the conquest of Palestine. And in all the battles and sieges of Syria he united with the temper of a chief the valor of an adventurous soldier. In a visit to Medina, the Caliph expressed a wish to survey the sword which had cut down so many Christian warriors. The son of Asi unsheathed a short and ordinary scimitar. And as he perceived the surprise of Omar, alas, said the modest Saracen, the sword itself, without the arm of its master, is neither sharper nor more weighty than the sword of Farazdak the poet. 6511 After the conquest of Egypt, he was recalled by the jealousy of the Caliph Othman. But in the subsequent troubles, the ambition of a soldier, a statesman, and an orator emerged from a private station. His powerful support, both in council and in the field, established the throne of the Umayyads. The administration and revenue of Egypt were restored by the gratitude of Muawiyah to a faithful friend who had raised himself above the rank of a subject. And Amru ended his days in the palace and city which he had founded on the banks of the Nile. His dying speech to his children is celebrated by the Arabians as a model of eloquence and wisdom. He deplored the errors of his youth. But if the penitent was still infected by the vanity of a poet, he might exaggerate the venom and mischief of his impious compositions. 6512 AD 638 From his camp in Palestine, Amru had surprised or anticipated the caliph's leave for the invasion of Egypt. 6513 The magnanimous Omar trusted in his God and his sword, which had shaken the thrones of Khosrow and Caesar. But when he compared the slender force of the Muslims with the greatness of the enterprise, he condemned his own rashness and listened to his timid companions. The pride and the greatness of Pharaoh were familiar to the readers of the Quran. And a tenfold repetition of prodigies had been scarcely sufficient to effect, not the victory, but the flight, of 600,000 of the children of Israel. The cities of Egypt were many and populous, their architecture was strong and solid. The Nile, with its numerous branches, was alone an insuperable barrier. And the granary of the imperial city would be obstinately defended by the Roman powers. In this perplexity, the commander of the faithful resigned himself to the decision of chance, or, in his opinion, of providence. At the head of only 4,000 Arabs, the intrepid Amru had marched away from his station of Gaza when he was overtaken by the messenger of Omar. "If you are still in Syria," said the ambiguous mandate, "retreat without delay. But if, at the receipt of this epistle, you have already reached the frontiers of Egypt, advance with confidence, and depend on the succor of God and of your brethren." The experience, perhaps the secret intelligence, of Amru had taught him to suspect the mutability of courts, and he continued his march till his tents were unquestionably pitched on Egyptian ground. He there assembled his officers, broke the seal, perused the epistle, gravely inquired the name and situation of the place, and declared his ready obedience to the commands of the Caliph. After a siege of 30 days, he took possession of Pharma or Pelusium. And that key of Egypt, as it has been justly named, unlocked the entrance of the country as far as the ruins of Heliopolis and the neighborhood of the modern Cairo. On the western side of the Nile, at a small distance to the east of the pyramids, at a small distance to the south of the delta, Memphis, 150 furlongs in circumference, displayed the magnificence of ancient kings. Under the reign of the Ptolemies and Caesars, the seat of government was removed to the seacoast, the ancient capital was eclipsed by the arts and opulence of Alexandria. The palaces, and at length the temples, were reduced to a desolate and ruinous condition, yet in the age of Augustus, and even in that of Constantine, Memphis was still numbered among the greatest and most populous of the provincial cities. 6514 The banks of the Nile, in this place of the breadth of 3,000 feet, were united by 2 bridges of 60 and of 30 boats, connected in the middle stream by the small island of Rouda, which was covered with gardens and habitations. 6515 The eastern extremity of the bridge was terminated by the town of Babylon and the camp of a Roman legion, which protected the passage of the river and the second capital of Egypt. This important fortress, which might fairly be described as a part of Memphis or Misra, was invested by the arms of the lieutenant of Omar. A reinforcement of 4,000 Saracens soon arrived in his camp. And the military engines, which battered the walls, may be imputed to the art and labor of his Syrian allies. Yet the siege was protracted to 7 months. And the rash invaders were encompassed and threatened by the inundation of the Nile. 6516 Their last assault was bold and successful. They passed the ditch, which had been fortified with iron spikes, applied their scaling ladders, entered the fortress with the shout of, "God is victorious," and drove the remnant of the Greeks to their boats and the Isle of Rouda. The spot was afterwards recommended to the conqueror by the easy communication with the Gulf and the peninsula of Arabia. The remains of Memphis were deserted. The tents of the Arabs were converted into permanent habitations, and the first mosque was blessed by the presence of 80 companions of Muhammad. 6517 A new city arose in their camp on the eastward bank of the Nile. And the contiguous quarters of Babylon and Fostat are confounded in their present decay by the appellation of Old Misra or Cairo, of which they form an extensive suburb. But the name of Cairo, the town of Victory, more strictly belongs to the modern capital, which was founded in the 10th century by the Fatimite caliphs. 6518 It has gradually receded from the river. But the continuity of buildings may be traced by an attentive eye from the monuments of Sesostris to those of Saladin. 6519 Yet the Arabs, after a glorious and profitable enterprise, must have retreated to the desert, had they not found a powerful alliance in the heart of the country. The rapid conquest of Alexander was assisted by the superstition and revolt of the natives. They abhorred their Persian oppressors, the disciples of the Magi, who had burnt the temples of Egypt, and feasted with sacrilegious appetite on the flesh of the god Apis. 6520 After a period of 10 centuries the same revolution was renewed by a similar cause, and in the support of an incomprehensible creed, the zeal of the Coptic Christians was equally ardent. I have already explained the origin and progress of the Monophysite controversy, and the persecution of the emperors, which converted a sect into a nation, and alienated Egypt from their religion and government. The Saracens were received as the deliverers of the Jacobite Church, and a secret and effectual treaty was opened during the siege of Memphis between a victorious army and a people of slaves. A rich and noble Egyptian, of the name of Makakaz, had dissembled his faith to obtain the administration of his province. In the disorders of the Persian War he aspired to independence. The embassy of Muhammad ranked him among princes, but he declined, with rich gifts and ambiguous compliments, the proposal of a new religion. 6521 The abuse of his trust exposed him to the resentment of Heraclius. His submission was delayed by arrogance and fear, and his conscience was prompted by interest to throw himself on the favor of the nation and the support of the Saracens. In his first conference with Amru, he heard without indignation the usual option of the Quran, the tribute, or the sword. The Greeks, replied Makakaz, are determined to abide the determination of the sword. But with the Greeks I desire no communion, either in this world or in the next, and I abjure forever the Byzantine tyrant, his synod of Chalcedon, and his Melchite slaves. For myself and my brethren, we are resolved to live and die in the profession of the gospel and unity of Christ. It is impossible for us to embrace the revelations of your prophet. But we are desirous of peace, and cheerfully submit to pay tribute and obedience to his temporal successors. The tribute was ascertained at 2 pieces of gold for the head of every Christian. But old men, monks, women, and children of both sexes under 16 years of age were exempted from this personal assessment. The Copts above and below Memphis swore allegiance to the Caliph, and promised a hospitable entertainment of 3 days to every Mussulman who should travel through their country. By this charter of security the ecclesiastical and civil tyranny of the Melchites was destroyed. 6522 The anathemas of Saint Cyril were thundered from every pulpit. And the sacred edifices, with the patrimony of the Church, were restored to the national communion of the Jacobites, who enjoyed without moderation the moment of triumph and revenge. At the pressing summons of Amru, their patriarch Benjamin emerged from his desert. And after the first interview, the courteous Arab affected to declare that he had never conversed with a Christian priest of more innocent manners and a more venerable aspect. 6523 In the march from Memphis to Alexandria, the lieutenant of Omar entrusted his safety to the zeal and gratitude of the Egyptians. The roads and bridges were diligently repaired. And in every step of his progress, he could depend on a constant supply of provisions and intelligence. The Greeks of Egypt, whose numbers could scarcely equal 1/10 of the natives, were overwhelmed by the universal defection. They had ever been hated, they were no longer feared. The magistrate fled from his tribunal, the bishop from his altar, and the distant garrisons were surprised or starved by the surrounding multitudes. Had not the Nile afforded a safe and ready conveyance to the sea, not an individual could have escaped who by birth, or language, or office, or religion was connected with their odious name. By the retreat of the Greeks from the provinces of Upper Egypt, a considerable force was collected in the island of Delta. The natural and artificial channels of the Nile afforded a succession of strong and defensible posts. And the road to Alexandria was laboriously cleared by the victory of the Saracens in 22 days of general or partial combat. In their annals of conquest, the siege of Alexandria 6524 is perhaps the most arduous and important enterprise. The first trading city in the world was abundantly replenished with the means of subsistence and defense. Her numerous inhabitants fought for the dearest of human rights, religion and property. And the enmity of the natives seemed to exclude them from the common benefit of peace and toleration. The sea was continually open. And if Heraclius had been awake to the public distress, fresh armies of Romans and barbarians might have been poured into the harbor to save the second capital of the empire. A circumference of 10 miles would have scattered the forces of the Greeks and favored the stratagems of an active enemy. But the 2 sides of an oblong square were covered by the sea and the Lake Mareotis, and each of the narrow ends exposed a front of no more than 10 furlongs. The efforts of the Arabs were not inadequate to the difficulty of the attempt and the value of the prize. From the throne of Medina, the eyes of Omar were fixed on the camp and city, his voice excited to arms the Arabian tribes and the veterans of Syria. And the merit of a holy war was recommended by the peculiar fame and fertility of Egypt. Anxious for the ruin or expulsion of their tyrants, the faithful natives devoted their labors to the service of Amru. Some sparks of martial spirit were perhaps rekindled by the example of their allies, and the sanguine hopes of Macaucus had fixed his sepulchre in the church of St. John of Alexandria. Eutychius the patriarch observes that the Saracens fought with the courage of lions. They repulsed the frequent and almost daily sallies of the besieged, and soon assaulted in their turn the walls and towers of the city. In every attack, the sword, the banner of Amru, glittered in the van of the Muslims. On a memorable day, he was betrayed by his imprudent valor, his followers who had entered the citadel were driven back. And the general, with a friend and slave, remained a prisoner in the hands of the Christians. When Amru was conducted before the prefect, he remembered his dignity and forgot his situation. A lofty demeanor and resolute language revealed the lieutenant of the caliph, and the battle-axe of a soldier was already raised to strike off the head of the audacious captive. His life was saved by the readiness of his slave, who instantly gave his master a blow on the face, and commanded him, with an angry tone, to be silent in the presence of his superiors. The credulous Greek was deceived, he listened to the offer of a treaty, and his prisoners were dismissed in the hope of a more respectable embassy. Till the joyful acclamations of the camp announced the return of their general and insulted the folly of the infidels. At length, after a siege of 14 months 65-25 and the loss of 23,000 men, the Saracens prevailed. The Greeks embarked their dispirited and diminished numbers, and the standard of Muhammad was planted on the walls of the capital of Egypt. "I have taken," said Amru to the caliph, "the great city of the West. It is impossible for me to enumerate the variety of its riches and beauty. And I shall content myself with observing that it contains 4,000 palaces, 4,000 baths, 400 theaters or places of amusement, 12,000 shops for the sale of vegetable food, and 40,000 tributary Jews. The town has been subdued by force of arms, without treaty or capitulation, and the Muslims are impatient to seize the fruits of their victory." 65-26 The commander of the faithful rejected with firmness the idea of pillage, and directed his lieutenant to reserve the wealth and revenue of Alexandria for the public service and the propagation of the faith. The inhabitants were numbered, a tribute was imposed. The zeal and resentment of the Jacobites were curbed, and the Melchites who submitted to the Arabian yoke were indulged in the obscure but tranquil exercise of their worship. The intelligence of this disgraceful and calamitous event afflicted the declining health of the emperor, and Heraclius died of a dropsy about 7 weeks after the loss of Alexandria. 65-27 Under the minority of his grandson, the clamors of a people, deprived of their daily sustenance, compelled the Byzantine court to undertake the recovery of the capital of Egypt. In the space of 4 years, the harbor and fortifications of Alexandria were twice occupied by a fleet and army of Romans. They were twice expelled by the valor of Amru, who was recalled by the domestic peril from the distant wars of Tripoli and Nubia. But the facility of the attempt, the repetition of the insult, and the obstinacy of the resistance provoked him to swear that, if a third time he drove the infidels into the sea, he would render Alexandria as accessible on all sides as the house of a prostitute. Faithful to his promise, he dismantled several parts of the walls and towers, but the people was spared in the chastisement of the city. And the Mosque of Mercy was erected on the spot where the victorious general had stopped the fury of his troops. I should deceive the expectation of the reader, if I passed in silence the fate of the Alexandrian library, as it is described by the learned Abulpharagius. The spirit of Amru was more curious and liberal than that of his brethren, and in his leisure hours, the Arabian chief was pleased with the conversation of John, the last disciple of Ammonius, and who derived the surname of Philoponus from his laborious studies of grammar and philosophy. 65-28 Emboldened by this familiar intercourse, Philoponus presumed to solicit a gift, inestimable in his opinion, contemptible in that of the barbarians, the royal library, which alone, among the spoils of Alexandria, had not been appropriated by the visit and the seal of the conqueror. Amru was inclined to gratify the wish of the grammarian, but his rigid integrity refused to alienate the minutest object without the consent of the caliph. And the well-known answer of Omar was inspired by the ignorance of a fanatic. If these writings of the Greeks agree with the Book of God, they are useless and need not be preserved. If they disagree, they are pernicious and ought to be destroyed. The sentence was executed with blind obedience. The volumes of paper or parchment were distributed to the 4,000 baths of the city. And such was their incredible multitude that 6 months were barely sufficient for the consumption of this precious fuel. Since the dynasties of Abulpharagius 65-29 have been given to the world in a Latin version, the tale has been repeatedly transcribed. And every scholar, with pious indignation, has deplored the irreparable shipwreck of the learning, the arts, and the genius of antiquity. For my own part, I am strongly tempted to deny both the fact and the consequences. 6530 The fact is indeed marvelous. Read and wonder, says the historian himself. And the solitary report of a stranger who wrote at the end of 600 years on the confines of media is overbalanced by the silence of two annalists of a more early date, both Christians. Both natives of Egypt, and the most ancient of whom, the patriarch Eutychius, has amply described the conquest of Alexandria. 6531 The rigid sentence of Omar is repugnant to the sound and orthodox precept of the Mohammedan casuists. They expressly declare that the religious books of the Jews and Christians, which are acquired by the right of war, should never be committed to the flames. And that the works of profane science, historians or poets, physicians or philosophers, may be lawfully applied to the use of the faithful. 6532 A more destructive zeal may perhaps be attributed to the first successors of Muhammad, yet in this instance the conflagration would have speedily expired in the deficiency of materials. I should not recapitulate the disasters of the Alexandrian library, the involuntary flame that was kindled by Caesar in his own defense. 6533 Or the mischievous bigotry of the Christians who studied to destroy the monuments of idolatry. 6534 But if we gradually descend from the age of the Antonines to that of Theodosius, we shall learn from a chain of contemporary witnesses that the royal palace and the temple of Serapis no longer contained the 4, or the 700,000 volumes which had been assembled by the curiosity and magnificence of the Ptolemies. 6535 Perhaps the church and seat of the patriarchs might be enriched with a repository of books. But if the ponderous mass of Arian and Monophysite controversy were indeed consumed in the public baths, 6536 A philosopher may allow, with a smile, that it was ultimately devoted to the benefit of mankind. I sincerely regret the more valuable libraries which have been involved in the ruin of the Roman Empire. But when I seriously compute the lapse of ages, the waste of ignorance, and the calamities of war, our treasures, rather than our losses, are the objects of my surprise. Many curious and interesting facts are buried in oblivion. The three great historians of Rome have been transmitted to our hands in a mutilated state. And we are deprived of many pleasing compositions of the lyric, iambic, and dramatic poetry of the Greeks. Yet we should gratefully remember that the mischances of time and accident have spared the classic works to which the suffrage of antiquity 6537 had adjudged the first place of genius and glory. The teachers of ancient knowledge, who are still extant, had perused and compared the writings of their predecessors. 6538 Nor can it fairly be presumed that any important truth, any useful discovery in art or nature, has been snatched away from the curiosity of modern ages. In the administration of Egypt 6539 Amru balanced the demands of justice and policy. The interest of the people of the law, who were defended by God, and of the people of the alliance, who were protected by man. In the recent tumult of conquest and deliverance, the tongue of the Copts and the sword of the Arabs were most adverse to the tranquility of the province. To the former, Amr declared that faction and falsehood would be doubly chastised, by the punishment of the accusers, whom he should detest as his personal enemies, and by the promotion of their innocent brethren, whom their envy had labored to injure and supplant. He excited the latter by the motives of religion and honor to sustain the dignity of their character, to endear themselves by a modest and temperate conduct to God and the Caliph, to spare and protect a people who had trusted to their faith, and to content themselves with the legitimate and splendid rewards of their victory. In the management of the revenue he disapproved the simple but oppressive mode of a capitation, and preferred with reason a proportion of taxes deducted on every branch from the clear profits of agriculture and commerce. A third part of the tribute was appropriated to the annual repairs of the dikes and canals, so essential to the public welfare. Under his administration the fertility of Egypt supplied the dearth of Arabia. And a string of camels, laden with corn and provisions, covered almost without an interval the long road from Memphis to Medina. 6540 But the genius of Amru soon renewed the maritime communication which had been attempted or achieved by the pharaohs, the Ptolemies, or the Caesars. And a canal, at least 80 miles in length, was opened from the Nile to the Red Sea. 6541 This inland navigation, which would have joined the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, was soon discontinued as useless and dangerous. The throne was removed from Medina to Damascus, and the Grecian fleets might have explored a passage to the holy cities of Arabia. 6542. Of his new conquest, the Caliph Omar had an imperfect knowledge from the voice of fame and the legends of the Quran. He requested that his lieutenant would place before his eyes the realm of Pharaoh and the Amalekites, and the answer of Amru exhibits a lively and not unfaithful picture of that singular country. 6543. O Commander of the Faithful, Egypt is a compound of black earth and green plants, between a pulverized mountain and a red sand. The distance from Syene to the sea is a month's journey for a horseman. Along the valley descends a river, on which the blessing of the Most High reposes both in the evening and morning, and which rises and falls with the revolutions of the sun and moon. When the annual dispensation of Providence unlocks the springs and fountains that nourish the earth, the Nile rolls his swelling and sounding waters through the realm of Egypt. The fields are overspread by the salutary flood, and the villages communicate with each other in their painted barks. The retreat of the inundation deposits a fertilizing mud for the reception of the various seeds. The crowds of husbandmen who blacken the land may be compared to a swarm of industrious ants. And their native indolence is quickened by the lash of the taskmaster and the promise of the flowers and fruits of a plentiful increase. Their hope is seldom deceived. But the riches which they extract from the wheat, the barley, and the rice, the legumes, the fruit trees, and the cattle, are unequally shared between those who labor and those who possess. According to the vicissitudes of the seasons, the face of the country is adorned with a silver wave, a verdant emerald, and the deep yellow of a golden harvest. 6544. Yet this beneficial order is sometimes interrupted, and the long delay and sudden swell of the river in the first year of the conquest might afford some color to an edifying fable. It is said that the annual sacrifice of a virgin 6545 had been interdicted by the piety of Omar. And that the Nile lay sullen and inactive in his shallow bed, till the mandate of the Caliph was cast into the obedient stream, which rose in a single night to the height of 16 cubits. The admiration of the Arabs for their new conquest encouraged the license of their romantic spirit. We may read, in the gravest authors, that Egypt was crowded with 20,000 cities or villages. 6546 That, exclusive of the Greeks and Arabs, the Copts alone were found, on the assessment, 6 millions of tributary subjects 6547 or 20 millions of either sex and of every age. That 300 millions of gold or silver were annually paid to the treasury of the caliphs. 6548 Our reason must be startled by these extravagant assertions. And they will become more palpable, if we assume the compass and measure the extent of habitable ground, a valley from the tropic to Memphis seldom broader than 12 miles. And the triangle of the delta, a flat surface of 2,100 square leagues, compose a 12th part of the magnitude of France. 6549 A more accurate research will justify a more reasonable estimate. The 300 millions, created by the error of a scribe, are reduced to the decent revenue of 4,300,000 pieces of gold, of which 900,000 were consumed by the pay of the soldiers. 6552 Authentic lists, of the present and of the 12th century, are circumscribed within the respectable number of 2,700 villages and towns. 6551 After a long residence at Cairo, a French consul has ventured to assign about 4 millions of Mohammedans, Christians, and Jews for the ample, though not incredible, scope of the population of Egypt. 6552. 4. The conquest of Africa, from the Nile to the Atlantic Ocean, 6553 was first attempted by the arms of the Caliph Othman. The pious design was approved by the companions of Muhammad and the chiefs of the tribes. And 20,000 Arabs marched from Medina, with the gifts and the blessing of the commander of the faithful. AD 647 They were joined in the camp of Memphis by 20,000 of their countrymen. And the conduct of the war was entrusted to Abdullah 6554, the son of Said and the foster brother of the Caliph, who had lately supplanted the conqueror and lieutenant of Egypt. Yet the favor of the prince and the merit of his favorite could not obliterate the guilt of his apostasy. The early conversion of Abdullah and his skillful pen had recommended him to the important office of transcribing the sheets of the Quran. He betrayed his trust, corrupted the text, derided the errors which he had made, and fled to Mecca to escape the justice, and expose the ignorance, of the apostle. After the conquest of Mecca, he fell prostrate at the feet of Muhammad. His tears, and the entreaties of Othman, extorted a reluctant pardon. But the Prophet declared that he had so long hesitated, to allow time for some zealous disciple to avenge his injury in the blood of the apostate. With apparent fidelity and effective merit, he served the religion which it was no longer his interest to desert. His birth and talents gave him an honorable rank among the Quraysh. And, in a nation of cavalry, Abdullah was renowned as the boldest and most dexterous horseman of Arabia. At the head of 40,000 Muslims, he advanced from Egypt into the unknown countries of the West. The sands of Barca might be impervious to a Roman legion, but the Arabs were attended by their faithful camels. And the natives of the desert beheld without terror the familiar aspect of the soil and climate. After a painful march, they pitched their tents before the walls of Tripoli 6555, a maritime city in which the name, the wealth, and the inhabitants of the province had gradually centered, and which now maintains the third rank among the states of Barbary. A reinforcement of Greeks was surprised and cut in pieces on the seashore, but the fortifications of Tripoli resisted the first assaults. And the Saracens were tempted by the approach of the prefect Gregory 6556 to relinquish the labors of the siege for the perils and the hopes of a decisive action. If his standard was followed by 120,000 men, the regular bands of the empire must have been lost in the naked and disorderly crowd of Africans and Moors, who formed the strength, or rather the numbers, of his host. He rejected with indignation the option of the Quran or the tribute. And during several days the two armies were fiercely engaged from the dawn of light to the hour of noon, when their fatigue and the excessive heat compelled them to seek shelter and refreshment in their respective camps. The daughter of Gregory, a maid of incomparable beauty and spirit, is said to have fought by his side. From her earliest youth she was trained to mount on horseback, to draw the bow, and to wield the scimitar. And the richness of her arms and apparel were conspicuous in the foremost ranks of the battle. Her hand, with 100,000 pieces of gold, was offered for the head of the Arabian general, and the youths of Africa were excited by the prospect of the glorious prize. At the pressing solicitation of his brethren, Abdullah withdrew his person from the field. But the Saracens were discouraged by the retreat of their leader and the repetition of these equal or unsuccessful conflicts. A noble Arabian, who afterwards became the adversary of Ali and the father of a caliph, had signalized his valor in Egypt. And Zobair 6557 was the first who planted the scaling ladder against the walls of Babylon. In the African war he was detached from the standard of Abdullah. On the news of the battle, Zobair, with 12 companions, cut his way through the camp of the Greeks, and pressed forwards, without tasting either food or repose, to partake of the dangers of his brethren. He cast his eyes round the field. Where, said he, is our general? In his tent. Is the tent a station for the general of the Muslims? Abdullah represented with a blush the importance of his own life, and the temptation that was held forth by the Roman prefect. Retort, said Zobair, on the infidels their ungenerous attempt. Proclaim through the ranks that the head of Gregory shall be repaid with his captive daughter and the equal sum of 100,000 pieces of gold. To the courage and discretion of Zobair the lieutenant of the caliph entrusted the execution of his own stratagem, which inclined the long-disputed balance in favor of the Saracens. Supplying by activity and artifice the deficiency of numbers, a part of their forces lay concealed in their tents, while the remainder prolonged an irregular skirmish with the enemy till the sun was high in the heavens. On both sides they retired with fainting steps. Their horses were unbridled, their armor was laid aside, and the hostile nations prepared, or seemed to prepare, for the refreshment of the evening and the encounter of the ensuing day. On a sudden the charge was sounded, the Arabian camp poured forth a swarm of fresh and intrepid warriors. And the long line of the Greeks and Africans was surprised, assaulted, overturned by new squadrons of the faithful, who, to the eye of fanaticism, might appear as a band of angels descending from the sky. The prefect himself was slain by the hand of Zobeir, his daughter, who sought revenge, and death, was surrounded and made prisoner. And the fugitives involved in their disaster the town of Sufetula, to which they escaped from the sabers and lances of the Arabs. Sufetula was built 150 miles to the south of Carthage. A gentle declivity is watered by a running stream, and shaded by a grove of juniper trees. And, in the ruins of a triumphal arch, a portico, and 3 temples of the Corinthian order, curiosity may yet admire the magnificence of the Romans. 6558 After the fall of this opulent city, the provincials and barbarians implored on all sides the mercy of the conqueror. His vanity or his zeal might be flattered by offers of tribute or professions of faith, but his losses, his fatigues, and the progress of an epidemical disease prevented a solid establishment. And the Saracens, after a campaign of 15 months, retreated to the confines of Egypt, with the captives and the wealth of their African expedition. The caliph's fifth was granted to a favorite, on the nominal payment of 500,000 pieces of gold. 6559 But the state was doubly injured by this fallacious transaction, if each foot soldier had shared 1,000, and each horseman 3,000, pieces in the real division of the plunder. The author of the death of Gregory was expected to have claimed the most precious reward of the victory. From his silence it might be presumed that he had fallen in the battle. Till the tears and exclamations of the prefect's daughter at the sight of Zobeir revealed the valor and modesty of that gallant soldier. The unfortunate virgin was offered, and almost rejected, as a slave, by her father's murderer, who coolly declared that his sword was consecrated to the service of religion, and that he labored for a recompense far above the charms of mortal beauty or the riches of this transitory life. A reward congenial to his temper was the honorable commission of announcing to the Caliph Othman the success of his arms. The companions, the chiefs, and the people, were assembled in the Mosque of Medina, to hear the interesting narrative of Zobeir. And as the orator forgot nothing except the merit of his own counsels and actions, the name of Abdullah was joined by the Arabians with the heroic names of Khalid and Amru. 6560. The western conquests of the Saracens were suspended near 20 years, till their dissensions were composed by the establishment of the house of Umayyah. And the Caliph Muawiyah was invited by the cries of the Africans themselves. The successors of Heraclius had been informed of the tribute which they had been compelled to stipulate with the Arabs. But instead of being moved to pity and relieve their distress, they imposed, as an equivalent or a fine, a second tribute of a similar amount. The ears of the Byzantine ministers were shut against the complaints of their poverty and ruin. Their despair was reduced to prefer the dominion of a single master. And the extortions of the Patriarch of Carthage, who was invested with civil and military power, provoked the sectaries, and even the Catholics of the Roman province to abjure the religion as well as the authority of their tyrants. The first lieutenant of Muawiyah acquired a just renown, subdued an important city, defeated an army of 30,000 Greeks, swept away 80,000 captives, and enriched with their spoils the bold adventurers of Syria and Egypt. 6561 But the title of conqueror of Africa is more justly due to his successor Akba. He marched from Damascus at the head of 10,000 of the bravest Arabs. And the genuine force of the Muslims was enlarged by the doubtful aid and conversion of many thousand barbarians. It would be difficult, nor is it necessary, to trace the accurate line of the progress of Akba. The interior regions have been peopled by the Orientals with fictitious armies and imaginary citadels. In the warlike province of Zab or Numidia, 80,000 of the natives might assemble in arms. But the number of 360 towns is incompatible with the ignorance or decay of husbandry. 6562 And a circumference of 3 leagues will not be justified by the ruins of Irbi or Lambisa, the ancient metropolis of that inland country. As we approach the seacoast, the well-known cities of Bugia 6563 and Tangier 6564 define the more certain limits of the Saracen victories. A remnant of trade still adheres to the commodious harbour of Bugia, which, in a more prosperous age, is said to have contained about 20,000 houses. And the plenty of iron which is dug from the adjacent mountains might have supplied a braver people with the instruments of defence. The remote position and venerable antiquity of Tingi, or Tangier, have been decorated by the Greek and Arabian fables. But the figurative expressions of the latter, that the walls were constructed of brass, and that the roofs were covered with gold and silver, may be interpreted as the emblems of strength and opulence. The province of Mauritania Tingitana 6565, which assumed the name of the capital, had been imperfectly discovered and settled by the Romans. The 5 colonies were confined to a narrow pale, and the more southern parts were seldom explored except by the agents of luxury, who searched the forests for ivory and the citron wood. 6566 and the shores of the ocean for the purple shellfish. The fearless Akba plunged into the heart of the country, traversed the wilderness in which his successors erected the splendid capitals of Fez and Morocco. 6567 and at length penetrated to the verge of the Atlantic and the Great Desert. The river Sus descends from the western sides of Mount Atlas, fertilizes, like the Nile, the adjacent soil, and falls into the sea at a moderate distance from the Canary, or Fortunate, Islands. Its banks were inhabited by the last of the Moors, a race of savages, without laws, or discipline, or religion. They were astonished by the strange and irresistible terrors of the Oriental arms. And as they possessed neither gold nor silver, the richest spoil was the beauty of the female captives, some of whom were afterwards sold for 1,000 pieces of gold. The career, though not the zeal, of Akba was checked by the prospect of a boundless ocean. He spurred his horse into the waves, and raising his eyes to heaven, exclaimed with the tone of a fanatic, "Great God! If my course were not stopped by this sea, I would still go on, to the unknown kingdoms of the West, preaching the unity of thy holy name, and putting to the sword the rebellious nations who worship any other gods than thee." 6568 Yet this Mohammedan Alexander, who sighed for new worlds, was unable to preserve his recent conquests. By the universal defection of the Greeks and Africans he was recalled from the shores of the Atlantic, and the surrounding multitudes left him only the resource of an honorable death. The last scene was dignified by an example of national virtue. An ambitious chief, who had disputed the command and failed in the attempt, was led about as a prisoner in the camp of the Arabian general. The insurgents had trusted to his discontent and revenge. He disdained their offers and revealed their designs. In the hour of danger, the grateful Akba unlocked his fetters and advised him to retire. He chose to die under the banner of his rival. Embracing as friends and martyrs, they unsheathed their scimitars, broke their scabbards, and maintained an obstinate combat till they fell by each other's side on the last of their slaughtered countrymen. The third general or governor of Africa, Zuair, avenged and encountered the fate of his predecessor. He vanquished the natives in many battles. He was overthrown by a powerful army which Constantinople had sent to the relief of Carthage. It had been the frequent practice of the Moorish tribes to join the invaders, to share the plunder, to profess the faith, and to revolt in their savage state of independence and idolatry on the first retreat or misfortune of the Muslims. AD 675 The prudence of Akba had proposed to found an Arabian colony in the heart of Africa, a citadel that might curb the levity of the barbarians, a place of refuge to secure against the accidents of war, the wealth and the families of the Saracens. With this view, and under the modest title of the station of a caravan, he planted this colony in the 50th year of the Hijra. In its present decay, Cairo 6569 still holds the second rank in the Kingdom of Tunis, from which it is distant about 50 miles to the south. 6570 Its inland situation, 12 miles westward of the sea, has protected the city from the Greek and Sicilian fleets. When the wild beasts and serpents were extirpated, when the forest, or rather wilderness, was cleared, the vestiges of a Roman town were discovered in a sandy plain. The vegetable food of Cairo is brought from afar, and the scarcity of springs constrains the inhabitants to collect in cisterns and reservoirs a precarious supply of rain water. These obstacles were subdued by the industry of Akba. He traced a circumference of 3,600 paces, which he encompassed with a brick wall. In the space of 5 years, the governor's palace was surrounded with a sufficient number of private habitations. A spacious mosque was supported by 500 columns of granite, porphyry, and Numidian marble, and Cairo became the seat of learning as well as of empire. But these were the glories of a later age. The new colony was shaken by the successive defeats of Akba and Zuhair, and the western expeditions were again interrupted by the civil discord of the Arabian monarchy. The son of the valiant Zobair maintained a war of 12 years, a siege of 7 months against the house of Umayyah. Abdullah was said to unite the fierceness of the lion with the subtlety of the fox, but if he inherited the courage, he was devoid of the generosity of his father. 6571. The return of domestic peace allowed the Caliph Abdalmalek to resume the conquest of Africa. The standard was delivered to Hassan, governor of Egypt, and the revenue of that kingdom, with an army of 40,000 men, was consecrated to the important service. In the vicissitudes of war, the interior provinces had been alternately won and lost by the Saracens. AD 692, 698, but the seacoast still remained in the hands of the Greeks. The predecessors of Hassan had respected the name and fortifications of Carthage, and the number of its defenders was recruited by the fugitives of Cabes and Tripoli. The arms of Hassan were bolder and more fortunate. He reduced and pillaged the metropolis of Africa. And the mention of scaling ladders may justify the suspicion that he anticipated, by a sudden assault, the more tedious operations of a regular siege. But the joy of the conquerors was soon disturbed by the appearance of the Christian succors. The prefect and patrician John, a general of experience and renown, embarked at Constantinople the forces of the Eastern Empire. 6572 they were joined by the ships and soldiers of Sicily, and a powerful reinforcement of Goths. 6573 was obtained from the fears and religion of the Spanish monarch. The weight of the Confederate navy broke the chain that guarded the entrance of the harbor. The Arabs retired to Cairo, or Tripoli, the Christians landed. The citizens hailed the ensign of the cross, and the winter was idly wasted in the dream of victory or deliverance. But Africa was irrecoverably lost. The zeal and resentment of the commander of the faithful 6574 prepared in the ensuing spring a more numerous armament by sea and land. And the patrician in his turn was compelled to evacuate the post and fortifications of Carthage. A second battle was fought in the neighborhood of Utica. The Greeks and Goths were again defeated. And their timely embarkation saved them from the sword of Hassan, who had invested the slight and insufficient rampart of their camp. Whatever yet remained of Carthage was delivered to the flames, and the colony of Dido 6575 and Caesar lay desolate above 200 years, till a part, perhaps a 20th, of the old circumference was repeopled by the first of the Fatimite caliphs. In the beginning of the 16th century, the second capital of the West was represented by a mosque, a college without students, 25 or 30 shops, and the huts of 500 peasants, who, in their abject poverty, displayed the arrogance of the Punic senators. Even that paltry village was swept away by the Spaniards whom Charles V had stationed in the fortress of the Goletta. The ruins of Carthage have perished. And the place might be unknown if some broken arches of an aqueduct did not guide the footsteps of the inquisitive traveler. 6576. The Greeks were expelled, but the Arabians were not yet masters of the country. In the interior provinces the Moors or Berbers 6577 so feeble under the first Caesars, so formidable to the Byzantine princes, maintained a disorderly resistance to the religion and power of the successors of Muhammad. AD 698, 709 under the standard of their queen Kahina the independent tribes acquired some degree of union and discipline. And as the Moors respected in their females the character of a prophetess, they attacked the invaders with an enthusiasm similar to their own. The veteran bands of Hassan were inadequate to the defense of Africa, the conquests of an age were lost in a single day. And the Arabian chief, overwhelmed by the torrent, retired to the confines of Egypt and expected, 5 years, the promised succors of the Caliph. After the retreat of the Saracens, the victorious prophetess assembled the Moorish chiefs, and recommended a measure of strange and savage policy. "Our cities," said she, "and the gold and silver which they contain, perpetually attract the arms of the Arabs. These vile metals are not the objects of our ambition. We content ourselves with the simple productions of the earth. Let us destroy these cities, let us bury in their ruins those pernicious treasures. And when the avarice of our foes shall be destitute of temptation, perhaps they will cease to disturb the tranquility of a warlike people." The proposal was accepted with unanimous applause. From Tangier to Tripoli the buildings, or at least the fortifications, were demolished, the fruit trees were cut down, the means of subsistence were extirpated. A fertile and populous garden was changed into a desert, and the historians of a more recent period could discern the frequent traces of the prosperity and devastation of their ancestors. Such is the tale of the modern Arabians. Yet I strongly suspect that their ignorance of antiquity, the love of the marvelous, and the fashion of extolling the philosophy of barbarians has induced them to describe, as one voluntary act, the calamities of 300 years since the first fury of the Donatists and Vandals. In the progress of the revolt Kahina had most probably contributed her share of destruction. And the alarm of universal ruin might terrify and alienate the cities that had reluctantly yielded to her unworthy yoke. They no longer hoped, perhaps they no longer wished, the return of their Byzantine sovereigns. Their present servitude was not alleviated by the benefits of order and justice. And the most zealous Catholic must prefer the imperfect truths of the Quran to the blind and rude idolatry of the Moors. The general of the Saracens was again received as the savior of the province. The friends of civil society conspired against the savages of the land, and the royal prophetess was slain in the first battle, which overturned the baseless fabric of her superstition and empire. The same spirit revived under the successor of Hassan. It was finally quelled by the activity of Musa and his 2 sons. But the number of the rebels may be presumed from that of 300,000 captives, 60,000 of whom, the Caliph's fifth, were sold for the profit of the public treasury. 30,000 of the barbarian youth were enlisted in the troops. And the pious labors of Musa, to inculcate the knowledge and practice of the Quran, accustomed the Africans to obey the apostle of God and the commander of the faithful. In their climate and government, their diet and habitation, the wandering Moors resembled the Bedouins of the desert. With the religion, they were proud to adopt the language, name, and origin of Arabs. The blood of the strangers and natives was insensibly mingled. And from the Euphrates to the Atlantic the same nation might seem to be diffused over the sandy plains of Asia and Africa. Yet I will not deny that 50,000 tents of pure Arabians might be transported over the Nile, and scattered through the Libyan desert. And I am not ignorant that 5 of the Moorish tribes still retain their barbarous idiom, with the appellation and character of white Africans. 6578. v. In the progress of conquest from the north and south, the Goths and the Saracens encountered each other on the confines of Europe and Africa. In the opinion of the latter, the difference of religion is a reasonable ground of enmity and warfare. 6579. As early as the time of Othman 6580 their piratical squadrons had ravaged the coast of Andalusia, 6581 nor had they forgotten the relief of Carthage by the Gothic succors. AD 709 in that age, as well as in the present, the kings of Spain were possessed of the fortress of Ceuta. One of the columns of Hercules, which is divided by a narrow strait from the opposite pillar or point of Europe. 6582 a small portion of Mauritania was still wanting to the African conquest. But Musa, in the pride of victory, was repulsed from the walls of Ceuta by the vigilance and courage of Count Julian, the general of the Goths. From his disappointment and perplexity Musa was relieved by an unexpected message of the Christian chief, who offered his place, his person, and his sword to the successors of Muhammad. and solicited the disgraceful honor of introducing their arms into the heart of Spain. 6583 If we inquire into the cause of his treachery, the Spaniards will repeat the popular story of his daughter Cava, 6584 of a virgin who was seduced, or ravished, by her sovereign. Of a father who sacrificed his religion and country to the thirst of revenge. The passions of princes have often been licentious and destructive. But this well-known tale, romantic in itself, is indifferently supported by external evidence. And the history of Spain will suggest some motives of interest and policy more congenial to the breast of a veteran statesman. 6585 After the decease or deposition of Witiza, his two sons were supplanted by the ambition of Roderick, a noble Goth, whose father, the duke or governor of a province, had fallen a victim to the preceding tyranny. The monarchy was still elective, but the sons of Witiza, educated on the steps of the throne, were impatient of a private station. Their resentment was the more dangerous, as it was varnished with the dissimulation of courts. Their followers were excited by the remembrance of favors and the promise of a revolution. And their uncle Apaz, Archbishop of Toledo and Seville, was the first person in the church, and the second in the state. It is probable that Julian was involved in the disgrace of the unsuccessful faction, that he had little to hope and much to fear from the new reign. And that the imprudent king could not forget or forgive the injuries which Roderick and his family had sustained. The merit and influence of the count rendered him a useful or formidable subject. His estates were ample, his followers bold and numerous, and it was too fatally shown that, by his Andalusian and Mauritanian commands, he held in his hands the keys of the Spanish monarchy. Too feeble, however, to meet his sovereign in arms, he sought the aid of a foreign power, and his rash invitation of the Moors and Arabs produced the calamities of 800 years. In his epistles, or in a personal interview, he revealed the wealth and nakedness of his country, the weakness of an unpopular prince, the degeneracy of an effeminate people. The Goths were no longer the victorious barbarians who had humbled the pride of Rome, despoiled the Queen of Nations, and penetrated from the Danube to the Atlantic Ocean. Secluded from the world by the Pyrenean mountains, the successors of Alaric had slumbered in a long peace. The walls of the city were mouldered into dust. The youth had abandoned the exercise of arms, and the presumption of their ancient renown would expose them in a field of battle to the first assault of the invaders. The ambitious Saracen was fired by the ease and importance of the attempt, but the execution was delayed till he had consulted the commander of the faithful. And his messenger returned with the permission of Walid to annex the unknown kingdoms of the west to the religion and throne of the caliphs. In his residence of Tangier, Musa, with secrecy and caution, continued his correspondence and hastened his preparations. But the remorse of the conspirators was soothed by the fallacious assurance that he should content himself with the glory and spoil, without aspiring to establish the Muslims beyond the sea that separates Africa from Europe. 6586. Before Musa would trust an army of the faithful to the traitors and infidels of a foreign land, he made a less dangerous trial of their strength and veracity. AD 710 100 Arabs, and 400 Africans, passed over, in 4 vessels, from Tangier or Ceuta. The place of their descent on the opposite shore of the strait is marked by the name of Tarif their chief. And the date of this memorable event 6587 is fixed to the month of Ramadan, of the 91st year of the Hijra, to the month of July. 748 years from the Spanish era of Caesar, 6588 710 after the birth of Christ. From their first station, they marched 18 miles through a hilly country to the castle and town of Julian. 6589 on which, it is still called Aljazair, they bestowed the name of the Green Island, from a verdant cape that advances into the sea. Their hospitable entertainment, the Christians who joined their standard, their inroad into a fertile and unguarded province, the richness of their spoil and the safety of their return, announced to their brethren the most favorable omens of victory. In the ensuing spring, 5,000 veterans and volunteers were embarked under the command of Tariq, a dauntless and skillful soldier, who surpassed the expectation of his chief. and the necessary transports were provided by the industry of their two faithful ally. AD 711 the Saracens landed 6590 at the Pillar or Point of Europe. The corrupt and familiar appellation of Gibraltar, Gebel al-Tariq, describes the mountain of Tariq. And the entrenchments of his camp were the first outline of those fortifications which, in the hands of our countrymen, have resisted the art and power of the House of Bourbon. The adjacent governors informed the court of Toledo of the descent and progress of the Arabs. And the defeat of his lieutenant Edico, who had been commanded to seize and bind the presumptuous strangers, admonished Roderick of the magnitude of the danger. At the royal summons, the dukes and counts, the bishops and nobles of the Gothic monarchy, assembled at the head of their followers. And the title of King of the Romans, which is employed by an Arabic historian, may be excused by the close affinity of language, religion, and manners, between the nations of Spain. His army consisted of 90 or 100,000 men, a formidable power, if their fidelity and discipline had been adequate to their numbers. The troops of Tariq had been augmented to 12,000 Saracens. But the Christian malcontents were attracted by the influence of Julian, and a crowd of Africans most greedily tasted the temporal blessings of the Quran. In the neighborhood of Cadiz, the town of Shiraz 6591 has been illustrated by the encounter which determined the fate of the kingdom. The stream of the Guadalete, which falls into the bay, divided the two camps, and marked the advancing and retreating skirmishes of 3 successive and bloody days. On the 4th day the two armies joined a more serious and decisive issue. But Alaric would have blushed at the sight of his unworthy successor, sustaining on his head a diadem of pearls, encumbered with a flowing robe of gold and silken embroidery, and reclining on a litter or car of ivory, drawn by 2 white mules. Notwithstanding the valor of the Saracens, they fainted under the weight of multitudes, and the plain of Shiraz was overspread with 16,000 of their dead bodies. "My brethren," said Tariq to his surviving companions, "the enemy is before you, the sea is behind, whither would ye fly? Follow your general. I am resolved either to lose my life or to trample on the prostrate king of the Romans." Besides the resource of despair, he confided in the secret correspondence and nocturnal interviews of Count Julian, with the sons and the brother of Witiza. The two princes and the Archbishop of Toledo occupied the most important post. Their well-timed defection broke the ranks of the Christians. Each warrior was prompted by fear or suspicion to consult his personal safety, and the remains of the Gothic army were scattered or destroyed to the flight and pursuit of the 3 following days. Amidst the general disorder, Roderick started from his car, and mounted Aurelia, the fleetest of his horses. But he escaped from a soldier's death to perish more ignobly in the waters of the Beitiz or Guadalquivir. His diadem, his robes, and his courser were found on the bank. But as the body of the Gothic prince was lost in the waves, the pride and ignorance of the caliph must have been gratified with some meaner head, which was exposed in triumph before the palace of Damascus. And such, continues a valiant historian of the Arabs, is the fate of those kings who withdraw themselves from a field of battle. 6592. Count Julian had plunged so deep into guilt and infamy that his only hope was in the ruin of his country. After the Battle of Shiraz he recommended the most effectual measures to the victorious Saracens. "The king of the Goths is slain. Their princes have fled before you, the army is routed, the nation is astonished. Secure with sufficient detachments the cities of Baetica. But in person and without delay, march to the royal city of Toledo, and allow not the distracted Christians either time or tranquility for the election of a new monarch." Tariq listened to his advice. A Roman captive and proselyte, who had been enfranchised by the caliph himself, assaulted Cordova with 700 horse. He swam the river, surprised the town, and drove the Christians into the great church, where they defended themselves above 3 months. Another detachment reduced the seacoast of Baetica, which in the last period of the Moorish power has comprised in a narrow space the populous kingdom of Granada. The march of Tariq from the Beitiz to the Tagus 6593 was directed through the Sierra Morena, that separates Andalusia and Castile, till he appeared in arms under the walls of Toledo. 6594. The most zealous of the Catholics had escaped with the relics of their saints, and if the gates were shut, it was only till the victor had subscribed a fair and reasonable capitulation. The voluntary exiles were allowed to depart with their effects. 7 churches were appropriated to the Christian worship. The archbishop and his clergy were at liberty to exercise their functions, the monks to practice or neglect their penance. And the Goths and Romans were left in all civil or criminal cases to the subordinate jurisdiction of their own laws and magistrates. But if the justice of Tariq protected the Christians, his gratitude and policy rewarded the Jews, to whose secret or open aid he was indebted for his most important acquisitions. Persecuted by the kings and synods of Spain, who had often pressed the alternative of banishment or baptism, that outcast nation embraced the moment of revenge. The comparison of their past and present state was the pledge of their fidelity. And the alliance between the disciples of Moses and of Muhammad was maintained till the final era of their common expulsion. From the royal seat of Toledo, the Arabian leader spread his conquests to the north, over the modern realms of Castile and Leon. But it is heedless to enumerate the cities that yielded on his approach, or again to describe the Table of Emerald 6595 transported from the east by the Romans. Acquired by the Goths among the spoils of Rome, and presented by the Arabs to the throne of Damascus. Beyond the Asturian mountains, the maritime town of Gijón was the term 6596 of the lieutenant of Musa, who had performed, with the speed of a traveler, his victorious march of 700 miles. From the Rock of Gibraltar to the Bay of Biscay. The failure of land compelled him to retreat, and he was recalled to Toledo, to excuse his presumption of subduing a kingdom in the absence of his general. Spain, which in a more savage and disorderly state, had resisted, 200 years, the arms of the Romans, was overrun in a few months by those of the Saracens. And such was the eagerness of submission and treaty that the governor of Cordova is recorded as the only chief who fell, without conditions, a prisoner into their hands. The cause of the Goths had been irrevocably judged in the field of Shiraz. And in the national dismay, each part of the monarchy declined a contest with the antagonist who had vanquished the united strength of the whole. 6597. That strength had been wasted by 2 successive seasons of famine and pestilence. And the governors, who were impatient to surrender, might exaggerate the difficulty of collecting the provisions of a siege. To disarm the Christians, superstition likewise contributed her terrors. And the subtle Arab encouraged the report of dreams, omens, and prophecies, and of the portraits of the destined conquerors of Spain, that were discovered on the breaking open an apartment of the royal palace. Yet a spark of the vital flame was still alive. Some invincible fugitives preferred a life of poverty and freedom in the Asturian valleys, the hardy mountaineers repulsed the slaves of the Caliph. And the sword of Pelagius has been transformed into the scepter of the Catholic kings. 6598. On the intelligence of this rapid success, the applause of Musa degenerated into envy. And he began, not to complain, but to fear, that Tariq would leave him nothing to subdue. AD 712, 713. At the head of 10,000 Arabs and 8,000 Africans, he passed over in person from Mauritania to Spain. The first of his companions were the noblest of the Quraysh. His eldest son was left in the command of Africa. The 3 younger brethren were of an age and spirit to second the boldest enterprises of their father. At his landing in Algeciras, he was respectfully entertained by Count Julian, who stifled his inward remorse, and testified, both in words and actions, that the victory of the Arabs had not impaired his attachment to their cause. Some enemies yet remained for the sword of Musa. The tardy repentance of the Goths had compared their own numbers and those of the invaders. The cities from which the march of Tariq had declined considered themselves as impregnable, and the bravest patriots defended the fortifications of Seville and Merida. They were successively besieged and reduced by the labor of Musa, who transported his camp from the Betis to the Anas, from the Guadalquivir to the Guadiana. When he beheld the works of Roman magnificence, the bridge, the aqueducts, the triumphal arches, and the theatre of the ancient metropolis of Lusitania, I should imagine, said he to his 4 companions, that the human race must have united their art and power in the foundation of this city. Happy is the man who shall become its master. He aspired to that happiness, but the Emeritans sustained on this occasion the honor of their descent from the veteran legionaries of Augustus. 6599 Disdaining the confinement of their walls, they gave battle to the Arabs on the plain. But an ambuscade rising from the shelter of a quarry, or a ruin, chastised their indiscretion and intercepted their return. The wooden turrets of assault were rolled forwards to the foot of the rampart, but the defense of Merida was obstinate and long. And the castle of the martyrs was a perpetual testimony of the losses of the Muslims. The constancy of the besieged was at length subdued by famine and despair. And the prudent victor disguised his impatience under the names of clemency and esteem. The alternative of exile or tribute was allowed, the churches were divided between the two religions. And the wealth of those who had fallen in the siege, or retired to Galicia, was confiscated as the reward of the faithful. In the midway between Merida and Toledo, the lieutenant of Musa saluted the vicegerent of the caliph, and conducted him to the palace of the Gothic kings. Their first interview was cold and formal. A rigid account was exacted of the treasures of Spain, the character of Tariq was exposed to suspicion and obloquy. And the hero was imprisoned, reviled, and ignominiously scourged by the hand, or the command, of Musa. Yet so strict was the discipline, so pure the zeal, or so tame the spirit of the primitive Muslims that, after this public indignity, Tariq could serve and be trusted in the reduction of the Tarragonese province. A mosque was erected at Saragossa, by the liberality of the Quraysh, the port of Barcelona was opened to the vessels of Syria. And the Goths were pursued beyond the Pyrenean mountains into their Gallic province of Septimania or Languedoc. 6600 in the church of Asti. Mary at Carcassonne, Musa found, but it is improbable that he left, 7 equestrian statues of massy silver. And from his term or column of Narbonne he returned on his footsteps to the Galician and Lusitanian shores of the ocean. During the absence of the father, his son Abdelaziz chastised the insurgents of Seville, and reduced, from Malaga to Valencia, the seacoast of the Mediterranean. His original treaty with the discreet and valiant Theodemir 6601 will represent the manners and policy of the times. The conditions of peace agreed and sworn between Abdelaziz, the son of Musa, the son of Nasr, and Theodemir prince of the Goths. In the name of the most merciful God, Abdelaziz makes peace on these conditions, that Theodemir shall not be disturbed in his principality, nor any injury be offered to the life or property, the wives and children, the religion and temples, of the Christians, that Theodemir shall freely deliver his 76602 cities, Orihuela, Valentola, Alicante, Mola, Vacasora, Biguera, now Béjar, Ora, or Opta, and Lorca, that he shall not assist or entertain the enemies of the Caliph, but shall faithfully communicate his knowledge of their hostile designs, that himself, and each of the Gothic nobles, shall annually pay 1 piece of gold, for measures of wheat, as many of barley, with a certain proportion of honey, oil, and vinegar. And that each of their vassals shall be taxed at 1 moiety of the said imposition. Given the 4th of Rajab, in the year of the Hijra 94, and subscribed with the names of 4 Mussulman witnesses, 6603. Theodemir and his subjects were treated with uncommon lenity. But the rate of tribute appears to have fluctuated from 1/10 to 1/5, according to the submission or obstinacy of the Christians. 6604 In this revolution, many partial calamities were inflicted by the carnal or religious passions of the enthusiasts. Some churches were profaned by the new worship. Some relics or images were confounded with idols, the rebels were put to the sword, and one town, an obscure place between Cordova and Seville, was razed to its foundations. Yet if we compare the invasion of Spain by the Goths, or its recovery by the kings of Castile and Aragon, we must applaud the moderation and discipline of the Arabian conquerors. The exploits of Musa were performed in the evening of life, though he affected to disguise his age by coloring with a red powder the whiteness of his beard. But in the love of action and glory his breast was still fired with the ardor of youth, and the possession of Spain was considered only as the first step to the monarchy of Europe. With a powerful armament by sea and land, he was preparing to repass the Pyrenees, to extinguish in Gaul and Italy the declining kingdoms of the Franks and Lombards, and to preach the unity of God on the altar of the Vatican. From thence, subduing the barbarians of Germany, he proposed to follow the course of the Danube from its source to the Euxine Sea, to overthrow the Greek or Roman Empire of Constantinople, and returning from Europe to Asia, to unite his new acquisitions with Antioch and the provinces of Syria. 6605 But his vast enterprise, perhaps of easy execution, must have seemed extravagant to vulgar minds, and the visionary conqueror was soon reminded of his dependence and servitude. AD 714 The friends of Tariq had effectually stated his services and wrongs. At the court of Damascus, the proceedings of Musa were blamed, his intentions were suspected, and his delay in complying with the first invitation was chastised by a harsher and more peremptory summons. An intrepid messenger of the Caliph entered his camp at Lugo in Galicia, and in the presence of the Saracens and Christians arrested the bridle of his horse. His own loyalty, or that of his troops, inculcated the duty of obedience, and his disgrace was alleviated by the recall of his rival, and the permission of investing with his two governments his two sons, Abdullah and Abdelaziz. His long triumph from Ceuta to Damascus displayed the spoils of Africa and the treasures of Spain. 400 Gothic nobles, with gold coronets and girdles, were distinguished in his train, and the number of male and female captives, selected for their birth or beauty, was computed at 18, or even at 30,000 persons. As soon as he reached Tiberias in Palestine, he was apprised of the sickness and danger of the Caliph, by a private message from Solomon, his brother and presumptive heir, who wished to reserve for his own reign the spectacle of victory. Had Walid recovered, the delay of Musa would have been criminal. He pursued his march, and found an enemy on the throne. In his trial before a partial judge, against a popular antagonist, he was convicted of vanity and falsehood, and a fine of 200,000 pieces of gold either exhausted his poverty or proved his rapaciousness. The unworthy treatment of Tariq was revenged by a similar indignity, and the veteran commander, after a public whipping, stood a whole day in the sun before the palace gate, till he obtained a decent exile, under the pious name of a pilgrimage to Mecca. The resentment of the Caliph might have been satiated with the ruin of Musa, but his fears demanded the extirpation of a potent and injured family. A sentence of death was intimated with secrecy and speed to the trusty servants of the throne both in Africa and Spain. And the forms, if not the substance, of justice were superseded in this bloody execution. In the mosque or palace of Cordova, Abdelaziz was slain by the swords of the conspirators. They accused their governor of claiming the honors of royalty, and his scandalous marriage with Egelona, the widow of Roderick, offended the prejudices both of the Christians and Muslims. By a refinement of cruelty, the head of the son was presented to the father, with an insulting question, whether he acknowledged the features of the rebel? "I know his features," he exclaimed with indignation, "I assert his innocence, and I imprecate the same, a juster fate, against the authors of his death." The age and despair of Musa raised him above the power of kings, and he expired at Mecca of the anguish of a broken heart. His rival was more favorably treated, his services were forgiven, and Tariq was permitted to mingle with the crowd of slaves. 6606 I am ignorant whether Count Julian was rewarded with the death which he deserved indeed, though not from the hands of the Saracens. But the tale of their ingratitude to the sons of Witiza is disproved by the most unquestionable evidence. The two royal youths were reinstated in the private patrimony of their father. But on the decease of Eba the elder, his daughter was unjustly despoiled of her portion by the violence of her uncle Sijbut. The Gothic maid pleaded her cause before the Caliph Hashim, and obtained the restitution of her inheritance. But she was given in marriage to a noble Arabian, and their two sons, Isaac and Ibrahim, were received in Spain with the consideration that was due to their origin and riches. A province is assimilated to the victorious state by the introduction of strangers and the imitative spirit of the natives. And Spain, which had been successively tinctured with Punic, and Roman, and Gothic blood, imbibed, in a few generations, the name and manners of the Arabs. The first conquerors, and the 20 successive lieutenants of the caliphs, were attended by a numerous train of civil and military followers, who preferred a distant fortune to a narrow home. The private and public interest was promoted by the establishment of faithful colonies, and the cities of Spain were proud to commemorate the tribe or country of their eastern progenitors. The victorious though motley bands of Tariq and Musa asserted, by the name of Spaniards, their original claim of conquest. Yet they allowed their brethren of Egypt to share their establishments of Murcia and Lisbon. The Royal Legion of Damascus was planted at Cordova, that of Emesa at Seville. That of Kinisrin or Chalcis at Jain, that of Palestine at Aljazair and Medina Sidonia. The natives of Yemen and Persia were scattered round Toledo and the inland country. And the fertile seats of Granada were bestowed on 10,000 horsemen of Syria and Iraq, the children of the purest and most noble of the Arabian tribes. 6607 A spirit of emulation, sometimes beneficial, more frequently dangerous, was nourished by these hereditary factions. 10 years after the conquest, a map of the province was presented to the caliph, the seas, the rivers, and the harbors, the inhabitants and cities, the climate, the soil, and the mineral productions of the earth. 6608 In the space of 2 centuries, the gifts of nature were improved by the agriculture, 6609 the manufactures, and the commerce of an industrious people. And the effects of their diligence have been magnified by the idleness of their fancy. The first of the Umayyads who reigned in Spain solicited the support of the Christians. And in his edict of peace and protection, he contents himself with a modest imposition of 10,000 ounces of gold, 10,000 pounds of silver, 10,000 horses, as many mules, 1,000 cuirasses, with an equal number of helmets and lances. 6610 The most powerful of his successors derived from the same kingdom the annual tribute of 12 millions and 45,000 dinars or pieces of gold. About 6 millions of sterling money 6611 a sum which, in the 10th century, most probably surpassed the united revenues of the Christians' monarchs. His royal seat of Cordova contained 600 mosques, 900 baths, and 200,000 houses. He gave laws to 80 cities of the first, to 300 of the second and third order. And the fertile banks of the Guadalquivir were adorned with 12,000 villages and hamlets. The Arabs might exaggerate the truth, but they created and they described the most prosperous era of the riches, the cultivation, and the populousness of Spain. 6612. The wars of the Muslims were sanctified by the Prophet. But among the various precepts and examples of his life, the Caliph selected the lessons of toleration that might tend to disarm the resistance of the unbelievers. Arabia was the temple and patrimony of the God of Muhammad, but he beheld with less jealousy and affection the nations of the earth. The polytheists and idolaters who were ignorant of his name might be lawfully extirpated by his votaries, 6613 but a wise policy supplied the obligation of justice. And after some acts of intolerant zeal, the Mohammedan conquerors of Hindostan have spared the pagans of that devout and populous country. The disciples of Abraham, of Moses, and of Jesus were solemnly invited to accept the more perfect revelation of Muhammad. But if they preferred the payment of a moderate tribute, they were entitled to the freedom of conscience and religious worship. 6614 In a field of battle, the forfeit lives of the prisoners were redeemed by the profession of Islam. The females were bound to embrace the religion of their masters, and a race of sincere proselytes was gradually multiplied by the education of the infant captives. But the millions of African and Asiatic converts, who swelled the native band of the faithful Arabs, must have been allured, rather than constrained, to declare their belief in one God and the Apostle of God. By the repetition of a sentence and the loss of a foreskin, the subject or the slave, the captive or the criminal, arose in a moment the free and equal companion of the victorious Muslims. Every sin was expiated, every engagement was dissolved, the vow of celibacy was superseded by the indulgence of nature. The active spirits who slept in the cloister were awakened by the trumpet of the Saracens. And in the convulsion of the world, every member of a new society ascended to the natural level of his capacity and courage. The minds of the multitude were tempted by the invisible as well as temporal blessings of the Arabian prophet. And Charity will hope that many of his proselytes entertained a serious conviction of the truth and sanctity of his revelation. In the eyes of an inquisitive polytheist, it must appear worthy of the human and the divine nature. More pure than the system of Zoroaster, more liberal than the law of Moses, the religion of Muhammad might seem less inconsistent with reason than the creed of mystery and superstition, which, in the 7th century, disgraced the simplicity of the gospel. In the extensive provinces of Persia and Africa, the national religion has been eradicated by the Mohammedan faith. The ambiguous theology of the Magi stood alone among the sects of the East. But the profane writings of Zoroaster 6615 might, under the reverend name of Abraham, be dexterously connected with the chain of divine revelation. Their evil principle, the demon Ahriman, might be represented as the rival, or as the creature, of the god of light. The temples of Persia were devoid of images. But the worship of the sun and of fire might be stigmatized as a gross and criminal idolatry. 6616 The milder sentiment was consecrated by the practice of Muhammad 6617 and the prudence of the caliphs. The Magians or Ghibers were ranked with the Jews and Christians among the people of the written law. 6618 And as late as the 3rd century of the Hijra, the city of Herat will afford a lively contrast of private zeal and public toleration. 6619 Under the payment of an annual tribute, the Mohammedan law secured to the Ghibers of Herat their civil and religious liberties. But the recent and humble mosque was overshadowed by the antique splendor of the adjoining Temple of Fire. A fanatic imam deplored, in his sermons, the scandalous neighborhood, and accused the weakness or indifference of the faithful. Excited by his voice, the people assembled in tumult. The 2 houses of prayer were consumed by the flames, but the vacant ground was immediately occupied by the foundations of a new mosque. The injured Magi appealed to the sovereign of Khorasan. He promised justice and relief, when, behold, 4,000 citizens of Herat, of a grave character and mature age, unanimously swore that the idolatrous fane had never existed. The Inquisition was silenced and their conscience was satisfied, says the historian Merchant 6620, with this holy and meritorious perjury. 6621 But the greatest part of the temples of Persia were ruined by the insensible and general desertion of their votaries. It was insensible, since it is not accompanied with any memorial of time or place, of persecution or resistance. It was general, since the whole realm, from Shiraz to Samarkand, imbibed the faith of the Quran, and the preservation of the native tongue reveals the descent of the Mohammedans of Persia. 6622 In the mountains and deserts, an obstinate race of unbelievers adhered to the superstition of their fathers. And a faint tradition of the Magian theology is kept alive in the province of Kerman, along the banks of the Indus, among the exiles of Surat, and in the colony, which, in the last century, was planted by Shah Abbas at the gates of Ispahan. The chief pontiff has retired to Mount Elborz, 18 leagues from the city of Yezd. The perpetual fire, if it continues to burn, is inaccessible to the profane. But his residence is the school, the oracle, and the pilgrimage of the Ghibers, whose hard and uniform features attest the unmingled purity of their blood. Under the jurisdiction of their elders, 80,000 families maintain an innocent and industrious life. Their subsistence is derived from some curious manufactures and mechanic trades. And they cultivate the earth with the fervor of a religious duty. Their ignorance withstood the despotism of Shah Abbas, who demanded with threats and tortures the prophetic books of Zoroaster. And this obscure remnant of the Magians is spared by the moderation or contempt of their present sovereigns. 6623 The northern coast of Africa is the only land in which the light of the gospel, after a long and perfect establishment, has been totally extinguished. The arts, which had been taught by Carthage and Rome, were involved in a cloud of ignorance. the doctrine of Cyprian and Augustine was no longer studied. 500 episcopal churches were overturned by the hostile fury of the Donatists, the Vandals, and the Moors. The zeal and numbers of the clergy declined. And the people, without discipline, or knowledge, or hope, submissively sunk under the yoke of the Arabian prophet. Within 50 years after the expulsion of the Greeks, a lieutenant of Africa informed the caliph that the tribute of the infidels was abolished by their conversion. 6624 And, though he sought to disguise his fraud and rebellion, his specious pretense was drawn from the rapid and extensive progress of the Mohammedan faith. AD 837 In the next age an extraordinary mission of 5 bishops was detached from Alexandria to Cairo. They were ordained by the Jacobite patriarch to cherish and revive the dying embers of Christianity 6625 But the interposition of a foreign prelate, a stranger to the Latins, an enemy to the Catholics, supposes the decay and dissolution of the African hierarchy. It was no longer the time when the successor of Saint Cyprian, at the head of a numerous synod, could maintain an equal contest with the ambition of the Roman pontiff. AD 1053, 1076 In the 11th century, the unfortunate priest who was seated on the ruins of Carthage implored the arms and the protection of the Vatican. And he bitterly complains that his naked body had been scourged by the Saracens, and that his authority was disputed by the 4 suffragans, the tottering pillars of his throne. 2 epistles of Gregory VII 6626 are destined to soothe the distress of the Catholics and the pride of a Moorish prince. The Pope assures the Sultan that they both worship the same God and may hope to meet in the bosom of Abraham. But the complaint that 3 bishops could no longer be found to consecrate a brother, announces the speedy and inevitable ruin of the episcopal order. The Christians of Africa and Spain had long since submitted to the practice of circumcision and the legal abstinence from wine and pork. And the name of Mozarabes 6627, adoptive Arabs, was applied to their civil or religious conformity. 6628 About the middle of the 12th century, the worship of Christ and the succession of pastors were abolished along the coast of Barbary, and in the kingdoms of Cordova and Seville, of Valencia and Granada. 6629 The throne of the Almohades, or Unitarians, was founded on the blindest fanaticism. And their extraordinary rigor might be provoked or justified by the recent victories and intolerant zeal of the princes of Sicily and Castile, of Aragon and Portugal. AD 1535 The faith of the Mozarabes was occasionally revived by the papal missionaries. And, on the landing of Charles V, some families of Latin Christians were encouraged to rear their heads at Tunis and Algiers. But the seed of the gospel was quickly eradicated, and the long province from Tripoli to the Atlantic has lost all memory of the language and religion of Rome. 6630. After the revolution of 11 centuries, the Jews and Christians of the Turkish Empire enjoy the liberty of conscience which was granted by the Arabian caliphs. During the first age of the conquest, they suspected the loyalty of the Catholics, whose name of Melchites betrayed their secret attachment to the Greek emperor, while the Nestorians and Jacobites, his inveterate enemies, approved themselves the sincere and voluntary friends of the Mohammedan government. 6631 Yet this partial jealousy was healed by time and submission. The churches of Egypt were shared with the Catholics. 6632 And all the Oriental sects were included in the common benefits of toleration. The rank, the immunities, the domestic jurisdiction of the patriarchs, the bishops, and the clergy, were protected by the civil magistrate. The learning of individuals recommended them to the employments of secretaries and physicians. They were enriched by the lucrative collection of the revenue. And their merit was sometimes raised to the command of cities and provinces. A caliph of the house of Abbas was heard to declare that the Christians were most worthy of trust in the administration of Persia. The Muslims, said he, will abuse their present fortune. The Magians regret their fallen greatness, and the Jews are impatient for their approaching deliverance. 6633 But the slaves of despotism are exposed to the alternatives of favor and disgrace. The captive churches of the East have been afflicted in every age by the avarice or bigotry of their rulers. And the ordinary and legal restraints must be offensive to the pride or the zeal of the Christians. 6634 About 200 years after Muhammad, they were separated from their fellow subjects by a turban or girdle of a less honorable color. Instead of horses or mules, they were condemned to ride on asses, in the attitude of women. Their public and private building were measured by a diminutive standard. In the streets or the baths it is their duty to give way or bow down before the meanest of the people, and their testimony is rejected if it may tend to the prejudice of a true believer. The pomp of processions, the sound of bells or of psalmody, is interdicted in their worship, a decent reverence for the national faith is imposed on their sermons and conversations. And the sacrilegious attempt to enter a mosque or to seduce a Mussulman will not be suffered to escape with impunity. In a time, however, of tranquility and justice, the Christians have never been compelled to renounce the gospel or to embrace the Quran. But the punishment of death is inflicted upon the apostates who have professed and deserted the law of Muhammad. The martyrs of Cordova provoked the sentence of the Qadi by the public confession of their inconstancy, or their passionate invectives against the person and religion of the Prophet. 6635. At the end of the 1st century of the Hijra, the caliphs were the most potent and absolute monarchs of the globe. AD 718 their prerogative was not circumscribed, either in right or in fact, by the power of the nobles, the freedom of the commons, the privileges of the church, the votes of a senate, or the memory of a free constitution. The authority of the companions of Muhammad expired with their lives, and the chiefs or emirs of the Arabian tribes left behind, in the desert, the spirit of equality and independence. The regal and sacerdotal characters were united in the successors of Muhammad, and if the Quran was the rule of their actions, they were the supreme judges and interpreters of that divine book. They reigned by the right of conquest over the nations of the East, to whom the name of liberty was unknown, and who were accustomed to applaud in their tyrants the acts of violence and severity that were exercised at their own expense. Under the last of the Umayyads, the Arabian Empire extended 200 days' journey from east to west, from the confines of Tartary and India to the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. And if we retrench the sleeve of the robe, as it is styled by their writers, the long and narrow province of Africa, the solid and compact dominion from Fargana to Aden, from Tarsus to Surat, will spread on every side to the measure of 4 or 5 months of the march of a caravan. 6636 We should vainly seek the indissoluble union and easy obedience that pervaded the government of Augustus and the Antonines. But the progress of the Mohammedan religion diffused over this ample space a general resemblance of manners and opinions. The language and laws of the Quran were studied with equal devotion at Samarkand and Seville, the Moor and the Indian embraced as countrymen and brothers in the pilgrimage of Mecca. And the Arabian language was adopted as the popular idiom in all the provinces to the westward of the Tigris. 6637. Chapter 52. The 2 sieges of Constantinople by the Arabs, their invasion of France, and defeat by Charles Martel, civil war of the Umayyads and Abbasides, learning of the Arabs, luxury of the caliphs, naval enterprises on Crete, Sicily, and Rome, decay and division of the empire of the caliphs, defeats and victories of the Greek emperors. When the Arabs first issued from the desert, they must have been surprised at the ease and rapidity of their own success. But when they advanced in the career of victory to the banks of the Indus and the summit of the Pyrenees, when they had repeatedly tried the edge of their scimitars and the energy of their faith, they might be equally astonished that any nation could resist their invincible arms, that any boundary should confine the dominion of the successor of the Prophet. The confidence of soldiers and fanatics may indeed be excused, since the calm historian of the present hour, who strives to follow the rapid course of the Saracens, must study to explain by what means the Church and State were saved from this impending and, as it should seem, from this inevitable danger. The deserts of Scythia and Sarmatia might be guarded by their extent, their climate, their poverty, and the courage of the northern shepherds. China was remote and inaccessible. But the greatest part of the temperate zone was subject to the Mohammedan conquerors. The Greeks were exhausted by the calamities of war and the loss of their fairest provinces. And the barbarians of Europe might justly tremble at the precipitate fall of the Gothic monarchy. In this inquiry I shall unfold the events that rescued our ancestors of Britain, and our neighbors of Gaul, from the civil and religious yoke of the Koran. That protected the majesty of Rome, and delayed the servitude of Constantinople, that invigorated the defense of the Christians, and scattered among their enemies the seeds of division and decay. AD 668, 675 46 years after the flight of Muhammad from Mecca, his disciples appeared in arms under the walls of Constantinople. 6638 They were animated by a genuine or fictitious saying of the Prophet, that, to the first army which besieged the city of the Caesars, their sins were forgiven. The long series of Roman triumphs would be meritoriously transferred to the conquerors of New Rome, and the wealth of nations was deposited in this well-chosen seat of royalty and commerce. No sooner had the Caliph Muawiyah suppressed his rivals and established his throne than he aspired to expiate the guilt of civil blood by the success and glory of this holy expedition. 6,639 His preparations by sea and land were adequate to the importance of the object. His standard was entrusted to Sophian, a veteran warrior, but the troops were encouraged by the example and presence of Yezid, the son and presumptive heir of the commander of the faithful. The Greeks had little to hope, nor had their enemies any reason of fear, from the courage and vigilance of the reigning emperor, who disgraced the name of Constantine, and imitated only the inglorious years of his grandfather Heraclius. Without delay or opposition, the naval forces of the Saracens passed through the unguarded channel of the Hellespont, which even now, under the feeble and disorderly government of the Turks, is maintained as the natural bulwark of the capital. 6640 The Arabian fleet cast anchor, and the troops were disembarked ere the palace of Hebdomon, 7 miles from the city. During many days, from the dawn of light to the evening, the line of assault was extended from the Golden Gate to the eastern promontory, and the foremost warriors were impelled by the weight and effort of the succeeding columns. But the besiegers had formed an insufficient estimate of the strength and resources of Constantinople. The solid and lofty walls were guarded by numbers and discipline. The spirit of the Romans was rekindled by the last danger of their religion and empire. The fugitives from the conquered provinces more successfully renewed the defense of Damascus and Alexandria. And the Saracens were dismayed by the strange and prodigious effects of artificial fire. This firm and effectual resistance diverted their arms to the more easy attempt of plundering the European and Asiatic coasts of the Propontis. And, after keeping the sea from the month of April to that of September, on the approach of winter they retreated 80 miles from the capital, to the Isle of Cyzicus, in which they had established their magazine of spoil and provisions. So patient was their perseverance, or so languid were their operations, that they repeated in the 6 following summers the same attack and retreat, with a gradual abatement of hope and vigor, till the mischances of shipwreck and disease, of the sword and of fire, compelled them to relinquish the fruitless enterprise. They might bewail the loss or commemorate the martyrdom of 30,000 Muslims, who fell in the siege of Constantinople. And the solemn funeral of Abu Ayyub, or Job, excited the curiosity of the Christians themselves. That venerable Arab, one of the last of the companions of Muhammad, was numbered among the Ansars, or auxiliaries, of Medina, who sheltered the head of the flying prophet. In his youth he fought, at Badr and Uhud, under the holy standard. In his mature age he was the friend and follower of Ali. And the last remnant of his strength and life was consumed in a distant and dangerous war against the enemies of the Quran. His memory was revered. But the place of his burial was neglected and unknown, during a period of 780 years, till the conquest of Constantinople by Muhammad II. A seasonable vision, for such are the manufacture of every religion, revealed the holy spot at the foot of the walls and the bottom of the harbor. And the Mosque of Ayyub has been deservedly chosen for the simple and martial inauguration of the Turkish sultans. 6641. The event of the siege revived, both in the east and west, the reputation of the Roman arms, and cast a momentary shade over the glories of the Saracens. AD 677 the Greek ambassador was favorably received at Damascus, in a general council of the emirs or Quraysh. A peace, or truce, of 30 years was ratified between the two empires. And the stipulation of an annual tribute, 50 horses of a noble breed, 50 slaves, and 3,000 pieces of gold, degraded the majesty of the commander of the faithful. 6642 the aged caliph was desirous of possessing his dominions, and ending his days, in tranquility and repose. While the Moors and Indians trembled at his name, his palace and city of Damascus was insulted by the Mardawites, or Maronites, of Mount Libanus, the firmest barrier of the empire. Till they were disarmed and transplanted by the suspicious policy of the Greeks. 6643 after the revolt of Arabia and Persia, the house of Umayyah 6644 was reduced to the kingdoms of Syria and Egypt. Their distress and fear enforced their compliance with the pressing demands of the Christians. And the tribute was increased to a slave, a horse, and 1,000 pieces of gold, for each of the 365 days of the solar year. But as soon as the empire was again united by the arms and policy of Abdalmalek, he disclaimed a badge of servitude not less injurious to his conscience than to his pride. He discontinued the payment of the tribute. And the resentment of the Greeks was disabled from action by the mad tyranny of the second Justinian, the just rebellion of his subjects, and the frequent change of his antagonists and successors. Till the reign of Abdalmalek, the Saracens had been content with the free possession of the Persian and Roman treasures, in the coins of Khosrow and Caesar. By the command of that caliph, a national mint was established, both for silver and gold, and the inscription of the dinar, though it might be censured by some timorous casuists, proclaimed the unity of the God of Muhammad. 6645 under the reign of the Caliph Walid, the Greek language and characters were excluded from the accounts of the public revenue. 6646 if this change was productive of the invention or familiar use of our present numerals, the Arabic or Indian ciphers, as they are commonly styled. A regulation of office has promoted the most important discoveries of arithmetic, algebra, and the mathematical sciences. 6647. AD 716, 718 whilst the Caliph Walid sat idle on the throne of Damascus, whilst his lieutenants achieved the conquest of Transoxiana and Spain. A third army of Saracens overspread the provinces of Asia Minor, and approached the borders of the Byzantine capital. But the attempt and disgrace of the second siege was reserved for his brother Solomon, whose ambition appears to have been quickened by a more active and martial spirit. In the revolutions of the Greek Empire, after the tyrant Justinian had been punished and avenged, an humble secretary, Anastasius or Artemius, was promoted by chance or merit to the vacant purple. He was alarmed by the sound of war. And his ambassador returned from Damascus with the tremendous news that the Saracens were preparing an armament by sea and land, such as would transcend the experience of the past, or the belief of the present age. The precautions of Anastasius were not unworthy of his station or of the impending danger. He issued a peremptory mandate that all persons who were not provided with the means of subsistence for a 3 years' siege should evacuate the city. The public granaries and arsenals were abundantly replenished, the walls were restored and strengthened. And the engines for casting stones, or darts, or fire were stationed along the ramparts, or in the brigantines of war, of which an additional number was hastily constructed. To prevent is safer, as well as more honorable, than to repel an attack. And a design was meditated, above the usual spirit of the Greeks, of burning the naval stores of the enemy, the cypress timber that had been hewn in Mount Libanus, and was piled along the seashore of Phoenicia, for the service of the Egyptian fleet. This generous enterprise was defeated by the cowardice or treachery of the troops, who, in the new language of the empire, were styled of the obsequian theme. 6648 they murdered their chief, deserted their standard in the Isle of Rhodes, dispersed themselves over the adjacent continent, and deserved pardon or reward by investing with the purple a simple officer of the revenue. The name of Theodosius might recommend him to the Senate and people. But, after some months, he sunk into a cloister, and resigned, to the firmer hand of Leo the Isaurian, the urgent defense of the capital and empire. The most formidable of the Saracens, Moslema the brother of the Caliph, was advancing at the head of 120,000 Arabs and Persians, the greater part mounted on horses or camels. And the successful sieges of Tyana, Amorium, and Pergamus were of sufficient duration to exercise their skill and to elevate their hopes. At the well-known passage of Abydos, on the Hellespont, the Mohammedan arms were transported, for the first time, 6649 from Asia to Europe. From thence, wheeling round the Thracian cities of the Propontis, Moslema invested Constantinople on the land side, surrounded his camp with a ditch and rampart, prepared and planted his engines of assault, and declared, by words and actions, a patient resolution of expecting the return of seed-time and harvest, should the obstinacy of the besieged prove equal to his own. 6650 The Greeks would gladly have ransomed their religion and empire, by a fine or assessment of a piece of gold on the head of each inhabitant of the city. But the liberal offer was rejected with disdain, and the presumption of Moslema was exalted by the speedy approach and invincible force of the natives of Egypt and Syria. They are said to have amounted to 1,800 ships, the number betrays their inconsiderable size. And of the 20 stout and capacious vessels, whose magnitude impeded their progress, each was manned with no more than 100 heavy-armed soldiers. This huge armada proceeded on a smooth sea and with a gentle gale, towards the mouth of the Bosphorus. The surface of the strait was overshadowed, in the language of the Greeks, with a moving forest, and the same fatal night had been fixed by the Saracen chief for a general assault by sea and land. To allure the confidence of the enemy, the emperor had thrown aside the chain that usually guarded the entrance of the harbor. But while they hesitated whether they should seize the opportunity or apprehend the snare, the ministers of destruction were at hand. The fire ships of the Greeks were launched against them. The Arabs, their arms, and vessels were involved in the same flames, the disorderly fugitives were dashed against each other or overwhelmed in the waves. And I no longer find a vestige of the fleet that had threatened to extirpate the Roman name. A still more fatal and irreparable loss was that of the Caliph Solomon, who died of an indigestion 6651 in his camp near Kinisrin or Chalcis in Syria, as he was preparing to lead against Constantinople the remaining forces of the East. The brother of Moslema was succeeded by a kinsman and an enemy, and the throne of an active and able prince was degraded by the useless and pernicious virtues of a bigot. 6652 While he started and satisfied the scruples of a blind conscience, the siege was continued through the winter by the neglect rather than by the resolution of the Caliph Omar. 6653 The winter proved uncommonly rigorous. Above 100 days the ground was covered with deep snow, and the natives of the sultry climes of Egypt and Arabia lay torpid and almost lifeless in their frozen camp. They revived on the return of spring. A second effort had been made in their favor, and their distress was relieved by the arrival of two numerous fleets, laden with corn, and arms, and soldiers. The first from Alexandria, of 400 transports and galleys, the second of 360 vessels from the ports of Africa. But the Greek fires were again kindled, and if the destruction was less complete, it was owing to the experience which had taught the Muslims to remain at a safe distance, or to the perfidy of the Egyptian mariners, who deserted with their ships to the emperor of the Christians. The trade and navigation of the capital were restored, and the produce of the fisheries supplied the wants, and even the luxury, of the inhabitants. But the calamities of famine and disease were soon felt by the troops of Moslema, and, as the former was miserably assuaged, so the latter was dreadfully propagated, by the pernicious nutriment which hunger compelled them to extract from the most unclean or unnatural food. The spirit of conquest, and even of enthusiasm, was extinct. The Saracens could no longer straggle beyond their lines, either single or in small parties, without exposing themselves to the merciless retaliation of the Thracian peasants. An army of Bulgarians was attracted from the Danube by the gifts and promises of Leo. And these savage auxiliaries made some atonement for the evils which they had inflicted on the empire, by the defeat and slaughter of 22,000 Asiatics. A report was dexterously scattered that the Franks, the unknown nations of the Latin world, were arming by sea and land in the defense of the Christian cause. And their formidable aid was expected with far different sensations in the camp and city. At length, after a siege of 13 months 6654, the hopeless Moslema received from the Caliph the welcome permission of retreat. 6655 The march of the Arabian cavalry over the Hellespont and through the provinces of Asia was executed without delay or molestation. But an army of their brethren had been cut in pieces on the side of Bithynia. And the remains of the fleet were so repeatedly damaged by tempest and fire that only 5 galleys entered the port of Alexandria to relate the tale of their various and almost incredible disasters. 6656. In the 2 sieges, the deliverance of Constantinople may be chiefly ascribed to the novelty, the terrors, and the real efficacy of the Greek fire. 6657 The important secret of compounding and directing this artificial flame was imparted by Callinicus, a native of Heliopolis in Syria, who deserted from the service of the Caliph to that of the emperor. 6658 The skill of a chemist and engineer was equivalent to the succor of fleets and armies. And this discovery or improvement of the military art was fortunately reserved for the distressful period when the degenerate Romans of the East were incapable of contending with the warlike enthusiasm and youthful vigor of the Saracens. The historian who presumes to analyze this extraordinary composition should suspect his own ignorance and that of his Byzantine guides, so prone to the marvelous, so careless, and, in this instance, so jealous of the truth. From their obscure and perhaps fallacious hints, it should seem that the principal ingredient of the Greek fire was the naphtha, 6659, or liquid bitumen, a light, tenacious, and inflammable oil. 6660 which springs from the earth and catches fire as soon as it comes in contact with the air. The naphtha was mingled, I know not by what methods or in what proportions, with sulfur and with the pitch that is extracted from evergreen firs. 6661 From this mixture, which produced a thick smoke and a loud explosion, proceeded a fierce and obstinate flame, which not only rose in perpendicular ascent, but likewise burnt with equal vehemence in descent or lateral progress. Instead of being extinguished, it was nourished and quickened by the element of water. And sand, urine, or vinegar were the only remedies that could damp the fury of this powerful agent, which was justly denominated by the Greeks the liquid or the maritime fire. For the annoyance of the enemy it was employed with equal effect, by sea and land, in battles or in sieges. It was either poured from the rampart in large boilers, or launched in red-hot balls of stone and iron, or darted in arrows and javelins, twisted round with flax and tow, which had deeply imbibed the inflammable oil. Sometimes it was deposited in fire ships, the victims and instruments of a more ample revenge, and was most commonly blown through long tubes of copper which were planted on the prow of a galley, and fancifully shaped into the mouths of savage monsters that seemed to vomit a stream of liquid and consuming fire. This important art was preserved at Constantinople, as the palladium of the state. The galleys and artillery might occasionally be lent to the allies of Rome. But the composition of the Greek fire was concealed with the most jealous scruple, and the terror of the enemies was increased and prolonged by their ignorance and surprise. In the Treatise of the Administration of the Empire, the royal author 6662 suggests the answers and excuses that might best elude the indiscreet curiosity and importunate demands of the barbarians. They should be told that the mystery of the Greek fire had been revealed by an angel to the first and greatest of the Constantines, with a sacred injunction that this gift of heaven, this peculiar blessing of the Romans, should never be communicated to any foreign nation. That the prince and subject were alike bound to religious silence under the temporal and spiritual penalties of treason and sacrilege. And that the impious attempt would provoke the sudden and supernatural vengeance of the God of the Christians. By these precautions, the secret was confined, above 400 years, to the Romans of the East. And at the end of the 11th century, the Pisans, to whom every sea and every art were familiar, suffered the effects, without understanding the composition, of the Greek fire. It was at length either discovered or stolen by the Mohammedans, and, in the holy wars of Syria and Egypt, they retorted an invention, contrived against themselves, on the heads of the Christians. A knight, who despised the swords and lances of the Saracens, relates, with heartfelt sincerity, his own fears, and those of his companions. At the sight and sound of the mischievous engine that discharged a torrent of the Greek fire, the feu grigiois, as it is styled by the more early of the French writers. It came flying through the air, says Joinville 66-63, like a winged long-tailed dragon, about the thickness of a hogshead, with the report of thunder and the velocity of lightning. And the darkness of the night was dispelled by this deadly illumination. The use of the Greek, or, as it might now be called, of the Saracen fire, was continued to the middle of the 14th century 66-64, when the scientific or casual compound of niter, sulfur, and charcoal effected a new revolution in the art of war and the history of mankind. 6665. AD 721 plus Constantinople and the Greek fire might exclude the Arabs from the eastern entrance of Europe. But in the west, on the side of the Pyrenees, the provinces of Gaul were threatened and invaded by the conquerors of Spain. 6666. The decline of the French monarchy invited the attack of these insatiate fanatics. The descendants of Clovis had lost the inheritance of his martial and ferocious spirit. And their misfortune or demerit has affixed the epithet of lazy to the last kings of the Merovingian race. 6667. They ascended the throne without power, and sunk into the grave without a name. A country palace, in the neighborhood of Compiègne 6668, was allotted for their residence or prison. But each year, in the month of March or May, they were conducted in a wagon drawn by oxen to the assembly of the Franks, to give audience to foreign ambassadors, and to ratify the acts of the mayor of the palace. That domestic officer was become the minister of the nation and the master of the prince. A public employment was converted into the patrimony of a private family. The elder Pepin left a king of mature years under the guardianship of his own widow and her child, and these feeble regents were forcibly dispossessed by the most active of his bastards. A government, half savage and half corrupt, was almost dissolved. And the tributary dukes, and provincial counts, and the territorial lords were tempted to despise the weakness of the monarch and to imitate the ambition of the mayor. Among these independent chiefs, one of the boldest and most successful was Eudes, Duke of Aquitaine, who in the southern provinces of Gaul usurped the authority and even the title of king. The Goths, the Gascons, and the Franks assembled under the standard of this Christian hero. He repelled the first invasion of the Saracens. And Zama, lieutenant of the Caliph, lost his army in his life under the walls of Toulouse. The ambition of his successors was stimulated by revenge. They repassed the Pyrenees with the means and the resolution of conquest. The advantageous situation which had recommended Narbonne 6669 as the first Roman colony was again chosen by the Muslims. They claimed the province of Septimania or Languedoc as a just dependence of the Spanish monarchy. The vineyards of Gascony and the city of Bordeaux were possessed by the sovereign of Damascus and Samarcand. And the south of France, from the mouth of the Garonne to that of the Rhône, assumed the manners and religion of Arabia. AD 731. But these narrow limits were scorned by the spirit of Abdurrahman, or Abderrahim, who had been restored by the Caliph Hashim to the wishes of the soldiers and people of Spain. That veteran and daring commander adjudged to the obedience of the Prophet whatever yet remained of France or of Europe, and prepared to execute the sentence, at the head of a formidable host, in the full confidence of surmounting all opposition, either of nature or of man. His first care was to suppress a domestic rebel, who commanded the most important passes of the Pyrenees. Menuza, a Moorish chief, had accepted the alliance of the Duke of Aquitaine. And Eudes, from a motive of private or public interest, devoted his beauteous daughter to the embraces of the African misbeliever. But the strongest fortresses of Cerdagne were invested by a superior force. The rebel was overtaken and slain in the mountains. And his widow was sent a captive to Damascus, to gratify the desires, or more probably the vanity, of the commander of the faithful. From the Pyrenees, Abderrahim proceeded without delay to the passage of the Rhône and the siege of Alès. An army of Christians attempted the relief of the city. The tombs of their leaders were yet visible in the 13th century, and many thousands of their dead bodies were carried down the rapid stream into the Mediterranean Sea. The arms of Abderrahim were not less successful on the side of the ocean. He passed without opposition the Garonne and Dordogne, which unite their waters in the Gulf of Bordeaux. But he found, beyond those rivers, the camp of the intrepid Eudes, who had formed a second army and sustained a second defeat, so fatal to the Christians that, according to their sad confession, God alone could reckon the number of the slain. The victorious Saracen overran the provinces of Aquitaine, whose Gallic names are disguised, rather than lost, in the modern appellations of Périgord, Saintonge, and Poitou. His standards were planted on the walls, or at least before the gates, of Tours and of Sens. And his detachments overspread the kingdom of Burgundy as far as the well-known cities of Lyons and Besançon. The memory of these devastations, for Abderrahim did not spare the country or the people, was long preserved by tradition. And the invasion of France by the Moors or Mohammedans affords the groundwork of those fables which have been so wildly disfigured in the romances of chivalry and so elegantly adorned by the Italian muse. In the decline of society and art, the deserted cities could supply a slender booty to the Saracens. Their richest spoil was found in the churches and monasteries, which they stripped of their ornaments and delivered to the flames. And the tutelar saints, both Hilary of Poitiers and Martin of Tours, forgot their miraculous powers in the defense of their own sepulchres. 6670 A victorious line of march had been prolonged above 1,000 miles from the Rock of Gibraltar to the banks of the Loire. The repetition of an equal space would have carried the Saracens to the confines of Poland and the highlands of Scotland. The Rhine is not more impassable than the Nile or Euphrates, and the Arabian fleet might have sailed without a naval combat into the mouth of the Thames. Perhaps the interpretation of the Quran would now be taught in the schools of Oxford, and her pulpits might demonstrate to a circumcised people the sanctity and truth of the revelation of Muhammad. 6671. From such calamities was Christendom delivered by the genius and fortune of one man. AD 732 Charles, the illegitimate son of the elder Pepin, was content with the titles of Mayor or Duke of the Franks, but he deserved to become the father of a line of kings. In a laborious administration of 24 years, he restored and supported the dignity of the throne, and the rebels of Germany and Gaul were successively crushed by the activity of a warrior who, in the same campaign, could display his banner on the Elbe, the Rhône, and the shores of the ocean. In the public danger he was summoned by the voice of his country, and his rival, the Duke of Aquitaine, was reduced to appear among the fugitives and suppliants. Alas! Exclaimed the Franks, what a misfortune! What an indignity! We have long heard of the name and conquests of the Arabs, we were apprehensive of their attack from the east. They have now conquered Spain, and invade our country on the side of the west. Yet their numbers, and, since they have no buckler, their arms, are inferior to our own. If you follow my advice, replied the prudent mayor of the palace, you will not interrupt their march, nor precipitate your attack. They are like a torrent, which it is dangerous to stem in its career. The thirst of riches, and the consciousness of success, redouble their valor, and valor is of more avail than arms or numbers. Be patient till they have loaded themselves with the encumbrance of wealth. The possession of wealth will divide their counsels and assure your victory. This subtle policy is perhaps a refinement of the Arabian writers. And the situation of Charles will suggest a more narrow and selfish motive of procrastination, the secret desire of humbling the pride and wasting the provinces of the rebel Duke of Aquitaine. It is yet more probable that the delays of Charles were inevitable and reluctant. A standing army was unknown under the first and second race. More than half the kingdom was now in the hands of the Saracens. According to their respective situation, the Franks of Neustria and Austrasia were too conscious or too careless of the impending danger. And the voluntary aids of the Gepidi and Germans were separated by a long interval from the standard of the Christian general. No sooner had he collected his forces, than he sought and found the enemy in the center of France, between Tours and Poitiers. His well-conducted march was covered with a range of hills, and Abderrahim appears to have been surprised by his unexpected presence. The nations of Asia, Africa, and Europe advanced with equal ardor to an encounter which would change the history of the world. In the 6 first days of desultory combat, the horsemen and archers of the East maintained their advantage. But in the closer onset of the 7th day, the Orientals were oppressed by the strength and stature of the Germans, who, with stout hearts and iron hands, 6672 asserted the civil and religious freedom of their posterity. The epithet of Martel, the hammer, which has been added to the name of Charles, is expressive of his weighty and irresistible strokes. The valor of Eudes was excited by resentment and emulation. And their companions, in the eye of history, are the true peers and paladins of French chivalry. After a bloody field, in which Abderrahim was slain, the Saracens, in the close of the evening, retired to their camp. In the disorder and despair of the night, the various tribes of Yemen and Damascus, of Africa and Spain, were provoked to turn their arms against each other. The remains of their host were suddenly dissolved, and each emir consulted his safety by a hasty and separate retreat. At the dawn of the day, the stillness of a hostile camp was suspected by the victorious Christians. On the report of their spies, they ventured to explore the riches of the vacant tents. But if we accept some celebrated relics, a small portion of the spoil was restored to the innocent and lawful owners. The joyful tidings were soon diffused over the Catholic world, and the monks of Italy could affirm and believe that 350, or 375,000 of the Mohammedans had been crushed by the hammer of Charles 6673, while no more than 1,500 Christians were slain in the field of Tours. But this incredible tale is sufficiently disproved by the caution of the French general, who apprehended the snares and accidents of a pursuit, and dismissed his German allies to their native forests. The inactivity of a conqueror betrays the loss of strength and blood, and the most cruel execution is inflicted, not in the ranks of battle, but on the backs of a flying enemy. Yet the victory of the Franks was complete and final. Aquitaine was recovered by the arms of Eudes. The Arabs never resumed the conquest of Gaul 6674, and they were soon driven beyond the Pyrenees by Charles Martel and his valiant race. 6675. It might have been expected that the savior of Christendom would have been canonized, or at least applauded, by the gratitude of the clergy, who are indebted to his sword for their present existence. But in the public distress, the mayor of the palace had been compelled to apply the riches, or at least the revenues, of the bishops and abbots to the relief of the state and the reward of the soldiers. His merits were forgotten, his sacrilege alone was remembered, and, in an epistle to a Carlovingian prince, a Gallic synod presumes to declare that his ancestor was damned. That on the opening of his tomb, the spectators were affrighted by a smell of fire and the aspect of a horrid dragon. And that a saint of the times was indulged with a pleasant vision of the soul and body of Charles Martel, burning, to all eternity, in the abyss of hell. 6676. The loss of an army, or a province, in the Western world, was less painful to the court of Damascus, than the rise and progress of a domestic competitor. AD 746, 750. Except among the Syrians, the caliphs of the house of Umayyah had never been the objects of the public favor. The life of Muhammad recorded their perseverance in idolatry and rebellion. Their conversion had been reluctant, their elevation irregular and factious, and their throne was cemented with the most holy and noble blood of Arabia. The best of their race, the pious Omar, was dissatisfied with his own title. Their personal virtues were insufficient to justify a departure from the order of succession. And the eyes and wishes of the faithful were turned towards the line of Hashem, and the kindred of the Apostle of God. Of these the Fatimites were either rash or pusillanimous. But the descendants of Abbas cherished, with courage and discretion, the hopes of their rising fortunes. From an obscure residence in Syria, they secretly dispatched their agents and missionaries, who preached in the eastern provinces their hereditary indefeasible right. And Muhammad, the son of Ali, the son of Abdullah, the son of Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, gave audience to the deputies of Khorasan, and accepted their free gift of 400,000 pieces of gold. After the death of Muhammad, the oath of allegiance was administered in the name of his son Ibrahim to a numerous band of votaries, who expected only a signal and a leader. And the governor of Khorasan continued to deplore his fruitless admonitions and the deadly slumber of the caliphs of Damascus, till he himself, with all his adherents, was driven from the city and palace of Meru, by the rebellious arms of Abu Muslim. 6677 That maker of kings, the author, as he is named, of the call of the Abbasides, was at length rewarded for his presumption of merit with the usual gratitude of courts. A mean, perhaps a foreign, extraction could not repress the aspiring energy of Abu Muslim. Jealous of his wives, liberal of his wealth, prodigal of his own blood and of that of others, he could boast with pleasure, and possibly with truth, that he had destroyed 600,000 of his enemies. And such was the intrepid gravity of his mind and countenance that he was never seen to smile except on a day of battle. In the visible separation of parties, the green was consecrated to the Fatimites, the Umayyads were distinguished by the white, and the black, as the most adverse, was naturally adopted by the Abbasides. Their turbans and garments were stained with that gloomy color. 2 black standards, on pike staves 9 cubits long, were borne aloft in the van of Abu Muslim, and their allegorical names of the night and the shadow obscurely represented the indissoluble union and perpetual succession of the line of Hashim. From the Indus to the Euphrates, the east was convulsed by the quarrel of the white and the black factions. The Abbasides were most frequently victorious, but their public success was clouded by the personal misfortune of their chief. The court of Damascus, awakening from a long slumber, resolved to prevent the pilgrimage of Mecca, which Ibrahim had undertaken with a splendid retinue, to recommend himself at once to the favor of the Prophet and of the people. A detachment of cavalry intercepted his march and arrested his person, and the unhappy Ibrahim, snatched away from the promise of untasted royalty, expired in iron fetters in the dungeons of Haran. His 2 younger brothers, Safa 6678 and Al-Mansur, eluded the search of the tyrant, and lay concealed at Kufa, till the zeal of the people and the approach of his eastern friends allowed them to expose their persons to the impatient public. On Friday, in the dress of a caliph, in the colors of the sect, Safa proceeded with religious and military pomp to the mosque. Ascending the pulpit, he prayed and preached as the lawful successor of Muhammad, and after his departure, his kinsman bound a willing people by an oath of fidelity. But it was on the banks of the Zab, and not in the mosque of Kufa, that this important controversy was determined. Every advantage appeared to be on the side of the white faction. The authority of established government, an army of 120,000 soldiers, against a 1/6 part of that number, and the presence and merit of the Caliph Mervan, the 14th and last of the house of Umayyah. Before his accession to the throne, he had deserved, by his Georgian warfare, the honorable epithet of the ass of Mesopotamia. 6679 And he might have been ranked amongst the greatest princes, had not, says Abulfeda, the eternal order decreed that moment for the ruin of his family. A decree against which all human fortitude and prudence must struggle in vain. The orders of Mervan were mistaken, or disobeyed. The return of his horse, from which he had dismounted on a necessary occasion, impressed the belief of his death. And the enthusiasm of the black squadrons was ably conducted by Abdullah, the uncle of his competitor. After an irretrievable defeat, the caliph escaped to Mosul. But the colors of the Abbasides were displayed from the rampart. He suddenly repassed the Tigris, cast a melancholy look on his palace of Haran, crossed the Euphrates, abandoned the fortifications of Damascus, and, without halting in Palestine, pitched his last and fatal camp at Bizur, on the banks of the Nile. 6680 AD 750 His speed was urged by the incessant diligence of Abdullah, who in every step of the pursuit acquired strength and reputation. The remains of the white faction were finally vanquished in Egypt. And the lance, which terminated the life and anxiety of Mervan, was not less welcome perhaps to the unfortunate than to the victorious chief. The merciless inquisition of the conqueror eradicated the most distant branches of the hostile race. Their bones were scattered, their memory was accursed, and the martyrdom of Hossein was abundantly revenged on the posterity of his tyrants. Fourscore of the Umayyads, who had yielded to the faith or clemency of their foes, were invited to a banquet at Damascus. The laws of hospitality were violated by a promiscuous massacre. The board was spread over their fallen bodies, and the festivity of the guests was enlivened by the music of their dying groans. By the event of the civil war, the dynasty of the Abbasides was firmly established, but the Christians only could triumph in the mutual hatred and common loss of the disciples of Muhammad. 6681. Yet the thousands who were swept away by the sword of war might have been speedily retrieved in the succeeding generation, if the consequences of the revolution had not tended to dissolve the power and unity of the empire of the Saracens. In the proscription of the Umayyads, a royal youth of the name of Abdurrahman alone escaped the rage of his enemies, who hunted the wandering exile from the banks of the Euphrates to the valleys of Mount Atlas. AD 755. His presence in the neighborhood of Spain revived the zeal of the White faction. The name and cause of the Abbasides had been first vindicated by the Persians. The West had been pure from civil arms, and the servants of the abdicated family still held, by a precarious tenure, the inheritance of their lands and the offices of government. Strongly prompted by gratitude, indignation, and fear, they invited the grandson of the Caliph Hashim to ascend the throne of his ancestors. And, in his desperate condition, the extremes of rashness and prudence were almost the same. The acclamations of the people saluted his landing on the coast of Andalusia. And, after a successful struggle, Abdurrahman established the throne of Cordova, and was the father of the Umayyads of Spain, who reigned above 250 years from the Atlantic to the Pyrenees. 6682. He slew in battle a lieutenant of the Abbasides, who had invaded his dominions with a fleet and army. The head of Allah, in salt and camphire, was suspended by a daring messenger before the palace of Mecca. And the Caliph al-Mansur rejoiced in his safety that he was removed by seas and lands from such a formidable adversary. Their mutual designs or declarations of offensive war evaporated without effect. But instead of opening a door to the conquest of Europe, Spain was dissevered from the trunk of the monarchy, engaged in perpetual hostility with the East, and inclined to peace and friendship with the Christian sovereigns of Constantinople and France. The example of the Umayyads was imitated by the real or fictitious progeny of Ali, the Idrisites of Mauritania, and the more powerful Fatimites of Africa and Egypt. In the 10th century, the chair of Muhammad was disputed by three caliphs or commanders of the faithful, who reigned at Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordova, excommunicating each other, and agreed only in a principle of discord that a sectary is more odious and criminal than an unbeliever. 6683. AD 750, 960. Mecca was the patrimony of the line of Hashim, yet the Abbasides were never tempted to reside either in the birthplace or the city of the Prophet. Damascus was disgraced by the choice, and polluted with the blood, of the Umayyads. And, after some hesitation, al-Mansur, the brother and successor of Safa, laid the foundations of Baghdad. 6684. The imperial seat of his posterity during a reign of 500 years. 6685. The chosen spot is on the eastern bank of the Tigris, about 15 miles above the ruins of Madain. The double wall was of a circular form. And such was the rapid increase of a capital, now dwindled to a provincial town, that the funeral of a popular saint might be attended by 800,000 men and 60,000 women of Baghdad and the adjacent villages. In this city of peace. 6686. Amidst the riches of the East, the Abbasides soon disdained the abstinence and frugality of the first caliphs, and aspired to emulate the magnificence of the Persian kings. After his wars and buildings, al-Mansur left behind him in gold and silver about 30 million sterling, 6687, and this treasure was exhausted in a few years by the vices or virtues of his children. His son Mahdi, in a single pilgrimage to Mecca, expended 6 millions of dinars of gold. A pious and charitable motive may sanctify the foundation of cisterns and caravanseras, which he distributed along a measured road of 700 miles. But his train of camels, laden with snow, could serve only to astonish the natives of Arabia, and to refresh the fruits and liquors of the royal banquet. 6688 The courtiers would surely praise the liberality of his grandson Al-Mamun, who gave away 4/5 of the income of a province, a sum of 2,400,000 gold dinars, before he drew his foot from the stirrup. At the nuptials of the same prince, 1,000 pearls of the largest size were showered on the head of the bride. 6689 And a lottery of lands and houses displayed the capricious bounty of fortune. The glories of the court were brightened rather than impaired in the decline of the empire, and a Greek ambassador might admire or pity the magnificence of the feeble Muqtadir. The caliph's whole army, says the historian Abulfida, both horse and foot, was under arms, which together made a body of 160,000 men. His state officers, the favorite slaves, stood near him in splendid apparel, their belts glittering with gold and gems. Near them were 7,000 eunuchs, 4,000 of them white, the remainder black. The porters or doorkeepers were in number 700. Barges and boats, with the most superb decorations, were seen swimming upon the Tigris. Nor was the palace itself less splendid, in which were hung up 38,000 pieces of tapestry, 12,500 of which were of silk embroidered with gold. The carpets on the floor were 22,000. 100 lions were brought out, with a keeper to each lion. 6690 Among the other spectacles of rare and stupendous luxury was a tree of gold and silver spreading into 18 large branches, on which, and on the lesser boughs, sat a variety of birds made of the same precious metals, as well as the leaves of the tree. While the machinery affected spontaneous motions, the several birds warbled their natural harmony. Through this scene of magnificence, the Greek ambassador was led by the vizier to the foot of the caliph's throne. 6691. In the west, the Umayyads of Spain supported, with equal pomp, the title of Commander of the Faithful. 3 miles from Cordova, in honor of his favorite sultana, the third and greatest of the Abdurrahmans constructed the city, palace, and gardens of Zara. 25 years, and above 3 million sterling, were employed by the founder. His liberal taste invited the artists of Constantinople, the most skillful sculptors and architects of the age. And the buildings were sustained or adorned by 1,200 columns of Spanish and African, of Greek and Italian marble. The hall of audience was encrusted with gold and pearls, and a great basin in the center was surrounded with the curious and costly figures of birds and quadrupeds. In a lofty pavilion of the gardens, one of these basins and fountains, so delightful in a sultry climate, was replenished not with water, but with the purest quicksilver. The seraglio of Abdurrahman, his wives, concubines, and black eunuchs, amounted to 6,300 persons. And he was attended to the field by a guard of 12,000 horse, whose belts and scimitars were studded with gold. 6692. In a private condition, our desires are perpetually repressed by poverty and subordination. But the lives and labors of millions are devoted to the service of a despotic prince, whose laws are blindly obeyed, and whose wishes are instantly gratified. Our imagination is dazzled by the splendid picture. And whatever may be the cool dictates of reason, there are few among us who would obstinately refuse a trial of the comforts and the cares of royalty. It may therefore be of some use to borrow the experience of the same Abdurrahman, whose magnificence has perhaps excited our admiration and envy, and to transcribe an authentic memorial which was found in the closet of the deceased caliph. I have now reigned above 50 years in victory or peace, beloved by my subjects, dreaded by my enemies, and respected by my allies. Riches and honors, power and pleasure, have waited on my call, nor does any earthly blessing appear to have been wanting to my felicity. In this situation, I have diligently numbered the days of pure and genuine happiness which have fallen to my lot. They amount to 14, O man. Place not thy confidence in this present world. 6693 The luxury of the caliphs, so useless to their private happiness, relaxed the nerves, and terminated the progress, of the Arabian Empire. Temporal and spiritual conquest had been the sole occupation of the first successors of Muhammad. And after supplying themselves with the necessaries of life, the whole revenue was scrupulously devoted to that salutary work. The Abbasides were impoverished by the multitude of their wants and their contempt of economy. Instead of pursuing the great object of ambition, their leisure, their affections, the powers of their mind, were diverted by pomp and pleasure. The rewards of valor were embezzled by women and eunuchs, and the royal camp was encumbered by the luxury of the palace. A similar temper was diffused among the subjects of the caliph. Their stern enthusiasm was softened by time and prosperity. They sought riches in the occupations of industry, fame in the pursuits of literature, and happiness in the tranquility of domestic life. War was no longer the passion of the Saracens. And the increase of pay, the repetition of donatives, were insufficient to allure the posterity of those voluntary champions who had crowded to the standard of Abubekr and Omar for the hopes of spoil and of paradise. Under the reign of the Umayyads, the studies of the Muslims were confined to the interpretation of the Quran, and the eloquence and poetry of their native tongue. A people continually exposed to the dangers of the field must esteem the healing powers of medicine or rather of surgery. But the starving physicians of Arabia murmured a complaint that exercise and temperance deprived them of the greatest part of their practice. 6694 AD 754 plus, 813 plus After their civil and domestic wars, the subjects of the Abbasides, awakening from this mental lethargy, found leisure and felt curiosity for the acquisition of profane science. This spirit was first encouraged by the Caliph al-Mansur, who, besides his knowledge of the Mohammedan law, had applied himself with success to the study of astronomy. But when the scepter devolved to al-Mamun, the seventh of the Abbasides, he completed the designs of his grandfather, and invited the muses from their ancient seats. His ambassadors at Constantinople, his agents in Armenia, Syria, and Egypt, collected the volumes of Grecian science. At his command they were translated by the most skillful interpreters into the Arabic language. His subjects were exhorted assiduously to peruse these instructive writings. And the successor of Muhammad assisted with pleasure and modesty at the assemblies and disputations of the learned. He was not ignorant, says Abulpharagius, that they are the elect of God, his best and most useful servants, whose lives are devoted to the improvement of their rational faculties. The mean ambition of the Chinese or the Turks may glory in the industry of their hands or the indulgence of their brutal appetites. Yet these dexterous artists must view, with hopeless emulation, the hexagons and pyramids of the cells of a beehive. 6695 These fortitudinous heroes are awed by the superior fierceness of the lions and tigers. And in their amorous enjoyments they are much inferior to the vigor of the grossest and most sordid quadrupeds. The teachers of wisdom are the true luminaries and legislators of a world which, without their aid, would again sink in ignorance and barbarism. 6696. The zeal and curiosity of al-Mamun were imitated by succeeding princes of the line of Abbas. Their rivals, the Fatimites of Africa and the Umayyads of Spain, were the patrons of the learned, as well as the commanders of the faithful. The same royal prerogative was claimed by their independent emirs of the provinces, and their emulation diffused the taste and the rewards of science from Samarkand and Bokhara to Fez and Cordova. The vizier of a sultan consecrated a sum of 200,000 pieces of gold to the foundation of a college at Baghdad, which he endowed with an annual revenue of 15,000 dinars. The fruits of instruction were communicated, perhaps at different times, to 6,000 disciples of every degree, from the son of the noble to that of the mechanic. A sufficient allowance was provided for the indigent scholars, and the merit or industry of the professors was repaid with adequate stipends. In every city the productions of Arabic literature were copied and collected by the curiosity of the studious and the vanity of the rich. A private doctor refused the invitation of the Sultan of Bokhara, because the carriage of his books would have required 400 camels. The royal library of the Fatimites consisted of 100,000 manuscripts, elegantly transcribed and splendidly bound, which were lent, without jealousy or avarice, to the students of Cairo. Yet this collection must appear moderate, if we can believe that the Umayyads of Spain had formed a library of 600,000 volumes, 44 of which were employed in the mere catalogue. Their capital, Cordova, with the adjacent towns of Malaga, Almeria, and Murcia, had given birth to more than 300 writers. And above 70 public libraries were opened in the cities of the Andalusian kingdom. The age of Arabian learning continued about 500 years, till the great eruption of the Moguls, and was coeval with the darkest and most slothful period of European annals. But since the sun of science has arisen in the West, it should seem that the Oriental studies have languished and declined. 6697. In the libraries of the Arabians, as in those of Europe, the far greater part of the innumerable volumes were possessed only of local value or imaginary merit. 6698. The shelves were crowded with orators and poets, whose style was adapted to the taste and manners of their countrymen. With general and partial histories, which each revolving generation supplied with a new harvest of persons and events. With codes and commentaries of jurisprudence, which derived their authority from the law of the Prophet, with the interpreters of the Quran and Orthodox tradition. And with the whole theological tribe, polemics, mystics, scholastics, and moralists, the first or the last of writers, according to the different estimates of skeptics or believers. The works of speculation or science may be reduced to the four classes of philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and physic. The sages of Greece were translated and illustrated in the Arabic language, and some treatises, now lost in the original, have been recovered in the versions of the East. 6699. Which possessed and studied the writings of Aristotle and Plato, of Euclid and Apollonius, of Ptolemy, Hippocrates, and Galen. 6700. Among the ideal systems which have varied with the fashion of the times, the Arabians adopted the philosophy of the Stagirite, alike intelligible or alike obscure for the readers of every age. Plato wrote for the Athenians, and his allegorical genius is too closely blended with the language and religion of Greece. After the fall of that religion, the Peripatetics, emerging from their obscurity, prevailed in the controversies of the Oriental sects. And their founder was long afterwards restored by the Mohammedans of Spain to the Latin schools. 6701. The physics, both of the Academy and the Lyceum, as they are built, not on observation, but on argument, have retarded the progress of real knowledge. The metaphysics of infinite or finite spirit have too often been enlisted in the service of superstition. But the human faculties are fortified by the art and practice of dialectics. The 10 predicaments of Aristotle collect and methodize our ideas. 6702. And his syllogism is the keenest weapon of dispute. It was dexterously wielded in the schools of the Saracens, but as it is more effectual for the detection of error than for the investigation of truth, it is not surprising that new generations of masters and disciples should still revolve in the same circle of logical argument. The mathematics are distinguished by a peculiar privilege that, in the course of ages, they may always advance and can never recede. But the ancient geometry, if I am not misinformed, was resumed in the same state by the Italians of the 15th century. And whatever may be the origin of the name, the science of algebra is ascribed to the Grecian Diophantus by the modest testimony of the Arabs themselves. 6703. They cultivated with more success the sublime science of astronomy, which elevates the mind of man to disdain his diminutive planet and momentary existence. The costly instruments of observation were supplied by the Caliph Al-Mamun, and the land of the Chaldeans still afforded the same spacious level, the same unclouded horizon. In the plains of Sinar, and a second time in those of Kufa, his mathematicians accurately measured a degree of the great circle of the earth, and determined at 24,000 miles the entire circumference of our globe. 6704. From the reign of the Abbasides to that of the grandchildren of Tamerlane, the stars, without the aid of glasses, were diligently observed. And the astronomical tables of Baghdad, Spain, and Samarkand. 6705 correct some minute errors, without daring to renounce the hypothesis of Ptolemy. Without advancing a step towards the discovery of the solar system. In the Eastern courts, the truths of science could be recommended only by ignorance and folly, and the astronomer would have been disregarded. Had he not debased his wisdom or honesty by the vain predictions of astrology. 6706 But in the science of medicine, the Arabians have been deservedly applauded. The names of Mesua and Geber, of Rhasis and Avicenna, are ranked with the Grecian masters. In the city of Baghdad, 860 physicians were licensed to exercise their lucrative profession. 6707 In Spain, the life of the Catholic princes was entrusted to the skill of the Saracens. 6708 And the school of Salerno, their legitimate offspring. Revived in Italy and Europe the precepts of the healing art. 6709 The success of each professor must have been influenced by personal and accidental causes. But we may form a less fanciful estimate of their general knowledge of anatomy. 6710 Botany. 6711 In chemistry. 6712 The threefold basis of their theory and practice. A superstitious reverence for the dead confined both the Greeks and the Arabians to the dissection of apes and quadrupeds. The more solid and visible parts were known in the time of Galen, and the finer scrutiny of the human frame was reserved for the microscope and the injections of modern artists. Botany is an active science, and the discoveries of the torrid zone might enrich the herbal of Dioscorides with 2,000 plants. Some traditionary knowledge might be secreted in the temples and monasteries of Egypt. Much useful experience had been acquired in the practice of arts and manufactures. But the science of chemistry owes its origin and improvement to the industry of the Saracens. They first invented and named the alembic for the purposes of distillation, analyzed the substances of the three kingdoms of nature, tried the distinction and affinities of alkalis and acids, and converted the poisonous minerals into soft and salutary medicines. But the most eager search of Arabian chemistry was the transmutation of metals and the elixir of immortal health. The reason and the fortunes of thousands were evaporated in the crucibles of alchemy, and the consummation of the great work was promoted by the worthy aid of mystery, fable, and superstition. But the Muslims deprived themselves of the principal benefits of a familiar intercourse with Greece and Rome, the knowledge of antiquity, the purity of taste, and the freedom of thought. Confident in the riches of their native tongue, the Arabians disdained the study of any foreign idiom. The Greek interpreters were chosen among their Christian subjects. They formed their translations, sometimes on the original text, more frequently perhaps on a Syriac version. And in the crowd of astronomers and physicians, there is no example of a poet, an orator, or even an historian being taught to speak the language of the Saracens. 6713 The mythology of Homer would have provoked the abhorrence of those stern fanatics. They possessed in lazy ignorance the colonies of the Macedonians, and the provinces of Carthage and Rome. The heroes of Plutarch and Livy were buried in oblivion. And the history of the world before Muhammad was reduced to a short legend of the patriarchs, the prophets, and the Persian kings. Our education in the Greek and Latin schools may have fixed in our minds a standard of exclusive taste. And I am not forward to condemn the literature and judgment of nations of whose language I am ignorant. Yet I know that the classics have much to teach, and I believe that the Orientals have much to learn. The temperate dignity of style, the graceful proportions of art, the forms of visible and intellectual beauty, the just delineation of character and passion, the rhetoric of narrative and argument, the regular fabric of epic and dramatic poetry. 6714 The influence of truth and reason is of a less ambiguous complexion. The philosophers of Athens and Rome enjoyed the blessings, and asserted the rights, of civil and religious freedom. Their moral and political writings might have gradually unlocked the fetters of Eastern despotism, diffused a liberal spirit of inquiry and toleration, and encouraged the Arabian sages to suspect that their caliph was a tyrant and their prophet an impostor. 6715 The instinct of superstition was alarmed by the introduction even of the abstract sciences, and the more rigid doctors of the law condemned the rash and pernicious curiosity of Al-Mamun. 6716 To the thirst of martyrdom, the vision of paradise, and the belief of predestination, we must ascribe the invincible enthusiasm of the prince and people. And the sword of the Saracens became less formidable when their youth was drawn away from the camp to the college, when the armies of the faithful presumed to read and to reflect. Yet the foolish vanity of the Greeks was jealous of their studies, and reluctantly imparted the sacred fire to the barbarians of the East. 6717. In the bloody conflict of the Umayyads and Abbasides, the Greeks had stolen the opportunity of avenging their wrongs and enlarging their limits. But a severe retribution was exacted by Mohadi, the third caliph of the new dynasty, who seized in his turn the favorable opportunity, while a woman and a child, Irene and Constantine, were seated on the Byzantine throne. AD 781-805 an army of 95,000 Persians and Arabs was sent from the Tigris to the Thracian Bosphorus, under the command of Harun 6718 or Aaron, the second son of the commander of the faithful. His encampment on the opposite heights of Chrysopolis, or Scutari, informed Irene, in her palace of Constantinople, of the loss of her troops and provinces. With the consent or connivance of their sovereign, her ministers subscribed an ignominious peace. And the exchange of some royal gifts could not disguise the annual tribute of 70,000 dinars of gold, which was imposed on the Roman Empire. The Saracens had too rashly advanced into the midst of a distant and hostile land. Their retreat was solicited by the promise of faithful guides and plentiful markets. And not a Greek had courage to whisper that their weary forces might be surrounded and destroyed in their necessary passage between a slippery mountain and the river Sangarius. 5 years after this expedition, Harun ascended the throne of his father and his elder brother. The most powerful and vigorous monarch of his race, illustrious in the West as the ally of Charlemagne, and familiar to the most childish readers as the perpetual hero of the Arabian tales. His title to the name of al-Rashid, the Just, is sullied by the extirpation of the generous, perhaps the innocent, Barmecides. 6719 Yet he could listen to the complaint of a poor widow who had been pillaged by his troops, and who dared, in a passage of the Quran, to threaten the inattentive despot with the judgment of God and posterity. His court was adorned with luxury and science, but, in a reign of 23 years, Harun repeatedly visited his provinces from Khorasan to Egypt. 9 times he performed the pilgrimage of Mecca, 8 times he invaded the territories of the Romans. And as often as they declined the payment of the tribute, they were taught to feel that a month of depredation was more costly than a year of submission. But when the unnatural mother of Constantine was deposed and banished, her successor Nicephorus resolved to obliterate this badge of servitude and disgrace. The epistle of the emperor to the caliph was pointed with an allusion to the game of chess, which had already spread from Persia to Greece. The queen, he spoke of Irene, considered you as a rook, and herself as a pawn. That pusillanimous female submitted to pay a tribute, the double of which she ought to have exacted from the barbarians. Restore therefore the fruits of your injustice, or abide the determination of the sword. At these words the ambassadors cast a bundle of swords before the foot of the throne. The caliph smiled at the menace, and drawing his scimitar, Samsama, a weapon of historic or fabulous renown, he cut asunder the feeble arms of the Greeks without turning the edge or endangering the temper of his blade. He then dictated an epistle of tremendous brevity, in the name of the most merciful God, Harun al-Rashid, commander of the faithful, to Nicephorus, the Roman dog. I have read thy letter, O thou son of an unbelieving mother. Thou shalt not hear, thou shalt behold, my reply. It was written in characters of blood and fire on the plains of Phrygia. And the warlike celerity of the Arabs could only be checked by the arts of deceit and the show of repentance. The triumphant caliph retired, after the fatigues of the campaign, to his favorite palace of Raqqa on the Euphrates. 6720 But the distance of 500 miles, and the inclemency of the season, encouraged his adversary to violate the peace. Nicephorus was astonished by the bold and rapid march of the commander of the faithful, who repassed, in the depth of winter, the snows of Mount Taurus. His stratagems of policy and war were exhausted. And the perfidious Greek escaped with 3 wounds from a field of battle overspread with 40,000 of his subjects. Yet the emperor was ashamed of submission, and the caliph was resolved on victory. 135,000 regular soldiers received pay, and were inscribed in the military roll. And above 300,000 persons of every denomination marched under the black standard of the Abbasides. They swept the surface of Asia Minor far beyond Tyana and Ancyra, and invested the Pontic Heraclea 6721, once a flourishing state, now a paltry town. At that time capable of sustaining in her antique walls a month's siege against the forces of the East. The ruin was complete, the spoil was ample. But if Harun had been conversant with Grecian story, he would have regretted the statue of Hercules, whose attributes, the club, the bow, the quiver, and the lion's hide, were sculptured in massy gold. The progress of desolation by sea and land, from the Euxine to the Isle of Cyprus, compelled the Emperor Nicephorus to retract his haughty defiance. In the new treaty, the ruins of Heraclea were left forever as a lesson and a trophy, and the coin of the tribute was marked with the image and superscription of Harun and his 3 sons. 6722. Yet this plurality of lords might contribute to remove the dishonor of the Roman name. After the death of their father, the heirs of the caliph were involved in civil discord, and the conqueror, the liberal Almamon, was sufficiently engaged in the restoration of domestic peace and the introduction of foreign science. AD 823. Under the reign of Almamon at Baghdad, of Michael the Stammerer at Constantinople, the islands of Crete 6723 and Sicily were subdued by the Arabs. The former of these conquests is disdained by their own writers, who were ignorant of the fame of Jupiter and Minos, but it has not been overlooked by the Byzantine historians, who now begin to cast a clearer light on the affairs of their own times. 6724. A band of Andalusian volunteers, discontented with the climate or government of Spain, explored the adventures of the sea. But as they sailed in no more than 10 or 20 galleys, their warfare must be branded with the name of piracy. As the subjects and sectaries of the White Party, they might lawfully invade the dominions of the Black Caliphs. A rebellious faction introduced them into Alexandria. 6725. They cut in pieces both friends and foes, pillaged the churches and the mosques, sold above 6,000 Christian captives, and maintained their station in the capital of Egypt, till they were oppressed by the forces and the presence of Almamon himself. From the mouth of the Nile to the Hellespont, the islands and seacoasts both of the Greeks and Muslims were exposed to their depredations. They saw, they envied, they tasted the fertility of Crete, and soon returned with 40 galleys to a more serious attack. The Andalusians wandered over the land fearless and unmolested. But when they descended with their plunder to the seashore, their vessels were in flames, and their chief, Abu Kab, confessed himself the author of the mischief. Their clamors accused his madness or treachery. "Of what do you complain?" replied the crafty emir. "I have brought you to a land flowing with milk and honey. Here is your true country. Repose from your toils, and forget the barren place of your nativity. And our wives and children? Your beauteous captives will supply the place of your wives, and in their embraces you will soon become the fathers of a new progeny." The first habitation was their camp, with a ditch and rampart, in the Bay of Suda, but an apostate monk led them to a more desirable position in the eastern parts. And the name of Kandax, their fortress and colony, has been extended to the whole island, under the corrupt and modern appellation of Candia. The 100 cities of the age of Minos were diminished to 30, and of these, only one, most probably Cydonia, had courage to retain the substance of freedom and the profession of Christianity. The Saracens of Crete soon repaired the loss of their navy, and the timbers of Mount Ida were launched into the main. During a hostile period of 138 years, the princes of Constantinople attacked these licentious corsairs with fruitless curses and ineffectual arms. AD 827, 878. The loss of Sicily 6726 was occasioned by an act of superstitious rigor. An amorous youth, who had stolen a nun from her cloister, was sentenced by the emperor to the amputation of his tongue. Euphemius appealed to the reason and policy of the Saracens of Africa, and soon returned with the imperial purple, a fleet of 100 ships, and an army of 700 horse and 10,000 foot. They landed at Mazara near the ruins of the ancient Selinus. But after some partial victories, Syracuse 6727 was delivered by the Greeks, the apostate was slain before her walls, and his African friends were reduced to the necessity of feeding on the flesh of their own horses. In their turn they were relieved by a powerful reinforcement of their brethren of Andalusia. The largest and western part of the island was gradually reduced, and the commodious harbor of Palermo was chosen for the seat of the naval and military power of the Saracens. Syracuse preserved about 50 years the faith which she had sworn to Christ and to Caesar. In the last and fatal siege, her citizens displayed some remnant of the spirit which had formerly resisted the powers of Athens and Carthage. They stood above 20 days against the battering rams and catapulti, the mines and tortoises of the besiegers. And the place might have been relieved, if the mariners of the imperial fleet had not been detained at Constantinople in building a church to the Virgin Mary. The deacon Theodosius, with the bishop and clergy, was dragged in chains from the altar to Palermo, cast into a subterraneous dungeon, and exposed to the hourly peril of death or apostasy. His pathetic, and not inelegant, complaint may be read as the epitaph of his country. 6728 From the Roman conquest to this final calamity, Syracuse, now dwindled to the primitive isle of Ortygia, had insensibly declined. Yet the relics were still precious. The plate of the cathedral weighed 5,000 pounds of silver, the entire spoil was computed at 1,000,000 of pieces of gold, about 400,000 pounds sterling. And the captives must outnumber the 17,000 Christians who were transported from the sack of Tauromenium into African servitude. In Sicily the religion and language of the Greeks were eradicated. And such was the docility of the rising generation that 15,000 boys were circumcised and clothed on the same day with the son of the Fatimite caliph. The Arabian squadrons issued from the harbors of Palermo, Biserta, and Tunis. 150 towns of Calabria and Campania were attacked and pillaged. Nor could the suburbs of Rome be defended by the name of the Caesars and Apostles. Had the Mohammedans been united, Italy must have fallen an easy and glorious accession to the empire of the Prophet. But the caliphs of Baghdad had lost their authority in the west, the Aglabites and Fatimites usurped the provinces of Africa, their emirs of Sicily aspired to independence. And the design of conquest and dominion was degraded to a repetition of predatory inroads. 6729. In the sufferings of prostrate Italy, the name of Rome awakens a solemn and mournful recollection. AD 846 a fleet of Saracens from the African coast presumed to enter the mouth of the Tiber, and to approach a city which even yet, in her fallen state, was revered as the metropolis of the Christian world. The gates and ramparts were guarded by a trembling people, but the tombs and temples of St. Peter and St. Paul were left exposed in the suburbs of the Vatican and of the Ostian Way. Their invisible sanctity had protected them against the Goths, the Vandals, and the Lombards, but the Arabs disdained both the gospel and the legend. And their rapacious spirit was approved and animated by the precepts of the Quran. The Christian idols were stripped of their costly offerings, a silver altar was torn away from the shrine of St. Peter, and if the bodies or the buildings were left entire, their deliverance must be imputed to the haste, rather than the scruples, of the Saracens. In their course along the Appian Way, they pillaged Fundi and besieged Gaeta. But they had turned aside from the walls of Rome, and by their divisions, the capital was saved from the yoke of the prophet of Mecca. The same danger still impended on the heads of the Roman people. And their domestic force was unequal to the assault of an African emir. They claimed the protection of their Latin sovereign. But the Carlovingian standard was overthrown by a detachment of the barbarians, they meditated the restoration of the Greek emperors. But the attempt was treasonable, and the succor remote and precarious. 6730 Their distress appeared to receive some aggravation from the death of their spiritual and temporal chief. But the pressing emergency superseded the forms and intrigues of an election, and the unanimous choice of Pope Leo IV 6731 was the safety of the church and city. This pontiff was born a Roman. The courage of the first ages of the Republic glowed in his breast. And, amidst the ruins of his country, he stood erect, like one of the firm and lofty columns that rear their heads above the fragments of the Roman Forum. The first days of his reign were consecrated to the purification and removal of relics, to prayers and processions, and to all the solemn offices of religion, which served at least to heal the imagination and restore the hopes of the multitude. The public defense had been long neglected, not from the presumption of peace, but from the distress and poverty of the times. As far as the scantiness of his means and the shortness of his leisure would allow, the ancient walls were repaired by the command of Leo. 15 towers, in the most accessible stations, were built or renewed, 2 of these commanded on either side of the Tiber. And an iron chain was drawn across the stream to impede the ascent of a hostile navy. The Romans were assured of a short respite by the welcome news that the siege of Gaeta had been raised and that a part of the enemy, with their sacrilegious plunder, had perished in the waves. But the storm, which had been delayed, soon burst upon them with redoubled violence. The Aglabite, 6732, who reigned in Africa, had inherited from his father a treasure and an army, a fleet of Arabs and Moors, after a short refreshment in the harbors of Sardinia, cast anchor before the mouth of the Tiber, 16 miles from the city. And their discipline and numbers appeared to threaten, not a transient inroad, but a serious design of conquest and dominion. AD 849. But the vigilance of Leo had formed an alliance with the vassals of the Greek Empire, the free and maritime states of Gaeta, Naples, and Amalfi. And in the hour of danger their galleys appeared in the port of Ostia under the command of Caesarius, the son of the Neapolitan duke, a noble and valiant youth, who had already vanquished the fleets of the Saracens. With his principal companions, Caesarius was invited to the Lateran palace, and the dexterous pontiff affected to inquire their errand, and to accept with joy and surprise their providential succor. The city bands, in arms, attended their father to Ostia, where he reviewed and blessed his generous deliverers. They kissed his feet, received the communion with martial devotion, and listened to the prayer of Leo, that the same God who had supported St. Peter and St. Paul on the waves of the sea would strengthen the hands of his champions against the adversaries of his holy name. After a similar prayer, and with equal resolution, the Muslims advanced to the attack of the Christian galleys, which preserved their advantageous station along the coast. The victory inclined to the side of the Allies, when it was less gloriously decided in their favor by a sudden tempest, which confounded the skill and courage of the stoutest mariners. The Christians were sheltered in a friendly harbor, while the Africans were scattered and dashed in pieces among the rocks and islands of a hostile shore. Those who escaped from shipwreck and hunger neither found nor deserved mercy at the hands of their implacable pursuers. The sword and the gibbet reduced the dangerous multitude of captives, and the remainder was more usefully employed, to restore the sacred edifices which they had attempted to subvert. The pontiff, at the head of the citizens and allies, paid his grateful devotion at the shrines of the apostles. And, among the spoils of this naval victory, 13 Arabian bows of pure and massy silver were suspended round the altar of the fishermen of Galilee. The reign of Leo IV was employed in the defense and ornament of the Roman state. The churches were renewed and embellished. Near 4,000 pounds of silver were consecrated to repair the losses of St. Peter, and his sanctuary was decorated with a plate of gold of the weight of 216 pounds. Embossed with the portraits of the Pope and Emperor, and encircled with a string of pearls. Yet this vain magnificence reflects less glory on the character of Leo than the paternal care with which he rebuilt the walls of Horta and Ameria, and transported the wandering inhabitants of Centumceli to his new foundation of Leopolis, 12 miles from the seashore. 6733. By his liberality a colony of Corsicans, with their wives and children, was planted in the station of Porto, at the mouth of the Tiber. The falling city was restored for their use, the fields and vineyards were divided among the new settlers, their first efforts were assisted by a gift of horses and cattle. And the hardy exiles, who breathed revenge against the Saracens, swore to live and die under the standard of St. Peter. The nations of the West and North who visited the threshold of the Apostles had gradually formed the large and populous suburb of the Vatican, and their various habitations were distinguished, in the language of the times, as the schools of the Greeks and Goths, of the Lombards and Saxons. But this venerable spot was still open to sacrilegious insult. The design of enclosing it with walls and towers exhausted all that authority could command or charity would supply. And the pious labor of 4 years was animated in every season, and at every hour, by the presence of the indefatigable pontiff. AD 852. The love of fame, a generous but worldly passion, may be detected in the name of the Leonine city, which he bestowed on the Vatican. Yet the pride of the dedication was tempered with Christian penance and humility. The boundary was trod by the bishop and his clergy, barefoot, in sackcloth and ashes. The songs of triumph were modulated to psalms and litanies, the walls were besprinkled with holy water. And the ceremony was concluded with a prayer that, under the guardian care of the apostles and the angelic host, both the old and the new Rome might ever be preserved pure, prosperous, and impregnable. 6734. The Emperor Theophilus, son of Michael the Stammerer, was one of the most active and high-spirited princes who reigned at Constantinople during the Middle Age. In offensive or defensive war, he marched in person 5 times against the Saracens, formidable in his attack, esteemed by the enemy in his losses and defeats. AD 838. In the last of these expeditions he penetrated into Syria, and besieged the obscure town of Sozopetra, the casual birthplace of the Caliph Motassem, whose father Harun was attended in peace or war by the most favored of his wives and concubines. The revolt of a Persian impostor employed at that moment the arms of the Saracen, and he could only intercede in favor of a place for which he felt and acknowledged some degree of filial affection. These solicitations determined the emperor to wound his pride in so sensible a part. Sozopetra was leveled with the ground, the Syrian prisoners were marked or mutilated with ignominious cruelty, and 1,000 female captives were forced away from the adjacent territory. Among these a matron of the house of Abbas invoked, in an agony of despair, the name of Motassem. And the insults of the Greeks engaged the honor of her kinsman to avenge his indignity and to answer her appeal. Under the reign of the 2 elder brothers, the inheritance of the youngest had been confined to Anatolia, Armenia, Georgia, and Circassia. This frontier station had exercised his military talents. And among his accidental claims to the name of Octonary 6735, the most meritorious are the 8 battles which he gained or fought against the enemies of the Quran. In this personal quarrel, the troops of Iraq, Syria, and Egypt were recruited from the tribes of Arabia and the Turkish hordes. His cavalry might be numerous, though we should deduct some myriads from the 130,000 horses of the royal stables. And the expense of the armament was computed at 4 millions sterling, or 100,000 pounds of gold. From Tarsus, the place of assembly, the Saracens advanced in 3 divisions along the high road of Constantinople. Motassem himself commanded the center, and the vanguard was given to his son Abbas, who, in the trial of the first adventures, might succeed with the more glory, or fail with the least reproach. In the revenge of his injury, the Caliph prepared to retaliate a similar affront. The father of Theophilus was a native of Amorium 6736 in Phrygia. The original seat of the imperial house had been adorned with privileges and monuments. And, whatever might be the indifference of the people, Constantinople itself was scarcely of more value in the eyes of the sovereign and his court. The name of Amorium was inscribed on the shields of the Saracens, and their 3 armies were again united under the walls of the devoted city. It had been proposed by the wisest counselors to evacuate Amorium, to remove the inhabitants, and to abandon the empty structures to the vain resentment of the barbarians. The emperor embraced the more generous resolution of defending, in a siege and battle, the country of his ancestors. When the armies drew near, the front of the Mohammedan line appeared to a Roman eye more closely planted with spears and javelins. But the event of the action was not glorious on either side to the national troops. The Arabs were broken, but it was by the swords of 30,000 Persians, who had obtained service and settlement in the Byzantine Empire. The Greeks were repulsed and vanquished, but it was by the arrows of the Turkish cavalry. And had not their bowstrings been damped and relaxed by the evening rain, very few of the Christians could have escaped with the emperor from the field of battle. They breathed at Dorylaeum, at the distance of 3 days, and Theophilus, reviewing his trembling squadrons, forgave the common flight both of the prince and people. After this discovery of his weakness, he vainly hoped to deprecate the fate of Amorium. The inexorable caliph rejected with contempt his prayers and promises, and detained the Roman ambassadors to be the witnesses of his great revenge. They had nearly been the witnesses of his shame. The vigorous assaults of 55 days were encountered by a faithful governor, a veteran garrison, and a desperate people. And the Saracens must have raised the siege if a domestic traitor had not pointed to the weakest part of the wall, a place which was decorated with the statues of a lion and a bull. The vow of Motassem was accomplished with unrelenting rigor. Tired, rather than satiated, with destruction, he returned to his new palace of Samarra, in the neighborhood of Baghdad. While the unfortunate 6737 Theophilus implored the tardy and doubtful aid of his western rival the Emperor of the Franks. Yet in the siege of Amorium about 70,000 Muslims had perished. Their loss had been revenged by the slaughter of 30,000 Christians, and the sufferings of an equal number of captives, who were treated as the most atrocious criminals. Mutual necessity could sometimes extort the exchange or ransom of prisoners, 6738 but in the national and religious conflict of the two empires peace was without confidence, and war without mercy. Quarter was seldom given in the field. Those who escaped the edge of the sword were condemned to hopeless servitude or exquisite torture. And a Catholic emperor relates, with visible satisfaction, the execution of the Saracens of Crete, who were flayed alive, or plunged into cauldrons of boiling oil. 6739 To a point of honor Motassem had sacrificed a flourishing city, 200,000 lives, and the property of millions. The same caliph descended from his horse and dirted his robe to relieve the distress of a decrepit old man, who with his laden ass had tumbled into a ditch. On which of these actions did he reflect with the most pleasure, when he was summoned by the angel of death? 6740. With Motassem, the 8th of the Abbasides, the glory of his family and nation expired. When the Arabian conquerors had spread themselves over the east, and were mingled with the servile crowds of Persia, Syria, and Egypt, they insensibly lost the freeborn and martial virtues of the desert. The courage of the South is the artificial fruit of discipline and prejudice. The active power of enthusiasm had decayed, and the mercenary forces of the caliphs were recruited in those climates of the north, of which valor is the hardy and spontaneous production. AD 841, 870 of the Turks 6741 who dwelt beyond the Oxus and Jaxartes, the robust youths, either taken in war or purchased in trade, were educated in the exercises of the field and the profession of the Mohammedan faith. The Turkish guards stood in arms round the throne of their benefactor, and their chiefs usurped the dominion of the palace and the provinces. Motassem, the first author of this dangerous example, introduced into the capital above 50,000 Turks. Their licentious conduct provoked the public indignation. And the quarrels of the soldiers and people induced the caliph to retire from Baghdad, and establish his own residence and the camp of his barbarian favorites at Samarra on the Tigris, about 12 leagues above the city of peace. 6742 His son Motawakkil was a jealous and cruel tyrant. Odious to his subjects, he cast himself on the fidelity of the strangers, and these strangers, ambitious and apprehensive, were tempted by the rich promise of a revolution. At the instigation, or at least in the cause, of his son, they burst into his apartment at the hour of supper. And the caliph was cut into 7 pieces by the same swords which he had recently distributed among the guards of his life and throne. To this throne, yet streaming with a father's blood, Montasser was triumphantly led, but in a reign of 6 months he found only the pangs of a guilty conscience. If he wept at the sight of an old tapestry which represented the crime and punishment of the son of Khosrow. If his days were abridged by grief and remorse, we may allow some pity to a parricide, who exclaimed, in the bitterness of death, that he had lost both this world and the world to come. After this act of treason, the ensigns of royalty, the garment and walking staff of Muhammad, were given and torn away by the foreign mercenaries, who in 4 years created, deposed, and murdered 3 commanders of the faithful. As often as the Turks were inflamed by fear, or rage, or avarice, these caliphs were dragged by the feet, exposed naked to the scorching sun, beaten with iron clubs, and compelled to purchase, by the abdication of their dignity, a short reprieve of inevitable fate. 6743 At length, however, the fury of the tempest was spent or diverted, the Abbasides returned to the less turbulent residents of Baghdad. The insolence of the Turks was curbed with a firmer and more skillful hand, and their numbers were divided and destroyed in foreign warfare. But the nations of the East had been taught to trample on the successors of the Prophet, and the blessings of domestic peace were obtained by the relaxation of strength and discipline. So uniform are the mischiefs of military despotism that I seem to repeat the story of the Praetorians of Rome. 6744. While the flame of enthusiasm was damped by the business, the pleasure, and the knowledge of the age, it burnt with concentrated heat in the breasts of the chosen few, the congenial spirits, who were ambitious of reigning either in this world or in the next. How carefully soever the book of prophecy had been sealed by the apostle of Mecca, the wishes, and, if we may profane the word, even the reason, of fanaticism might believe that, after the successive missions of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, the same God, in the fullness of time, would reveal a still more perfect and permanent law. AD 890, 951 In the 277th year of the Hijrah, and in the neighborhood of Kufa, an Arabian preacher, of the name of Karmath, assumed the lofty and incomprehensible style of the guide, the director, the demonstration, the word, the Holy Ghost, the camel, the herald of the Messiah, who had conversed with him in a human shape, and the representative of Muhammad the son of Ali, of St. John the Baptist, and of the angel Gabriel. In his mystic volume, the precepts of the Quran were refined to a more spiritual sense. He relaxed the duties of ablution, fasting, and pilgrimage, allowed the indiscriminate use of wine and forbidden food, and nourished the fervor of his disciples by the daily repetition of 50 prayers. The idleness and ferment of the rustic crowd awakened the attention of the magistrates of Kufa. A timid persecution assisted the progress of the new sect, and the name of the Prophet became more revered after his person had been withdrawn from the world. His 12 apostles dispersed themselves among the Bedouins, a race of men, says Abulfida, equally devoid of reason and of religion. And the success of their preaching seemed to threaten Arabia with a new revolution. The Carmathians were ripe for rebellion, since they disclaimed the title of the House of Abbas and abhorred the worldly pomp of the caliphs of Baghdad. They were susceptible of discipline, since they vowed a blind and absolute submission to their imam, who was called to the prophetic office by the voice of God and the people. Instead of the legal tithes, he claimed the fifth of their substance and spoil. The most flagitious sins were no more than the type of disobedience. And the brethren were united and concealed by an oath of secrecy. AD 900+ After a bloody conflict, they prevailed in the province of Bahrain, along the Persian Gulf. Far and wide, the tribes of the desert were subject to the scepter, or rather to the sword, of Abu Said and his son Abu Taher. And these rebellious imams could muster in the field 107,000 fanatics. The mercenaries of the caliph were dismayed at the approach of an enemy who neither asked nor accepted quarter. And the difference between them in fortitude and patience is expressive of the change which 3 centuries of prosperity had effected in the character of the Arabians. Such troops were discomfited in every action. The cities of Raqqa and Baalbek, of Kufa and Baysora, were taken and pillaged. Baghdad was filled with consternation, and the caliph trembled behind the veils of his palace. In a daring inroad beyond the Tigris, Abu Taher advanced to the gates of the capital with no more than 500 horse. By the special order of Muqtadir, the bridges had been broken down, and the person or head of the rebel was expected every hour by the commander of the faithful. His lieutenant, from a motive of fear or pity, apprised Abu Taher of his danger, and recommended a speedy escape. "Your master," said the intrepid Carmathian to the messenger, "is at the head of 30,000 soldiers, 3 such men as these are wanting in his host," at the same instant. Turning to 3 of his companions, he commanded the first to plunge a dagger into his breast, the second to leap into the Tigris, and the third to cast himself headlong down a precipice. They obeyed without a murmur. "Relate," continued the Imam, "what you have seen. Before the evening your general shall be chained among my dogs." Before the evening, the camp was surprised and the menace was executed. The rapine of the Carmathians was sanctified by their aversion to the worship of Mecca. They robbed a caravan of pilgrims. And 20,000 devout Muslims were abandoned on the burning sands to a death of hunger and thirst. Another year they suffered the pilgrims to proceed without interruption. AD 929 But, in the festival of devotion, Abu Taher stormed the holy city, and trampled on the most venerable relics of the Mohammedan faith. 30,000 citizens and strangers were put to the sword, the sacred precincts were polluted by the burial of 3,000 dead bodies, the well of Zemzem overflowed with blood. The golden spout was forced from its place, the veil of the Kaaba was divided among these impious sectaries. And the Black Stone, the first monument of the nation, was borne away in triumph to their capital. After this deed of sacrilege and cruelty, they continued to infest the confines of Iraq, Syria, and Egypt, but the vital principle of enthusiasm had withered at the root. Their scruples or their avarice again opened the pilgrimage of Mecca and restored the Black Stone of the Kaaba. And it is needless to inquire into what factions they were broken, or by whose swords they were finally extirpated. The sect of the Carmathians may be considered as the second visible cause of the decline and fall of the empire of the caliphs. 6745. The third and most obvious cause was the weight and magnitude of the empire itself. The Caliph al-Ma'mun might proudly assert that it was easier for him to rule the East and the West than to manage a chessboard of 2 feet square. 6746 Yet I suspect that in both those games he was guilty of many fatal mistakes. And I perceive that in the distant provinces the authority of the first and most powerful of the Abbasides was already impaired. The analogy of despotism invests the representative with the full majesty of the prince. The division and balance of powers might relax the habits of obedience, might encourage the passive subject to inquire into the origin and administration of civil government. He who is born in the purple is seldom worthy to reign, but the elevation of a private man, of a peasant perhaps, or a slave, affords a strong presumption of his courage and capacity. The viceroy of a remote kingdom aspires to secure the property and inheritance of his precarious trust. The nations must rejoice in the presence of their sovereign. And the command of armies and treasures are at once the object and the instrument of his ambition. A change was scarcely visible as long as the lieutenants of the caliph were content with their vicarious title. While they solicited for themselves or their sons a renewal of the imperial grant. And still maintained on the coin and in the public prayers the name and prerogative of the commander of the faithful. But in the long and hereditary exercise of power, they assumed the pride and attributes of royalty. The alternative of peace or war, of reward or punishment, depended solely on their will. And the revenues of their government were reserved for local services or private magnificence. Instead of a regular supply of men and money, the successors of the prophet were flattered with the ostentatious gift of an elephant, or a cast of hawks, a suit of silk hangings, or some pounds of musk and amber. 6747. After the revolt of Spain from the temporal and spiritual supremacy of the Abbasides, the first symptoms of disobedience broke forth in the province of Africa. AD 800, 941 Ibrahim, the son of Aglab, the lieutenant of the vigilant and rigid Harun, bequeathed to the dynasty of the Aglabites the inheritance of his name and power. AD 829, 907 The indolence or policy of the caliphs dissembled the injury and loss, and pursued only with poison the founder of the Edrisites. 6748 Who erected the kingdom and city of Fez on the shores of the Western Ocean. 6749 AD 813, 872 in the east. The first dynasty was that of the Tahirites. 6750 The posterity of the valiant Tahir, who, in the civil wars of the sons of Harun, had served with too much zeal and success the cause of Al-Mamun the younger brother. He was sent into honorable exile, to command on the banks of the Oxus. And the independence of his successors, who reigned in Khorasan till the fourth generation, was palliated by their modest and respectful demeanor, the happiness of their subjects, and the security of their frontier. They were supplanted by one of those adventurers so frequent in the annals of the East, who left his trade of a brazier, from whence the name of Sophorides, for the profession of a robber. AD 872, 902 In a nocturnal visit to the treasure of the prince of Sistan, Jacob, the son of LIII, stumbled over a lump of salt, which he unwarily tasted with his tongue. Salt, among the Orientals, is the symbol of hospitality, and the pious robber immediately retired without spoil or damage. The discovery of this honorable behavior recommended Jacob to pardon and trust. He led an army at first for his benefactor, at last for himself, subdued Persia, and threatened the residence of the Abbasides. On his march towards Baghdad, the conqueror was arrested by a fever. He gave audience in bed to the ambassador of the caliph, and beside him on a table were exposed a naked scimitar, a crust of brown bread, and a bunch of onions. "If I die," said he, "your master is delivered from his fears. If I live, this must determine between us. If I am vanquished, I can return without reluctance to the homely fare of my youth." From the height where he stood, the descent would not have been so soft or harmless. A timely death secured his own repose and that of the caliph, who paid with the most lavish concessions the retreat of his brother Amru to the palaces of Shiraz and Ispahan. AD 874, 999 The Abbasides were too feeble to contend, too proud to forgive. They invited the powerful dynasty of the Samanides, who passed the Oxus with 10,000 horse. So poor that their stirrups were of wood. So brave, that they vanquished the Saffarian army, 8 times more numerous than their own. The captive Amru was sent in chains, a grateful offering to the court of Baghdad. And as the victor was content with the inheritance of Transoxiana and Khorasan, the realms of Persia returned for a while to the allegiance of the caliphs. AD 868, 968 The provinces of Syria and Egypt were twice dismembered by their Turkish slaves of the race of Toulon and Ilkshid. 6751 These barbarians, in religion and manners the countrymen of Muhammad, emerged from the bloody factions of the palace to a provincial command and an independent throne. Their names became famous and formidable in their time. But the founders of these two potent dynasties confessed, either in words or actions, the vanity of ambition. The first on his deathbed implored the mercy of God to a sinner, ignorant of the limits of his own power. The second, in the midst of 400,000 soldiers and 8,000 slaves, concealed from every human eye the chamber where he attempted to sleep. Their sons were educated in the vices of kings, and both Egypt and Syria were recovered and possessed by the Abbasides during an interval of 30 years. AD 892, 1001 In the decline of their empire, Mesopotamia, with the important cities of Mosul and Aleppo, was occupied by the Arabian princes of the tribe of Hamadan. The poets of their court could repeat without a blush that nature had formed their countenances for beauty, their tongues for eloquence, and their hands for liberality and valor. But the genuine tale of the elevation and reign of the Hamadanites exhibits a scene of treachery, murder, and parricide. AD 933, 1055 At the same fatal period, the Persian kingdom was again usurped by the dynasty of the Boides, by the sword of 3 brothers, who, under various names, were styled the support and columns of the state, and who, from the Caspian Sea to the ocean, would suffer no tyrants but themselves. Under their reign, the language and genius of Persia revived, and the Arabs, 304 years after the death of Muhammad, were deprived of the scepter of the East. Rahadi, the 20th of the Abbasides, and the 39th of the successors of Muhammad, was the last who deserved the title of Commander of the Faithful. 6752 The last, says Abulfeda, who spoke to the people, or conversed with the learned. The last who, in the expense of his household, represented the wealth and magnificence of the ancient caliphs. AD 936 plus after him, the lords of the Eastern world were reduced to the most abject misery, and exposed to the blows and insults of a servile condition. The revolt of the provinces circumscribed their dominions within the walls of Baghdad. But that capital still contained an innumerable multitude, vain of their past fortune, discontented with their present state, and oppressed by the demands of a treasury which had formerly been replenished by the spoil and tribute of nations. Their idleness was exercised by faction and controversy. Under the mask of piety, the rigid followers of Hanbal 6753 invaded the pleasures of domestic life, burst into the houses of plebeians and princes, spilt the wine, broke the instruments, beat the musicians, and dishonored, with infamous suspicions, the associates of every handsome youth. In each profession, which allowed room for two persons, the one was a votary, the other an antagonist, of Ali. And the Abbasides were awakened by the clamorous grief of the sectaries, who denied their title and cursed their progenitors. A turbulent people could only be repressed by a military force. But who could satisfy the avarice or assert the discipline of the mercenaries themselves? The African and the Turkish guards drew their swords against each other, and the chief commanders, the emirs al-Amra, 6754 imprisoned or deposed their sovereigns, and violated the sanctuary of the mosque and harem. If the caliphs escaped to the camp or court of any neighboring prince, their deliverance was a change of servitude, till they were prompted by despair to invite the Boides, the sultans of Persia, who silenced the factions of Baghdad by their irresistible arms. The civil and military powers were assumed by Mu'izz al-Dawlat, the second of the three brothers, and a stipend of £60,000 sterling was assigned by his generosity for the private expense of the commander of the faithful. But on the 40th day, at the audience of the ambassadors of Khorasan, and in the presence of a trembling multitude, the caliph was dragged from his throne to a dungeon, by the command of the stranger, and the rude hands of his Dilamites. His palace was pillaged, his eyes were put out, and the mean ambition of the Abbasides aspired to the vacant station of danger and disgrace. In the school of adversity, the luxurious caliphs resumed the grave and abstemious virtues of the primitive times. Despoiled of their armor and silken robes, they fasted, they prayed, they studied the Quran and the tradition of the Sunnites. They performed with zeal and knowledge the functions of their ecclesiastical character. The respect of nations still waited on the successors of the apostle, the oracles of the law and conscience of the faithful. And the weakness or division of their tyrants sometimes restored the Abbasides to the sovereignty of Baghdad. But their misfortunes had been embittered by the triumph of the Fatimites, the real or spurious progeny of Ali. Arising from the extremity of Africa, these successful rivals extinguished in Egypt and Syria both the spiritual and temporal authority of the Abbasides. And the monarch of the Nile insulted the humble pontiff on the banks of the Tigris. In the declining age of the caliphs, in the century which elapsed after the war of Theophilus and Motassem, the hostile transactions of the two nations were confined to some inroads by sea and land, the fruits of their close vicinity and indelible hatred. AD 960. But when the Eastern world was convulsed and broken, the Greeks were roused from their lethargy by the hopes of conquest and revenge. The Byzantine Empire, since the accession of the Basilian race, had reposed in peace and dignity. And they might encounter with their entire strength the front of some petty emir, whose rear was assaulted and threatened by his national foes of the Mohammedan faith. The lofty titles of the Morning Star, and the death of the Saracens 6755 were applied in the public acclamations to Nicephorus Phocas, a prince as renowned in the camp as he was unpopular in the city. In the subordinate station of great domestic, or general of the East, he reduced the island of Crete, and extirpated the nest of pirates who had so long defied, with impunity, the majesty of the empire. 6756. His military genius was displayed in the conduct and success of the enterprise, which had so often failed with loss and dishonor. The Saracens were confounded by the landing of his troops on safe and level bridges, which he cast from the vessels to the shore. 7 months were consumed in the siege of Candia. The despair of the native Cretans was stimulated by the frequent aid of their brethren of Africa and Spain. And after the massy wall and double ditch had been stormed by the Greeks, a hopeless conflict was still maintained in the streets and houses of the city. 6757 The whole island was subdued in the capital, and a submissive people accepted, without resistance, the baptism of the conqueror. 6758 Constantinople applauded the long-forgotten pomp of a triumph. But the imperial diadem was the sole reward that could repay the services, or satisfy the ambition, of Nicephorus. After the death of the younger Romanus, the fourth in lineal descent of the Basilian race, his widow Theophania successively married Nicephorus Phocas and his assassin John Zymices. The two heroes of the age. AD 963-975 they reigned as the guardians and colleagues of her infant sons, and the 12 years of their military command form the most splendid period of the Byzantine annals. The subjects and confederates, whom they led to war, appeared, at least in the eyes of an enemy, 200,000 strong, and of these about 30,000 were armed with cuirasses. 6759 A train of 4,000 mules attended their march, and their evening camp was regularly fortified with an enclosure of iron spikes. A series of bloody and undecisive combats is nothing more than an anticipation of what would have been effected in a few years by the course of nature. But I shall briefly prosecute the conquests of the two emperors from the hills of Cappadocia to the desert of Baghdad. The sieges of Mopsuestia and Tarsus in Cilicia first exercised the skill and perseverance of their troops, on whom, at this moment, I shall not hesitate to bestow the name of Romans. In the double city of Mopsuestia, which is divided by the river Sarus, 200,000 Muslims were predestined to death or slavery. 6760 A surprising degree of population, which must at least include the inhabitants of the dependent districts. They were surrounded and taken by assault, but Tarsus was reduced by the slow progress of famine. And no sooner had the Saracens yielded on honorable terms than they were mortified by the distant and unprofitable view of the naval succors of Egypt. They were dismissed with a safe conduct to the confines of Syria. A part of the old Christians had quietly lived under their dominion, and the vacant habitations were replenished by a new colony. But the mosque was converted into a stable, the pulpit was delivered to the flames. Many rich crosses of gold and gems, the spoils of Asiatic churches, were made a grateful offering to the piety or avarice of the emperor. And he transported the gates of Mopsuestia and Tarsus, which were fixed in the walls of Constantinople, an eternal monument of his victory. After they had forced and secured the narrow passes of Mount Amanus, the two Roman princes repeatedly carried their arms into the heart of Syria. Yet, instead of assaulting the walls of Antioch, the humanity or superstition of Nicephorus appeared to respect the ancient metropolis of the East. He contented himself with drawing round the city a line of circumvallation, left a stationary army, and instructed his lieutenant to expect, without impatience, the return of spring. But in the depth of winter, in a dark and rainy night, an adventurous subaltern, with 300 soldiers, approached the rampart, applied his scaling ladders, occupied two adjacent towers, stood firm against the pressure of multitudes, and bravely maintained his post till he was relieved by the tardy, though effectual, support of his reluctant chief. The first tumult of slaughter and rapine subsided, the reign of Caesar and of Christ was restored. And the efforts of 100,000 Saracens, of the armies of Syria and the fleets of Africa, were consumed without effect before the walls of Antioch. The royal city of Aleppo was subject to Sefdowlat, of the dynasty of Hamadan, who clouded his past glory by the precipitate retreat which abandoned his kingdom and capital to the Roman invaders. In his stately palace that stood without the walls of Aleppo, they joyfully seized a well-furnished magazine of arms, a stable of 1,400 mules, and 300 bags of silver and gold. But the walls of the city withstood the strokes of their battering rams, and the besiegers pitched their tents on the neighboring mountain of Joshan. Their retreat exasperated the quarrel of the townsmen and mercenaries, the guard of the gates and ramparts was deserted. And while they furiously charged each other in the marketplace, they were surprised and destroyed by the sword of a common enemy. The male sex was exterminated by the sword. 10,000 youths were led into captivity, the weight of the precious spoil exceeded the strength and number of the beasts of burden, the superfluous remainder was burnt. And, after a licentious possession of 10 days, the Romans marched away from the naked and bleeding city. In their Syrian inroads they commanded the husbandmen to cultivate their lands, that they themselves, in the ensuing season, might reap the benefit. More than 100 cities were reduced to obedience. And 18 pulpits of the principal mosques were committed to the flames to expiate the sacrilege of the disciples of Muhammad. The classic names of Hierapolis, Apamea, and Emesa revive for a moment in the list of conquest. The Emperor Ximeses encamped in the paradise of Damascus, and accepted the ransom of a submissive people. And the torrent was only stopped by the impregnable fortress of Tripoli, on the seacoast of Phoenicia. Since the days of Heraclius, the Euphrates, below the passage of Mount Taurus, had been impervious, and almost invisible, to the Greeks. The river yielded a free passage to the victorious Ximeses. And the historian may imitate the speed with which he overran the once famous cities of Samosata, Edessa, Martyropolis, Amida, 67-61 and Nisibis, the ancient limit of the empire in the neighborhood of the Tigris. His ardor was quickened by the desire of grasping the virgin treasures of Ecbatana, 67-62, a well-known name, under which the Byzantine writer has concealed the capital of the Abbasides. The consternation of the fugitives had already diffused the terror of his name, but the fancied riches of Baghdad had already been dissipated by the avarice and prodigality of domestic tyrants. The prayers of the people, and the stern demands of the lieutenant of the Boides, required the caliph to provide for the defense of the city. The helpless Mothi replied that his arms, his revenues, and his provinces had been torn from his hands, and that he was ready to abdicate a dignity which he was unable to support. The emir was inexorable, the furniture of the palace was sold, and the paltry price of 40,000 pieces of gold was instantly consumed in private luxury. But the apprehensions of Baghdad were relieved by the retreat of the Greeks. Thirst and hunger guarded the desert of Mesopotamia. And the emperor, satiated with glory, and laden with oriental spoils, returned to Constantinople, and displayed, in his triumph, the silk, the aromatics, and 300 myriads of gold and silver. Yet the powers of the East had been bent, not broken, by this transient hurricane. After the departure of the Greeks, the fugitive princes returned to their capitals. The subjects disclaimed their involuntary oaths of allegiance, the Muslims again purified their temples, and overturned the idols of the saints and martyrs. The Nestorians and Jacobites preferred a Saracen to an orthodox master, and the numbers and spirit of the Melchites were inadequate to the support of the church and state. Of these extensive conquests, Antioch, with the cities of Cilicia and the Isle of Cyprus, was alone restored, a permanent and useful accession to the Roman Empire. 67-63. Chapter 53. Fate of the Eastern Empire in the 10th century, extent and division, wealth and revenue, palace of Constantinople, titles and offices, pride and power of the emperors, tactics of the Greeks, Arabs, and Franks, loss of the Latin tongue, studies and solitude of the Greeks. A ray of historic light seems to beam from the darkness of the 10th century. We open with curiosity in respect the royal volumes of Constantine Porphyrogenitus 67-64, which he composed at a mature age for the instruction of his son, and which promise to unfold the state of the Eastern Empire, both in peace and war, both at home and abroad. In the first of these works he minutely describes the pompous ceremonies of the church and palace of Constantinople, according to his own practice and that of his predecessors. 67-65. In the second, he attempts an accurate survey of the provinces, the themes, as they were then denominated, both of Europe and Asia. 67-66. The system of Roman tactics, the discipline and order of the troops, and the military operations by land and sea are explained in the third of these didactic collections, which may be ascribed to Constantine or his father Leo. 67-67 in the fourth, of the administration of the empire, he reveals the secrets of the Byzantine policy, in friendly or hostile intercourse with the nations of the earth. The literary labors of the age, the practical systems of law, agriculture, and history, might redound to the benefit of the subject and the honor of the Macedonian princes. The 60 books of the Basilics 67-68 the Code and Pandex of Civil Jurisprudence, were gradually framed in the 3 first reigns of that prosperous dynasty. The art of agriculture had amused the leisure, and exercised the pens, of the best and wisest of the ancients. And their chosen precepts are comprised in the 20 books of the Geoponics 67-69 of Constantine. At his command, the historical examples of vice and virtue were methodized in 53 books 67-70 and every citizen might apply, to his contemporaries or himself, the lesson or the warning of past times. From the august character of a legislator, the sovereign of the East descends to the more humble office of a teacher and a scribe. And if his successors and subjects were regardless of his paternal cares, we may inherit and enjoy the everlasting legacy. A closer survey will indeed reduce the value of the gift, and the gratitude of posterity. In the possession of these imperial treasures, we may still deplore our poverty and ignorance. And the fading glories of their authors will be obliterated by indifference or contempt. The Basilics will sink to a broken copy, a partial and mutilated version in the Greek language, of the laws of Justinian. But the sense of the old civilians is often superseded by the influence of bigotry. And the absolute prohibition of divorce, concubinage, and interest for money enslaves the freedom of trade and the happiness of private life. In the historical book, a subject of Constantine might admire the inimitable virtues of Greece and Rome. He might learn to what a pitch of energy and elevation the human character had formerly aspired. But a contrary effect must have been produced by a new edition of the Lives of the Saints, which the great logothete, or chancellor of the empire, was directed to prepare. And the dark fund of superstition was enriched by the fabulous and florid legends of Simon the Metaphrast. 67-71 The merits and miracles of the whole calendar are of less account in the eyes of a sage than the toil of a single husbandman, who multiplies the gifts of the Creator and supplies the food of his brethren. Yet the royal authors of the Geoponics were more seriously employed in expounding the precepts of the destroying art, which had been taught since the days of Xenophon 67-72 as the art of heroes and kings. But the tactics of Leo and Constantine are mingled with the baser alloy of the age in which they lived. It was destitute of original genius. They implicitly transcribed the rules and maxims which had been confirmed by victories. It was unskilled in the propriety of style and method. They blindly confound the most distant and discordant institutions, the phalanx of Sparta and that of Macedon, the legions of Cato and Trajan, of Augustus and Theodosius. Even the use, or at least the importance, of these military rudiments may be fairly questioned. Their general theory is dictated by reason. But the merit, as well as difficulty, consists in the application. The discipline of a soldier is formed by exercise rather than by study. The talents of a commander are appropriated to those calm though rapid minds, which nature produces to decide the fate of armies and nations. The former is the habit of a life, the latter the glance of a moment. And the battles won by lessons of tactics may be numbered with the epic poems created from the rules of criticism. The Book of Ceremonies is a recital, tedious yet imperfect, of the despicable pageantry which had infected the church and state since the gradual decay of the purity of the one and the power of the other. A review of the themes or provinces might promise such authentic and useful information as the curiosity of government only can obtain, instead of traditionary fables on the origin of the cities, and malicious epigrams on the vices of their inhabitants. 67-73 Such information the historian would have been pleased to record. Nor should his silence be condemned if the most interesting objects, the population of the capital and provinces, the amount of the taxes and revenues, the numbers of subjects and strangers who served under the imperial standard, have been unnoticed by Leo the philosopher, and his son Constantine. His treatise of the public administration is stained with the same blemishes, yet it is discriminated by peculiar merit. The antiquities of the nations may be doubtful or fabulous, but the geography and manners of the barbaric world are delineated with curious accuracy. Of these nations, the Franks alone were qualified to observe in their turn, and to describe, the metropolis of the East. The ambassador of the great Otto, a bishop of Cremona, has painted the state of Constantinople about the middle of the 10th century. His style is glowing, his narrative lively, his observation keen. And even the prejudices and passions of Liutprand are stamped with an original character of freedom and genius. 6774 From this scanty fund of foreign and domestic materials I shall investigate the form and substance of the Byzantine Empire, the provinces and wealth, the civil government and military force, the character and literature, of the Greeks in a period of 600 years, from the reign of Heraclius to his successful invasion of the Franks or Latins. After the final division between the sons of Theodosius, the swarms of barbarians from Scythia and Germany overspread the provinces and extinguished the empire of ancient Rome. The weakness of Constantinople was concealed by extent of dominion, her limits were inviolate, or at least entire. And the kingdom of Justinian was enlarged by the splendid acquisition of Africa and Italy. But the possession of these new conquests was transient and precarious. And almost a moiety of the Eastern Empire was torn away by the arms of the Saracens. Syria and Egypt were oppressed by the Arabian caliphs. And, after the reduction of Africa, their lieutenants invaded and subdued the Roman province which had been changed into the Gothic monarchy of Spain. The islands of the Mediterranean were not inaccessible to their naval powers. And it was from their extreme stations, the harbors of Crete and the fortresses of Cilicia, that the faithful or rebel emirs insulted the majesty of the throne and capital. The remaining provinces, under the obedience of the emperors, were cast into a new mold. And the jurisdiction of the presidents, the consulars, and the counts were superseded by the institution of the themes 6775 or military governments, which prevailed under the successors of Heraclius, and are described by the pen of the royal author. Of the 29 themes, 12 in Europe and 17 in Asia, the origin is obscure, the etymology doubtful or capricious, the limits were arbitrary and fluctuating. But some particular names that sound the most strangely to our ear were derived from the character and attributes of the troops that were maintained at the expense, and for the guard, of the respective divisions. The vanity of the Greek princes most eagerly grasped the shadow of conquest and the memory of lost dominion. A new Mesopotamia was created on the western side of the Euphrates. The appellation and praetor of Sicily were transferred to a narrow slip of Calabria, and a fragment of the Duchy of Beneventum was promoted to the style and title of the theme of Lombardy. In the decline of the Arabian Empire, the successors of Constantine might indulge their pride in more solid advantages. The victories of Nicephorus, John Zimisces, and Basil II revived the fame and enlarged the boundaries of the Roman name. The province of Cilicia, the metropolis of Antioch, the islands of Crete and Cyprus, were restored to the allegiance of Christ and Caesar. 1/3 of Italy was annexed to the throne of Constantinople, the kingdom of Bulgaria was destroyed. And the last sovereigns of the Macedonian dynasty extended their sway from the sources of the Tigris to the neighborhood of Rome. In the 11th century, the prospect was again clouded by new enemies and new misfortunes. The relics of Italy were swept away by the Norman adventures. And almost all the Asiatic branches were dissevered from the Roman trunk by the Turkish conquerors. After these losses, the emperors of the Komnenian family continued to reign from the Danube to Peloponnesus, and from Belgrade to Nice, Trebizond, and the winding stream of the Meander. The spacious provinces of Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece were obedient to their scepter. The possession of Cyprus, Rhodes, and Crete was accompanied by the 50 islands of the Aegean or Holy See. 6776 and the remnant of their empire transcends the measure of the largest of the European kingdoms. The same princes might assert with dignity and truth that of all the monarchs of Christendom they possessed the greatest city, 6777 the most ample revenue, the most flourishing and populous state. With the decline and fall of the empire, the cities of the West had decayed and fallen. Nor could the ruins of Rome, or the mud walls, wooden hovels, and narrow precincts of Paris and London, prepare the Latin stranger to contemplate the situation and extent of Constantinople. Her stately palaces and churches, and the arts and luxury of an innumerable people. Her treasures might attract, but her virgin strength had repelled, and still promised to repel, the audacious invasion of the Persian and Bulgarian, the Arab and the Russian. The provinces were less fortunate and impregnable. And few districts, few cities, could be discovered which had not been violated by some fierce barbarian, impatient to despoil, because he was hopeless to possess. From the age of Justinian the Eastern Empire was sinking below its former level, the powers of destruction were more active than those of improvement. And the calamities of war were embittered by the more permanent evils of civil and ecclesiastical tyranny. The captive who had escaped from the barbarians was often stripped and imprisoned by the ministers of his sovereign. The Greek superstition relaxed the mind by prayer and emaciated the body by fasting. And the multitude of convents and festivals diverted many hands and many days from the temporal service of mankind. Yet the subjects of the Byzantine Empire were still the most dexterous and diligent of nations. Their country was blessed by nature with every advantage of soil, climate, and situation. And, in the support and restoration of the arts, their patient and peaceful temper was more useful than the warlike spirit and feudal anarchy of Europe. The provinces that still adhered to the empire were repeopled and enriched by the misfortunes of those which were irrecoverably lost. From the yoke of the caliphs, the Catholics of Syria, Egypt, and Africa retired to the allegiance of their prince, to the society of their brethren, the movable wealth, which eludes the search of oppression, accompanied and alleviated their exile. And Constantinople received into her bosom the fugitive trade of Alexandria and Tyre. The chiefs of Armenia and Scythia, who fled from hostile or religious persecution, were hospitably entertained. Their followers were encouraged to build new cities and to cultivate waste lands. And many spots, both in Europe and Asia, preserved the name, the manners, or at least the memory of these national colonies. Even the tribes of barbarians, who had seated themselves in arms on the territory of the empire, were gradually reclaimed to the laws of the church and state. And as long as they were separated from the Greeks, their posterity supplied a race of faithful and obedient soldiers. Did we possess sufficient materials to survey the 29 themes of the Byzantine monarchy? Our curiosity might be satisfied with a chosen example. It is fortunate enough that the clearest light should be thrown on the most interesting province. And the name of Peloponnesus will awaken the attention of the classic reader. As early as the 8th century, in the troubled reign of the iconoclasts, Greece, and even Peloponnesus 67-78 were overrun by some Sclavonian bands who outstripped the royal standard of Bulgaria. The strangers of old, Cadmus, and Danaus, and Pelops, had planted in that fruitful soil the seeds of policy and learning. But the savages of the north eradicated what yet remained of their sickly and withered roots. In this eruption, the country and the inhabitants were transformed, the Grecian blood was contaminated. And the proudest nobles of Peloponnesus were branded with the names of foreigners and slaves. By the diligence of succeeding princes, the land was in some measure purified from the barbarians. And the humble remnant was bound by an oath of obedience, tribute, and military service, which they often renewed and often violated. The siege of Patras was formed by a singular concurrence of the Sclavonians of Peloponnesus and the Saracens of Africa. In their last distress, a pious fiction of the approach of the praetor of Corinth revived the courage of the citizens. Their sally was bold and successful. The strangers embarked, the rebels submitted, and the glory of the day was ascribed to a phantom or a stranger, who fought in the foremost ranks under the character of Saint Andrew the Apostle. The shrine which contained his relics was decorated with the trophies of victory, and the captive race was forever devoted to the service and vassalage of the Metropolitan Church of Patras. By the revolt of two Sclavonian tribes in the neighborhood of Helos and Lacedaemon, the peace of the peninsula was often disturbed. They sometimes insulted the weakness, and sometimes resisted the oppression, of the Byzantine government. Till at length the approach of their hostile brethren extorted a golden bull to define the rights and obligations of the Ezerites and Melengi, whose annual tribute was defined at 1,200 pieces of gold. From these strangers the imperial geographer has accurately distinguished a domestic and perhaps original race, who, in some degree, might derive their blood from the much-injured Helots. The liberality of the Romans, and especially of Augustus, had enfranchised the maritime cities from the dominion of Sparta. And the continuance of the same benefit ennobled them with the title of Eleuthero or Free Laconians. 67–79 In the time of Constantine Porphyrogenitus they had acquired the name of Minotes, under which they dishonor the claim of liberty by the inhuman pillage of all that is shipwrecked on their rocky shores. Their territory, barren of corn but fruitful of olives, extended to the Cape of Malea. They accepted a chief or prince from the Byzantine praetor, and a light tribute of 400 pieces of gold was the badge of their immunity rather than of their dependence. The freemen of Laconia assumed the character of Romans, and long adhered to the religion of the Greeks. By the zeal of the Emperor Basil, they were baptized in the faith of Christ. But the altars of Venus and Neptune had been crowned by these rustic votaries 500 years after they were proscribed in the Roman world. In the theme of Peloponnesus 67–80–40 cities were still numbered, and the declining state of Sparta, Argos, and Corinth may be suspended in the 10th century, at an equal distance, perhaps, between their antique splendor and their present desolation. The duty of military service, either in person or by substitute, was imposed on the lands or benefices of the province. A sum of 5 pieces of gold was assessed on each of the substantial tenants, and the same capitation was shared among several heads of inferior value. On the proclamation of an Italian war, the Peloponnesians excused themselves by a voluntary oblation of 100 pounds of gold, 4,000 pounds sterling, and 1,000 horses with their arms and trappings. The churches and monasteries furnished their contingent. A sacrilegious profit was extorted from the sale of ecclesiastical honors, and the indigent bishop of Leucadia 67–81 was made responsible for a pension of 100 pieces of gold, 6,782. But the wealth of the province, and the trust of the revenue, were founded on the fair and plentiful produce of trade and manufacturers. And some symptoms of liberal policy may be traced in a law which exempts from all personal taxes the mariners of Peloponnesus and the workmen in parchment and purple. This denomination may be fairly applied or extended to the manufacturers of linen, woolen, and more especially of silk, the two former of which had flourished in Greece since the days of Homer, and the last was introduced perhaps as early as the reign of Justinian. These arts, which were exercised at Corinth, Thebes, and Argos, afforded food and occupation to a numerous people. The men, women, and children were distributed according to their age and strength. And, if many of these were domestic slaves, their masters, who directed the work and enjoyed the profit, were of a free and honorable condition. The gifts which a rich and generous matron of Peloponnesus presented to the Emperor Basil, her adopted son, were doubtless fabricated in the Grecian looms. Danielis bestowed a carpet of fine wool, of a pattern which imitated the spots of a peacock's tail, of a magnitude to overspread the floor of a new church, erected in the triple name of Christ, of Michael the Archangel, and of the prophet Elijah. She gave 600 pieces of silk and linen, of various use and denomination. The silk was painted with the Tyrian dye, and adorned by the labors of the needle. And the linen was so exquisitely fine that an entire piece might be rolled in the hollow of a cane. 67–83 In his description of the Greek manufactures, an historian of Sicily discriminates their price according to the weight and quality of the silk, the closeness of the texture, the beauty of the colors, and the taste and materials of the embroidery. A single, or even a double or treble thread was thought sufficient for ordinary sale, but the union of 6 threads composed a piece of stronger and more costly workmanship. Among the colors, he celebrates, with affectation of eloquence, the fiery blaze of the scarlet, and the softer luster of the green. The embroidery was raised either in silk or gold. The more simple ornament of stripes or circles was surpassed by the nicer imitation of flowers. The vestments that were fabricated for the palace or the altar often glittered with precious stones. And the figures were delineated in strings of oriental pearls. 6784 till the 12th century, Greece alone, of all the countries of Christendom, was possessed of the insect who is taught by nature, and of the workmen who are instructed by art. To prepare this elegant luxury. But the secret had been stolen by the dexterity and diligence of the Arabs. The caliphs of the East and West scorned to borrow from the unbelievers their furniture and apparel. And 2 cities of Spain, Almeria and Lisbon, were famous for the manufacture, the use, and, perhaps the exportation of silk. It was first introduced into Sicily by the Normans. And this emigration of trade distinguishes the victory of Roger from the uniform and fruitless hostilities of every age. After the sack of Corinth, Athens, and Thebes, his lieutenant embarked with a captive train of weavers and artificers of both sexes. A trophy glorious to their master and disgraceful to the Greek emperor. 6785 The king of Sicily was not insensible of the value of the present. And, in the restitution of the prisoners, he accepted only the male and female manufacturers of Thebes and Corinth, who labor, says the Byzantine historian, under a barbarous lord. Like the old Eretrians in the service of Darius. 6786 A stately edifice, in the palace of Palermo, was erected for the use of this industrious colony. 6787 And the art was propagated by their children and disciples to satisfy the increasing demand of the Western world. The decay of the looms of Sicily may be ascribed to the troubles of the island and the competition of the Italian cities. In the year 1314, Lucca alone, among her sister republics, enjoyed the lucrative monopoly. 6788 A domestic revolution dispersed the manufacturers to Florence, Bologna, Venice, Milan, and even the countries beyond the Alps. And 13 years after this event the statutes of Medina enjoin the planting of mulberry trees and regulate the duties on raw silk. 6789 The northern climates are less propitious to the education of the silkworm, but the industry of France and England. 6790 is supplied and enriched by the productions of Italy and China. I must repeat the complaint that the vague and scanty memorials of the times will not afford any just estimate of the taxes, the revenue, and the resources of the Greek Empire. From every province of Europe and Asia the rivulets of gold and silver discharged into the imperial reservoir a copious and perennial stream. The separation of the branches from the trunk increased the relative magnitude of Constantinople. And the maxims of despotism contracted the state to the capital to the palace, and the palace to the royal person. A Jewish traveler, who visited the East in the 12th century, is lost in his admiration of the Byzantine riches. It is here, says Benjamin of Tudela, in the Queen of Cities, that the tributes of the Greek Empire are annually deposited, and the lofty towers are filled with precious magazines of silk, purple, and gold. It is said that Constantinople pays each day to her sovereign 20,000 pieces of gold, which are levied on the shops, taverns, and markets, on the merchants of Persia and Egypt, of Russia and Hungary, of Italy and Spain, who frequent the capital by sea and land. 6791 In all pecuniary matters, the authority of a Jew is doubtless respectable. But as the 365 days would produce a yearly income exceeding 7 million sterling, I am tempted to retrench at least the numerous festivals of the Greek calendar. The mass of treasure that was saved by Theodora and Basil II will suggest a splendid though indefinite idea of their supplies and resources. The mother of Michael, before she retired to a cloister, attempted to check or expose the prodigality of her ungrateful son by a free and faithful account of the wealth which he inherited, 109,000 pounds of gold, and 300,000 of silver, the fruits of her own economy and that of her deceased husband. 6792 The avarice of Basil is not less renowned than his valor and fortune. His victorious armies were paid and rewarded without breaking into the mass of 200,000 pounds of gold, about 8 millions sterling, which he had buried in the subterraneous vaults of the palace. 6793 Such accumulation of treasure is rejected by the theory and practice of modern policy, and we are more apt to compute the national riches by the use and abuse of the public credit. Yet the maxims of antiquity are still embraced by a monarch formidable to his enemies, by a republic respectable to her allies. And both have attained their respective ends of military power and domestic tranquility. Whatever might be consumed for the present wants, or reserved for the future use, of the state, the first and most sacred demand was for the pomp and pleasure of the emperor. And his discretion only could define the measure of his private expense. The princes of Constantinople were far removed from the simplicity of nature. Yet, with the revolving seasons, they were led by taste or fashion to withdraw to a purer air from the smoke and tumult of the capital. They enjoyed, or affected to enjoy, the rustic festival of the vintage. Their leisure was amused by the exercise of the chase and the calmer occupation of fishing, and in the summer heats they were shaded from the sun and refreshed by the cooling breezes from the sea. The coasts and islands of Asia and Europe were covered with their magnificent villas. But, instead of the modest art which secretly strives to hide itself and to decorate the scenery of nature, the marble structure of their gardens served only to expose the riches of the lord and the labors of the architect. The successive casualties of inheritance and forfeiture had rendered the sovereign proprietor of many stately houses in the city and suburbs, of which 12 were appropriated to the ministers of state. But the great palace 6794, the center of the imperial residence, was fixed during 11 centuries to the same position, between the hippodrome, the cathedral of St. Sophia, and the gardens, which descended by many a terrace to the shores of the Propontis. The primitive edifice of the first Constantine was a copy or rival of ancient Rome. The gradual improvements of his successors aspired to emulate the wonders of the Old World. 6795, and in the 10th century the Byzantine palace excited the admiration, at least of the Latins, by an unquestionable preeminence of strength, size, and magnificence. 6796 But the toil and treasure of so many ages had produced a vast and irregular pile. Each separate building was marked with the character of the times and of the founder. And the want of space might excuse the reigning monarch who demolished, perhaps with secret satisfaction, the works of his predecessors. The economy of the Emperor Theophilus allowed a more free and ample scope for his domestic luxury and splendor. A favorite ambassador, who had astonished the Abbasides themselves by his pride and liberality, presented on his return the model of a palace, which the Caliph of Baghdad had recently constructed on the banks of the Tigris. The model was instantly copied and surpassed. The new buildings of Theophilus 6797 were accompanied with gardens, and with 5 churches, one of which was conspicuous for size and beauty. It was crowned with 3 domes, the roof of gilt brass reposed on columns of Italian marble, and the walls were encrusted with marbles of various colors. In the face of the church, a semicircular portico, of the figure and name of the Greek sigma, was supported by 15 columns of Phrygian marble. And the subterraneous vaults were of a similar construction. The square before the sigma was decorated with a fountain, and the margin of the basin was lined and encompassed with plates of silver. In the beginning of each season, the basin, instead of water, was replenished with the most exquisite fruits, which were abandoned to the populace for the entertainment of the prince. He enjoyed this tumultuous spectacle from a throne resplendent with gold and gems, which was raised by a marble staircase to the height of a lofty terrace. Below the throne were seated the officers of his guards, the magistrates, the chiefs of the factions of the circus. The inferior steps were occupied by the people, and the place below was covered with troops of dancers, singers, and pantomimes. The square was surrounded by the Hall of Justice, the Arsenal, and the various offices of business and pleasure. And the Purple Chamber was named from the annual distribution of robes of scarlet and purple by the hand of the Empress herself. The long series of the apartments was adapted to the seasons, and decorated with marble and porphyry, with painting, sculpture, and mosaics, with a profusion of gold, silver, and precious stones. His fanciful magnificence employed the skill and patience of such artists as the times could afford. But the taste of Athens would have despised their frivolous and costly labors, a golden tree, with its leaves and branches, which sheltered a multitude of birds warbling their artificial notes. And 2 lions of massy gold, and of natural size, who looked and roared like their brethren of the forest. The successors of Theophilus, of the Basilian and Comnenian dynasties, were not less ambitious of leaving some memorial of their residence. And the portion of the palace most splendid and august was dignified with the title of the Golden Triclinium. 6798 With becoming modesty, the rich and noble Greeks aspired to imitate their sovereign, and when they passed through the streets on horseback, in their robes of silk and embroidery, they were mistaken by the children for kings. 6799 A matron of Peloponnesus 6800 who had cherished the infant fortunes of Basil the Macedonian, was excited by tenderness or vanity to visit the greatness of her adopted son. In a journey of 500 miles from Patras to Constantinople, her age or indolence declined the fatigue of a horse or carriage. The soft litter or bed of Danieles was transported on the shoulders of 10 robust slaves. And as they were relieved at easy distances, a band of 300 were selected for the performance of this service. She was entertained in the Byzantine palace with filial reverence and the honors of a queen, and whatever might be the origin of her wealth, her gifts were not unworthy of the regal dignity. I have already described the fine and curious manufactures of Peloponnesus, of linen, silk, and woolen. But the most acceptable of her presents consisted in 300 beautiful youths, of whom 100 were eunuchs. 6801 For she was not ignorant, says the historian, that the air of the palace is more congenial to such insects than a shepherd's dairy to the flies of the summer. During her lifetime, she bestowed the greater part of her estates in Peloponnesus, and her testament instituted Leo, the son of Basil, her universal heir. After the payment of the legacies, 80 villas or farms were added to the imperial domain. And 3,000 slaves of Danieles were enfranchised by their new lord, and transplanted as a colony to the Italian coast. From this example of a private matron, we may estimate the wealth and magnificence of the emperors. Yet our enjoyments are confined by a narrow circle. And, whatsoever may be its value, the luxury of life is possessed with more innocence and safety by the master of his own, than by the steward of the public, fortune. In an absolute government, which levels the distinctions of noble and plebeian birth, the sovereign is the sole fountain of honor. And the rank, both in the palace and the empire, depends on the titles and offices which are bestowed and resumed by his arbitrary will. Above 1,000 years, from Vespasian to Alexius Comnenus 6802 the Caesar was the second person, or at least the second degree. After the supreme title of Augustus was more freely communicated to the sons and brothers of the reigning monarch. To allude without violating his promise to a powerful associate, the husband of his sister, and, without giving himself an equal, to reward the piety of his brother Isaac. The crafty Alexius interposed a new and supereminent dignity. The happy flexibility of the Greek tongue allowed him to compound the names of Augustus and Emperor, Sebastos and Autocrator, and the union produces the sonorous title of Sebastocrator. He was exalted above the Caesar on the first step of the throne, the public acclamations repeated his name. And he was only distinguished from the sovereign by some peculiar ornaments of the head and feet. The emperor alone could assume the purple or red buskins, and the close diadem or tiara, which imitated the fashion of the Persian kings. 6803 It was a high pyramidal cap of cloth or silk, almost concealed by a profusion of pearls and jewels. The crown was formed by a horizontal circle and 2 arches of gold. At the summit, the point of their intersection, was placed a globe or cross, and 2 strings or lappets of pearl depended on either cheek. Instead of red, the buskins of the Sebastocrator and Caesar were green, and on their open coronets or crowns the precious gems were more sparingly distributed. Beside and below the Caesar, the fancy of Alexius created the Panhypersebastos and the Protosebastos, whose sound and signification will satisfy a Grecian ear. They imply a superiority and a priority above the simple name of Augustus, and this sacred and primitive title of the Roman prince was degraded to the kinsmen and servants of the Byzantine court. The daughter of Alexius applauds, with fond complacency, this artful gradation of hopes and honors, but the science of words is accessible to the meanest capacity. And this vain dictionary was easily enriched by the pride of his successors. To their favorite sons or brothers, they imparted the more lofty appellation of lord or despot, which was illustrated with new ornaments and prerogatives, and placed immediately after the person of the emperor himself. The 5 titles of 1. Despot, 2. Sebastocrator, 3. Caesar, 4. Panhypersebastos, and 5. Protosebastos, were usually confined to the princes of his blood. They were the emanations of his majesty. But as they exercised no regular functions, their existence was useless, and their authority precarious. But in every monarchy the substantial powers of government must be divided and exercised by the ministers of the palace and treasury, the fleet and army. The titles alone can differ. And in the revolution of ages, the counts and prefects, the praetor and quaestor, insensibly descended, while their servants rose above their heads to the first honors of the state. 1. In a monarchy, which refers every object to the person of the prince, the care and ceremonies of the palace form the most respectable department. The Curopalata 6804, so illustrious in the age of Justinian, was supplanted by the protovestiaire, whose primitive functions were limited to the custody of the wardrobe. From thence his jurisdiction was extended over the numerous menials of pomp and luxury, and he presided with his silver wand at the public and private audience. 2. In the ancient system of Constantine, the name of logothete, or accountant, was applied to the receivers of the finances. The principal officers were distinguished as the logothetes of the domain, of the posts, the army, the private and public treasure. And the great logothete, the supreme guardian of the laws and revenues, is compared with the chancellor of the Latin monarchies. 6805 His discerning eye pervaded the civil administration. And he was assisted, in due subordination, by the eparch or prefect of the city, the first secretary, and the keepers of the privy seal, the archives. And the red or purple ink which was reserved for the sacred signature of the emperor alone. 6806 The introductor and interpreter of foreign ambassadors were the great Chow 6807 and the dragoman 6808, 2 names of Turkish origin, and which are still familiar to the Sublime Porte. 3. From the humble style and service of guards, the domestics insensibly rose to the station of generals. The military themes of the East and West, the legions of Europe and Asia, were often divided, till the great domestic was finally invested with the universal and absolute command of the land forces. The protostrator, in his original functions, was the assistant of the emperor when he mounted on horseback. He gradually became the lieutenant of the great domestic in the field. And his jurisdiction extended over the stables, the cavalry, and the royal train of hunting and hawking. The stratopodarch was the great judge of the camp, the protospathor commanded the guards. The constable 6809 the great eteriarch, and the acolyth were the separate chiefs of the Franks, the barbarians, and the Varangi, or English, the mercenary strangers, who, at the decay of the national spirit, formed the nerve of the Byzantine armies. 4. The naval powers were under the command of the great duke. In his absence they obeyed the great drungaire of the fleet. And, in his place, the emir, or admiral, a name of Saracen extraction 6810 but which has been naturalized in all the modern languages of Europe. Of these officers, and of many more whom it would be useless to enumerate, the civil and military hierarchy was framed. Their honors and emoluments, their dress and titles, their mutual salutations and respective preeminence, were balanced with more exquisite labor than would have fixed the constitution of a free people. And the code was almost perfect when this baseless fabric, the monument of pride and servitude, was forever buried in the ruins of the empire. 6811. The most lofty titles, and the most humble postures, which devotion has applied to the Supreme Being, have been prostituted by flattery and fear to creatures of the same nature with ourselves. The mode of adoration 6812 of falling prostrate on the ground, and kissing the feet of the emperor, was borrowed by Diocletian from Persian servitude. But it was continued and aggravated till the last age of the Greek monarchy. Excepting only on Sundays, when it was waived, from a motive of religious pride, this humiliating reverence was exacted from all who entered the royal presence. From the princes invested with the diadem and purple, and from the ambassadors who represented their independent sovereigns, the caliphs of Asia, Egypt, or Spain, the kings of France and Italy, and the Latin emperors of ancient Rome. In his Transactions of Business, Liutprand, Bishop of Cremona 6813 asserted the free spirit of a Frank and the dignity of his master Otto. Yet his sincerity cannot disguise the abasement of his first audience. When he approached the throne, the birds of the golden tree began to warble their notes, which were accompanied by the roarings of the 2 lions of gold. With his 2 companions Liutprand was compelled to bow and to fall prostrate, and thrice to touch the ground with his forehead. He arose. But in the short interval, the throne had been hoisted from the floor to the ceiling, the imperial figure appeared in new and more gorgeous apparel. And the interview was concluded in haughty and majestic silence. In this honest and curious narrative, the Bishop of Cremona represents the ceremonies of the Byzantine court, which are still practiced in the Sublime Porte, and which were preserved in the last age by the Dukes of Muscovy or Russia. After a long journey by sea and land, from Venice to Constantinople, the ambassador halted at the Golden Gate, till he was conducted by the formal officers to the hospitable palace prepared for his reception. But this palace was a prison, and his jealous keepers prohibited all social intercourse either with strangers or natives. At his first audience, he offered the gifts of his master, slaves, and golden vases, and costly armor. The ostentatious payment of the officers and troops displayed before his eyes the riches of the empire. He was entertained at a royal banquet 6814 in which the ambassadors of the nations were marshaled by the esteem or contempt of the Greeks. From his own table, the emperor, as the most signal favor, sent the plates which he had tasted. And his favorites were dismissed with a robe of honor. 6815 In the morning and evening of each day, his civil and military servants attended their duty in the palace. Their labors were repaid by the sight, perhaps by the smile, of their lord, his commands were signified by a nod or a sign, but all earthly greatness stood silent and submissive in his presence. In his regular or extraordinary processions through the capital, he unveiled his person to the public view. The rites of policy were connected with those of religion, and his visits to the principal churches were regulated by the festivals of the Greek calendar. On the eve of these processions, the gracious or devout intention of the monarch was proclaimed by the heralds. The streets were cleared and purified, the pavement was strewed with flowers. The most precious furniture, the gold and silver plate, and silken hangings were displayed from the windows and balconies, and a severe discipline restrained and silenced the tumult of the populace. The march was opened by the military officers at the head of their troops. They were followed in long order by the magistrates and ministers of the civil government. The person of the emperor was guarded by his eunuchs and domestics. And at the church door he was solemnly received by the patriarch and his clergy. The task of applause was not abandoned to the rude and spontaneous voices of the crowd. The most convenient stations were occupied by the bands of the blue and green factions of the circus. And their furious conflicts, which had shaken the capital, were insensibly sunk to an emulation of servitude. From either side they echoed in responsive melody the praises of the emperor. Their poets and musicians directed the choir, and long life 6816 and victory were the burden of every song. The same acclamations were performed at the audience, the banquet, and the church. And as an evidence of boundless sway, they were repeated in the Latin, 6817 Gothic, Persian, French, and even English language. 6818 by the mercenaries who sustained the real or fictitious character of those nations. By the pen of Constantine Porphyrogenitus this science of form and flattery has been reduced into a pompous and trifling volume. 68:19 which the vanity of succeeding times might enrich with an ample supplement. Yet the calmer reflection of a prince would surely suggest that the same acclamations were applied to every character and every reign. And if he had risen from a private rank, he might remember that his own voice had been the loudest and most eager in applause, at the very moment when he envied the fortune, or conspired against the life, of his predecessor. 6820. The princes of the north, of the nations, says Constantine, without faith or fame, were ambitious of mingling their blood with the blood of the Caesars, by their marriage with a royal virgin, or by the nuptials of their daughters with a Roman prince. 6821 The aged monarch, in his instructions to his son, reveals the secret maxims of policy and pride, and suggests the most decent reasons for refusing these insolent and unreasonable demands. Every animal, says the discreet emperor, is prompted by nature to seek a mate among the animals of his own species. And the human species is divided into various tribes, by the distinction of language, religion, and manners. A just regard to the purity of descent preserves the harmony of public and private life. But the mixture of foreign blood is the fruitful source of disorder and discord. Such had ever been the opinion and practice of the sage Romans. Their jurisprudence proscribed the marriage of a citizen and a stranger. In the days of freedom and virtue, a senator would have scorned to match his daughter with a king. The glory of Mark Antony was sullied by an Egyptian wife, 6822, and the Emperor Titus was compelled, by popular censure, to dismiss with reluctance the reluctant Berenice. 6823 This perpetual interdict was ratified by the fabulous sanction of the great Constantine. The ambassadors of the nations, more especially of the unbelieving nations, were solemnly admonished that such strange alliances had been condemned by the founder of the church and city. The irrevocable law was inscribed on the altar of Saint Sophia, and the impious prince who should stain the majesty of the purple was excluded from the civil and ecclesiastical communion of the Romans. If the ambassadors were instructed by any false brethren in the Byzantine history, they might produce three memorable examples of the violation of this imaginary law: the marriage of Leo, or rather of his father Constantine IV, with the daughter of the king of the Khazars, the nuptials of the granddaughter of Romanus with a Bulgarian prince, and the union of Bertha of France or Italy with young Romanus, the son of Constantine Porphyrogenitus himself. To these objections three answers were prepared, which solved the difficulty and established the law. AD 733 The deed and the guilt of Constantine Copronymus were acknowledged. The Isaurian heretic, who sullied the baptismal font and declared war against the holy images, had indeed embraced a barbarian wife. By this impious alliance he accomplished the measure of his crimes, and was devoted to the just censure of the Church and of posterity. 2. AD 941 Romanus could not be alleged as a legitimate emperor. He was a plebeian usurper, ignorant of the laws, and regardless of the honor, of the monarchy. His son Christopher, the father of the bride, was the third in rank in the college of princes, at once the subject and the accomplice of a rebellious parent. The Bulgarians were sincere and devout Christians, and the safety of the empire, with the redemption of many thousand captives, depended on this preposterous alliance. Yet no consideration could dispense from the law of Constantine. The clergy, the senate, and the people disapproved the conduct of Romanus. And he was reproached, both in his life and death, as the author of the public disgrace. 3. AD 943 For the marriage of his own son with the daughter of Hugo, king of Italy, a more honorable defense is contrived by the wise Porphyrogenitus. Constantine, the great and holy, esteemed the fidelity and valor of the Franks, 6824 and his prophetic spirit beheld the vision of their future greatness. They alone were excepted from the general prohibition. Hugo, king of France, was the lineal descendant of Charlemagne, 6825, and his daughter Bertha inherited the prerogatives of her family and nation. The voice of truth and malice insensibly betrayed the fraud or error of the imperial court. The patrimonial estate of Hugo was reduced from the monarchy of France to the simple county of Alz. Though it was not denied that, in the confusion of the times, he had usurped the sovereignty of Provence and invaded the kingdom of Italy. His father was a private noble, and if Bertha derived her female descent from the Carlovingian line, every step was polluted with illegitimacy or vice. The grandmother of Hugo was the famous Valdrada, the concubine, rather than the wife, of the second Lothair, whose adultery, divorce, and second nuptials had provoked against him the thunders of the Vatican. His mother, as she was styled, the Great Bertha, was successively the wife of the Count of Alz and of the Marquis of Tuscany. France and Italy were scandalized by her gallantries. And, till the age of 80, her lovers, of every degree, were the zealous servants of her ambition. The example of maternal incontinence was copied by the King of Italy. And the three favorite concubines of Hugo were decorated with the classic names of Venus, Juno, and Semele. 6826 The daughter of Venus was granted to the solicitations of the Byzantine court. Her name of Bertha was changed to that of Eudoxia, and she was wedded, or rather betrothed, to young Romanus, the future heir of the Empire of the East. The consummation of this foreign alliance was suspended by the tender age of the two parties, and, at the end of 5 years, the union was dissolved by the death of the virgin spouse. The second wife of the Emperor Romanus was a maiden of plebeian, but of Roman birth, and their 2 daughters, Theophano and Anne, were given in marriage to the princes of the earth. AD 972 the eldest was bestowed, as the pledge of peace, on the eldest son of the great Otto, who had solicited this alliance with arms and embassies. It might legally be questioned how far a Saxon was entitled to the privilege of the French nation. But every scruple was silenced by the fame and piety of a hero who had restored the empire of the West. After the death of her father-in-law and husband, Theophano governed Rome, Italy, and Germany during the minority of her son, the third Otto. And the Latins have praised the virtues of an empress who sacrificed to a superior duty the remembrance of her country. 6827 In the nuptials of her sister Anne, every prejudice was lost, and every consideration of dignity was superseded, by the stronger argument of necessity and fear. AD 988 A pagan of the north, Volodymyr, great prince of Russia, aspired to a daughter of the Roman purple. And his claim was enforced by the threats of war, the promise of conversion, and the offer of a powerful succor against a domestic rebel. A victim of her religion and country, the Grecian princess was torn from the palace of her fathers, and condemned to a savage reign and a hopeless exile on the banks of the Borysthenes, or in the neighborhood of the polar circle. 6828 Yet the marriage of Anne was fortunate and fruitful. The daughter of her grandson Jorislaus was recommended by her imperial descent. And the King of France, Henry I, sought a wife on the last borders of Europe and Christendom. 6829 In the Byzantine palace, the emperor was the first slave of the ceremonies which he imposed, of the rigid forms which regulated each word and gesture, besieged him in the palace, and violated the leisure of his rural solitude. But the lives and fortunes of millions hung on his arbitrary will. And the firmest minds, superior to the allurements of pomp and luxury, may be seduced by the more active pleasure of commanding their equals. The legislative and executive powers were centered in the person of the monarch, and the last remains of the authority of the Senate were finally eradicated by Leo the philosopher. 6830 A lethargy of servitude had benumbed the minds of the Greeks. In the wildest tumults of rebellion they never aspired to the idea of a free constitution. And the private character of the prince was the only source and measure of their public happiness. Superstition riveted their chains. In the church of St. Sophia he was solemnly crowned by the patriarch. At the foot of the altar, they pledged their passive and unconditional obedience to his government and family. On his side he engaged to abstain as much as possible from the capital punishments of death and mutilation. His orthodox creed was subscribed with his own hand, and he promised to obey the decrees of the 7 synods, and the canons of the Holy Church. 6831 But the assurance of mercy was loose and indefinite. He swore, not to his people, but to an invisible judge, and except in the inexpiable guilt of heresy. The ministers of heaven were always prepared to preach the indefeasible right, and to absolve the venial transgressions, of their sovereign. The Greek ecclesiastics were themselves the subjects of the civil magistrate. At the nod of a tyrant, the bishops were created, or transferred, or deposed, or punished with an ignominious death, whatever might be their wealth or influence. They could never succeed like the Latin clergy in the establishment of an independent republic. And the Patriarch of Constantinople condemned, what he secretly envied, the temporal greatness of his Roman brother. Yet the exercise of boundless despotism is happily checked by the laws of nature and necessity. In proportion to his wisdom and virtue, the master of an empire is confined to the path of his sacred and laborious duty. In proportion to his vice and folly, he drops the scepter too weighty for his hands. And the motions of the royal image are ruled by the imperceptible thread of some minister or favorite, who undertakes for his private interest to exercise the task of the public oppression. In some fatal moment, the most absolute monarch may dread the reason or the caprice of a nation of slaves. And experience has proved that whatever is gained in the extent, is lost in the safety and solidity, of regal power. Whatever titles a despot may assume, whatever claims he may assert, it is on the sword that he must ultimately depend to guard him against his foreign and domestic enemies. From the age of Charlemagne to that of the Crusades, the world, for I overlook the remote monarchy of China, was occupied and disputed by the three great empires or nations of the Greeks, the Saracens, and the Franks. Their military strength may be ascertained by a comparison of their courage, their arts and riches, and their obedience to a supreme head, who might call into action all the energies of the state. The Greeks, far inferior to their rivals in the first, were superior to the Franks, and at least equal to the Saracens, in the second and third of these warlike qualifications. The wealth of the Greeks enabled them to purchase the service of the poorer nations, and to maintain a naval power for the protection of their coasts and the annoyance of their enemies. 6832 A commerce of mutual benefit exchanged the gold of Constantinople for the blood of the Sclavonians and Turks. The Bulgarians and Russians, their valor contributed to the victories of Nicephorus and Zymices. And if a hostile people pressed too closely on the frontier, they were recalled to the defense of their country and the desire of peace by the well-managed attack of a more distant tribe. 6833 The command of the Mediterranean, from the mouth of the Tanais to the columns of Hercules, was always claimed, and often possessed, by the successors of Constantine. Their capital was filled with naval stores and dexterous artificers. The situation of Greece and Asia, the long coasts, deep gulfs, and numerous islands, accustomed their subjects to the exercise of navigation. And the trade of Venice and Amalfi supplied a nursery of seamen to the imperial fleet. 6834 Since the time of the Peloponnesian and Punic Wars, the sphere of action had not been enlarged. And the science of naval architecture appears to have declined. The art of constructing those stupendous machines which displayed 3, or 6, or 10 ranges of oars, rising above, or falling behind, each other, was unknown to the shipbuilders of Constantinople, as well as to the mechanicians of modern days. 6835 The dromones 6836 or light galleys of the Byzantine Empire were content with 2 tiers of oars, each tier was composed of 25 benches. And 2 rowers were seated on each bench, who plied their oars on either side of the vessel. To these we must add the captain or centurion, who, in time of action, stood erect with his armor-bearer on the poop, 2 steersmen at the helm, and 2 officers at the prow. The one to manage the anchor, the other to point and play against the enemy the tube of liquid fire. The whole crew, as in the infancy of the art, performed the double service of mariners and soldiers. They were provided with defensive and offensive arms, with bows and arrows, which they used from the upper deck, with long pikes, which they pushed through the portholes of the lower tier. Sometimes, indeed, the ships of war were of a larger and more solid construction. And the labors of combat and navigation were more regularly divided between 70 soldiers and 230 mariners. But for the most part they were of the light and manageable size. And as the Cape of Malea in Peloponnesus was still clothed with its ancient terrors, an imperial fleet was transported 5 miles overland across the Isthmus of Corinth. 6837 The principles of maritime tactics had not undergone any change since the time of Thucydides. A squadron of galleys still advanced in a crescent, charged to the front, and strove to impel their sharp beaks against the feeble sides of their antagonists. A machine for casting stones and darts was built of strong timbers in the midst of the deck, and the operation of boarding was effected by a crane that hoisted baskets of armed men. The language of signals, so clear and copious in the naval grammar of the moderns, was imperfectly expressed by the various positions and colors of a commanding flag. In the darkness of the night the same orders to chase, to attack, to halt, to retreat, to break, to form, were conveyed by the lights of the leading galley. By land, the fire signals were repeated from one mountain to another. A chain of 8 stations commanded a space of 500 miles. And Constantinople in a few hours was apprised of the hostile motions of the Saracens of Tarsus. 6838 Some estimate may be formed of the power of the Greek emperors, by the curious and minute detail of the armament which was prepared for the reduction of Crete. A fleet of 112 galleys, and 75 vessels of the Pamphylian style, was equipped in the capital, the islands of the Aegean Sea, and the seaports of Asia, Macedonia, and Greece. It carried 34,000 mariners, 7,340 soldiers, 700 Russians, and 5,087 Mardawites, whose fathers had been transplanted from the mountains of Libanus. Their pay, most probably of a month, was computed at 34 centenaries of gold, about £136,000 sterling. Our fancy is bewildered by the endless recapitulation of arms and engines, of clothes and linen, of bread for the men and forage for the horses, and of stores and utensils of every description. Inadequate to the conquest of a petty island, but amply sufficient for the establishment of a flourishing colony. 6839. The invention of the Greek fire did not, like that of gunpowder, produce a total revolution in the art of war. To these liquid combustibles the city and empire of Constantine owed their deliverance, and they were employed in sieges and sea fights with terrible effect. But they were either less improved or less susceptible of improvement. The engines of antiquity, the catapulti, ballistae, and battering rams, were still of most frequent and powerful use in the attack and defense of fortifications. Nor was the decision of battles reduced to the quick and heavy fire of a line of infantry, whom it were fruitless to protect with armor against a similar fire of their enemies. Steel and iron were still the common instruments of destruction and safety. And the helmets, cuirasses, and shields of the 10th century did not, either in form or substance, essentially differ from those which had covered the companions of Alexander or Achilles. 6840 But instead of accustoming the modern Greeks, like the legionaries of old, to the constant and easy use of this salutary weight, their armor was laid aside in light chariots, which followed the march, till, on the approach of an enemy, they resumed with haste and reluctance the unusual encumbrance. Their offensive weapons consisted of swords, battle-axes, and spears. But the Macedonian pike was shortened a fourth of its length, and reduced to the more convenient measure of 12 cubits or feet. The sharpness of the Scythian and Arabian arrows had been severely felt. And the emperors lament the decay of archery as a cause of the public misfortunes, and recommend, as an advice and a command, that the military youth, till the age of 40, should assiduously practice the exercise of the bow. 6841 The bands, or regiments, were usually 300 strong, and, as a medium between the extremes of 4 and 16, the foot soldiers of Leo and Constantine were formed 8 deep. But the cavalry charged in 4 ranks, from the reasonable consideration that the weight of the front could not be increased by any pressure of the hindmost horses. If the ranks of the infantry or cavalry were sometimes doubled, this cautious array betrayed a secret distrust of the courage of the troops, whose numbers might swell the appearance of the line, but of whom only a chosen band would dare to encounter the spears and swords of the barbarians. The order of battle must have varied according to the ground, the object, and the adversary. But their ordinary disposition, in 2 lines and a reserve, presented a succession of hopes and resources most agreeable to the temper as well as the judgment of the Greeks. 6842 In case of a repulse, the first line fell back into the intervals of the second. And the reserve, breaking into 2 divisions, wheeled round the flanks to improve the victory or cover the retreat. Whatever authority could enact was accomplished, at least in theory, by the camps and marches, the exercises and evolutions, the edicts and books, of the Byzantine monarch. 6843 Whatever art could produce from the forge, the loom, or the laboratory was abundantly supplied by the riches of the prince and the industry of his numerous workmen. But neither authority nor art could frame the most important machine, the soldier himself. And if the ceremonies of Constantine always supposed the safe and triumphal return of the emperor, 6844 his tactics seldom soar above the means of escaping a defeat and procrastinating the war. 6845 And notwithstanding some transient success, the Greeks were sunk in their own esteem and that of their neighbors. A cold hand and a loquacious tongue was the vulgar description of the nation. The author of the tactics was besieged in his capital. And the last of the barbarians, who trembled at the name of the Saracens or Franks, could proudly exhibit the medals of gold and silver which they had extorted from the feeble sovereign of Constantinople. What spirit their government and character denied, might have been inspired in some degree by the influence of religion, but the religion of the Greeks could only teach them to suffer and to yield. The Emperor Nicephorus, who restored for a moment the discipline and glory of the Roman name, was desirous of bestowing the honors of martyrdom on the Christians who lost their lives in a holy war against the infidels. But this political law was defeated by the opposition of the patriarch, the bishops, and the principal senators, and they strenuously urged the canons of St. Basil, that all who were polluted by the bloody trade of a soldier should be separated, during 3 years, from the communion of the faithful. 6846. These scruples of the Greeks have been compared with the tears of the primitive Muslims when they were held back from battle. And this contrast of base superstition and high-spirited enthusiasm unfolds to a philosophic eye the history of the rival nations. The subjects of the last caliph 6847 had undoubtedly degenerated from the zeal and faith of the companions of the Prophet. Yet their martial creed still represented the deity as the author of war. 6848 The vital though latent spark of fanaticism still glowed in the heart of their religion. And among the Saracens who dwelt on the Christian borders it was frequently rekindled to a lively and active flame. Their regular force was formed of the valiant slaves who had been educated to guard the person and accompany the standard of their Lord. But the Mussulman people of Syria and Cilicia, of Africa and Spain, was awakened by the trumpet which proclaimed a holy war against the infidels. The rich were ambitious of death or victory in the cause of God, the poor were allured by the hopes of plunder. And the old, the infirm, and the women assumed their share of meritorious service by sending their substitutes, with arms and horses, into the field. These offensive and defensive arms were similar in strength and temper to those of the Romans, whom they far excelled in the management of the horse and the bow. The massy silver of their belts, their bridles, and their swords displayed the magnificence of a prosperous nation. And, except some black archers of the south, the Arabs disdained the naked bravery of their ancestors. Instead of wagons, they were attended by a long train of camels, mules, and asses. The multitude of these animals, whom they bedecked with flags and streamers, appeared to swell the pomp and magnitude of their host. And the horses of the enemy were often disordered by the uncouth figure and odious smell of the camels of the east. Invincible by their patience of thirst and heat, their spirits were frozen by a winter's cold. And the consciousness of their propensity to sleep exacted the most rigorous precautions against the surprises of the night. Their order of battle was a long square of 2 deep and solid lines, the first of archers, the second of cavalry. In their engagements by sea and land, they sustained with patient firmness the fury of the attack, and seldom advanced to the charge till they could discern and oppress the lassitude of their foes. But if they were repulsed and broken, they knew not how to rally or renew the combat. And their dismay was heightened by the superstitious prejudice that God had declared himself on the side of their enemies. The decline and fall of the caliphs countenanced this fearful opinion. Nor were there wanting, among the Mohammedans and Christians, some obscure prophecies 6849 which prognosticated their alternate defeats. The unity of the Arabian Empire was dissolved, but the independent fragments were equal to populous and powerful kingdoms. And in their naval and military armaments an emir of Aleppo or Tunis might command no despicable fund of skill and industry and treasure. In their transactions of peace and war with the Saracens, the princes of Constantinople too often felt that these barbarians had nothing barbarous in their discipline. And that if they were destitute of original genius, they had been endowed with a quick spirit of curiosity and imitation. The model was indeed more perfect than the copy. Their ships, and engines, and fortifications were of a less skillful construction. And they confess, without shame, that the same God who has given a tongue to the Arabians, had more nicely fashioned the hands of the Chinese and the heads of the Greeks. 6850. A name of some German tribes between the Rhine and the Weser had spread its victorious influence over the greatest part of Gaul, Germany, and Italy. And the common appellation of Frank 6851 was applied by the Greeks and Arabians to the Christians of the Latin Church, the nations of the West, who stretched beyond their knowledge to the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. The vast body had been inspired and united by the soul of Charlemagne. But the division and degeneracy of his race soon annihilated the imperial power, which would have rivaled the Caesars of Byzantium and revenged the indignities of the Christian name. The enemies no longer feared, nor could the subjects any longer trust, the application of a public revenue, the labors of trade and manufactures in the military service, the mutual aid of provinces and armies, and the naval squadrons which were regularly stationed from the mouth of the Elbe to that of the Tiber. In the beginning of the 10th century, the family of Charlemagne had almost disappeared, his monarchy was broken into many hostile and independent states. The regal title was assumed by the most ambitious chiefs. Their revolt was imitated in a long subordination of anarchy and discord, and the nobles of every province disobeyed their sovereign, oppressed their vassals, and exercised perpetual hostilities against their equals and neighbors. Their private wars, which overturned the fabric of government, fomented the martial spirit of the nation. In the system of modern Europe, the power of the sword is possessed, at least in fact, by 5 or 6 mighty potentates. Their operations are conducted on a distant frontier by an order of men who devote their lives to the study and practice of the military art. The rest of the country and community enjoys in the midst of war the tranquility of peace, and is only made sensible of the change by the aggravation or decrease of the public taxes. In the disorders of the 10th and 11th centuries, every peasant was a soldier, and every village a fortification, each wood or valley was a scene of murder and rapine. And the lords of each castle were compelled to assume the character of princes and warriors. To their own courage and policy they boldly trusted for the safety of their family, the protection of their lands, and the revenge of their injuries. And, like the conquerors of a larger size, they were too apt to transgress the privilege of defensive war. The powers of the mind and body were hardened by the presence of danger and necessity of resolution. The same spirit refused to desert a friend and to forgive an enemy. And, instead of sleeping under the guardian care of a magistrate, they proudly disdained the authority of the laws. In the days of feudal anarchy, the instruments of agriculture and art were converted into the weapons of bloodshed, the peaceful occupations of civil and ecclesiastical society were abolished or corrupted. And the bishop who exchanged his mitre for a helmet was more forcibly urged by the manners of the times than by the obligation of his tenure. 6852. The love of freedom and of arms was felt, with conscious pride, by the Franks themselves, and is observed by the Greeks with some degree of amazement and terror. The Franks, says the Emperor Constantine, are bold and valiant to the verge of temerity, and their dauntless spirit is supported by the contempt of danger and death. In the field and in close onset, they press to the front, and rush headlong against the enemy, without deigning to compute either his numbers or their own. Their ranks are formed by the firm connections of consanguinity and friendship, and their martial deeds are prompted by the desire of saving or revenging their dearest companions. In their eyes a retreat is a shameful flight, and flight is indelible infamy. 6853 A nation endowed with such high and intrepid spirit must have been secure of victory, if these advantages had not been counterbalanced by many weighty defects. The decay of their naval power left the Greeks and Saracens in possession of the sea, for every purpose of annoyance and supply. In the age which preceded the institution of knighthood, the Franks were rude and unskillful in the service of cavalry. 6854 And in all perilous emergencies their warriors were so conscious of their ignorance that they chose to dismount from their horses and fight on foot. Unpracticed in the use of pikes or of missile weapons, they were encumbered by the length of their swords, the weight of their armor, the magnitude of their shields, and, if I may repeat the satire of the meager Greeks, by their unwieldy intemperance. Their independent spirit disdained the yoke of subordination, and abandoned the standard of their chief, if he attempted to keep the field beyond the term of their stipulation or service. On all sides they were open to the snares of an enemy less brave but more artful than themselves. They might be bribed, for the barbarians were venal. Or surprised in the night, for they neglected the precautions of a close encampment or vigilant sentinels. The fatigues of a summer's campaign exhausted their strength and patience, and they sunk in despair if their voracious appetite was disappointed of a plentiful supply of wine and of food. This general character of the Franks was marked with some national and local shades, which I should ascribe to accident rather than to climate, but which were visible both to natives and to foreigners. An ambassador of the great Otto declared, in the palace of Constantinople, that the Saxons could dispute with swords better than with pens, and that they preferred inevitable death to the dishonor of turning their backs to an enemy. 6855 It was the glory of the nobles of France that, in their humble dwellings, war and rapine were the only pleasure, the sole occupation, of their lives. They affected to deride the palaces, the banquets, the polished manners of the Italians, who in the estimate of the Greeks themselves had degenerated from the liberty and valor of the ancient Lombards. 6856 By the well-known Edict of Caracalla, his subjects, from Britain to Egypt, were entitled to the name and privileges of Romans, and their national sovereign might fix his occasional or permanent residence in any province of their common country. In the division of the East and West an ideal unity was scrupulously observed, and in their titles, laws, and statutes the successors of Arcadius and Honorius announced themselves as the inseparable colleagues of the same office, as the joint sovereigns of the Roman world and city, which were bounded by the same limits. After the fall of the Western monarchy, the majesty of the purple resided solely in the princes of Constantinople. And of these Justinian was the first who, after a divorce of 60 years, regained the dominion of ancient Rome and asserted, by the right of conquest, the august title of Emperor of the Romans. 6857 A motive of vanity or discontent solicited one of his successors, Constans II, to abandon the Thracian Bosphorus and to restore the pristine honors of the Tiber, an extravagant project, exclaims the malicious Byzantine, as if he had despoiled a beautiful and blooming virgin. To enrich, or rather to expose, the deformity of a wrinkled and decrepit matron. 6858 But the sword of the Lombards opposed his settlement in Italy. He entered Rome not as a conqueror, but as a fugitive, and, after a visit of 12 days, he pillaged, and forever deserted, the ancient capital of the world. 6859 The final revolt and separation of Italy was accomplished about 2 centuries after the conquests of Justinian, and from his reign we may date the gradual oblivion of the Latin tongue. That legislator had composed his institutes, his code, and his Pandects in a language which he celebrates as the proper and public style of the Roman government. The consecrated idiom of the palace and senate of Constantinople, of the campus and tribunals of the East. 6860 But this foreign dialect was unknown to the people and soldiers of the Asiatic provinces. It was imperfectly understood by the greater part of the interpreters of the laws and the ministers of the state. After a short conflict, nature and habit prevailed over the obsolete institutions of human power. For the general benefit of his subjects, Justinian promulgated his novels in the two languages. The several parts of his voluminous jurisprudence were successively translated. 68-61 The original was forgotten, the version was studied, and the Greek, whose intrinsic merit deserved indeed the preference, obtained a legal as well as popular establishment in the Byzantine monarchy. The birth and residence of succeeding princes estranged them from the Roman idiom. Tiberius by the Arabs 68-62 and Maurice by the Italians 68-63 are distinguished as the first of the Greek Caesars, as the founders of a new dynasty and empire. The silent revolution was accomplished before the death of Heraclius, and the ruins of the Latin speech were darkly preserved in the terms of jurisprudence and the acclamations of the palace. After the restoration of the Western Empire by Charlemagne and the Ottos, the names of Franks and Latins acquired an equal signification and extent. And these haughty barbarians asserted, with some justice, their superior claim to the language and dominion of Rome. They insulted the aliens of the East who had renounced the dress and idiom of Romans, and their reasonable practice will justify the frequent appellation of Greeks. 68-64 But this contemptuous appellation was indignantly rejected by the prince and people to whom it was applied. Whatsoever changes had been introduced by the lapse of ages, they alleged a lineal and unbroken succession from Augustus and Constantine. And, in the lowest period of degeneracy and decay, the name of Romans adhered to the last fragments of the Empire of Constantinople. 6865. While the government of the East was transacted in Latin, the Greek was the language of literature and philosophy. Nor could the masters of this rich and perfect idiom be tempted to envy the borrowed learning and imitative taste of their Roman disciples. After the fall of paganism, the loss of Syria and Egypt, and the extinction of the schools of Alexandria and Athens, the studies of the Greeks insensibly retired to some regular monasteries. And above all to the Royal College of Constantinople, which was burnt in the reign of Leo the Isaurian. 6866 In the pompous style of the age, the president of that foundation was named the Son of Science, his 12 associates, the professors in the different arts and faculties, were the 12 signs of the zodiac. A library of 36,500 volumes was open to their inquiries. And they could show an ancient manuscript of Homer, on a roll of parchment 120 feet in length, the intestines, as it was fabled, of a prodigious serpent. 6867 But the 7th and 8th centuries were a period of discord and darkness. The library was burnt, the college was abolished, the iconoclasts are represented as the foes of antiquity. And a savage ignorance and contempt of letters has disgraced the princes of the Heraclean and Isaurian dynasties. 6868. In the 9th century we trace the first dawnings of the restoration of science. 6869 After the fanaticism of the Arabs had subsided, the caliphs aspired to conquer the arts, rather than the provinces, of the empire. Their liberal curiosity rekindled the emulation of the Greeks, brushed away the dust from their ancient libraries, and taught them to know and reward the philosophers, whose labors had been hitherto repaid by the pleasure of study and the pursuit of truth. The Caesar Bardas, the uncle of Michael III, was the generous protector of letters, a title which alone has preserved his memory and excused his ambition. A particle of the treasures of his nephew was sometimes diverted from the indulgence of vice and folly. A school was opened in the palace of Magnora, and the presence of Bardas excited the emulation of the masters and students. At their head was the philosopher Leo, Archbishop of Thessalonica. His profound skill in astronomy and the mathematics was admired by the strangers of the East. And this occult science was magnified by vulgar credulity, which modestly supposes that all knowledge superior to its own must be the effect of inspiration or magic. At the pressing entreaty of the Caesar, his friend, the celebrated Photius 6870 renounced the freedom of a secular and studious life, ascended the patriarchal throne, and was alternately excommunicated and absolved by the synods of the East and West. By the confession even of priestly hatred, no art or science, except poetry, was foreign to this universal scholar, who was deep in thought, indefatigable in reading, and eloquent in diction. Whilst he exercised the office of protospater, or captain of the guards, Photius was sent ambassador to the Caliph of Baghdad. 6871 The tedious hours of exile, perhaps of confinement, were beguiled by the hasty composition of his library, a living monument of erudition and criticism. 280 writers, historians, orators, philosophers, theologians, are reviewed without any regular method. He abridges their narrative or doctrine, appreciates their style and character, and judges even the fathers of the Church with a discreet freedom, which often breaks through the superstition of the times. The Emperor Basil, who lamented the defects of his own education, entrusted to the care of Photius his son and successor Leo the philosopher. And the reign of that prince and of his son Constantine Porphyrogenitus forms one of the most prosperous eras of the Byzantine literature. By their munificence the treasures of antiquity were deposited in the imperial library. By their pens, or those of their associates, they were imparted in such extracts and abridgments as might amuse the curiosity, without oppressing the indolence, of the public. Besides the basilics, or code of laws, the arts of husbandry and war, of feeding or destroying the human species, were propagated with equal diligence. And the history of Greece and Rome was digested into 53 heads or titles, of which 2 only, of embassies, and of virtues and vices, have escaped the injuries of time. In every station, the reader might contemplate the image of the past world, apply the lesson or warning of each page, and learn to admire, perhaps to imitate, the examples of a brighter period. I shall not expatiate on the works of the Byzantine Greeks, who, by the assiduous study of the ancients, have deserved in some measure the remembrance and gratitude of the moderns. The scholars of the present age may still enjoy the benefit of the philosophical commonplace book of Stobaeus, the grammatical and historical lexicon of Suidas, the Chiliads of Tzetzes, which comprise 600 narratives in 12,000 verses, and the commentaries on Homer of Eustathius, Archbishop of Thessalonica, who, from his horn of plenty, has poured the names and authorities of 400 writers. From these originals, and from the numerous tribe of scholiasts and critics 6872 some estimate may be formed of the literary wealth of the 12th century. Constantinople was enlightened by the genius of Homer and Demosthenes, of Aristotle and Plato. And in the enjoyment or neglect of our present riches, we must envy the generation that could still peruse the history of Theopompus, the orations of Hyperides, the comedies of Menander, 6873 and the odes of Alcaeus and Sappho. The frequent labor of illustration attests not only the existence but the popularity of the Grecian classics. The general knowledge of the age may be deduced from the example of 2 learned females, the Empress Eudocia, and the Princess Anna Komnena, who cultivated, in the purple, the arts of rhetoric and philosophy. 6874 The vulgar dialect of the city was gross and barbarous, a more correct and elaborate style distinguished the discourse, or at least the compositions, of the church and palace, which sometimes affected to copy the purity of the Attic models. In our modern education, the painful though necessary attainment of 2 languages, which are no longer living, may consume the time and damp the ardor of the youthful student. The poets and orators were long imprisoned in the barbarous dialects of our Western ancestors, devoid of harmony or grace. And their genius, without precept or example, was abandoned to the rude and native powers of their judgment and fancy. But the Greeks of Constantinople, after purging away the impurities of their vulgar speech, acquired the free use of their ancient language, the most happy composition of human art, and a familiar knowledge of the sublime masters who had pleased or instructed the first of nations. But these advantages only tend to aggravate the reproach and shame of a degenerate people. They held in their lifeless hands the riches of their fathers, without inheriting the spirit which had created and improved that sacred patrimony. They read, they praised, they compiled. But their languid souls seemed alike incapable of thought and action. In the revolution of 10 centuries, not a single discovery was made to exalt the dignity or promote the happiness of mankind. Not a single idea has been added to the speculative systems of antiquity, and a succession of patient disciples became in their turn the dogmatic teachers of the next servile generation. Not a single composition of history, philosophy, or literature has been saved from oblivion by the intrinsic beauties of style or sentiment, of original fancy, or even of successful imitation. In prose, the least offensive of the Byzantine writers are absolved from censure by their naked and unpresuming simplicity. But the orators, most eloquent 68-75 in their own conceit, are the farthest removed from the models whom they affect to emulate. In every page our taste and reason are wounded by the choice of gigantic and obsolete words, a stiff and intricate phraseology, the discord of images, the childish play of false or unseasonable ornament, and the painful attempt to elevate themselves, to astonish the reader, and to involve a trivial meaning in the smoke of obscurity and exaggeration. Their prose is soaring to the vicious affectation of poetry, their poetry is sinking below the flatness and insipidity of prose. The tragic, epic, and lyric muses were silent and inglorious. The bards of Constantinople seldom rose above a riddle or epigram, a panegyric or tale, they forgot even the rules of prosody. And with the melody of Homer yet sounding in their ears, they confound all measure of feet and syllables in the impotent strains which have received the name of political or city verses. 68-76 The minds of the Greek were bound in the fetters of a base and imperious superstition which extends her dominion round the circle of profane science. Their understandings were bewildered in metaphysical controversy. In the belief of visions and miracles, they had lost all principles of moral evidence, and their taste was vitiated by the homilies of the monks, an absurd medley of declamation and scripture. Even these contemptible studies were no longer dignified by the abuse of superior talents. The leaders of the Greek Church were humbly content to admire and copy the oracles of antiquity, nor did the schools or pulpit produce any rivals of the fame of Athanasius and Chrysostom. 6877. In all the pursuits of active and speculative life, the emulation of states and individuals is the most powerful spring of the efforts and improvements of mankind. The cities of ancient Greece were cast in the happy mixture of union and independence, which is repeated on a larger scale, but in a looser form, by the nations of modern Europe, the union of language, religion, and manners, which renders them the spectators and judges of each other's merit. 6878 The independence of government and interest, which asserts their separate freedom, and excites them to strive for preeminence in the career of glory. The situation of the Romans was less favorable, yet in the early ages of the Republic, which fixed the national character, a similar emulation was kindled among the states of Latium and Italy. And in the arts and sciences, they aspired to equal or surpass their Grecian masters. The empire of the Caesars undoubtedly checked the activity and progress of the human mind. Its magnitude might indeed allow some scope for domestic competition. But when it was gradually reduced, at first to the east, and at last to Greece and Constantinople, the Byzantine subjects were degraded to an abject and languid temper, the natural effect of their solitary and insulated state. From the north they were oppressed by nameless tribes of barbarians, to whom they scarcely imparted the appellation of men. The language and religion of the more polished Arabs were an insurmountable bar to all social intercourse. The conquerors of Europe were their brethren in the Christian faith. But the speech of the Franks or Latins was unknown, their manners were rude, and they were rarely connected, in peace or war, with the successors of Heraclius. Alone in the universe, the self-satisfied pride of the Greeks was not disturbed by the comparison of foreign merit. And it is no wonder if they fainted in the race, since they had neither competitors to urge their speed nor judges to crown their victory. The nations of Europe and Asia were mingled by the expeditions to the Holy Land. And it is under the Comnenian dynasty that a faint emulation of knowledge and military virtue was rekindled in the Byzantine Empire. Chapter 54. Origin and doctrine of the Paulicians, their persecution by the Greek emperors, revolt in Armenia etc., transplantation into Thrace, propagation in the West, the seeds, character, and consequences of the Reformation. In the profession of Christianity, the variety of national characters may be clearly distinguished. The natives of Syria and Egypt abandoned their lives to lazy and contemplative devotion. Rome again aspired to the dominion of the world, and the wit of the lively and loquacious Greeks was consumed in the disputes of metaphysical theology. The incomprehensible mysteries of the Trinity and Incarnation, instead of commanding their silent submission, were agitated in vehement and subtle controversies, which enlarged their faith at the expense, perhaps, of their charity and reason. From the Council of Nice to the end of the 7th century, the peace and unity of the Church was invaded by these spiritual wars. And so deeply did they affect the decline and fall of the empire that the historian has too often been compelled to attend the synods, to explore the creeds, and to enumerate the sects of this busy period of ecclesiastical annals. From the beginning of the 8th century to the last ages of the Byzantine Empire, the sound of controversy was seldom heard. Curiosity was exhausted, zeal was fatigued, and, in the decrees of 6 councils, the articles of the Catholic faith had been irrevocably defined. The spirit of dispute, however vain and pernicious, requires some energy and exercise of the mental faculties. And the prostrate Greeks were content to fast, to pray, and to believe, in blind obedience to the patriarch and his clergy. During a long dream of superstition, the Virgin and the saints, their visions and miracles, their relics and images, were preached by the monks and worshipped by the people. And the appellation of people might be extended without injustice to the first ranks of civil society. At an unseasonable moment the Isaurian emperors attempted somewhat rudely to awaken their subjects. Under their influence, reason might obtain some proselytes. A far greater number was swayed by interest or fear. But the Eastern world embraced or deplored their visible deities, and the restoration of images was celebrated as the feast of orthodoxy. In this passive and unanimous state the ecclesiastical rulers were relieved from the toil, or deprived of the pleasure, of persecution. The pagans had disappeared, the Jews were silent and obscure. The disputes with the Latins were rare and remote hostilities against a national enemy, and the sects of Egypt and Syria enjoyed a free toleration under the shadow of the Arabian caliphs. About the middle of the 7th century, a branch of Manichaeans was selected as the victims of spiritual tyranny. Their patience was at length exasperated to despair and rebellion. And their exile has scattered over the West the seeds of reformation. These important events will justify some inquiry into the doctrine and story of the Paulicians. 68-79 and, as they cannot plead for themselves, our candid criticism will magnify the good, and abate or suspect the evil, that is reported by their adversaries. The Gnostics, who had distracted the infancy, were oppressed by the greatness and authority of the Church. Instead of emulating or surpassing the wealth, learning, and numbers of the Catholics, their obscure remnant was driven from the capitals of the East and West, and confined to the villages and mountains along the borders of the Euphrates. Some vestige of the Marcionites may be detected in the 5th century, 68-80, but the numerous sects were finally lost in the odious name of the Manichaeans. And these heretics, who presumed to reconcile the doctrines of Zoroaster and Christ, were pursued by the two religions with equal and unrelenting hatred. AD 660+ under the grandson of Heraclius, in the neighborhood of Samosata, more famous for the birth of Lucian than for the title of a Syrian kingdom, a reformer arose, esteemed by the Paulicians as the chosen messenger of truth. In his humble dwelling of Mananalis, Constantine entertained a deacon who returned from Syrian captivity, and received the inestimable gift of the New Testament, which was already concealed from the vulgar by the prudence of the Greek, and perhaps of the Gnostic, clergy. 68-81 These books became the measure of his studies and the rule of his faith, and the Catholics, who dispute his interpretation, acknowledge that his text was genuine and sincere. But he attached himself with peculiar devotion to the writings and character of St. Paul. The name of the Paulicians is derived by their enemies from some unknown and domestic teacher. But I am confident that they gloried in their affinity to the apostle of the Gentiles. His disciples, Titus, Timothy, Silvanus, Tychicus, were represented by Constantine and his fellow laborers. The names of the apostolic churches were applied to the congregations which they assembled in Armenia and Cappadocia. And this innocent allegory revived the example and memory of the first ages. In the Gospel, and the epistles of St. Paul, his faithful follower investigated the creed of primitive Christianity. And, whatever might be the success, a Protestant reader will applaud the spirit of the inquiry. But if the scriptures of the Paulicians were pure, they were not perfect. Their founders rejected the two epistles of St. Peter 68:82, the apostle of the circumcision, whose dispute with their favorite for the observance of the law could not easily be forgiven. 68:83, they agreed with their Gnostic brethren in the universal contempt for the Old Testament, the books of Moses and the prophets, which have been consecrated by the decrees of the Catholic Church. With equal boldness, and doubtless with more reason, Constantine, the new Silvanus, disclaimed the visions which, in so many bulky and splendid volumes, had been published by the Oriental sects. 68:84, the fabulous productions of the Hebrew patriarchs and the sages of the East, the spurious Gospels, Epistles, and Acts, which in the first age had overwhelmed the Orthodox code. The theology of Manes and the authors of the kindred heresies, and the 30 generations, or eons, which had been created by the fruitful fancy of Valentine. The Paulicians sincerely condemned the memory and opinions of the Manichaean sect, and complained of the injustice which impressed that invidious name on the simple votaries of St. Paul and of Christ. Of the ecclesiastical chain, many links had been broken by the Paulician reformers. And their liberty was enlarged, as they reduced the number of masters at whose voice profane reason must bow to mystery and miracle. The early separation of the Gnostics had preceded the establishment of the Catholic worship. And against the gradual innovations of discipline and doctrine they were as strongly guarded by habit and aversion as by the silence of St. Paul and the evangelists. The objects which had been transformed by the magic of superstition appeared to the eyes of the Paulicians in their genuine and naked colors. An image made without hands was the common workmanship of a mortal artist, to whose skill alone the wood and canvas must be indebted for their merit or value. The miraculous relics were a heap of bones and ashes, destitute of life or virtue, or of any relation, perhaps, with the person to whom they were ascribed. The true and vivifying cross was a piece of sound or rotten timber, the body and blood of Christ, a loaf of bread and a cup of wine, the gifts of nature and the symbols of grace. The Mother of God was degraded from her celestial honors and immaculate virginity. And the saints and angels were no longer solicited to exercise the laborious office of mediation in heaven and ministry upon earth. In the practice, or at least in the theory, of the sacraments, the Paulicians were inclined to abolish all visible objects of worship, and the words of the Gospel were, in their judgment, the baptism and communion of the faithful. They indulged a convenient latitude for the interpretation of Scripture, and as often as they were pressed by the literal sense, they could escape to the intricate mazes of figure and allegory. Their utmost diligence must have been employed to dissolve the connection between the Old and the New Testament. Since they adored the latter as the oracles of God, and abhorred the former as the fabulous and absurd invention of men or demons. We cannot be surprised that they should have found in the Gospel the orthodox mystery of the Trinity. But, instead of confessing the human nature and substantial sufferings of Christ, they amused their fancy with a celestial body that passed through the Virgin like water through a pipe. With a fantastic crucifixion that eluded the vain and impotent malice of the Jews. A creed thus simple and spiritual was not adapted to the genius of the times. 68:85 And the rational Christian, who might have been contented with the light yoke and easy burden of Jesus and his apostles, was justly offended that the Paulicians should dare to violate the unity of God, the first article of natural and revealed religion. Their belief and their trust was in the Father of Christ, of the human soul, and of the invisible world. But they likewise held the eternity of matter, a stubborn and rebellious substance, the origin of a second principle, of an active being, who has created this visible world and exercises his temporal reign till the final consummation of death and sin. 6886 The appearances of moral and physical evil had established the two principles in the ancient philosophy and religion of the East, from whence this doctrine was transfused to the various swarms of the Gnostics. 1,000 shades may be devised in the nature and character of Ahriman, from a rival god to a subordinate demon, from passion and frailty to pure and perfect malevolence, but, in spite of our efforts, the goodness and the power of Ormuzd are placed at the opposite extremities of the line. And every step that approaches the one must recede in equal proportion from the other. 6887. The apostolic labors of Constantine Sylvanus soon multiplied the number of his disciples, the secret recompense of spiritual ambition. The remnant of the Gnostic sects, and especially the Manichaeans of Armenia, were united under his standard. Many Catholics were converted or seduced by his arguments. And he preached with success in the regions of Pontus 6888 and Cappadocia, which had long since imbibed the religion of Zoroaster. The Paulician teachers were distinguished only by their scriptural names, by the modest title of fellow pilgrims, by the austerity of their lives, their zeal or knowledge, and the credit of some extraordinary gifts of the Holy Spirit. But they were incapable of desiring, or at least of obtaining, the wealth and honors of the Catholic prelacy. Such anti-Christian pride they bitterly censured. And even the rank of elders or presbyters was condemned as an institution of the Jewish synagogue. The new sect was loosely spread over the provinces of Asia Minor to the westward of the Euphrates. 6 of their principal congregations represented the churches to which St. Paul had addressed his epistles. And their founder chose his residence in the neighborhood of Colonia 6889 in the same district of Pontus which had been celebrated by the altars of Bologna 6890 and the miracles of Gregory. 6891 After a mission of 27 years, Sylvanus, who had retired from the tolerating government of the Arabs, fell a sacrifice to Roman persecution. The laws of the pious emperors, which seldom touched the lives of less odious heretics, proscribed without mercy or disguise the tenets, the books, and the persons of the Montanists and Manichaeans. The books were delivered to the flames. And all who should presume to secrete such writings, or to profess such opinions, were devoted to an ignominious death. 6892 A Greek minister, armed with legal and military powers, appeared at Colonia to strike the shepherd, and to reclaim, if possible, the lost sheep. By a refinement of cruelty, Simeon placed the unfortunate Sylvanus before a line of his disciples, who were commanded, as the price of their pardon and the proof of their repentance, to massacre their spiritual father. They turned aside from the impious office, the stones dropped from their filial hands. And of the whole number only one executioner could be found, a new David, as he is styled by the Catholics, who boldly overthrew the giant of heresy. This apostate, Justin was his name, again deceived and betrayed his unsuspecting brethren, and a new conformity to the Acts of St. Paul may be found in the conversion of Simeon. Like the apostle, he embraced the doctrine which he had been sent to persecute, renounced his honors and fortunes, and required among the Paulicians the fame of a missionary and a martyr. They were not ambitious of martyrdom 6893 but in a calamitous period of 150 years, their patience sustained whatever zeal could inflict. And power was insufficient to eradicate the obstinate vegetation of fanaticism and reason. From the blood and ashes of the first victims, a succession of teachers and congregations repeatedly arose. Amidst their foreign hostilities, they found leisure for domestic quarrels, they preached, they disputed, they suffered. And the virtues, the apparent virtues, of Sergius, in a pilgrimage of 33 years, are reluctantly confessed by the Orthodox historians. 6894 The native cruelty of Justinian II was stimulated by a pious cause, and he vainly hoped to extinguish, in a single conflagration, the name and memory of the Paulicians. By their primitive simplicity, their abhorrence of popular superstition, the iconoclast princes might have been reconciled to some erroneous doctrines. But they themselves were exposed to the calumnies of the monks, and they chose to be the tyrants, lest they should be accused as the accomplices of the Manichaeans. Such a reproach has sullied the clemency of Nicephorus, who relaxed in their favor the severity of the penal statutes, nor will his character sustain the honor of a more liberal motive. The feeble Michael I, the rigid Leo the Armenian, were foremost in the race of persecution. But the prize must doubtless be adjudged to the sanguinary devotion of Theodora, who restored the images to the Oriental Church. Her inquisitors explored the cities and mountains of the Lesser Asia, and the flatterers of the empress have affirmed that, in a short reign, 100,000 Paulicians were extirpated by the sword, the gibbet, or the flames. Her guilt or merit has perhaps been stretched beyond the measure of truth, but if the account be allowed, it must be presumed that many simple iconoclasts were punished under a more odious name, and that some who were driven from the church, unwillingly took refuge in the bosom of heresy. The most furious and desperate of rebels are the sectaries of a religion long persecuted, and at length provoked. In a holy cause they are no longer susceptible of fear or remorse, the justice of their arms hardens them against the feelings of humanity, and they revenge their fathers' wrongs on the children of their tyrants. Such have been the Hussites of Bohemia and the Calvinists of France, and such, in the 9th century, were the Paulicians of Armenia and the adjacent provinces. 6895 AD 845, 880 they were first awakened to the massacre of a governor and bishop, who exercised the imperial mandate of converting or destroying the heretics. And the deepest recesses of Mount Argius protected their independence and revenge. A more dangerous and consuming flame was kindled by the persecution of Theodora, and the revolt of Carbias, a valiant Paulician, who commanded the guards of the general of the East. His father had been impaled by the Catholic inquisitors, and religion, or at least nature, might justify his desertion and revenge. 5,000 of his brethren were united by the same motives. They renounced the allegiance of anti-Christian Rome, a Saracen emir introduced Carbias to the caliph, and the commander of the faithful extended his scepter to the implacable enemy of the Greeks. In the mountains between Siwas and Trebizond he founded or fortified the city of Tefris, 6896, which is still occupied by a fierce and licentious people. And the neighboring hills were covered with the Paulician fugitives, who now reconciled the use of the Bible and the sword. During more than 30 years, Asia was afflicted by the calamities of foreign and domestic war. In their hostile inroads the disciples of St. Paul were joined with those of Muhammad. And the peaceful Christians, the aged parent and tender virgin, who were delivered into barbarous servitude, might justly accuse the intolerant spirit of their sovereign. So urgent was the mischief, so intolerable the shame, that even the dissolute Michael, the son of Theodora, was compelled to march in person against the Paulicians. He was defeated under the walls of Samosata. And the Roman emperor fled before the heretics whom his mother had condemned to the flames. The Saracens fought under the same banners, but the victory was ascribed to Carbias. And the captive generals, with more than 100 tribunes, were either released by his avarice or tortured by his fanaticism. The valor and ambition of Chrysochir, 6897 his successor, embraced a wider circle of rapine and revenge. In alliance with his faithful Muslims, he boldly penetrated into the heart of Asia. The troops of the frontier and the palace were repeatedly overthrown, the edicts of persecution were answered by the pillage of Nice and Nicomedia, of Ancyra and Ephesus, nor could the apostle St. John protect from violation his city and sepulchre. The cathedral of Ephesus was turned into a stable for mules and horses. And the Paulicians vied with the Saracens in their contempt and abhorrence of images and relics. It is not unpleasing to observe the triumph of rebellion over the same despotism which had disdained the prayers of an injured people. The Emperor Basil, the Macedonian, was reduced to sue for peace, to offer a ransom for the captives, and to request, in the language of moderation and charity, that Chrysochir would spare his fellow Christians, and content himself with a royal donative of gold and silver and silk garments. If the emperor, replied the insolent fanatic, be desirous of peace, let him abdicate the east, and reign without molestation in the west. If he refuse, the servants of the Lord will precipitate him from the throne. The reluctant Basil suspended the treaty, accepted the defiance, and led his army into the land of heresy, which he wasted with fire and sword. The open country of the Paulicians was exposed to the same calamities which they had inflicted. But when he had explored the strength of Tephrus, the multitude of the barbarians, and the ample magazines of arms and provisions, he desisted with a sigh from the hopeless siege. On his return to Constantinople, he labored, by the foundation of convents and churches, to secure the aid of his celestial patrons, of Michael the Archangel and the prophet Elijah. And it was his daily prayer that he might live to transpierce, with 3 arrows, the head of his impious adversary. Beyond his expectations, the wish was accomplished. After a successful inroad, Chrysocheir was surprised and slain in his retreat. And the rebel's head was triumphantly presented at the foot of the throne. On the reception of this welcome trophy, Basil instantly called for his bow, discharged 3 arrows with unerring aim, and accepted the applause of the court, who hailed the victory of the royal archer. With Chrysocheir, the glory of the Paulicians faded and withered. 6898 On the second expedition of the emperor, the impregnable Tephrus was deserted by the heretics, who sued for mercy or escaped to the borders. The city was ruined, but the spirit of independence survived in the mountains. The Paulicians defended, above a century, their religion and liberty, infested the Roman limits, and maintained their perpetual alliance with the enemies of the empire and the gospel. About the middle of the 8th century, Constantine, surnamed Copronymus by the worshippers of images, had made an expedition into Armenia, and found, in the cities of Melitene and Theodosiopolis, a great number of Paulicians, his kindred heretics. As a favor, or punishment, he transplanted them from the banks of the Euphrates to Constantinople and Thrace, and by this emigration their doctrine was introduced and diffused in Europe. 6899 If the sectaries of the metropolis were soon mingled with the promiscuous mass, those of the country struck a deep root in a foreign soil. The Paulicians of Thrace resisted the storms of persecution, maintained a secret correspondence with their Armenian brethren, and gave aid and comfort to their preachers, who solicited, not without success, the infant faith of the Bulgarians. 6900 In the 10th century, they were restored and multiplied by a more powerful colony, which John Zymis's 6901 transported from the Calibian hills to the valleys of Mount Haemus. The Oriental clergy, who would have preferred the destruction, impatiently sighed for the absence, of the Manichaeans. The warlike emperor had felt and esteemed their valor. Their attachment to the Saracens was pregnant with mischief, but, on the side of the Danube, against the barbarians of Scythia, their service might be useful and their loss would be desirable. Their exile in a distant land was softened by a free toleration. The Paulicians held the city of Philippopolis and the keys of Thrace. The Catholics were their subjects. The Jacobite emigrants their associates. They occupied a line of villages and castles in Macedonia and Epirus, and many native Bulgarians were associated to the communion of arms and heresy. As long as they were awed by power and treated with moderation, their voluntary bands were distinguished in the armies of the empire. And the courage of these dogs, ever greedy of war, ever thirsty of human blood, is noticed with astonishment, and almost with reproach, by the pusillanimous Greeks. The same spirit rendered them arrogant and contumacious. They were easily provoked by caprice or injury, and their privileges were often violated by the faithless bigotry of the government and clergy. In the midst of the Norman War, 2,500 Manichaeans deserted the standard of Alexius Comnenus, 6902, and retired to their native homes. He dissembled till the moment of revenge, invited the chiefs to a friendly conference, and punished the innocent and guilty by imprisonment, confiscation, and baptism. In an interval of peace, the emperor undertook the pious office of reconciling them to the church and state. His winter quarters were fixed at Philippopolis. And the 13th apostle, as he is styled by his pious daughter, consumed whole days and nights in theological controversy. His arguments were fortified, their obstinacy was melted, by the honors and rewards which he bestowed on the most eminent proselytes. And a new city, surrounded with gardens, enriched with immunities, and dignified with his own name, was founded by Alexius for the residence of his vulgar converts. The important station of Philippopolis was wrested from their hands. the contumacious leaders were secured in a dungeon or banished from their country. And their lives were spared by the prudence, rather than the mercy, of an emperor at whose command a poor and solitary heretic was burnt alive before the church of Saint Sophia. 6903 But the proud hope of eradicating the prejudices of a nation was speedily overturned by the invincible zeal of the Paulicians, who ceased to dissemble or refused to obey. After the departure and death of Alexius, they soon resumed their civil and religious laws. In the beginning of the 13th century, their pope or primate, a manifest corruption, resided on the confines of Bulgaria, Croatia, and Dalmatia, and governed by his vicars the filial congregations of Italy and France. 6904 From that era, a minute scrutiny might prolong and perpetuate the chain of tradition. At the end of the last age, the sect or colony still inhabited the valleys of Mount Haemus, where their ignorance and poverty were more frequently tormented by the Greek clergy than by the Turkish government. The modern Paulicians have lost all memory of their origin, and their religion is disgraced by the worship of the cross, and the practice of bloody sacrifice, which some captives have imported from the wilds of Tartary. 6905. In the West, the first teachers of the Manichaean theology had been repulsed by the people or suppressed by the prince. The favor and success of the Paulicians in the 11th and 12th centuries must be imputed to the strong, though secret, discontent which armed the most pious Christians against the Church of Rome. Her avarice was oppressive, her despotism odious, less degenerate perhaps than the Greeks in the worship of saints and images, her innovations were more rapid and scandalous. She had rigorously defined and imposed the doctrine of transubstantiation. The lives of the Latin clergy were more corrupt, and the Eastern bishops might pass for the successors of the apostles, if they were compared with the lordly prelates who wielded by turns the crosier, the scepter, and the sword. 3 different roads might introduce the Paulicians into the heart of Europe. After the conversion of Hungary, the pilgrims who visited Jerusalem might safely follow the course of the Danube. In their journey and return they passed through Philippopolis, and the sectaries, disguising their name and heresy, might accompany the French or German caravans to their respective countries. The trade and dominion of Venice pervaded the coast of the Adriatic, and the hospitable republic opened her bosom to foreigners of every climate and religion. Under the Byzantine standard, the Paulicians were often transported to the Greek provinces of Italy and Sicily. In peace and war, they freely conversed with strangers and natives, and their opinions were silently propagated in Rome, Milan, and the kingdoms beyond the Alps. 6906 It was soon discovered that many thousand Catholics of every rank, and of either sex, had embraced the Manichaean heresy. And the flames which consumed 12 canons of Orleans was the first act and signal of persecution. The Bulgarians 6907 A name so innocent in its origin, so odious in its application, spread their branches over the face of Europe. United in common hatred of idolatry and Rome, they were connected by a form of episcopal and presbyterian government. Their various sects were discriminated by some fainter or darker shades of theology. But they generally agreed in the 2 principles, the contempt of the Old Testament and the denial of the body of Christ, either on the cross or in the Eucharist. A confession of simple worship and blameless manners is extorted from their enemies. And so high was their standard of perfection that the increasing congregations were divided into 2 classes of disciples, of those who practiced and of those who aspired. AD 1200 plus it was in the country of the Albigiois 6908 in the southern provinces of France, that the Paulicians were most deeply implanted. And the same vicissitudes of martyrdom and revenge which had been displayed in the neighborhood of the Euphrates were repeated in the 13th century on the banks of the Rhone. The laws of the Eastern emperors were revived by Frederick II. The insurgents of Teffris were represented by the barons and cities of Languedoc. Pope Innocent III surpassed the sanguinary fame of Theodora. It was in cruelty alone that her soldiers could equal the heroes of the Crusades. And the cruelty of her priests was far excelled by the founders of the Inquisition 6909 an office more adapted to confirm than to refute the belief of an evil principle. The visible assemblies of the Paulicians, or albigioes, were extirpated by fire and sword, and the bleeding remnant escaped by flight, concealment, or Catholic conformity. But the invincible spirit which they had kindled still lived and breathed in the Western world. In the state, in the church, and even in the cloister, a latent succession was preserved of the disciples of St. Paul, who protested against the tyranny of Rome, embraced the Bible as the rule of faith, and purified their creed from all the visions of the Gnostic theology. 6910 The struggles of Wycliffe in England, of Huss in Bohemia, were premature and ineffectual. But the names of Zuinglius, Luther, and Calvin are pronounced with gratitude as the deliverers of nations. A philosopher, who calculates the degree of their merit and the value of their reformation, will prudently ask from what articles of faith, above or against our reason, they have enfranchised the Christians. For such enfranchisement is doubtless a benefit so far as it may be compatible with truth and piety. After a fair discussion we shall rather be surprised by the timidity, than scandalized by the freedom, of our first reformers. 6911 With the Jews, they adopted the belief and defense of all the Hebrew Scriptures, with all their prodigies, from the Garden of Eden to the visions of the prophet Daniel. And they were bound, like the Catholics, to justify against the Jews the abolition of a divine law. In the great mysteries of the Trinity and Incarnation the Reformers were severely orthodox. They freely adopted the theology of the 4 or the 6 first councils. And with the Athanasian Creed they pronounced the eternal damnation of all who did not believe the Catholic faith. Transubstantiation, the invisible change of the bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, is a tenet that may defy the power of argument and pleasantry. But instead of consulting the evidence of their senses, of their sight, their feeling, and their taste, the first Protestants were entangled in their own scruples, and awed by the words of Jesus in the institution of the sacrament. Luther maintained a corporeal, and Calvin a real, presence of Christ in the Eucharist. And the opinion of Zuinglius, that it is no more than a spiritual communion, a simple memorial, has slowly prevailed in the Reformed churches. 6912 But the loss of one mystery was amply compensated by the stupendous doctrines of original sin, redemption, faith, grace, and predestination, which have been strained from the epistles of St. Paul. These subtle questions had most assuredly been prepared by the fathers and schoolmen. But the final improvement and popular use may be attributed to the first reformers, who enforced them as the absolute and essential terms of salvation. Hitherto the weight of supernatural belief inclines against the Protestants, and many a sober Christian would rather admit that a wafer is God, than that God is a cruel and capricious tyrant. Yet the services of Luther and his rivals are solid and important, and the philosopher must own his obligations to these fearless enthusiasts. 6913. By their hands the lofty fabric of superstition, from the abuse of indulgences to the intercession of the Virgin, has been leveled with the ground. Myriads of both sexes of the monastic profession were restored to the liberty and labors of social life. A hierarchy of saints and angels, of imperfect and subordinate deities, were stripped of their temporal power, and reduced to the enjoyment of celestial happiness. Their images and relics were banished from the church, and the credulity of the people was no longer nourished with the daily repetition of miracles and visions. The imitation of paganism was supplied by a pure and spiritual worship of prayer and thanksgiving, the most worthy of man, the least unworthy of the deity. It only remains to observe whether such sublime simplicity be consistent with popular devotion. Whether the vulgar, in the absence of all visible objects, will not be inflamed by enthusiasm, or insensibly subside in languor and indifference. 2. The chain of authority was broken, which restrains the bigot from thinking as he pleases, and the slave from speaking as he thinks. The popes, fathers, and councils were no longer the supreme and infallible judges of the world. And each Christian was taught to acknowledge no law but the Scriptures, no interpreter but his own conscience. This freedom, however, was the consequence, rather than the design, of the Reformation. The patriot reformers were ambitious of succeeding the tyrants whom they had dethroned. They imposed with equal rigor their creeds and confessions. They asserted the right of the magistrate to punish heretics with death. The pious or personal animosity of Calvin proscribed in Servetus 69:14 the guilt of his own rebellion. 69:15 and the flames of Smithfield, in which he was afterwards consumed, had been kindled for the Anabaptists by the zeal of Cranmer. 69:16 the nature of the tiger was the same, but he was gradually deprived of his teeth and fangs. A spiritual and temporal kingdom was possessed by the Roman pontiff. The Protestant doctors were subjects of an humble rank, without revenue or jurisdiction. His decrees were consecrated by the antiquity of the Catholic Church. Their arguments and disputes were submitted to the people, and their appeal to private judgment was accepted, beyond their wishes, by curiosity and enthusiasm. Since the days of Luther and Calvin, a secret reformation has been silently working in the bosom of the Reformed churches. Many weeds of prejudice were eradicated. And the disciples of Erasmus 69:17 diffused a spirit of freedom and moderation. The liberty of conscience has been claimed as a common benefit, an inalienable right. 69:18 The free governments of Holland 69:19 and England 69:20 introduced the practice of toleration, and the narrow allowance of the laws has been enlarged by the prudence and humanity of the times. In the exercise, the mind has understood the limits of its powers, and the words and shadows that might amuse the child can no longer satisfy his manly reason. The volumes of controversy are overspread with cobwebs. The doctrine of a Protestant church is far removed from the knowledge or belief of its private members. And the forms of orthodoxy, the articles of faith, are subscribed with a sigh or a smile by the modern clergy. Yet the friends of Christianity are alarmed at the boundless impulse of inquiry and skepticism. The predictions of the Catholics are accomplished. The web of mystery is unraveled by the Arminians, Arians, and Socinians, whose number must not be computed from their separate congregations. And the pillars of revelation are shaken by those men who preserve the name without the substance of religion, who indulge the license without the temper of philosophy. 69:21-69:22. Chapter 55. The Bulgarians, Origin, Migrations, and Settlement of the Hungarians, their inroads in the East and West, the monarchy of Russia, geography and trade, wars of the Russians against the Greek Empire, conversion of the barbarians. Under the reign of Constantine, the grandson of Heraclius, the ancient barrier of the Danube, so often violated and so often restored, was irretrievably swept away by a new deluge of barbarians. Their progress was favored by the caliphs, their unknown and accidental auxiliaries. The Roman legions were occupied in Asia. And after the loss of Syria, Egypt, and Africa, the Caesars were twice reduced to the danger and disgrace of defending their capital against the Saracens. If, in the account of this interesting people, I have deviated from the strict and original line of my undertaking, the merit of the subject will hide my transgression or solicit my excuse. In the East, in the West, in war, in religion, in science, in their prosperity, and in their decay, the Arabians pressed themselves on our curiosity. The first overthrow of the Church and Empire of the Greeks may be imputed to their arms. And the disciples of Muhammad still hold the civil and religious scepter of the Oriental world. But the same labor would be unworthily bestowed on the swarms of savages who, between the 7th and the 12th century, descended from the plains of Scythia. In transient inroad or perpetual emigration. 69:23 Their names are uncouth, their origins doubtful, their actions obscure, their superstition was blind, their valor brutal. And the uniformity of their public and private lives was neither softened by innocence nor refined by policy. The majesty of the Byzantine throne repelled and survived their disorderly attacks. The greater part of these barbarians has disappeared without leaving any memorial of their existence, and the despicable remnant continues, and may long continue, to groan under the dominion of a foreign tyrant. From the antiquities of Bulgarians, 2. Hungarians, and 3. Russians, I shall content myself with selecting such facts as yet deserve to be remembered. The conquests of the 4. Normans, and the monarchy of the Turks, will naturally terminate in the memorable crusades to the Holy Land, and the double fall of the city and empire of Constantine I. In his march to Italy, Theodoric 6924, the Ostrogoth had trampled on the arms of the Bulgarians. After this defeat, the name and the nation are lost during a century and a half. And it may be suspected that the same or a similar appellation was revived by strange colonies from the Borysthenes, the Tanais, or the Volga. AD 680 plus, a king of the ancient Bulgaria 6925 bequeathed to his 5 sons a last lesson of moderation and concord. It was received as youth has ever received the counsels of age and experience. The 5 princes buried their father, divided his subjects and cattle, forgot his advice, separated from each other, and wandered in quest of fortune till we find the most adventurous in the heart of Italy, under the protection of the Exarch of Ravenna. 6926. But the stream of emigration was directed or impelled towards the capital. The modern Bulgaria, along the southern banks of the Danube, was stamped with the name and image which it has retained to the present hour. The new conquerors successively acquired, by war or treaty, the Roman provinces of Dardania, Thessaly, and the 2 Epirus. 6927. The ecclesiastical supremacy was translated from the native city of Justinian. And, in their prosperous age, the obscure town of Lychnidus, or Acrita, was honored with the throne of a king and a patriarch. 6928. The unquestionable evidence of language attests the descent of the Bulgarians from the original stock of the Sclavonian, or more properly Slavonian, race. 6929–6930. In the kindred bands of Serbians, Bosnians, Russians, Croatians, Wallachians, 6931–6932 etc., followed either the standard or the example of the leading tribe. From the Euxine to the Adriatic, in the state of captives or subjects, or allies or enemies, of the Greek Empire, they overspread the land. And the national appellation of the slaves 6933 has been degraded by chance or malice from the signification of glory to that of servitude. 6934 AD 900 plus. Among these colonies, the Croatians 6935 or Croats, who now attend the motions of an Austrian army, are the descendants of a mighty people, the conquerors and sovereigns of Dalmatia. The maritime cities, and of these the infant republic of Ragusa, implored the aid and instructions of the Byzantine court. They were advised by the magnanimous Basil to reserve a small acknowledgment of their fidelity to the Roman Empire, and to appease, by an annual tribute, the wrath of these irresistible barbarians. The kingdom of Croatia was shared by 11 Zupans, or feudatory lords, and their united forces were numbered at 60,000 horse and 100,000 foot. A long seacoast, indented with capacious harbors, covered with a string of islands, and almost in sight of the Italian shores, disposed both the natives and strangers to the practice of navigation. The boats or brigantines of the Croats were constructed after the fashion of the old Liburnians. 180 vessels may excite the idea of a respectable navy. But our seamen will smile at the allowance of 10, or 20, or 40, men for each of these ships of war. They were gradually converted to the more honorable service of commerce. Yet the Sclavonian pirates were still frequent and dangerous. And it was not before the close of the 10th century that the freedom and sovereignty of the Gulf were effectually vindicated by the Venetian Republic. 6936 The ancestors of these Dalmatian kings were equally removed from the use and abuse of navigation. They dwelt in the White Croatia, in the inland regions of Cilicia and Little Poland, 30 days' journey, according to the Greek computation, from the Sea of Darkness. The glory of the Bulgarians 6937 was confined to a narrow scope both of time and place. In the 9th and 10th centuries, they reigned to the south of the Danube. But the more powerful nations that had followed their emigration repelled all return to the north and all progressed to the west. Yet in the obscure catalogue of their exploits, they might boast an honor which had hitherto been appropriated to the Goths, that of slaying in battle one of the successors of Augustus and Constantine. The Emperor Nicephorus had lost his fame in the Arabian, he lost his life in the Sclavonian war. In his first operations he advanced with boldness and success into the center of Bulgaria, and burnt the royal court, which was probably no more than an edifice and village of timber. But while he searched the spoil and refused all offers of treaty, his enemies collected their spirits and their forces, the passes of retreat were insuperably barred. And the trembling Nicephorus was heard to exclaim, "Alas, alas! Unless we could assume the wings of birds, we cannot hope to escape." 2 days he waited his fate in the inactivity of despair. But, on the morning of the 3rd, the Bulgarians surprised the camp, and the Roman prince, with the great officers of the empire, were slaughtered in their tents. A.D. 811 the body of Valens had been saved from insult, but the head of Nicephorus was exposed on a spear, and his skull, enchased with gold, was often replenished in the feasts of victory. The Greeks bewailed the dishonor of the throne, but they acknowledged the just punishment of avarice and cruelty. This savage cup was deeply tinctured with the manners of the Scythian wilderness. But they were softened before the end of the same century by a peaceful intercourse with the Greeks, the possession of a cultivated region, and the introduction of the Christian worship. The nobles of Bulgaria were educated in the schools and palace of Constantinople, and Simeon, 6938, a youth of the royal line, was instructed in the rhetoric of Demosthenes and the logic of Aristotle. A.D. 888, 927 he relinquished the profession of a monk for that of a king and warrior, and in his reign of more than 40 years, Bulgaria assumed a rank among the civilized powers of the earth. The Greeks, whom he repeatedly attacked, derived a faint consolation from indulging themselves in the reproaches of perfidy and sacrilege. They purchased the aid of the pagan Turks. But Simeon, in a second battle, redeemed the loss of the first, at a time when it was esteemed a victory to elude the arms of that formidable nation. The Serbians were overthrown, made captive and dispersed. And those who visited the country before their restoration could discover no more than 50 vagrants, without women or children, who extorted a precarious subsistence from the chase. On classic ground, on the banks of Achelous, the Greeks were defeated, their horn was broken by the strength of the barbaric Hercules. 6939-6940 he formed the siege of Constantinople. And, in a personal conference with the emperor, Simeon imposed the conditions of peace. They met with the most jealous precautions. The royal gallery was drawn close to an artificial and well-fortified platform, and the majesty of the purple was emulated by the pomp of the Bulgarian. "Are you a Christian?" said the humble Romanus. "It is your duty to abstain from the blood of your fellow Christians. Has the thirst of riches seduced you from the blessings of peace? Sheath your sword, open your hand, and I will satiate the utmost measure of your desires." The reconciliation was sealed by a domestic alliance, the freedom of trade was granted or restored. The first honors of the court were secured to the friends of Bulgaria, above the ambassadors of enemies or strangers. 6941 and her princes were dignified with the high and invidious title of Basileus, or emperor. AD 950+, but this friendship was soon disturbed. After the death of Simeon, the nations were again in arms, his feeble successors were divided and extinguished. And, in the beginning of the 11th century, the second Basil, who was born in the purple, deserved the appellation of conqueror of the Bulgarians. His avarice was in some measure gratified by a treasure of 400,000 pounds sterling, 10,000 pounds weight of gold, which he found in the palace of Lychnidus. His cruelty inflicted a cool and exquisite vengeance on 15,000 captives who had been guilty of the defense of their country. They were deprived of sight. But to one of each 100 a single eye was left, that he might conduct his blind century to the presence of their king. Their king is said to have expired of grief and horror. The nation was awed by this terrible example. The Bulgarians were swept away from their settlements, and circumscribed within a narrow province. The surviving chiefs bequeathed to their children the advice of patience and the duty of revenge. 2. AD 884 when the black swarm of Hungarians first hung over Europe, above 900 years after the Christian era. They were mistaken by fear and superstition for the Gog and Magog of the Scriptures, the signs and forerunners of the end of the world. 6942 Since the introduction of letters, they have explored their own antiquities with a strong and laudable impulse of patriotic curiosity. 6943 Their rational criticism can no longer be amused with a vain pedigree of Attila and the Huns, but they complain that their primitive records have perished in the Tartar War. That the truth or fiction of their rustic songs is long since forgotten. And that the fragments of a rude chronicle 6944 must be painfully reconciled with the contemporary though foreign intelligence of the imperial geographer. 6945 Magyar is the national and oriental denomination of the Hungarians. But, among the tribes of Scythia, they are distinguished by the Greeks under the proper and peculiar name of Turks. As the descendants of that mighty people who had conquered and reigned from China to the Volga. The Pannonian colony preserved a correspondence of trade and amity with the Eastern Turks on the confines of Persia. And after a separation of 350 years, the missionaries of the King of Hungary discovered and visited their ancient country near the banks of the Volga. They were hospitably entertained by a people of pagans and savages who still bore the name of Hungarians. Conversed in their native tongue, recollected a tradition of their long-lost brethren, and listened with amazement to the marvelous tale of their new kingdom and religion. The zeal of conversion was animated by the interest of consanguinity. And one of the greatest of their princes had formed the generous, though fruitless, design of replenishing the solitude of Pannonia by this domestic colony from the heart of Tartary. 6946 From this primitive country they were driven to the west by the tide of war and emigration, by the weight of the more distant tribes, who at the same time were fugitives and conquerors. 6947 Reason or fortune directed their course towards the frontiers of the Roman Empire. They halted in the usual stations along the banks of the great rivers. And in the territories of Moscow, Kiev, and Moldavia some vestiges have been discovered of their temporary residence. In this long and various peregrination, they could not always escape the dominion of the stronger, and the purity of their blood was improved or sullied by the mixture of a foreign race. From a motive of compulsion or choice, several tribes of the Chazars were associated to the standard of their ancient vassals, introduced the use of a second language, and obtained by their superior renown the most honorable place in the front of battle. The military force of the Turks and their allies marched in 7 equal and artificial divisions. Each division was formed of 30,857 warriors, and the proportion of women, children, and servants supposes and requires at least 1 million of emigrants. Their public councils were directed by 7 voivodes, or hereditary chiefs, but the experience of discord and weakness recommended the more simple and vigorous administration of a single person. The scepter which had been declined by the modest Lebedias, was granted to the birth or merit of Almas and his son Arpad. And the authority of the supreme Khan of the Chazars confirmed the engagement of the prince and people, of the people to obey his commands, of the prince to consult their happiness and glory. With this narrative we might be reasonably content, if the penetration of modern learning had not opened a new and larger prospect of the antiquities of nations. The Hungarian language stands alone, and as it were insulated, among the Sclavonian dialects. But it bears a close and clear affinity to the idioms of the Fennic race 6948 of an obsolete and savage race, which formerly occupied the northern regions of Asia and Europe. 6949 The genuine appellation of Ugri or Igurs is found on the western confines of China. 6950 Their migration to the banks of the Irtysh is attested by Tartar evidence. 6951 A similar name and language are detected in the southern parts of Siberia. 6952 And the remains of the Fennic tribes are widely, though thinly, scattered from the sources of the Obi to the shores of Lapland. 6953 The consanguinity of the Hungarians and Laplanders would display the powerful energy of climate on the children of a common parent. The lively contrast between the bold adventurers who are intoxicated with the wines of the Danube, and the wretched fugitives who are immersed beneath the snows of the polar circle. Arms and freedom have ever been the ruling, though too often the unsuccessful, passion of the Hungarians, who are endowed by nature with a vigorous constitution of soul and body. 6954 Extreme cold has diminished the stature and congealed the faculties of the Laplanders. And the Arctic tribes, alone among the sons of men, are ignorant of war and unconscious of human blood, a happy ignorance, if reason and virtue were the guardians of their peace. 6955. AD 900 plus. It is the observation of the imperial author of the Tactics 6956 that all the Scythian hordes resembled each other in their pastoral and military life. That they all practiced the same means of subsistence, and employed the same instruments of destruction. But he adds that the two nations of Bulgarians and Hungarians were superior to their brethren, and similar to each other, in the improvements, however rude, of their discipline and government. Their visible likeness determines Leo to confound his friends and enemies in one common description, and the picture may be heightened by some strokes from their contemporaries of the 10th century. Except the merit and fame of military prowess, all that is valued by mankind appeared vile and contemptible to these barbarians, whose native fierceness was stimulated by the consciousness of numbers and freedom. The tents of the Hungarians were of leather, their garments of fur, they shaved their hair and scarified their faces, in speech they were slow, in action prompt, in treaty perfidious. And they shared the common reproach of barbarians, too ignorant to conceive the importance of truth, too proud to deny or palliate the breach of their most solemn engagements. Their simplicity has been praised, yet they abstained only from the luxury they had never known, whatever they saw they coveted. Their desires were insatiate, and their sole industry was the hand of violence and rapine. By the definition of a pastoral nation, I have recalled a long description of the economy, the warfare, and the government that prevail in that state of society. I may add that to fishing as well as to the chase the Hungarians were indebted for a part of their subsistence. And since they seldom cultivated the ground, they must, at least in their new settlements, have sometimes practiced a slight and unskilful husbandry. In their emigrations, perhaps in their expeditions, the host was accompanied by thousands of sheep and oxen, which increased the cloud of formidable dust, and afforded a constant and wholesome supply of milk and animal food. A plentiful command of forage was the first care of the general, and if the flocks and herds were secure of their pastures, the hardy warrior was alike insensible of danger and fatigue. The confusion of men and cattle that overspread the country exposed their camp to a nocturnal surprise, had not a still wider circuit been occupied by their light cavalry, perpetually in motion to discover and delay the approach of the enemy. After some experience of the Roman tactics, they adopted the use of the sword and spear, the helmet of the soldier, and the iron breastplate of his steed. But their native and deadly weapon was the Tartar bow. From the earliest infancy their children and servants were exercised in the double science of archery and horsemanship, their arm was strong. Their aim was sure, and in the most rapid career, they were taught to throw themselves backwards, and to shoot a volley of arrows into the air. In open combat, in secret ambush, in flight or pursuit, they were equally formidable. An appearance of order was maintained in the foremost ranks, but their charge was driven forwards by the impatient pressure of succeeding crowds. They pursued, headlong and rash, with loosened reins and horrific outcries. But, if they fled, with real or dissembled fear, the ardor of a pursuing foe was checked and chastised by the same habits of irregular speed and sudden evolution. In the abuse of victory, they astonished Europe, yet smarting from the wounds of the Saracen and the Dane, mercy they rarely asked, and more rarely bestowed. Both sexes were accused as equally inaccessible to pity, and their appetite for raw flesh might countenance the popular tale that they drank the blood and feasted on the hearts of the slain. Yet the Hungarians were not devoid of those principles of justice and humanity which nature has implanted in every bosom. The license of public and private injuries was restrained by laws and punishments, and in the security of an open camp theft is the most tempting and most dangerous offense. Among the barbarians there were many whose spontaneous virtue supplied their laws and corrected their manners, who performed the duties, and sympathized with the affections, of social life. After a long pilgrimage of flight or victory, the Turkish hordes approached the common limits of the French and Byzantine empires. Their first conquests and final settlements extended on either side of the Danube above Vienna, below Belgrade, and beyond the measure of the Roman province of Pannonia. or the modern Kingdom of Hungary. 6957 That ample and fertile land was loosely occupied by the Moravians, a Sclavonian name and tribe, which were driven by the invaders into the compass of a narrow province. Charlemagne had stretched a vague and nominal empire as far as the edge of Transylvania. But, after the failure of his legitimate line, the Dukes of Moravia forgot their obedience and tribute to the monarchs of Oriental France. The bastard Arnulf was provoked to invite the arms of the Turks. They rushed through the real or figurative wall which his indiscretion had thrown open. And the King of Germany has been justly reproached as a traitor to the civil and ecclesiastical society of the Christians. AD 900 plus During the life of Arnulf, the Hungarians were checked by gratitude or fear, but in the infancy of his son Louis they discovered and invaded Bavaria. And such was their Scythian speed that, in a single day, a circuit of 50 miles was stripped and consumed. In the Battle of Augsburg the Christians maintained their advantage till the 7th hour of the day. They were deceived and vanquished by the flying stratagems of the Turkish cavalry. The conflagration spread over the provinces of Bavaria, Swabia, and Franconia. And the Hungarians 6958 promoted the reign of anarchy by forcing the stoutest barons to discipline their vassals and fortify their castles. The origin of walled towns is ascribed to this calamitous period, nor could any distance be secure against an enemy, who, almost at the same instant, laid in ashes the Helvetian monastery of St. Gall, and the city of Bremen on the shores of the Northern Ocean. Above 30 years the Germanic Empire, or kingdom, was subject to the ignominy of tribute. And resistance was disarmed by the menace, the serious and effectual menace, of dragging the women and children into captivity and of slaughtering the males above the age of 10 years. I have neither power nor inclination to follow the Hungarians beyond the Rhine. But I must observe with surprise that the southern provinces of France were blasted by the tempest, and that Spain, behind her Pyrenees, was astonished at the approach of these formidable strangers. 6959 The vicinity of Italy had tempted their early inroads, but from their camp on the Brenta, they beheld with some terror the apparent strength and populousness of the new discovered country. They requested leave to retire. Their request was proudly rejected by the Italian king, and the lives of 20,000 Christians paid the forfeit of his obstinacy and rashness. Among the cities of the West, the royal Pavia was conspicuous in fame and splendor, and the preeminence of Rome itself was only derived from the relics of the apostles. AD 924 the Hungarians appeared, Pavia was in flames, 43 churches were consumed. And, after the massacre of the people, they spared about 200 wretches who had gathered some bushels of gold and silver, a vague exaggeration, from the smoking ruins of their country. In these annual excursions from the Alps to the neighborhood of Rome and Capua, the churches that yet escaped resounded with a fearful litany, "Oh, save and deliver us from the arrows of the Hungarians." But the saints were deaf or inexorable, and the torrent rolled forwards, till it was stopped by the extreme land of Calabria. 6960 A composition was offered and accepted for the head of each Italian subject, and 10 bushels of silver were poured forth in the Turkish camp. But falsehood is the natural antagonist of violence. And the robbers were defrauded both in the numbers of the assessment and the standard of the metal. On the side of the east the Hungarians were opposed in doubtful conflict by the equal arms of the Bulgarians, whose faith forbade an alliance with the pagans, and whose situation formed the barrier of the Byzantine Empire. The barrier was overturned, the Emperor of Constantinople beheld the waving banners of the Turks, and one of their boldest warriors presumed to strike a battle-axe into the Golden Gate. The arts and treasures of the Greeks diverted the assault, but the Hungarians might boast, in their retreat, that they had imposed a tribute on the spirit of Bulgaria and the majesty of the Caesars. 6961 The remote and rapid operations of the same campaign appear to magnify the power and numbers of the Turks. But their courage is most deserving of praise. Since a light troop of 300 or 400 horse would often attempt and execute the most daring inroads to the gates of Thessalonica and Constantinople. At this disastrous era of the 9th and 10th centuries, Europe was afflicted by a triple scourge from the north, the east, and the south. The Norman, the Hungarian, and the Saracen sometimes trod the same ground of desolation. And these savage foes might have been compared by Homer to the two lions growling over the carcass of a mangled stag. 6962. AD 934. The deliverance of Germany and Christendom was achieved by the Saxon princes, Henry the Fowler and Otto the Great, who, in two memorable battles, forever broke the power of the Hungarians. 6963. The valiant Henry was roused from a bed of sickness by the invasion of his country, but his mind was vigorous and his prudence successful. "My companions," said he, on the morning of the combat, "maintain your ranks, receive on your bucklers the first arrows of the pagans, and prevent their second discharge by the equal and rapid career of your lances." They obeyed and conquered. And the historical picture of the castle of Merseburg expressed the features, or at least the character, of Henry, who, in an age of ignorance, entrusted to the finer arts the perpetuity of his name. 6964. At the end of 20 years, the children of the Turks who had fallen by his sword invaded the empire of his son, and their force is defined, in the lowest estimate, at 100,000 horse. AD 955. They were invited by domestic faction, the gates of Germany were treacherously unlocked, and they spread, far beyond the Rhine and the Meuse, into the heart of Flanders. But the vigor and prudence of Otto dispelled the conspiracy. The princes were made sensible that, unless they were true to each other, their religion and country were irrecoverably lost. And the national powers were reviewed in the plains of Augsburg. They marched and fought in 8 legions, according to the division of provinces and tribes. The first, second, and third were composed of Bavarians, the fourth of Franconians, the fifth of Saxons, under the immediate command of the monarch, the sixth and seventh consisted of Swabians. And the 8th legion, of 1,000 Bohemians, closed the rear of the host. The resources of discipline and valor were fortified by the arts of superstition, which, on this occasion, may deserve the epithets of generous and salutary. The soldiers were purified with a fast. The camp was blessed with the relics of saints and martyrs. And the Christian hero girded on his side the sword of Constantine, grasped the invincible spear of Charlemagne, and waved the banner of Saint Maurice, the prefect of the Theban legion. But his firmest confidence was placed in the Holy Lance, 6965, whose point was fashioned of the nails of the cross, and which his father had extorted from the King of Burgundy by the threats of war and the gift of a province. The Hungarians were expected in the front. They secretly passed the Lech, a river of Bavaria that falls into the Danube, turned the rear of the Christian army, plundered the baggage and disordered the legion of Bohemia and Swabia. The battle was restored by the Franconians, whose duke, the valiant Conrad, was pierced with an arrow as he rested from his fatigues. The Saxons fought under the eyes of their king, and his victory surpassed, in merit and importance, the triumphs of the last 200 years. The loss of the Hungarians was still greater in the flight than in the action. They were encompassed by the rivers of Bavaria, and their past cruelties excluded them from the hope of mercy. 3 captive princes were hanged at Ratisbon, the multitude of prisoners was slain or mutilated, and the fugitives, who presumed to appear in the face of their country, were condemned to everlasting poverty and disgrace. 6966. Yet the spirit of the nation was humbled, and the most accessible passes of Hungary were fortified with a ditch and rampart. AD 972. Adversity suggested the counsels of moderation and peace. The robbers of the West acquiesced in a sedentary life. And the next generation was taught, by a discerning prince, that far more might be gained by multiplying and exchanging the produce of a fruitful soil. The native race, the Turkish or Fennic blood, was mingled with new colonies of Scythian or Sclavonian origin. 6967. Many thousands of robust and industrious captives had been imported from all the countries of Europe. 6968. And after the marriage of Geisa with a Bavarian princess, he bestowed honors and estates on the nobles of Germany. 6969. The son of Geisa was invested with the regal title, and the house of Arpad reigned 300 years in the kingdom of Hungary. But the freeborn barbarians were not dazzled by the luster of the diadem, and the people asserted their indefeasible right of choosing, deposing, and punishing the hereditary servant of the state. 3. The name of Russian 6970 was first divulged, in the 9th century, by an embassy of Theophilus, Emperor of the East, to the Emperor of the West, Louis, the son of Charlemagne. AD 839 the Greeks were accompanied by the envoys of the Great Duke, or Khagan, or Tsar, of the Russians. In their journey to Constantinople, they had traversed many hostile nations. And they hoped to escape the dangers of their return by requesting the French monarch to transport them by sea to their native country. A closer examination detected their origin. They were the brethren of the Swedes and Normans, whose name was already odious and formidable in France. And it might justly be apprehended that these Russian strangers were not the messengers of peace but the emissaries of war. They were detained, while the Greeks were dismissed. And Louis expected a more satisfactory account, that he might obey the laws of hospitality or prudence, according to the interest of both empires. 6971 This Scandinavian origin of the people, or at least the princes of Russia, may be confirmed and illustrated by the National Annals 6972 and the General History of the North. The Normans, who had so long been concealed by a veil of impenetrable darkness, suddenly burst forth in the spirit of naval and military enterprise. The vast, and, as it is said, the populous, regions of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway were crowded with independent chieftains and desperate adventurers, who sighed in the laziness of peace and smiled in the agonies of death. Piracy was the exercise, the trade, the glory, and the virtue of the Scandinavian youth. Impatient of a bleak climate and narrow limits, they started from the banquet, grasped their arms, sounded their horn, ascended their vessels, and explored every coast that promised either spoil or settlement. The Baltic was the first scene of their naval achievements. They visited the eastern shores, the silent residence of Fennic and Sclavonic tribes, and the primitive Russians of the Lake Ladoga paid a tribute, the skins of white squirrels, to these strangers, whom they saluted with the title of Varangians 6973 or Corsairs. Their superiority in arms, discipline, and renown commanded the fear and reverence of the natives. In their wars against the more inland savages, the Varangians condescended to serve as friends and auxiliaries, and gradually, by choice or conquest, obtained the dominion of a people whom they were qualified to protect. Their tyranny was expelled, their valor was again recalled, till at length Rurik, a Scandinavian chief, became the father of a dynasty which reigned above 700 years. His brothers extended his influence. The example of service and usurpation was imitated by his companions in the southern provinces of Russia. And their establishments, by the usual methods of war and assassination, were cemented into the fabric of a powerful monarchy. As long as the descendants of Rurik were considered as aliens and conquerors, they ruled by the sword of the Varangians, distributed estates and subjects to their faithful captains, and supplied their numbers with fresh streams of adventurers from the Baltic coast. 6974 But when the Scandinavian chiefs had struck a deep and permanent root into the soil, they mingled with the Russians in blood, religion, and language. And the first Wladimir had the merit of delivering his country from these foreign mercenaries. They had seated him on the throne, his riches were insufficient to satisfy their demands. But they listened to his pleasing advice that they should seek, not a more grateful, but a more wealthy master. That they should embark for Greece, where, instead of the skins of squirrels, silk and gold would be the recompense of their service. At the same time, the Russian prince admonished his Byzantine ally to disperse and employ, to recompense and restrain, these impetuous children of the north. Contemporary writers have recorded the introduction, name, and character of the Varangians. Each day they rose in confidence and esteem. The whole body was assembled at Constantinople to perform the duty of guards, and their strength was recruited by a numerous band of their countrymen from the island of Thule. On this occasion the vague appellation of Thule is applied to England, and the new Varangians were a colony of English and Danes who fled from the yoke of the Norman conqueror. The habits of pilgrimage and piracy had approximated the countries of the earth. These exiles were entertained in the Byzantine court. And they preserved, till the last age of the empire, the inheritance of spotless loyalty and the use of the Danish or English tongue. With their broad and double-edged battle-axes on their shoulders, they attended the Greek emperor to the temple, the senate, and the hippodrome. He slept and feasted under their trusty guard. And the keys of the palace, the treasury, and the capital were held by the firm and faithful hands of the Varangians. 6975. In the 10th century, the geography of Scythia was extended far beyond the limits of ancient knowledge. And the monarchy of the Russians obtains a vast and conspicuous place in the map of Constantine. 6976 AD 950. The sons of Rurik were masters of the spacious province of Volodymyr, or Moscow. And, if they were confined on that side by the hordes of the east, their western frontier in those early days was enlarged to the Baltic Sea and the country of the Prussians. Their northern reign ascended above the 60th degree of latitude, over the Hyperborean regions, which fancy had peopled with monsters, or clouded with eternal darkness. To the south they followed the course of the Borysthenes, and approached with that river the neighborhood of the Euxine Sea. The tribes that dwelt, or wandered, in this ample circuit were obedient to the same conqueror, and insensibly blended into the same nation. The language of Russia is a dialect of the Sclavonian. But in the 10th century, these two modes of speech were different from each other. And, as the Sclavonian prevailed in the south, it may be presumed that the original Russians of the north, the primitive subjects of the Varangian chief, were a portion of the Fennic race. With the emigration, union, or dissolution, of the wandering tribes, the loose and indefinite picture of the Scythian desert has continually shifted. But the most ancient map of Russia affords some places which still retain their name and position, and the two capitals, Novgorod 6977 and Kiev 6978, are coeval with the first age of the monarchy. Novgorod had not yet deserved the epithet of great, nor the alliance of the Hanseatic League, which diffused the streams of opulence and the principles of freedom. Kiev could not yet boast of 300 churches, an innumerable people, and a degree of greatness and splendor which was compared with Constantinople by those who had never seen the residence of the Caesars. In their origin, the two cities were no more than camps or fairs, the most convenient stations in which the barbarians might assemble for the occasional business of war or trade. Yet even these assemblies announced some progress in the arts of society. A new breed of cattle was imported from the southern provinces. And the spirit of commercial enterprise pervaded the sea and land from the Baltic to the Euxine, from the mouth of the Oder to the port of Constantinople. In the days of idolatry and barbarism, the Sclavonic city of Julin was frequented and enriched by the Normans, who had prudently secured a free mart of purchase and exchange. 6979. From this harbor, at the entrance of the Oder, the corsair, or merchant, sailed in 43 days to the eastern shores of the Baltic. The most distant nations were intermingled. And the holy groves of Kurland are said to have been decorated with Grecian and Spanish gold. 6980. Between the sea and Novgorod an easy intercourse was discovered, in the summer, through a gulf, a lake, and a navigable river. In the winter season, over the hard and level surface of boundless snows. From the neighborhood of that city, the Russians descended the streams that fall into the Borysthenes. Their canoes, of a single tree, were laden with slaves of every age, furs of every species, the spoil of their beehives, and the hides of their cattle. And the whole produce of the north was collected and discharged in the magazines of Kiev. The month of June was the ordinary season of the departure of the fleet. The timber of the canoes was framed into the oars and benches of more solid and capacious boats. And they proceeded without obstacle down the Borysthenes, as far as the 7 or 13 ridges of rocks, which traverse the bed, and precipitate the waters, of the river. At the more shallow falls it was sufficient to lighten the vessels, but the deeper cataracts were impassable. And the mariners, who dragged their vessels and their slaves 6 miles over land, were exposed in this toilsome journey to the robbers of the desert. 6981. At the first island below the falls, the Russians celebrated the festival of their escape. At a second, near the mouth of the river, they repaired their shattered vessels for the longer and more perilous voyage of the Black Sea. If they steered along the coast, the Danube was accessible. With a fair wind they could reach in 36 or 40 hours the opposite shores of Anatolia, and Constantinople admitted the annual visit of the strangers of the north. They returned at the stated season with a rich cargo of corn, wine, and oil, the manufactures of Greece, and the spices of India. Some of their countrymen resided in the capital and provinces. And the national treaties protected the persons, effects, and privileges of the Russian merchant. 6982. But the same communication which had been opened for the benefit, was soon abused for the injury, of mankind. In a period of 190 years, the Russians made 4 attempts to plunder the treasures of Constantinople. The event was various, but the motive, the means, and the object, were the same in these naval expeditions. 6983. The Russian traders had seen the magnificence and tasted the luxury of the city of the Caesars. A marvelous tale, and a scanty supply, excited the desires of their savage countrymen. They envied the gifts of nature which their climate denied. They coveted the works of art which they were too lazy to imitate and too indigent to purchase. The Varangian princes unfurled the banners of piratical adventure, and their bravest soldiers were drawn from the nations that dwelt in the northern isles of the ocean. 6984. The image of their naval armaments was revived in the last century in the fleets of the Cossacks, which issued from the Borysthenes to navigate the same seas for a similar purpose. 6985. The Greek appellation of monoxyla, or single canoes, might justly be applied to the bottom of their vessels. It was scooped out of the long stem of a beech or willow, but the slight and narrow foundation was raised and continued on either side with planks, till it attained the length of 60 and the height of about 12 feet. These boats were built without a deck, but with 2 rudders and a mast, to move with sails and oars, and to contain from 40 to 70 men, with their arms, and provisions of fresh water and salt fish. The first trial of the Russians was made with 200 boats. But when the national force was exerted, they might arm against Constantinople 1,000 or 1,200 vessels. Their fleet was not much inferior to the royal navy of Agamemnon, but it was magnified in the eyes of fear to 10 or 15 times the real proportion of its strength and numbers. Had the Greek emperors been endowed with foresight to discern, and vigor to prevent, perhaps they might have sealed with a maritime force the mouth of the Borysthenes. Their indolence abandoned the coast of Anatolia to the calamities of a piratical war, which, after an interval of 600 years, again infested the Euxine. But as long as the capital was respected, the sufferings of a distant province escaped the notice both of the prince and the historian. The storm which had swept along from the Phasis and Trebizond, at length burst on the Bosphorus of Thrace, a strait of 15 miles. In which the rude vessels of the Russians might have been stopped and destroyed by a more skillful adversary. AD 865. In their first enterprise 6986 under the princes of Kiev, they passed without opposition, and occupied the port of Constantinople in the absence of the Emperor Michael, the son of Theophilus. Through a crowd of perils, he landed at the palace stairs, and immediately repaired to a church of the Virgin Mary. 6987. By the advice of the Patriarch, her garment, a precious relic, was drawn from the sanctuary and dipped in the sea. And a seasonable tempest, which determined the retreat of the Russians, was devoutly ascribed to the Mother of God. 6988 AD 90. For the silence of the Greeks may inspire some doubt of the truth, or at least of the importance, of the second attempt by Oleg, the guardian of the sons of Rurik. 6989. A strong barrier of arms and fortifications defended the Bosphorus. They were eluded by the usual expedient of drawing the boats over the isthmus. And this simple operation is described in the national chronicles as if the Russian fleet had sailed over dry land with a brisk and favorable gale. AD 941. The leader of the third armament, Igor, the son of Rurik, had chosen a moment of weakness and decay, when the naval powers of the empire were employed against the Saracens. But if courage be not wanting, the instruments of defense are seldom deficient. 15 broken and decayed galleys were boldly launched against the enemy. But instead of the single tube of Greek fire usually planted on the prow, the sides and stern of each vessel were abundantly supplied with that liquid combustible. The engineers were dexterous. The weather was propitious. Many thousand Russians, who chose rather to be drowned than burnt, leaped into the sea. And those who escaped to the Thracian shore were inhumanly slaughtered by the peasants and soldiers. Yet 1/3 of the canoes escaped into shallow water. And the next spring Igor was again prepared to retrieve his disgrace and claim his revenge. 6990 After a long peace, Yaroslaus, the great-grandson of Igor, resumed the same project of a naval invasion. AD 1043 A fleet, under the command of his son, was repulsed at the entrance of the Bosphorus by the same artificial flames. But in the rashness of pursuit the vanguard of the Greeks was encompassed by an irresistible multitude of boats and men. Their provision of fire was probably exhausted. And 24 galleys were either taken, sunk, or destroyed. 6991. Yet the threats or calamities of a Russian war were more frequently diverted by treaty than by arms. In these naval hostilities every disadvantage was on the side of the Greeks, their savage enemy afforded no mercy, his poverty promised no spoil. His impenetrable retreat deprived the conqueror of the hopes of revenge. And the pride or weakness of empire indulged an opinion that no honor could be gained or lost in the intercourse with barbarians. At first their demands were high and inadmissible, 3 pounds of gold for each soldier or mariner of the fleet. The Russian youth adhered to the design of conquest and glory. But the counsels of moderation were recommended by the hoary sages. Be content, they said, with the liberal offers of Caesar. Is it not far better to obtain without a combat the possession of gold, silver, silks, and all the objects of our desires? Are we sure of victory? Can we conclude a treaty with the sea? We do not tread on the land, we float on the abyss of water, and a common death hangs over our heads. 6992 The memory of these Arctic fleets that seemed to descend from the polar circle left deep impression of terror on the imperial city. By the vulgar of every rank, it was asserted and believed that an equestrian statue in the square of Taurus was secretly inscribed with a prophecy, how the Russians, in the last days, should become masters of Constantinople. 6993 In our own time, a Russian armament, instead of sailing from the Borysthenes, has circumnavigated the continent of Europe. And the Turkish capital has been threatened by a squadron of strong and lofty ships of war, each of which, with its naval science and thundering artillery, could have sunk or scattered 100 canoes, such as those of their ancestors. Perhaps the present generation may yet behold the accomplishment of the prediction, of a rare prediction, of which the style is unambiguous and the date unquestionable. By land the Russians were less formidable than by sea. And as they fought for the most part on foot, their irregular legions must often have been broken and overthrown by the cavalry of the Scythian hordes. AD 955, 973 Yet their growing towns, however slight and imperfect, presented a shelter to the subject and a barrier to the enemy. The monarchy of Kiev, till a fatal partition, assumed the dominion of the north. And the nations from the Volga to the Danube were subdued or repelled by the arms of Swatoslaus. 6994 The son of Igor, the son of Oleg, the son of Rurik. The vigor of his mind and body was fortified by the hardships of a military and savage life. Wrapped in a bearskin, Swatoslaus usually slept on the ground, his head reclining on a saddle. His diet was coarse and frugal, and, like the heroes of Homer, 6995 his meat, it was often horseflesh, was broiled or roasted on the coals. The exercise of war gave stability and discipline to his army, and it may be presumed that no soldier was permitted to transcend the luxury of his chief. By an embassy from Nicephorus, the Greek emperor, he was moved to undertake the conquest of Bulgaria. And a gift of 1,500 pounds of gold was laid at his feet to defray the expense, or reward the toils, of the expedition. An army of 60,000 men was assembled and embarked. They sailed from the Borysthenes to the Danube. Their landing was effected on the Mysian shore. And, after a sharp encounter, the swords of the Russians prevailed against the arrows of the Bulgarian horse. The vanquished king sunk into the grave, his children were made captive. And his dominions as far as Mount Haemus were subdued or ravaged by the northern invaders. But instead of relinquishing his prey and performing his engagements, the Varangian prince was more disposed to advance than to retire. And, had his ambition been crowned with success, the seat of empire in that early period might have been transferred to a more temperate and fruitful climate. Swadeslaus enjoyed and acknowledged the advantages of his new position, in which he could unite, by exchange or rapine, the various productions of the earth. By an easy navigation he might draw from Russia the native commodities of furs, wax, and hydromel. Hungary supplied him with a breed of horses and the spoils of the West. And Greece abounded with gold, silver, and the foreign luxuries which his poverty had affected to disdain. The bands of Patsanassites, Khazars, and Turks repaired to the standard of victory. And the ambassador of Nicephorus betrayed his trust, assumed the purple, and promised to share with his new allies the treasures of the Eastern world. From the banks of the Danube the Russian prince pursued his march as far as Adrianople. A formal summons to evacuate the Roman province was dismissed with contempt. And Swadeslaus fiercely replied that Constantinople might soon expect the presence of an enemy and a master. Nicephorus could no longer expel the mischief which he had introduced. But his throne and wife were inherited by John Zymis's 6996 who, in a diminutive body, possessed the spirit and abilities of a hero. AD 973 The first victory of his lieutenants deprived the Russians of their foreign allies, 20,000 of whom were either destroyed by the sword or provoked to revolt or tempted to desert. Thrace was delivered, but 70,000 barbarians were still in arms. And the legions that had been recalled from the new conquests of Syria prepared, with the return of the spring, to march under the banners of a warlike prince, who declared himself the friend and avenger of the injured Bulgaria. The passes of Mount Haemus had been left unguarded, they were instantly occupied. The Roman vanguard was formed of the Immortals, a proud imitation of the Persian style. The emperor led the main body of 10,500 foot, and the rest of his forces followed in slow and cautious array with the baggage and military engines. The first exploit of Zymis's was the reduction of Marcianopolis, or Perestlaba, 6997 in 2 days. The trumpet sounded, the walls were scaled. 8,500 Russians were put to the sword, and the sons of the Bulgarian king were rescued from an ignominious prison, and invested with a nominal diadem. After these repeated losses, Swadeslaus retired to the strong post of Drista, on the banks of the Danube, and was pursued by an enemy who alternately employed the arms of celerity and delay. The Byzantine galleys ascended the river, the legions completed a line of circumvallation, and the Russian prince was encompassed, assaulted, and famished in the fortifications of the camp and city. Many deeds of valor were performed, several desperate sallies were attempted, nor was it till after a siege of 65 days that Swadeslaus yielded to his adverse fortune. The liberal terms which he obtained announced the prudence of the victor, who respected the valor and apprehended the despair of an unconquered mind. The great Duke of Russia bound himself by solemn imprecations to relinquish all hostile designs. A safe passage was opened for his return, the liberty of trade and navigation was restored. A measure of corn was distributed to each of his soldiers, and the allowance of 22,000 measures attests the loss and the remnant of the barbarians. After a painful voyage, they again reached the mouth of the Borysthenes, but their provisions were exhausted, the season was unfavorable, they passed the winter on the ice. And, before they could prosecute their march, Swadeslaus was surprised and oppressed by the neighboring tribes, with whom the Greeks entertained a perpetual and useful correspondence. 6998 Far different was the return of Zymis's, who was received in his capital like Camillus or Marius, the saviors of ancient Rome. But the merit of the victory was attributed by the pious emperor to the Mother of God. And the image of the Virgin Mary, with the divine infant in her arms, was placed on a triumphal car, adorned with the spoils of war and the ensigns of Bulgarian royalty. Zymis's made his public entry on horseback, the diadem on his head, a crown of laurel in his hand, and Constantinople was astonished to applaud the martial virtues of her sovereign. 6999 AD I-64 Photius of Constantinople, a patriarch whose ambition was equal to his curiosity, congratulates himself and the Greek Church on the conversion of the Russians. 7,000 Those fierce and bloody barbarians had been persuaded, by the voice of reason and religion, to acknowledge Jesus for their God, the Christian missionaries for their teachers, and the Romans for their friends and brethren. His triumph was transient and premature. In the various fortune of their piratical adventures, some Russian chiefs might allow themselves to be sprinkled with the waters of baptism. And a Greek bishop, with the name of metropolitan, might administer the sacraments in the Church of Kiev to a congregation of slaves and natives. But the seed of the gospel was sown on a barren soil, many were the apostates, the converts were few, and the baptism of Olga may be fixed as the era of Russian Christianity. 7,001 A female, perhaps of the basest origin, who could revenge the death, and assume the scepter, of her husband Igor, must have been endowed with those active virtues which command the fear and obedience of barbarians. AD 955 In a moment of foreign and domestic peace, she sailed from Kiev to Constantinople. And the Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus has described with minute diligence the ceremonial of her reception in his capital and palace. The steps, the titles, the salutations, the banquet, the presents, were exquisitely adjusted to gratify the vanity of the stranger, with due reverence to the superior majesty of the purple. 7,002 In the sacrament of baptism, she received the venerable name of the Empress Helena. And her conversion might be preceded or followed by her uncle, 2 interpreters, 16 damsels of a higher, and 18 of a lower rank, 22 domestics or ministers, and 44 Russian merchants, who composed the retinue of the great Princess Olga. After her return to Kiev and Novgorod, she firmly persisted in her new religion, but her labors in the propagation of the gospel were not crowned with success. And both her family and nation adhered with obstinacy or indifference to the gods of their fathers. Her son Swiatoslaus was apprehensive of the scorn and ridicule of his companions. And her grandson Volodymyr devoted his youthful zeal to multiply and decorate the monuments of ancient worship. The savage deities of the north were still propitiated with human sacrifices. In the choice of the victim, a citizen was preferred to a stranger, a Christian to an idolater. And the father who defended his son from the sacerdotal knife was involved in the same doom by the rage of a fanatic tumult. Yet the lessons and example of the pious Olga had made a deep though secret impression in the minds of the prince and people. The Greek missionaries continued to preach, to dispute, and to baptize. And the ambassadors or merchants of Russia compared the idolatry of the woods with the elegant superstition of Constantinople. They had gazed with admiration on the dome of St. Sophia, the lively pictures of saints and martyrs, the riches of the altar, the number and vestments of the priests, the pomp and order of the ceremonies. They were edified by the alternate succession of devout silence and harmonious song. Nor was it difficult to persuade them that a choir of angels descended each day from heaven to join in the devotion of the Christians. 7,003 But the conversion of Volodymyr was determined, or hastened, by his desire of a Roman bride. At the same time, and in the city of Cherson, the rites of baptism and marriage were celebrated by the Christian pontiff. The city he restored to the Emperor Basil, the brother of his spouse. But the brazen gates were transported, as it is said, to Novgorod, and erected before the first church as a trophy of his victory and faith. 7,004 At his despotic command, Perun, the god of thunder, whom he had so long adored, was dragged through the streets of Kiev. And 12 sturdy barbarians battered with clubs the misshapen image, which was indignantly cast into the waters of the Borysthenes. The edict of Volodymyr had proclaimed that all who should refuse the rites of baptism would be treated as the enemies of God and their prince. And the rivers were instantly filled with many thousands of obedient Russians, who acquiesced in the truth and excellence of a doctrine which had been embraced by the great Duke and his boyars. In the next generation the relics of paganism were finally extirpated. But as the two brothers of Wolodomir had died without baptism, their bones were taken from the grave and sanctified by an irregular and posthumous sacrament. In the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries of the Christian era, the reign of the Gospel and of the Church was extended over Bulgaria, Hungary, Bohemia, Saxony, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Poland, and Russia. 7005 The triumphs of apostolic zeal were repeated in the Iron Age of Christianity. And the northern and eastern regions of Europe submitted to a religion more different in theory than in practice from the worship of their native idols. A laudable ambition excited the monks both of Germany and Greece to visit the tents and huts of the barbarians. Poverty, hardships, and dangers were the lot of the first missionaries. Their courage was active and patient, their motive pure and meritorious, their present reward consisted in the testimony of their conscience and the respect of a grateful people. But the fruitful harvest of their toils was inherited and enjoyed by the proud and wealthy prelates of succeeding times. The first conversions were free and spontaneous, a holy life and an eloquent tongue were the only arms of the missionaries. But the domestic fables of the pagans were silenced by the miracles and visions of the strangers, and the favorable temper of the chiefs was accelerated by the dictates of vanity and interest. The leaders of nations, who were saluted with the titles of kings and saints, 7006 held it lawful and pious to impose the Catholic faith on their subjects and neighbors. The coast of the Baltic, from Holstein to the Gulf of Finland, was invaded under the standard of the cross. And the reign of idolatry was closed by the conversion of Lithuania in the 14th century. Yet truth and candor must acknowledge that the conversion of the North imparted many temporal benefits both to the old and the new Christians. The rage of war, inherent to the human species, could not be healed by the evangelic precepts of charity and peace. And the ambition of Catholic princes has renewed in every age the calamities of hostile contention. But the admission of the barbarians into the pale of civil and ecclesiastical society delivered Europe from the depredations, by sea and land, of the Normans, the Hungarians, and the Russians, who learned to spare their brethren and cultivate their possessions. 7007 The establishment of law and order was promoted by the influence of the clergy, and the rudiments of art and science were introduced into the savage countries of the globe. The liberal piety of the Russian princes engaged in their service the most skillful of the Greeks, to decorate the cities and instruct the inhabitants. The dome and the paintings of St. Sophia were rudely copied in the churches of Kiev and Novgorod. The writings of the fathers were translated into the Sclavonic idiom. And 300 noble youths were invited or compelled to attend the lessons of the College of Yaroslaus. It should appear that Russia might have derived an early and rapid improvement from her peculiar connection with the Church and State of Constantinople, which at that age so justly despised the ignorance of the Latins. But the Byzantine nation was servile, solitary, and verging to a hasty decline. After the fall of Kiev, the navigation of the Borysthenes was forgotten. The great princes of Wolodomir and Moscow were separated from the sea and Christendom, and the divided monarchy was oppressed by the ignominy and blindness of Tartar servitude. 7008 The Sclavonic and Scandinavian kingdoms, which had been converted by the Latin missionaries, were exposed, it is true, to the spiritual jurisdiction and temporal claims of the popes. 7009 But they were united in language and religious worship, with each other, and with Rome. They imbibed the free and generous spirit of the European Republic, and gradually shared the light of knowledge which arose on the Western world.